Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 227, Various Parties. East Borough, in a terrace house in a narrow alley. The gang leader, Darkholm, who controlled many beggars and thieves, was throwing darts at a target on the wall in boredom as he waited for his servant to serve dinner. The door creaked open. Darkholm looked in the direction of the sound, and just as he was about to reprimand his servant for being too slow and causing him to starve, he realized that the person who had walked in from the bedroom's door wasn't his beautiful maid, but an unfamiliar man with a unique wide chin and dark green eyes. "Who are you?" Darkholm asked, about to take out his revolver from his holster. But before he could finish his actions, he suddenly felt an unimaginable pressure. He felt as if an electric current was running through his mind, forming a barbed whip that constantly lashed at his soul. This feel was painful and numbing, as though it came from deep within the brain, making it impossible to resist. All he could do was tremble as his knees buckled. Therefore, Darkholm immediately knelt down. At that moment, he felt that facing this man was like facing the increasingly powerful arbiter, Zio Dericha. No, he's much more terrifying than Zio. At the very least, Zio wouldn't kill anyone. As for the person in front of me, I have a nagging feeling that he's going to eat me up. As his thoughts raced, the gang leader, who always had an amiable smile on his chubby face, immediately lowered his eyes and said in a sycophant manner, "Lord, is there anything you need of me? Just instruct me." In the dark environment, the man aimed the black, digestive glove on his left hand at Darkholm and slowly asked, "Who got you to investigate the missing tramp?" Darkholm heaved a sigh of relief and replied without hesitation, "It's a bounty hunter named Arbiter, Zio Dericha." Bounty hunter? Why would a bounty hunter care about a tramp from East Borough? The men snorted and walked towards Darkholm. The feeling of being beaten in the soul descended once again. "I don't know. She gave me £10 for the investigation fee. I was just doing something with the money." Darkholm didn't dare to lie, and he quickly revealed all the missions Zio had assigned him. The men fell silent for a moment before pressing with a hoarse voice, "Tell me in detail about the bounty hunter and her residence." Darkholm had no intention of hiding the truth for Zio. He answered honestly. "Zio Dericha is a very famous arbiter in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. She's trusted by everyone from the poor to the factory owners. Even when many gangs have disputes, they would hire her to be arbiter. In addition, she has a close relationship with Backlund's hero detective, Ebner. They often have breakfast together. Also, there are rumors that she has already become an official secret agent. But this is just gossip, and I can't guarantee that it's true. As for where she lives, I really don't know. Perhaps she's living with that hero detective." Hero detective? Secret agent? Is it MI9? The man muttered to himself. Then, with his black-gloved left hand, he patted Dwayholm's body and said emotionlessly, "Very good, very honest." Darkholm heaved a sigh of relief, believing that he had just been saved by being sensible. At least he managed to survive this time. But at that moment, he suddenly saw the man spread open the fingers of his left glove. A mouth had opened up in the middle. Darkholm's thoughts froze, and his body instantly turned into a lump of flesh as he threw himself into the mouth. After a while, the maid who had fallen asleep for some baffling reason served the newly heated dinner in fear. She thought she would be severely punished, but when she pushed open the door, she didn't see the owner. There was only a pile of clothes scattered on the floor. Tingen City. At 7:30 in the evening, Klein, who had successfully borrowed the mutated sun sacred emblem and made 2 flaring sun charms, finally arrived at Zutland Street and handed over sealed artifact 3-0782. After confirming that the captain didn't notice anything unusual, Klein left the Blackthorn Security Company in a good mood and returned home before 8. He took out his keys and opened the door to see an unfamiliar figure. It was obviously a young girl who wasn't even in her 20s. She was wearing an old gray dress and was wiping the dining hall with all her might. She had black hair and brown eyes. Her eyes were small, her nose wasn't sharp enough, and her facial features were very ordinary. "Who is it?" Klein was taken aback at first before he realized that she might be a maidservant who was here to try out her chores. At this moment, Benson lowered his newspaper and looked at his brother. He said with a smile, "A company that doesn't allow employees to leave work on time is annoying. But the salary it pays will heal this injury," Klein replied with a smile. After receiving the £300 that Mr. Tower had sacrificed, Klein felt a lot more confident. He leaned his cane, took off his top hat, and walked to the living room. Then, he looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Melissa? She has a gathering tonight." Just now, Miss Elizabeth and Miss Selina sent someone to pick her up. Don't worry, I've already confirmed that it's fine. Besides, she won't be back too late. You have to leave some space for your sister to socialize, Benson replied with a chuckle. Is it a girls' gathering? Klein nodded slightly, but he was still a little worried. Hence, he took off the silver chain inside his left sleeve as an excuse to head to the bathroom. He let the topaz pendant hang steadily and silently. Melissa is currently in danger. After 7 times, he opened his half-closed eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning counterclockwise. There's no danger. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he removed the wall of spirituality and walked out of the bathroom in a relaxed mood for dinner. Benson watched as his brother forked a piece of mashed potatoes, pork, and sausages with a fork. He said thoughtfully, Klein, you've been going to the washroom quite frequently recently. I suggest you go to the hospital to take a look. Klein nearly threw his fork away when he heard that. After a moment of silence, he raised his voice and emphasized, Benson, I'm very healthy. I heard from a friend that the powder sold at a folk herb store on Vlad Street is quite effective. If you don't want to go to the hospital, you can try it there. Benson ignored his brother's emphasis and continued suggesting. Vlad Street. Isn't that a herb store suspected to be run by Beyonders? But the last time I checked, the store had already changed hands. Could it be that the person who took it is also a Beyonder? Yes, I'll check it another day. Despite having such thoughts, Klein said perfunctorily, the original owner of that herb store is no longer around. So you've already been there. Benson was enlightened. Klein suddenly felt that he couldn't explain himself, so he could only change the topic. Why did Melissa and the rest gather? It seems like a new teacher came to the public school where Miss Elizabeth and Miss Selina studied. Oh, it's a lady. They were welcoming the teacher, and Melissa was invited as a friend. Heh, I heard that this lady is also from Backlund, but she's different from the person named Kapusky from Melissa's school. It's said that this teacher is very skilled, and she won the affection of most of the girls in public schools in less than a day, Benson replied after some thought. So that's how it is. Klein nodded slightly and then put the mashed potatoes and pork sausages to his mouth and took a bite. At the same time, in a restaurant on Tingen House Street, a group of young girls raised their cups and said in unison. Welcome to Tingen, Teacher Lena. I hope Teacher Lena will forever be young and beautiful. Ms. Lena, cheers. A beautiful, scholarly lady sitting at the head of the table watched this scene with a smile. She raised her cup in greeting before downing the beverage. Backlund. After having a meal with Miss Fanny, Ebner returned home with the stack of Roselle's manuscripts at Sherwood Burrows King Street. When he returned to his bedroom, he first got Mrs. Skade to prepare some beverages and dessert before he settled himself comfortably on the sofa. Then, he pulled out a page from the stack of diary pages, took a sip of his beverage, and began reading. Chapter 228, Scum Law. April 2nd. Due to the recent chaos in the kingdom and the various revolts, spies from the Trier countries and mysterious organizations have been rampant. I've decided to reorganize the kingdom's intelligence organization and pull out a number of elites to form a new department to include my direct superior. Yes, this new department has to have a nice-sounding name. It sounds domineering. I've decided. I'll call it the Men in Black Organization. Finally, I have to thank the Savant Potion. Without it, I definitely wouldn't have thought of the word rampant. Who knows, I might even have to use pinyin in Chinese. April 3rd. I met Florin and told him about using the kingdom's intelligence department to form my own team. That fool indeed believed me and gave me the authority. This fellow keeps flaunting how similar he is to his great-grandfather. Could it be that his great-grandfather, the former high-sequence Beyonder, would be as silly as him? After reading this diary page, Ebner took a sip of black tea and lampooned inwardly Man Black. This name isn't auspicious at all. Why isn't it called the Avenger or the Guardian of the Galaxy? From Roselle's gradual grasp of the Intis Intelligence Department, as well as some of the information I know, this is likely a diary entry from more than 100 years ago, before the famous incident in Intis. The results were clearly recorded in history textbooks. In the end, Roselle's status as a colonel quelled the rebellion, and he took advantage of the political changes to change the Intis kingdom to a republic, a self-appointed consul. In the following 19 years, he reformed the codex, encouraged inventions, and protected the Industrial Revolution. He greatly increased his country's strength and fought wars both north and south. He included Lemberg, Mason, Seeger, and other countries under his protection, making the 3 powerful northern continent countries, the Faesak Empire, the Lone Kingdom, and the Fenapater Kingdom bow their heads. At the end of 1192, when he was about to serve 20 years as consul, Roselle changed the republic into an empire and called himself Caesar. Less than 6 years later, he perished in the White Maple Palace, ending the 5th epoch's most legendary piece of history to date. As Ebner recalled the history he had read in the library as a reader, he picked up the second diary page. Then, he saw a sentence he was very familiar with. March 6th. Damn it, I'm almost constipated from eating the food here. March 17th. Are the madams of Intis this open? Did I sleep with her, or did she sleep with me? Why do I feel a little weird? This paragraph. I've copied this paragraph before. I remember that it should have been exhibited at Roselle's exhibition hall. Miss Emma or Miss Fanny had seen that exhibition in other cities. However, since it's a repeat, it's not appropriate to show it to Klein. What a pity. With this in mind, Ebner put the diary page aside and picked up the third page. After a simple glance, Ebner became serious. As the handwriting on this page was small and neat, it was likely that Miss Emma had copied it herself, so there was a lot of content. November 11th. On this holiday that originally belonged to single people, I suddenly confirmed a piece of news that I had previously learned. That's Bruna. She's actually a descendant of the former Balam Empire's royal family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a princess. However, that's not the main point. After all, this isn't the first time I've been tainting an abject princess. However, there's actually quite a bit of power backing Bruna. They sealed off the harbor and actually wanted me to stay behind to truly become her husband. How is that possible? I'm a man who's going to become a pirate king. Why would I stay for a woman? Besides, I have Matilda and all the charming madams in Trier. That's why I secretly informed Edwards through Cullen's messenger, telling him to secretly sail to the outer seas of Barents tomorrow morning. Once I leave, I'll immediately pull up the anchor and set sail. November 12th. Bruna is such a pure and upright lady. She believed in my lies. Although I couldn't bear to, I still used her to break through the seal and return to the ship. Before I left the mystical item I forged, Pale Justice, to Bruna as a memento. Although I think it's best if she forgets me. The Emperor sure is a scum. Ebner couldn't help but curse when he read this. He then recalled the diary page that the Emperor had fabricated after seeing the rumors about the southern continent. I only made up a sentence. The wild beauty who slept with me last week was actually a descendant of the former Balam Empire's royal family. I didn't even write the date. It doesn't have much of a conflict with the contents of this true diary page. So, handing this page to Klein probably wouldn't be a problem. With this in mind, he looked at the words Pale Justice in the diary and thought. At the tarot gathering yesterday, Alger had just mentioned that there was a new Admiral of Paleness at sea, and the weapon in his hand was also known as Pale Justice. This shouldn't be a coincidence. The background of Admiral Pale Maria is the Numinous Episcopate, and apart from the Artificial Death faction, the strongest faction in the Numinous Episcopate is the Royal Family faction. Princess Bruna that Roselle mentioned is probably a member of the Royal Family faction. Is that why Maria inherited the Pale Justice? Wait, could Roselle really have left behind a son in the southern continent? After some idle gossip, Ebner ate a small piece of velvet cake and picked up the fourth diary page. The content on this page was all about Roselle's sexual history. After a few glances, he placed it aside, prepared to present it to Mr. Fool to earn the remaining value. Although there wasn't much content on the fifth page, which was the last page, it mentioned something that surprised Ebner because it wasn't mentioned at all. October 1st. This is really a good day. Not only am I about to obtain what I've been plotting all this time, but I've also officially obtained the support of the two churches, October 2nd. Today, I learned something that left me very shocked. Not only were there foreign powers involved in the various revolts in Intis, but there was also the influence of that Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Sauron family that suddenly came alive. No, to be precise, it's the true mastermind behind all of this. Putting down the diary, Ebner rubbed his temples and frowned. A Grade 0 sealed artifact that suddenly came to life in the Sauron family. I remember that Roselle's diary in the Harvest Church had mentioned it before. Is it the culprit behind the Intis mess? But how did it do it? Even if it suddenly came alive, even if it wanted to escape the control of the Sauron family, since an angel family had already discovered it, it would definitely be properly sealed. Unless some high-level existence is helping it. Who could it be? And why would it do so? And where did the sealed artifact end up? Did it fall into the hands of the Emperor? Questions flashed through his mind as he finally sighed and packed up the 5 diary pages. There was too little information to provide any effective inference. Wednesday morning, at Zutland Street, Tingen City. Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company in a good mood. Good morning. Roseanne looked around and said, Old Neil is sick. Shall we visit him at noon? Old Neil is sick? Klein asked in surprise. Roseanne nodded and said, Yes, he got someone to ask Captain for leave. Klein nodded slightly and said, Then let's visit him at noon. Sigh, old Neil sure is pitiful. His wife passed away early, and his child is busy in some city. When he's sick, he can only lie at home alone and helpless. Upon hearing Klein's sigh, Roseanne widened her eyes and asked in surprise. When did old Neil get married? I clearly remember asking him why he wanted to remain single. His answer was that he didn't meet the lady he wanted to marry. Upon hearing Roseanne's words, Klein was alarmed as he had an ominous feeling. After hearing at the Tarot Club that the mystery prior pathway might be corrupted by the knowledge of the hidden sage, Klein had always paid close attention to old Neil's physical condition. However, there had been no problems with him all this time. It made him subconsciously relax and not be that nervous. Taking a deep breath, Klein deliberated and quickly decided on a divination statement. There's something wrong with old Neil's current situation. As he silently chanted, his eyes quickly darkened as he entered a state of cogitation. Ding! He flicked his thumb, sending the brass coin into the air, constantly tumbling and spinning. Pack! The coin fell right into Klein's open palm. This time, George III portrait was facing up. The portrait indicated that it was correct and positive. This meant that there was something wrong with old Neil's current situation. Could the eye on his back really be the hidden sage? Klein held the coin and suddenly recalled what had happened when he first advanced. After barely consoling Roseanne, who was clearly worried, Klein gradually calmed down. He didn't inform the captain immediately. Instead, he entered the bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the gray fog. The fallen morning star necklace contained the secret technique, Ovalt's perfect recovery. This secret technique had a chance of recovering people from the brink of losing control. As long as it's useful, even a little risk is worth it. Captain. He probably wouldn't probe deeper either. Chapter 229, The Black Hand Behind the Scenes. After bestowing himself the morning star necklace, Klein descended from the gray fog, returned to the real world, and placed it in his pocket. Then, he dispelled the wall of spirituality and walked out of the bathroom. He quickly walked to the captain's office and pushed open the door. Dunsmith was drinking his coffee when he nearly choked on his coffee. What happened? He didn't blame Klein. Instead, his expression turned solemn. The abnormality of his teammates often indicated the seriousness of the matter. Klein answered simply without hiding anything. Captain, I divined that there was something wrong with old Neil. Last month, old Neil told me that his deceased wife loved music, but today, Roseanne said that he has always been single. Besides, on the day I became a Beyonder, I saw a pair of strange, illusory eyes watching everything from behind old Neil's back. There was also an almost transparent figure peeking from the door. He told me that it was a characteristic of ritualistic magic. I felt that something was amiss, so I tried to divine. Dunn listened with a solemn expression. He stood up immediately and walked to the clothes rack. He asked curiously. Why didn't you directly divine if old Neil had lost control? I've been observing old Neil's physical condition for the past month. At the very least, he was fine until last weekend. He's just a little old, so I think he's on the brink of losing control. There are signs of him losing control, and there's still room for redemption. Klein expressed his point of view in one breath. Dunn put on his black top hat and trench coat before nodding. A very reasonable deduction. Let's visit old Neil now. Yes, we should try to avoid agitating him. I'll go to Cheney's Gate to get sealed artifact 3-0611. It should be able to stabilize old Neil's condition and prevent his condition from worsening. Find Royale in the recreation room. Sealed artifact 3-0611. When Klein heard the name, he immediately felt energized. Previously, he had only thought that the secret technique on the fallen morning star could stabilize the state of losing control, but because he was too flustered, too uneasy, and too worried, he had forgotten that there was a sealed artifact with similar effects behind Cheney's Gate. Number 3-0611. Name, Peaceful Hair Strands. Sealing method, do not make direct contact with living creatures. Description, this is a simple accessory formed from many strands of black hair. As long as one comes into contact with it without any protection, all living beings will lose all their desires and emotions, including but not limited to hunger, anger, sorrow, pain, envy, hatred, joy, satisfaction, and greed. It has been confirmed that the affected creatures will even lose their desire to leave contact with 3-0611. They will quietly stay in their spots until the end of their lives. If an external force is used to break contact between the person and 0611, then the person will gradually recover. However, experimental data suggest that the prerequisite for this is that the person has not been in contact with it for more than 2 hours. Once the contact lasts for more than 2 hours, the victim will remain silent forever. You can use gloves to avoid direct contact. These strands of hair do not possess any living characteristics. They do not have any inclinations of escaping the seal. As his thoughts raced, Klein didn't delay any further. He immediately went to the recreation room and called out Sleepless Royale Riideen. The lady with black smooth hair asked calmly, "What's the mission?" "To visit old Neil," Klein replied heavily. "Old Neil." Royale, who had always had a cold expression, exclaimed before falling silent. A few minutes later, Dunn came out from underground. The three gathered together and took a carriage to old Neil's house. On the way, Dunn recounted old Neil's past. Only then did Klein learn that old Neil had a couple he was about to get engaged with when he was young. He died of a serious illness. Before he died, old Neil had even taken the risk of exposing the secrets of a Beyonder to save him with ritualistic magic. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. At that moment, Klein's heart sank as he once again had an ominous feeling. In the outskirts of Tingen, in a house with a dark red chimney. A classic quill wrote. As Neil kept attempting the alchemical life bestowed by the hidden sage, he exacerbated the corruption he suffered. His body and mind were on the brink of losing control. Through divination, Klein Moretti determined that Neil's condition was abnormal. Hence, he took out the Morning Star necklace. The fallen Morning Star necklace contains two powerful secret techniques. They are the Ives's concealment barrier and the Valet's perfect recovery art. The latter can effectively control a state that's about to lose control, so Klein Moretti wanted to save Neil. At the same time, Dunn Smith felt his mental state recover a little thanks to Daily Simone's nourishment. After he heard Klein Moretti's report, he immediately determined that sealed artifact 3-0611 could help him recover. Hence, he went behind Cheney's gate to retrieve it. Dunn Smith, Klein Moretti, and Royale Riaideen rode a carriage to Neil's house. Neil hadn't completely lost control yet. If they arrived in time, they might still have a chance with the help of the fallen Morning Star and 3-0611. Just as the quill wrote this, it was grabbed by a pale hand. The palm came from a man wearing a black double-breasted frock coat. He was obviously blind in one eye, and his dark blue eyes were nearly black. The man picked up the brown-covered notebook and read it carefully. Then, he picked up his quill and wrote on the newest page without dipping it in ink. Neil recalled that the moment Klein Moretti rapidly advanced, the Holy Cathedral immediately sent people to examine him, as though they were stopping Klein Moretti from sharing the method of quickly grasping the potion. The indignation in his heart and his suspicion of the Church of Evernight made him attempt to pray to the hidden sage once again while his body was at its limit. This was in line with logic. On the brink of losing control, he was once again corrupted by high-level knowledge. Neil's outcome was sealed. He completely lost control and became a disgusting monster. Following that, Dunn Smith, Klein Moretti, and Royale Riaideen arrived at Neil's residence. They acutely noticed that Neil had lost control. As for Neil, he attempted to use words to move Dunn and company to let him go. As Dunn Smith reeled in sorrow, he attempted to use his nightmare powers to pull Neil into a dream. But his attempt was seen through by Neil, and he used his connection with the hidden sage to escape Dunn Smith's dream. Dunn Smith's psyche was damaged by the backlash, and he was even contaminated by the aura of a high-level existence. At this point, the blind man closed his notebook and looked out the window. He said to himself, "Fallen Morning Star. The concealment barrier of Evans. It's no wonder he can always escape death." In a bungalow with a garden in the outskirts of Tingen Northborough, Neil, who had completely lost control, used his four cold, lashless eyes to shine with a dark light. He locked onto Dunn, and his expression turned cold. "You are pulling me into a dream." "No, it's useless. My eyes can see through everything." At the same time, the sticky blood that covered the ceiling, floor, and walls began to squirm, like a giant opening its mouth in an attempt to swallow Klein and company. Klein didn't draw his revolver in a fluster. Instead, he reached into his pocket, intending to use holy light summoning from the fallen Morning Star. Suddenly, he saw everything calm down again. The sticky, bloody liquid with dense black hair was as serene as a still lake. Neil lost his coldness, hatred, desire, and other expressions. He became peaceful and quiet. At some point in time, Dunn had already thrown sealed artifact 3-0611 into the sticky blood. Any living creature that made contact with the peaceful hair strands would turn silent and lose all motivation until the end of their lives. Dunn, Klein, and Royale drew their guns and aimed at the man's head. At that moment, old Neil revealed an expression of extreme fear as he struggled. His strong desire to live had slightly overcome the effects of sealed artifact 3-0611. The four additional eyes disappeared. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were deep, his hair was white, and his dark red eyes were turbid, just like the first time Klein saw him. "Dunn, do you remember the time when I saved you? Royale, do you remember how I helped you save your family's lives? Klein, do you remember how I taught you mysticism every day? Do you remember how we talked about reimbursement? Do you remember how I made you hand-ground coffee? Do you remember how we dealt with the mandated punishers who lost control?" Klein hesitated for a moment before hearing. Bang. Bang. Two sounds. Two silver demon-hunting bullets flew out, stabbing into old Neil's head one after another. Dunn and Royale lowered their guns and fell silent. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. After a long while, the hunched Dun looked at old Neil's mangled corpse and muttered to himself in a daze. Backlund, Sherwood Borough, in the garden villa on King Street. As it had been drizzling since the morning, Ebner didn't leave the house and instead stayed home to experiment with the effects of various ritualistic magic. However, Zio's sudden visit broke his reverie. Darkholm disappeared last night, Zio said after entering the living room. After carefully recalling for a while, Ebner remembered who Darkholm was. Hence, he asked, the gang leader who controlled quite a number of people. The one who gave you the information about dual-faced Lawson. That's right. Zio nodded and said with a heavy expression, I previously entrusted him to pay attention to the vagrants in East Borough. So I suspect that his disappearance might have something to do with Kalangos. You didn't disguise yourself when you entrusted Darkholm with the mission? Ebner asked. Of course. Zio nodded, somewhat puzzled. Would disguising her traits work? Even if she was tall, the gang leaders would have recognized her. Then, I'm afraid Kalangos is already aware of your general situation. Ebner immediately made a judgment. I thought of that too, so I'll be moving when I get back. But many people know that you're my friend, and your place isn't a secret. I'm worried that Kalangos will attack you, Zio said worriedly. At this moment, Ebner suddenly sensed something and immediately activated the white eye. Chapter 230, Give Up and Questions. After activating the white eye, Ebner first checked Zio. After confirming that she wasn't a fake with the faceless powers, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. Zio wasn't raising herself up. She was only 1.5 meters tall. Even Klein was helpless at this height, much less Kalangos who was slightly taller than Klein. While lampooning in his heart, Ebner quickly walked into his storage room and took out the Book of Dead. He wanted to use the book's special aura to hold a ritual and forcefully simulate the abilities of a spirit medium to communicate with the nearby spirits. After setting up the items, he directly chanted in Ancient Hermes. The undead wandering around the neighborhood. Weak creatures that can be controlled by others. Those who were attracted by the aura of the Book of Dead. I command you in my name to bring back the aura of the suspicious person near the house. On the other side, Zio was a little confused by what Ebner was doing, but then she seemed to realize something as she quietly watched him hold the ritual. Soon, the ritual was completed. Wisps of aura gathered around Ebner as he extracted them one by one, then analyzed, and, retroactively. A minute later, Ebner closed the white eye and sighed. He said to Zio, as expected, you were followed. There were 5 different people passing by on the street outside, but their auras were the same. The powers of a faceless. The creeping hunger you mentioned before. Kalangos. Although Zio had some guesses, she couldn't hide her surprise. At the same time, she blamed herself and felt lucky. She blamed herself because she had brought the danger to Ebner. And she was glad because she hadn't returned home. At least Furs was safe. However, why didn't Kalangos take me down immediately? With this in mind, Zio asked, since he has already discovered me. Why did he only choose to tail me? Ebner wasn't too worried about Kalangos' possible surprise attack. If he were outside, he really wasn't Vice Admiral Hurricane's match. Any slight carelessness might result in him being taken away by Creeping Hunger's combo attacks. However, this villa had many of his arrangements. Once he was attacked, he could activate many prepared ritualistic magic in a very short period of time. The magic's lethality is ordinary, but it's very effective when used to stop enemies and trap enemies. This way, even if I can't defeat them, it's enough to delay them until the official Beyonders arrive. Therefore, after taking his time to consider it, he asked, does Darkholm know of your identity as a MI9 spy? Zio thought for a moment and answered after some deliberation, he might have some guesses. After all, many of the cases I did as a sheriff were done with the help of the military, so I didn't get into trouble with the police. These ordinary people might not notice it, but the gang leaders definitely know it. The most obvious thing is that they were very cooperative with the order I set up in the future. Ebner nodded without feeling surprised. He said with a smile, then, Darkholm might have informed Kalangos of this judgment. The latter didn't attack you because it's still daytime, and it's not convenient to use his powers. Besides, he's afraid that MI9 will increase the intensity of their search on him after something happens to you. Of course, Kalangos might still be worried about me. After all, I'm a well-known hero detective, and I'm suspected to have quite a powerful background. If something happens to Zio, as her friend, I'll definitely investigate. This would be extremely disadvantageous for Kalangos, who had to complete an assassination mission. However, he didn't say those narcissistic words. Zio said thoughtfully, then, he followed me. Was he trying to figure out my interpersonal relationships? That's right. I guess he's trying to figure out your background before deciding if he should attack you or not. After saying that, he held another ritual. Then, he looked at the clock in the living room and said to Zio with a smile, "It's been more than half an hour since any stranger passed by the streets around the villa. It seems like Kalangos has given up on dealing with you for the time being. Then I'll immediately return and move. Then, I won't appear in Eastborough or your place for the time being." Zio heaved a sigh of relief and immediately made a decision. Just to be safe, I'll fly you out from the roof with me. This way, even if Kalangos doesn't give up, there's no way for him to tail us, Ebner suggested after pondering for a moment. After all, although Kalangos was a wind-blessed, he didn't know how to hide himself. He didn't dare to show off in the day. All right. Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, who had transformed into an ordinary-looking gentleman with a high hairline, walked into a coffee shop by the side of the street at the corner of Gutman Street. After entering the store, he surveyed his surroundings before sitting in the furthest corner. He then called for the waiter to order a cup of coffee and 2 plates of dessert. Kalangos took a sip of the Fermo coffee, which was said to be very delicious. He frowned and held back his urge to vomit. He put down his coffee cup and picked up the dessert. Soon after, a blond man dressed in an experienced attire pushed open the coffee shop's door and walked in. He sized up the person before walking towards the innermost seat and sat opposite Kalangos. "Have you completed the mission given by the boss?" Kalangos put down his fork and knife when he saw the blond man. Half of it was done, and the other half was handed over to 4 people. However, those 4 only completed half of the assigned mission, the blond man replied meticulously. "Who thought of this signal? He's not even as skilled as us pirates." Kalangos cursed silently and looked at the blond man in front of him. He suggested in a serious manner, "Can we meet at a bar next time? After all, coffee is too awful. It's not appropriate for me to go to a bar with my identity." As he spoke, the blond man took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Kalangos. He said in a serious tone, "This is the information you wanted. You'll have to rely on yourself in the future. We won't provide you with any help." Kalangos didn't flip through the documents immediately. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Any results on the matter I reported last night?" "That's just a coincidence. You're overthinking things. According to what I know, the spy from MI9 is investigating another case involving a high-level sealed artifact. He's not targeting you at all." The blond man didn't say anything. Instead, he wrote the words on a piece of paper. After Kalangos read it, he immediately tore it up and put it in his pocket. Kalangos heaved a sigh of relief. Since he didn't expose his identity, there was no need for him to take the risk of killing Miss Arbiter, who was at least a Sequence 7. Furthermore, the lady had a close relationship with the hero detective. If he really touched her, he would probably get himself into quite a bit of trouble. If he were to delay his mission, it would be a loss if he didn't obtain the item. With that in mind, Kalangos flipped through the documents. Then, the names of the nobles such as Lord Nados, Viscount Kanslek, Baron Grammer, and Baron New Glasgow appeared before his eyes. At night, Ebner, who had helped Zio and Furs move home, rested for a few hours before flying all the way to the Backlund University Library. Emma had previously arranged to meet him here through Vane. Having already been here once, Ebner skillfully circled around the many spell traps that Irma had set up and walked to the light on the 2nd floor. However, he didn't use invisibility this time. Emma, who was engrossed in a book, looked up when she heard the commotion. She then happily waved at him and asked a question that left Ebner extremely surprised. "Ebner, do you know that in the 4th epoch, there was an Amon family known as blasphemers?" Chapter 231, Conversation with Emma. Amon. "Miss, as a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, you're actually interested in Amon. Where did you get the urge to become a part of Amon?" After lampooning inwardly, Ebner wasn't too worried. Firstly, he had already used the Eye of White to check the area a few times before entering the library. He was certain that there weren't any other living people apart from Miss Emma. Secondly, Amon didn't dare let his avatars enter Backlund at this time. Unless Amon steals the memory of the problem he discovered, there's no need to be overly suspicious. However, with the level of the White Eye, it's unlikely that Amon's avatar can do it. Therefore, there's no need to worry about it. As his thoughts raced, he took a deep look at Miss Emma and confirmed that she wasn't a member of the Hermits of Fate. She had likely obtained the Marauder sequence potion by chance, or else she would have been informed of certain taboos. "What's wrong?" Miss Emma's hair stood on end from the way he looked at her. Her long, straight eyebrows furrowed as she asked uncomfortably, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Emma, I don't know why you mentioned the name Amon, but regardless, it's best not to probe further. This is because, even in the 4th epoch, where there were many high-sequence beyonders, this family's last name was taboo." Ebner warned solemnly. "It's that serious?" Upon hearing that, Emma was shocked at first. Then, when she saw Ebner's stern expression, she said in depression, "Among the 5 major families of the Tudor dynasty, the Amon family is the most mysterious one. It has the least history left behind. It seems to have been distorted and concealed by some power. I thought I could unravel a portion of the family's secrets and completely expend the cryptologist's potion. Upon hearing this, Ebner's heart stirred as he immediately thought of something. He probed, "Don't tell me that you discovered the tomb of the Amon family in some book. How do you know that? You can figure that out." Emma's eyes widened. Although she didn't say it out loud, the expression on her face made it clear. It's really him. I was just making a guess. Ebner pretended to look surprised, but he sighed inwardly. So you were the one who discovered the mausoleum at the bend of the Stratford River in White Cliff Town. In that case, miss, your original ending wasn't very good. As expected of a hero detective. You really are sharp. Emma clicked her tongue in wonder. After sighing, she said to Ebner, "That's right. I previously found some records in an ancient book and determined that there was an ancient tomb near White Cliff Town. And the tomb's owner is most likely an important member of the Amon family. But as you know, I don't have much freedom. I had to sneak around at night even when I wanted to meet you. Therefore, I couldn't personally confirm the existence of the ancient tomb. As for Fani, she's only a sequence 9, and a lawyer isn't proficient in all kinds of ritualistic magic. Even if she has an extremely powerful mechanical creation, I wouldn't let her take the risk." Ebner could naturally tell what she was implying. She didn't wish for Fani to take the risk, so she deliberately brought up the topic of Amon to me the moment they met in order to garner my interest. But she didn't expect me to be so afraid of Amon, so she had no choice but to explain things clearly. Even the Church of Steam's Saint-level Archbishop nearly died there. How could a sequence 7 like me dare to join in the fun? Ebner lampooned before persuading again, based on my experience, that place must be very dangerous. Even if low and mid-sequence beyonders manage to escape by chance, they might suffer some unknown disaster in the future. I repeat, Amon is taboo. Even demigods have deep reservations about this name. But, I've already gotten Finito leak some information at a relatively high-level beyonder gathering yesterday. I didn't expect it to be that dangerous, Emma said uneasily. Her original intention was only to attract some powerful adventurers to explore the exact location of the mausoleum. Although she knew that it was dangerous, she never thought of deliberately harming others. Then whoever goes will be unlucky. There was nothing that could be done about it. The other beyonders weren't like Emma. Even if she told them that there was danger, they probably wouldn't care. After all, for unaffiliated beyonders, how could there be no danger if they wanted to obtain something? However, the danger this time was beyond their imagination. Even if it was Emma, she definitely had her suspicions. If not for the deep impression that she had left on her during the expedition to the ruins, giving her a certain degree of trust and understanding, she might have thought that she was just exaggerating. Although Emma was indeed hesitant, although she had a rash side to her personality, she was happy to listen to the opinions of others. Especially through her spiritual intuition as a cryptologist and her observation skills, she determined that what Ebner said came from the bottom of his heart. He was really thinking for her, so she decided not to probe into Amon for the time being. After I advance to become a demigod and become a powerhouse like Hazel's teacher who can fool the Church of Evernight, I'll head to Amon's mausoleum to explore. After carefully observing Emma's expression and confirming that she had really given up on exploring Amon, he heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want his friend to wear a monocle one day. Then, after comforting Emma, he asked, "Have you found anything about Baron Lamad's family?" Upon hearing that, Emma nodded and composed herself. She handed a notebook to Ebner and said with a smile, "I found the relevant records in the royal family's library. This is some of the content that I copied. I have to say, the story of the first Baron Lamad is romantic and inspirational. It's not as legendary as his sons. It's filled with the word legendary." Ebner ruminated over the word and flipped through the notebook. The first part of the story was nothing special. It was about the first Baron Lamad, who was also Baron Azek's life story. It recorded his low birth, his meritorious exploits, and how he married his former mistress after obtaining an aristocratic title. This was indeed inspirational and romantic, enough to be treated like a novel. After silently making some comments in his heart, Ebner once again read the life story of the second-generation Baron that Irma had copied. The second-generation Baron Lamad's name was Tana. When he first came to Backlund, he was Earl Wolf's Knight Squire. Relying on the sequence potions he had inherited, as well as his relatively powerful strength, he quickly stood out among the attendants. He also became good friends with Baron Kilgore, who was also an attendant back then. Due to his outstanding handling skills and dazzling battle achievements, the second-generation Baron Lamad was appreciated by William I. He then left Earl Wolf and became the king's confidant with his good friend, Baron Kilgore. In the years that followed, these two friends made plenty of contributions to the kingdom. They had both competed and cooperated with each other, and they had a good relationship. During this period of time, Emma had copied a few examples of battles after the enemy. The process was indeed legendary, allowing the king to not only allow Tana to attack the Baron, but he also made Baron Lamad his hereditary. Until a secret mission came. The details of the mission didn't seem to be found by her. She only wrote that the security clearance level was extremely high and that she didn't have enough clearance. This mission was jointly completed by the two barons, Lamud and Kilgore. However, the two later became enemies, and Kilgore had even poisoned Lamud to death. And the king's attitude towards this was simply to punish them for losing some of their property. Upon reading this, Ebner pondered for a moment and asked Emma, was the person who kept suppressing Baron Lamud also Kilgore? Emma nodded slightly and replied, it's no secret. After all, we've already become sworn enemies, so I naturally won't go easy on you. It seems like the crux of the problem lies in that secret mission. What is it? Besides, Baron Kilgore sounds familiar. Ebner muttered to himself in thought. The Kilgore family's aristocratic title was abolished more than 100 years ago. Mima added. More than 100 years ago. Back when Roselle was in power. Ebner seemed to recall something as he asked. It does seem to be the case. Emma was taken aback as she recalled before nodding. Kilgore. The former military brigadier general, a high-ranking member of MI9, Conas Kilgore, had such a surname. I wonder if it's related. Chapter 232, Ebner's Deduction. After pondering for a while, Ebner cast his gaze on the examples of Baron Lamud, the second-generation Baron Lamud who had been plagiarized by Miss Emma. In other words, the ones that were deemed rather legendary by her. From the looks of it, they were nothing special. These classic examples only made people feel that the two barons, Lamud and Kilgore, were indeed extraordinary. Many nearly impossible missions had been successfully completed by them. It could be said that they were legends. But on careful thought, there was a huge problem. How could the requirements for each mission be so harsh? In fact, the few times they survived could be attributed to good luck. Such a mission was more like a design test. Perhaps the king was training them. Then here comes the question. What's so special about them that they're worth the effort of a country's rulers to nurture them? I'm not sure about Kilgore, but Lamud's greatest uniqueness is that he's a descendant of Death, the son of the Death Consul. This uniqueness likely couldn't be hidden from the founder, Protector William I, who had observed him up close. After all, he was a sequence one hand of order. Therefore, a reasonable deduction would be that the king wanted to use the descendants of Death to obtain something somewhere, so he had customized those so-called missions to deliberately train him. It was just like how Queen Mystic was nurturing Jane. However, Lone's king clearly isn't as kind as Queen Mystic. He probably plans on killing the donkey the moment it's finished, silencing it. And Lamud must have discovered something during that so-called mysterious mission. He even tried to attract the church's attention in order to protect himself. That's why he was poisoned to death by the king with the help of his friend. Otherwise, there's no need for this. In order to not arouse the church's suspicion, the king didn't even take back Lamud's aristocratic title. Instead, he promoted a new baron and ordered Kilgore to continue suppressing him. He wanted to make this matter a private grudge and divert attention. Then, what was it that was worth it for an angel family to nurture someone to obtain it, but was also afraid that the church would learn of it? Thinking of this, I connected it to the Augustus family's vision of being manipulated by the gods to become a chess player. Ebner suddenly had an idea. Emperor Roselle once said to make a bold hypothesis and carefully verify it. I can first assume that Augustus had a plan to nurture his family members to become gods at the end of the 4th epoch and the beginning of the 5th epoch. Then, they had three choices. Learn from Solomon to become the Black Emperor, learn from the Night Emperor to become a judge, and learn from the Blood Emperor to take the risk to become a Red Priest. And at the beginning of the 5th epoch, apart from the three sequence ones and the uniqueness that might have followed Trunsoist Spectre Empire, the other sequences had a clear owner. And death had little to do with Trunsoist. The possibility of Kilgore and Lamud being used to seek out this sequence one was very slim. And even if they needed to seek it, Augustus wouldn't nurture any outsiders. There were no clear descriptions of the three sequence ones of the Black Emperor after Solomon's death, but some of them were lost, while others fell into the hands of some orthodox deity or evil god. I remember that Conas Kilgore was a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, but that wasn't a reference. After all, I didn't know if he was a beyond or characteristic passed down from his family's ancestors, or if it was bestowed by the kingdom later. However, if the Kilgore family was special and had some special connection with the Black Emperor, then it would make sense that William I had nurtured the first Baron Kilgore. They might very well have used Kilgore to find the whereabouts of a particular characteristic, but it would be difficult to obtain it for the time being. That was why they kept the family alive. All the way until Roselle became the Black Emperor, those characteristics all had the surname Yellow. The Kilgore family lost its value, so it was stripped of its aristocratic title due to some mistakes. As for the final Red Priest, it should only be a contingency plan for Augustus, or a tool used to exchange for other sequence ones. Back then, the lone royal family might have used the Conqueror characteristic to exchange for the Prince of Abolition characteristic from the Demonist sect. After all, a sequence one was only exchanged for some help from the Demonist sect. It wasn't of equal value. And at the end of the fourth epoch, at the beginning of the fifth epoch, it was not long after the death of Death and Red Priest. Perhaps the Augustus family nurtured Death's descendants precisely for the Red Priest's characteristic or uniqueness left behind by the Emperor of the Underworld. Yes, from the results, the Conqueror characteristic is more likely to be the case. Furthermore, there's a high chance that they succeeded. Baron Lamud, the second generation, must have sensed that he might be silenced, so he left a contingency to inform the church. This contingency might have garnered the attention of the church, but it wasn't taken seriously. As such, the kingdom had changed the way they executed him, reducing the possibility of the church discovered something amiss. Although this hypothesis was based on Ebner's hypothesis, it made sense logically. As long as there was concrete evidence at a few key points, it could be determined that his reasoning was valid. As for how he could verify it, there was no need for him to complete it since he already had an idea. He could hand it over to Klein and let him rack his brains. After all, this was Mr. Azek's matter. It was only right that he put in more effort. Of course, the report submitted to Klein didn't include high-end knowledge like Red Priest or Black Emperor. Ebner planned on only telling him the conclusion. As for the process of reasoning for coming to a conclusion, he would save as much as he could. Anything that couldn't be omitted would be replaced with vague terms. After organizing his thoughts, Ebner put away Emma's notebook and was about to leave. Upon seeing this, Emma pouted in dissatisfaction before calming down. From her observations, Ebner must have deduced some incredible secret after reading her notebook, but he wasn't willing to tell her a single thing. How petty. He was clearly very generous to her, and he even gave her the barbarian potion formula that she had always been begging for, but had never been able to obtain. Why was he treating her differently? However, in the end, Emma had hidden such matters from Vane before. She was rather experienced in such matters, and she quickly guessed what was on Abner's mind. She understood that he felt that it was not time for her to know those secrets. Therefore, Emma couldn't help but ask when Ebner's figure was almost at the staircase, "Ebner, can you tell me what conditions I need to meet to be qualified to explore Amon's tomb?" Upon hearing that, Ebner's feet wobbled, and he nearly stepped into the spell trap that Irma had set up. He thought in a speechless manner, so this lady hasn't completely given up on investigating Amon. The courage to pursue a monocle is truly worthy of praise and tears. Despite lampooning, Ebner turned back and said in a joking tone, "When your thoughts suddenly become chaotic one day, you realize that you're doing or have already done something very stupid. After that, you can think of Amon as you wish." With that said, he simulated his flight ability and opened the door from the roof before leaving the library. That tone of a charlatan. Those who don't know better will definitely think that you've already advanced to profit. Emma was stunned for a moment before cursing bitterly. Following that, she knitted her beautiful eyebrows and habitually decrypted it. What does chaotic thoughts mean? What does foolish matters mean? I don't feel like I have any clue at all. Is Ebner just fooling me? At 9 o'clock on Thursday morning, at the moon, at the Raphael Cemetery. Klein stood silently in a corner of the cemetery in his pure black formal suit and shirt, holding a silver inlaid cane. He listened to Roseanne's sorrowful sobbing as he watched Captain, Fry, Leonard, and Kenley carry the black coffin containing old Neil's corpse to the tombstone. Then, he silently lowered it into the grave. Finally, his gaze stopped at the epitaph engraved at the bottom of the tombstone's photograph. It came from old Neil's recent diary entry. "If I can't save her, then I'll accompany her. The Hidden Sage." Klein silently engraved the name in his mind. There were some things he couldn't do right now, but he would definitely do it in the future. At this moment, he suddenly heard resounding prayers. Seeing that old Neil's funeral was over, the Nighthawks were making their final farewell and were about to return to the company. Klein walked in front of the silent captain and said in a heavy tone, "I'll get a public carriage." The company's carriage couldn't accommodate that many people. "Go ahead. There's no rush. They should still have something to say to old Neil." Dunn said after a moment of silence. "All right." Klein nodded and quickly left the cemetery. He followed the captain's instructions and was in no hurry to get a carriage. Instead, he turned into the public bathroom of the cemetery. A wall of spirituality sealed off the space and took 4 steps counterclockwise to the Grey Fog Palace. Klein sat in the seat belonging to the Fool and emanated his spirituality to touch a constantly expanding and contracting crimson star. It was the crimson star representing the tower. After listening to the other party's request, Klein quickly responded. He then received the information provided by the tower sacrifice through the surging spirituality and rippling light. It was a notebook and a piece of paper filled with words. Klein flipped open the notebook and saw neat handwriting. It was obviously written by a lady. This isn't Miss Zio's handwriting. Although I've only watched a few live streams, Miss Zio's handwriting is a little cruder. It's also not like the Roselle diary that was handed over to the tower. It's the handwriting of the lady who copied Roselle's writing. Although it's an imitation, one can tell that the handwriting is slightly nascent. Another lady who's helping the tower. From the looks of it, Mr. Tower has many friends. After Klein quipped a few times, he immediately felt a lot better as the corners of his mouth curled up. Chapter 233, The Combined Truth. As he still needed to hire a rental carriage, Klein didn't spend too much time above the grey fog. He only took a few glances at the conclusion from the tower before returning to reality. After taking a carriage and a group of nighthawks back to the company, Klein finally finished reading the notebook after using the opportunity to head to the bathroom several times in the afternoon. Mr. Tower guessed that the Lamed family is related to the death of the fourth epoch, and the other Baron Kilgore is related to the Solomon royal family. He was used by the lone brass to conspire for a high-level item of the lawyer pathway. Only when the emperor reached the peak of the lawyer pathway was he forced to give up. So the Solomon royal family's beyonder pathway began with lawyer, but the emperor of this dynasty is collectively called Black Emperor. Is this hinting that lawyers are good at manipulating the rules? That's not right. There was probably no lawyer in that era. I wonder what its ancient name is. But isn't the emperor a beyonder of the savant pathway? Could it be that savant and lawyer can be interchanged at high levels? The emperor later switched to the lawyer pathway. Sigh, I hope Roselle's diary will mention this in the future. Yes, although Mr. Tower is only making assumptions, I have to say that he lives up to his reputation as a famous detective. Let's not talk about Kilgore. Baron Lamed, or should I say, Mr. Azek might really be related to death. Tuesday at Morristown, I tried to divine the origins of the haunting created by Mr. Azek, and I ended up seeing an inverted pyramid that extended underground. This is undoubtedly a symbol of death, an honor that only his descendants can receive. Crouching on the toilet in the bathroom, Klein thought about Mr. Tower's inference as he muttered to himself. Until the bathroom door was knocked. Klein, it's time to get off work. Roseanne's voice came from outside. I know you're very sad about old Neil's death, but don't be too sad. What does she mean? Does she think I'm secretly crying in the bathroom? Klein was speechless. He packed his clothes and walked out the door. When he saw Roseanne looking worried, he forced a smile and said, I'm fine. I just had a stomachache yesterday. Klein, I know all about it. Actually, it's the same for me, Roseanne said with a hoarse voice, as though her nostrils were blocked. She was clearly still very down. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein went home and told his sister to remember to leave dinner for him. Then, he took a trackless public carriage to Azek's house. Ding dong, ding dong. Amidst the crisp bell chimes, Azek opened the door in his white shirt and black vest. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein entered the foyer, put down his cane, took off his hat, and followed Azek to his activity room. The activity room was decorated with a fireplace, rocking chair, sofa, and coffee table. Klein sat in his usual spot. Azek lit the cigar and took a cigar to warm it up. At the same time, he asked, Have you settled the matter at Morristown? I have to thank you for that, Klein said sincerely. While he was fiddling with the cigar, he took the initiative to say, Mr. Azek, I got my friend to find a set of information regarding Baron Lamed. Oh, and that friend's inference regarding the information. You've put in a lot of effort. I have to thank you for your kind intentions, for remembering my matters all this time. Azek looked up and sized up Klein for a moment before nodding. It's my friend who's very concerned about this matter. Klein didn't take credit for it as he passed the copied information and the relevant conclusions to Mr. Azek. As for the original item, it was naturally still above the grey fog. No matter how much trust he had in Mr. Azek's character, he wouldn't hand him the item of a tarot club member. Mr. Azek didn't say a word as he solemnly received the documents. Then, he read them with a serious expression. The living room was so silent that it was almost frozen. Time ticked by. About half an hour later, Mr. Azek put down the documents and closed his eyes as though he was trying to squeeze out his memories. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and said in an emotionless tone. Upon seeing this, I recalled something. I remember that in the later stages of Baron Lamed's life, I had investigated Tana's death. And the results of my investigations back then can be used as evidence for your friend's inference. Having said that, Azek lit his previous cigar once again and pointed at the cigar case on the coffee table. Do you want one? No. Klein shook his head firmly. Meanwhile, he silently lampooned. Mr. Azek, before you lost your memories, you must have left quite a bit of wealth for yourself. Otherwise, how could a teacher who isn't even an associate professor enjoy cigars so frequently? Mr. Azek took a puff on his cigar and continued. There's only one point. The last piece of information that Tana left wasn't for the church, but for me. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of betraying the kingdom he was loyal to. But the lone royal family clearly didn't believe him. They thought that the church had received some news, so they did something unnecessary. When Klein heard this, combined with Mr. Tower's inference, he felt his heart turn ice cold. His impression of William I, who had been imprinted with £10, instantly dropped significantly. At that time, Tana didn't know that I could really see his message, so he didn't make it very clear. But there are still two things that can testify to your friend's inference. First, before the secret mission mentioned in the information, that little fellow, Kilgore, had actually explored another ruin with a member of the Augustus family named Gru. I don't know the exact process, but ever since then, Tana accidentally discovered that Kilgore was no longer Kilgore. And after that mission, the Kilgore family was bestowed with a Grade 1 sealed artifact, Concerto of Light and Shadow. This is, because the first Baron Kilgore found an item he couldn't get his hands on, so he was silenced and replaced. After all, the royal family only needed to control Kilgore's bloodline, and the Baron himself, who knew some of the truth, naturally couldn't keep it. Otherwise, it would increase the risk of exposing the secret. As for the Concerto of Light and Shadow, could it be formed from the true Baron Kilgore's beyonder characteristic? Just as Klein thought of this, he heard Mr. Azek continue. Second, the location of Tana's last mission should be somewhere dangerous in the underworld. According to his guess, it should be the ruins of death. It was precisely in such an environment that Tana was able to leave some messages for me. Unfortunately, Augustus, who was monitoring him, misunderstood. That child was actually determined to return to the underworld to complete his last mission. With that said, Mr. Azek stood up and sucked at his cigar at the activity room's window. Only when Klein finished digesting what he had said did he say, "By the way, I'll be leaving Tingen soon." "Why?" Klein asked in surprise. "Didn't you say that you were going to find the mastermind who affected my fate and stole your child's skull?" Azek held his cigar and explained with a sigh. "The target might have noticed my attention and investigation. There hasn't been any movement recently, leaving me with zero clues. Therefore, I plan to leave Tingen for Backlund for the time being. On the one hand, the information from before touched me quite a bit. Perhaps I should use this clue to find traces of my memory loss. On the other hand, it will lower the target's guard." "That's right." Mr. Azek's last memory loss was near Backlund University. "Unfortunately, you can't find a red chimney house for me." Klein nodded solemnly and said, "I will pay close attention to this matter. Once the target takes action and exposes himself, I will inform you immediately." "Well, Mr. Azek, how can I inform you in time?" In Klein's opinion, if Azek was a descendant of death, or if he had some connection with death, his strength should be close to that of the corpse collector sequence. He definitely had the means to create something similar to Daly's messenger. In other words, this could prove whether Azek was related to death, or if he was his descendant. Azek took a puff of his cigar and thought for more than 10 seconds. He took out an accessory from his left sleeve. It was an exquisite, ancient copper whistle. There were many strange patterns that filled it with a mysterious charm. "This is an item I carried with me when I woke up in Backlund. As long as you blow it, you can summon a messenger that belongs to me." The Tussock River ran through Backlund, leaving behind many docks. Jane Grant, or should I say, the present Jane, was wearing a black hooded robe as she slowly walked down the inner river liner. She saw people coming and going at the harbor. Countless workers were sweating as the scene was bustling and noisy. Just as she was about to sigh, she heard a deep sigh from behind her, revealing her inner thoughts. "Long time no see, Backlund." Jane couldn't help but look back. It was a man with a head of blue seaweed and a bishop's robe of the Church of Storms. Chapter 234, Sensation. Bishop of the Church of Storms. From the airfield, he should be a sailor who has been drifting out at sea for extended periods of time. The captain of an official private ship. With her foresight from more than a month of experience on the future, Jane made a judgment. However, she didn't pay too much attention to it. She quickly retracted her gaze, got her bearings, and left the harbor. As for the bishop, he didn't seem to notice her sizing him up, as though she didn't exist at all. At this moment, Backlund, which had no sun, was once again covered in dark clouds and drizzling. Out of the harbor, Jane frowned and took out an umbrella from her luggage. Then, she quickly circled to a nearby street, and her body turned corporeal from its previous nearly transparent state. Then, she stopped a rental carriage and admired the Backlund street scenery in the drizzle as she headed for the Bravehearts bar in the bridge area. She was still wanted by the Church of the Lord of Storms, so it wasn't suitable for her to visit Ebner openly. Furthermore, she had agreed to help Nina and Frank buy some materials when she returned, but her understanding of the Backlund Beyonder circle was limited to Marek and Sharon. That was why she came to them first. It was already 8 in the evening by the time they entered the noisy bar. With a spirit medium's sensitivity towards the undead, Jane was able to acutely notice several zombies with just a few glances. Upon seeing this, she didn't head to the bar counter to order some drinks. Instead, she pulled down her hood to reveal her true face. Following that, she circled the boxing ring and prepared to leave. She waited for Miss Sharon or Marek to appear on the carriage outside. At this moment, the door to the billiard room creaked open. Kaspers, who was wearing a linen shirt, limped out with a newspaper in hand. His turbid eyes glanced over when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes as though he couldn't believe it. Following that, he exhaled and asked, "Miss, how may I help you?" "There's no need for that for the time being. I'm only here to meet an old friend," Jane said with a warm smile. She naturally recognized the old man. Back when she had just become a beyonder, she had entrusted him to call her over to Ebner. As she spoke, she saw that the newspaper she was holding was News at Sea. On it was a rather eye-catching title. Shocking. Admiral Pale killed the kingdom's Navy admiral and has a bounty raised to £20,000. He's officially listed as a pirate admiral. Admiral Pale. I heard from Captain that she seems to be an upright and stubborn lady who seldom kills. How did that Navy admiral provoke her? Jane was surprised, but she didn't show it. She just nodded at Kaspers, walked around the crowd, and pushed open the door to leave the Bravehearts bar. Kaspers looked at her back and rubbed his temples. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. That fellow, Ebner, became a famous detective in Backlund in a short period of time. The girls he knows aren't simple either. Miss Zio's reputation as an arbiter is very famous in Eastborough, the dock area, and the bridge area. It's said that she's very powerful. The lady who disguised herself as a man last time even made Marek very afraid. As for this Miss Jane, I remember that she was only a weak young lady 2 months ago. But just now, just a casual look at me made me feel out of breath. After leaving the house, Jane boarded the rental carriage from before and cast her gaze out the window, waiting for Miss Sharon to appear. Of course, she had already conveyed her desire to meet through the zombies. She believed that they would respond regardless of their willingness. Silently, Jane's spiritual perception was triggered as she turned her head to look at the window. On the glass that could reflect the night, a young lady wearing a small black bonnet and a gothic regal dress clearly appeared. Turning back, Jane saw Miss Sharon sitting opposite her. Her pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale face looked no different from before. "Good evening, Miss Sharon," Jane greeted her. She had received a few days of her education, so she was rather familiar with her. Sharon bowed in return and said simply, "I sense danger from you." So Marek didn't dare to come over to meet. Jane immediately understood what Sharon meant. She vaguely explained, "I had some fortuitous encounters after I went out to sea." Sharon nodded slightly and didn't ask further. She asked in an illusory voice, "Why did you come?" "I need the items on this list. It's best if they can be prepared within 2 days. I can pay an additional 10 to 20%. Jane didn't beat around the bush as she took out a piece of paper and handed it to Miss Sharon. Sharon took it and looked at it carefully before saying, £800. £100 is the handling fee. In addition, you have to pay an advance of £100. Deal. Without bargaining, Jane handed over the money. After all, this wasn't for her to buy things for herself. Sharon put away the gold pounds and looked quietly at Jane with her blue eyes. "In 2 or 3 months, Marek and I will launch a counterattack against the Indulgence faction." Pyromaniac. Before she could finish her sentence, Jane interrupted her. She asked in a cold voice, "Will that werewolf be here too?" Tyre was definitely there. Sharon said with certainty. "Then, you must inform me before you take action." "I'll give you the method to summon my messenger later," Jane said in an emotionless tone. The werewolf had torn apart her mother and destroyed her family, forcing her father to sacrifice his life in exchange for a chance of survival. The scene of that night was still fresh in her mind. If not for the Indulgence faction having a demigod protecting them in Backlund, she would have long killed the werewolf with her own hands. "All right." Miss Sharon looked at Jane quietly, her blue eyes void of emotion. In the villa at Sherwood Burrows King Street, after having dinner, he had wanted to return to his study to read, but at that moment, the grey fog appeared before his eyes once again. A moment later, Ebner, who received Mr. Fool's reply, fell into deep thought. The final destination of the second Baron Lamud was some ruin in the underworld. It's no wonder the Augustus family went through the effort to nurture a descendant of death. After all, in that place, only a descendant of death can succeed. Baron Kilgore died during the previous mission. Was he replaced later? It's no wonder that the second Baron Lamud would fall out with his good friend. Concerto of Light and Shadow. I remember that this item appeared in the original. It was bestowed to Brigadier General Conas Kilgore by the king. Could it really be forged from the Beyonder characteristic of Kilgore's ancestor? However, I remember that the item also has the Beyonder characteristic of the Arbiter pathway mixed in. Could it be that Kilgore finally saw through the kingdom's intention of silencing him, and he perished together with the person in charge of monitoring him? That resulted in the formation of this item with 2 pathway characteristics. After making random guesses, Ebner discovered that the Knowledge Keeper potion showed no signs of digesting. Clearly, his acting had failed. Sapphira Castle is indeed a hidden place. There's no feedback from guarding it. Perhaps I can find a chance to talk to Mr. Azek in person. With a sigh, Ebner put away his regret and began his fixed studies every night. As a beyonder of the reader pathway, studying was a daily occurrence. Just as Ebner received the news from Mr. Fool, a man covered in black spots in an old warehouse in the factory district suddenly stirred and stood up. An ancient gem pendant hung from his sleeve. He had previously obtained it from a member of the secret order. The gem pendant naturally swayed before pointing in the direction of Sherwood Borough. Sapphira Castle. The man let out a hoarse whisper, his tone filled with excitement. Chapter 235, Prelude. Sapphira Castle. After saying this word, the black spots on the man's face miraculously peeled off, revealing a handsome face. After a few seconds, the man's brown eyes became lively and no longer as rigid as before. Sapphira Castle is indeed the nemesis of my corruption. Just using some of the remnant aura on this pendant to stir the power emitted by Sapphira Castle has allowed me to temporarily regain my lucidity. The man, who still had some dark spots on his cheeks, muttered to himself before checking his condition. He then said thoughtfully, "That cursed item that possesses me seems to have been corrupted by something of an extremely high level. It actually reached a strange balance with the underground corruption in my body. That's why I have the chance to control my body. Aston, my decision back then was correct. After sleeping together in this era, we finally have the possibility of escaping the corruption." After ranting for quite a while, the man looked in the direction of Sherwood Borough once again and said with some regret, "Unfortunately, Sapphira Castle disappeared after an instant. We didn't manage to pinpoint its exact location. But it doesn't matter. The direction is correct. Aston, you can't wait to meet me again, right?" Backlund, in a villa at the harbor. The machinery hive mind and MI9's high-ranking members sat on both sides of a long table in the hall, quietly waiting. And at the seat of honor, there were 3 chairs, and now 2 of them were occupied. They were the Church of Steam's Archbishop, Oramic Haydn, and a saint wearing a golden mask from MI9. A few minutes later, Deacon Acancer walked in from the outside. He took off his hat, pressed down his fluffy but not soft hair, and sat in the first seat on the left. His hands were already occupied by the members of the machinery hive mind. Opposite him, diagonally across him were MI9 high-ranking officers. They had all been summoned by the Backlund Archbishop, Oramic Haydn, and the military saint for a meeting. The Archbishop, who was dressed in a white priest robe, looked like an ordinary old man. He glanced at the empty seat beside him and asked the military saint, "Why hasn't His Excellency Snake arrived yet?" The Church of Storm seems to be searching for Vice Admiral Hurricane's whereabouts recently. "Perhaps they've been held back by something," the golden-masked military demigod said with a chuckle. Archbishop Oramic looked at his watch again and nodded. "It's time. Since His Excellency Snake hasn't arrived yet, let's not wait for him. We can report the results to the mandated punishers after the meeting." With that said, he looked around and gently said, "Let's start with Acancer. Tell me in sequence about the investigation over the past few days." Acancer Bernard pulled at his hair, took out the ancient silver mirror, a Rhodes, from a special pocket in his clothes, and placed it in front of him. Upon seeing this mirror, the members of MI9, who had experienced the previous incident at the dock area's workshops, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Only Kanzlierson, who was seated for the first time by the military saint, sized up the silver mirror in puzzlement. He didn't understand why his colleagues would reveal such serious expressions. As Acancer flipped through the thick documents, he succinctly reported, "Your Grace, Your Excellency, we are in charge of the missing members of the secret order in the dock area. After a thorough investigation and with the help of the corresponding beyonder methods, we have confirmed that 1-025's target is a person named Regents from the secret order. To be precise, he bought an antique from Constant City. As for the other members of the secret order, they were only implicated. According to the information provided by the Church of Storm's high-ranking deacon, Mr. Stewart, that antique was even exchanged from the Antigonus family's notebook. Although Regents regretted it greatly afterward and even sent someone to Tingen to retrieve the lost notebook, he didn't succeed. However, even if it was just a spur of the moment, it also means that the antique isn't simple. Otherwise, how could a high-ranking member of the secret order stationed in Lone so easily make such a decision?" At the mention of Stewart, Acancer suddenly sighed. This gentleman was actually quite a nice person. Back when he was punished by a Rhodes's lightning, it was the other party who had treated him. Unfortunately, he hadn't reminded him out of some psychological reason, which completely destroyed his reputation among the 2 churches and the military. Regardless, Mr. Stewart's sacrifice pointed us in the direction of our investigation. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what 1-025 really cares about. Acancer slowly exhaled and continued his report. As for the investigation of the dock area and the factory district, the situation isn't ideal. As the personnel flow is too high, we are unable to accurately know who disappeared recently. Oromik listened quietly and muttered to himself, it can't always be like this in the dock area and the factory district. It seems like the necessary reforms are necessary. That's something that requires the cabinet and parliamentary gentlemen to consider. The military saint shrugged. Then, he signaled to Kantz with his eyes to report on the progress of his side. Upon seeing this, Kantz stood up and bowed. Then, he solemnly reported. We have also obtained preliminary results from our investigations of the identity of the target of 1-025's possession. As 1-025 was lost in Delaire Forest, the target of its possession should be around there. And the black spots on its body, as well as the characteristics of a gatekeeper, we guess that it's the result of a beyonder from the corpse collector pathway losing control. Therefore, it's very likely that it possesses a demigod corpse of the corpse collector pathway in an ancient tomb. After further investigation, we narrowed down the target to 3. First, more than 100 years ago, a beyonder named John once lived in the town of Kanva. The hotel in the town was built according to his specific style. According to our investigations, although there are no beyonder traces, this building has an extremely strong ritualistic style. As for this man named John, his whereabouts were unknown, and he might have died near the town of Kanva. Second, it was Baron Kanva before and after the Battle of the Violated Oath. This baron's fief was around there, and he died in an extremely bizarre manner. His castle and fief were buried by a landslide. However, this baron only had the strength of a mid-sequence beyonder when he was alive, so it's unlikely that he affected 1-025. Therefore, we don't think it's very likely. The third is the captain of Duke West's guard, who was at the same time as Baron Conrad. The records say that the Duke's wife went missing, and the Duke sent his captain to search for her, but she also disappeared in Delaire Forest. After hearing him, Archbishop Oromik pondered for a moment, looked around at the members of the gathering, and concluded. From the looks of it, we haven't fully grasped the situation. There are 3 things that cannot be confirmed. First, 2-111 previously indicated that 1-025 possesses a very high level of intelligence. Therefore, is the one controlling that body 1-025 or the body's consciousness? Second, what is the antique that the secret order member bought? What's so special about it? Third, what is its goal? Since it has intelligence, it can't be doing things based on instinct like before. 2-111 referred to the magic mirror, a Rhodes. Everyone fell silent as they considered the Archbishop's question. At this moment, the golden-masked military demigod suddenly said. Kantz, ask 2-111 who's controlling that body. Is it finally my turn to perform? Your Excellency previously asked me if I was willing to sacrifice myself because you need me to use a sealed artifact. So that's how it is. From the looks of it, the negative effects of the sealed artifact can be very painful. That's why my colleagues were so afraid just now. Looking at his superior and then at his colleagues, Kant's blood boiled. He stood up straight and replied. Yes, sir. Chapter 236, Approaching. What a good lad. The golden-masked military saint praised approvingly. Then, he looked at Archbishop Oromik and asked with a smile, Your Grace, what do you think? Although they had communicated beforehand, this was, after all, a grade 2 sealed artifact. He had to ask a symbolic question to show his respect. Oromik Haydn subconsciously drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest and said benevolently, The Lord will bless you, child. With that, he looked at Icancer, signaling him to briefly explain how 2-111 was used. After receiving the hint, Icancer looked at Kantz with pity and forced a smile. As an MI9 officer, you should have heard of sealed artifacts and know that they have certain negative effects. The side effect of a Rhodes is that it will raise a question to you in an equivalent manner after answering your question. If you can't answer it, you will be punished by it. Of course, it sometimes asks you to do certain things. But believe me, directly accepting the punishment is the best choice. So that's how it is. From the looks of it, the question posed by this mirror is very high-end, to the point that most people can't answer it. That's why they're afraid of its punishment. However, since I've already made up my mind, I'm not afraid of the pain that punishment will bring me. Those questions don't mean much to me. With this in mind, Kant's gaze became even firmer. He walked around the long table, took 2 steps forward, and carefully observed the silver mirror out of curiosity. He discovered that, apart from the strange patterns and the 2-eyed attire, there was nothing special about the sealed artifact. So, he retracted his gaze and asked solemnly, Your Eminence, please tell me how to use it. There's nothing special about it. All you have to do is touch its surface 3 times and respectfully ask him questions. In addition, the entire process has to be watched by others. If it's just you, it won't answer any questions, Icancer answered without elaborating. I see. Kantz nodded, but he was mumbling inwardly. Why does someone have to be watching? What's wrong with him? Does this mirror enjoy excitement? For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring, so he didn't have the time to think too deeply about it. He took a deep breath, picked up the ancient silver mirror, and gently stroked it 3 times with his right hand. Honorable Rhodes, my question is, who is in charge of 1-025's possession? Kantz asked according to his superior's instructions. The surface of the silver mirror shimmered slightly, quickly outlining the scene of a man with black spots covering his face lowering a simple gemstone pendant. Then, Ikanser, the nearby deacon of the machinery hive mind, and the MI9 officers saw the black spots on the man's face gradually peel off, revealing a handsome and mature face. And in the void behind him, there were 3 colors: blood, black, and gray. At this moment, under the influence of the blueprint, all the members of the machinery hive mind and MI9 inexplicably guessed the truth. The man in this scene was restrained by the power of 3 different colors and regained control of his body. At this moment, the scene in the mirror jumped and presented an external scene. It was a scene of a factory building in a drizzle, as well as the Tussock River, which was potholed by the rain as it silently flowed past the factory district. At this point, the scene changed once again. On the banks of the slightly turbid Tussock River, several tramps hiding under the bridge under the heavy rain suddenly turned into dolls before being sucked into the illusory door. Right on the heels of that, the scene changed once again. This time, the lights of a bar that operated at night suddenly went out. Then, the door opened once again, and several black figures entered. The bar fell completely silent. That factory seemed to be a factory district. 1-025, no, that possessed man is actually still in the factory district. Ikanser frowned slightly. Unfortunately, I can't recognize which factory it is. Otherwise, I could have gone to capture it now. However, the 3 colors that Rhodes displayed should represent 3 different powers. And with the 3 powers balanced against each other, the one leading the body might very well be the original personality of the possessed corpse. He quickly analyzed it with a standardized sentence, but he thought in surprise. Rhodes seems to be in a good mood today. It actually gave so many details. No. I can't let my guard down. The more it gives, the more terrifying the questions it raises in the future. On the other side, Kant said in surprise, that person's appearance after the black spots peeled off. Is he Baron Conva from 700 years ago? I saw his portrait when I was reading the documents. Baron Conva. From the looks of it, the so-called mudflow that buried the castle was very problematic. He must have quite a secret, the golden-masked military saint said thoughtfully. At this moment, Archbishop Oramic Haydn suddenly said, I just compared those scenes. I discovered something. The first and second scenes might very well be what happened now or just now. And the latter 2 should be things that have yet to happen. What didn't happen? That's right. It's the rain in the scene. In the past few days, it's only drizzling tonight. And in the last 2 paintings, the tramp on the bridge was clearly hiding from the heavy rain. Then, this scene might very well be the scene in the latter half of the night or the next few nights. And there aren't many people in the bar for the final portrait. It should be almost dawn. If Rhodes really gave the scene in the order of time, then I'll boldly guess that the latter 2 paintings most likely happened between dawn. Ikanser, who was most familiar with Rhodes, instantly made a guess and judgment. Everyone in the hall, including the 2 saints, nodded slightly when they heard this. Archbishop Oramic stood up and said in a rare serious tone. If that's really the case, then it's obvious that Baron Conva is constantly moving west from the factory district. He might be looking for something. But he clearly has the corruption of a high-ranking existence. We can't let him go no matter what. The bridge area and the Cherwood and West Borough are currently in danger. The golden-masked military saint nodded. Just as he was about to issue an order, Rhodes grew impatient from waiting. Bloody words appeared on the mirror's surface. With a skip of his heartbeat, Ikanser immediately felt that the mirror might be angry. He once again looked at Kantz in pity and lowered his head in guilt. At that moment, Kantz also understood that he was about to face a problem. He pulled himself together and looked at the mirror. The blood-like word squirmed and quickly formed a question. Why were you dressed in female clothes the day before your 16th birthday? With a hum, the color in Kantz's face drained as it flushed red. At 9 o'clock at night, in the garden villa in Cherwood Borough, Ebner was verifying a type of ritualistic magic according to the description of the Book of Dead. But suddenly, the wall of spirituality he had set up was touched, so he could only stop and open the door to the study. Standing outside the door was Mr. Skade. He said apologetically, Detective Bryan, I'm sorry to disturb you. However, it's your friend, Miss Fanny, who is visiting. Fanny? At this time? Ebner looked at his watch, feeling extremely surprised. However, since the other party had braved the rain so late at night, it was obvious that he had something urgent to tend to. As expected, once they reached the first floor, Ebner saw Miss Fanny, who had been drenched by the rain and wore an anxious look on her face, quickly walk up and say, Ebner, something happened. Don't worry. Take your time. Urging won't solve the problem. Ebner comforted her before asking in a deep voice, what happened? Emma told me about a tomb of a great noble from the 4th epoch. She wanted me to leak some information. Fani said incoherently. Did someone discover the tomb, only to disappear shortly after returning? Ebner asked calmly. He didn't panic, because such an outcome was normal. Yes. You can even deduce that. Fani composed herself and looked at Ebner with surprise and admiration. That's because there's no need to make any deductions. Ebner sighed and comforted her once again, don't blame yourself too much. They should have thought of the risks before exploring the tomb. I'm not blaming myself. It's just that just a moment ago, the bar where the gathering was held was jointly sealed off by the machinery hive mind and MI9. I am worried. Miss Fani said uneasily. A joint seal. For the first time, Ebner frowned. Chapter 237, all here. Joint seal. Just a few Beyonders disappeared after investigating the mausoleum. Logically speaking, the officials shouldn't have had such an intense reaction. Furthermore, if the officials were really investigating the matter regarding Amon's mausoleum, this lady in front of him wouldn't have had the chance to appear. After working with Cullen, Judy, and the other barons, Ebner knew what the official Beyonder teams were like. If they really wanted to obtain information, they wouldn't stand on ceremony with the low-level Beyonders at the gathering. After all, as long as they were caught, there was always a way to get them to speak. After pondering for a moment, Ebner deliberated over his words and asked, Fani, were you at a gathering? Which bar? How did you get out? Fani took a sip of the black tea that Ebner had specially gotten his servant to prepare. After stabilizing her panic, she replied. After I received the barbarian potion formula you gave me, I've been attending various Beyonder gatherings over the past few days in a bid to purchase the core horn crystal of the Earth Rhinoceros. That gathering was held at the Dragon Tooth Bar, 22 Tucker Street near the bridge area. The level of this gathering isn't low, and it's even possible for high-level Beyonders to participate. Therefore, we received the news before MI9 and the machinery hive mind arrived, allowing us to leave in time. Yes, my carriage encountered a team from the machinery hive mind and MI9 before it left that street. I recognized 2 of the members, so I confirmed their identities. Upon hearing this, Ebner interrupted, you weren't stopped or questioned. No. Fani shook her head. She had just realized that something was amiss, so she hesitantly guessed, my carriage was borrowed from a friend. Perhaps it's because they know the emblem on the carriage. Although I don't know exactly what Miss Fane's identity is, I think it has something to do with the officials. The friend she mentioned shouldn't be someone of low status. It might even be about the same as Miss Emma. However, this isn't the reason why the officials don't conduct inspections or stop us from interrogating them. For them to so easily allow the Beyonders of the gathering to leave, it means that the officials aren't here for them at all, but for that bar. Or perhaps there's something near the bar that they're more concerned about. 1-025. Devil Dog. Or Kalangos. No, Kalangos doesn't have that much face. The investigation of the Devil Dog was mainly done by the Nighthawks and the police. Could it be that the official prophecy or divination had found traces of 1-025, so they had set up the surveillance in advance? A Rhodes was used. Of course, it might also be some other case that I'm not sure about. With this in mind, Ebner briefly shared his thoughts with Fane. He only left out his guess about the official target. Fani was already very convinced by Ebner's reasoning skills, so she was immediately relieved when she heard him. But after relaxing, the lady quickly felt that her clothes weren't very comfortable. When she looked down, she realized that the cloth had clung tightly to her body due to the rain. It was rather uncomfortable. She pursed her lips and pretended to be embarrassed. Ebner, can I take a shower and hang the clothes here to dry, and stay the night? Ebner traced her gaze and looked away. He didn't feel embarrassed. After all, he had already admired this lady's figure when she was trying on the wolf armor. However, when he heard Fani's request, he finally realized what was going on. He hadn't noticed it the entire time, but now he had a vague feeling that he might have been tricked by her. Since Fani could recognize the members of the official team, there was a high chance that the other party could recognize her. Even if the officials had matters to tend to and didn't have the time to bother with her, it was very likely that they would find out why the young lady had traveled by carriage at night. That's why she came to me, and not to look for her more trusted Emma, right? Is she using me as a scapegoat? When the investigation is done, there's an 80% chance that she would say that she's meeting me privately, right? Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that this lady was hot-headed and found someone familiar without any hesitation. Although he was a little speechless, he wasn't a petty person. Furthermore, with his special status, the officials wouldn't cause him any trouble over such a trivial matter. Therefore, he tacitly accepted Fani's request and nodded. I'll get Mrs. Skade to prepare some clothes and a guest room for you. Furthermore, the rain outside was getting heavier, and he could hear sounds inside the house. It was indeed unsuitable for him to continue heading out. Then, he pondered for a moment and added, "Don't do it again." Regardless of whether the young lady understood him or not, Ebner got up and greeted Madame Scade. Under her surprised gaze, he briefly told her about Miss Fanny's stay and asked her to prepare it. "Thank you for taking me in, Ebner." Miss Fanny got up and curtsied with her illusory dress before following Mrs. Scade to the guest room. After settling the uninvited guests, Ebner returned to the study on the third floor, intending to sleep after reading some more books. However, the moment he entered the study, he acutely noticed something disharmonious. His heart skipped a beat. One had to know that the study was connected to his secret storage room. Some mystical items, extra charms, and beyonder ingredients were sealed there. He had set up many ritualistic magic and curse traps. And for someone to bypass his arrangements without being discovered by him meant that something was amiss. Therefore, he immediately became extremely wary. Not only did he activate the Eye of Wight, but he also wore the Ring of Light and Hand of Wisdom glove. At that moment, a black fog suddenly filled the study. Then, a beautiful figure slowly appeared at the source of the fog. It was none other than his classmate, Jane Grant. "Ebner, it's me." "Heh, why do we get so nervous every time we meet?" Jane looked at the wary Ebner and joked. "That's your problem. Who asked you to appear in the same way as the female ghost every time you come, always in the middle of the night?" Ebner lampooned inwardly as he carefully sized up Jane. He discovered that this lady had changed quite a bit from when they met at Enmat Harbor more than a month ago. Her hair has grown longer, and the color has become even darker. It's almost out of the golden category. However, her temperament has softened, and she's no longer as cold as before. It's a good change. Seeing that the other party was only looking at her and not saying anything, Jane deliberately circled around and asked in a teasing tone, "Which one of us is more beautiful?" "You're prettier, but Fanny has a better figure." After this thought popped up in his mind, Ebner shook his head without answering the question. Instead, he asked, "Jane, when did you come back?" Jane didn't press further. She had asked in order to eliminate the unfamiliarity that she hadn't seen in a long time. She closed the distance and replied with a smile, "I just arrived in Backlund today and came to see you. I originally wanted to suddenly appear to scare you, but I never expected that I would be so well hidden that even I was detected. You really are very powerful." After learning that the visitor was Jane, Ebner no longer felt puzzled that his ritual had been so easily seen through. After all, he had set up the Book of Dead at the core of the study, the book with special powers. And Jane was clearly more familiar with the book, so she was able to easily bypass the traps. However, Ebner was even more curious about Jane's method of hiding herself. After all, even his white eye hadn't been able to see through her hiding method. Since he didn't see it, there was no way to analyze it, so he didn't learn it. "Did you drive some invisible spirit just now?" Ebner asked, unwilling to give up. "It's a spirit with an extremely weak presence. I borrowed some of its powers, and it's here now." Jane covered her mouth and chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ebner carefully checked it a few times, but he failed to find anything. All he could do was give up. The white eye's efficiency at analyzing spirit bodies was indeed very low. After a silent sigh, Ebner and Jane talked about their experiences over the past few days. "You actually went through so much in a month. It's no wonder you were given the title of hero detective, even though it sounds a little fake now." Ebner's experience made Jane worry at times, sometimes holding her stomach, sometimes angry, sometimes sad. Finally, she sighed. Ebner held his forehead and said in a speechless manner, "Since you know the details, stop mentioning that title. Although those weren't your intentions, from the outcome, and from the perspective of the victims, you can live up to the word hero." Jane first gave an affirmative answer before changing the subject. "Ebner, did you write to ask me about the ancestor's tomb because of Baron Conva who was possessed by 1-025, as well as the very unique internal structure of the old John in Conva town?" "That's right. It's mainly because I feel that I seem to have some special fate with 1-025. I might encounter it one day, so I want to know more about the person it possesses," Ebner nodded and said seriously. After pondering for a moment, Jane deliberated and said, "Regarding the exact situation of the adventure, I can't tell you because I signed a contract with that important figure. I can only tell you the following. First, the ancestor's mausoleum isn't in the underworld, but deep within Calderon City in the spirit world. The effects of the ruins in the Berserk Sea are similar to the ritual building built by the Baron of Conva town. It's just that after Emperor Rosel's renovations, the passage there is more stable and two-way. Even if that Baron Conva, who might be my ancestor, successfully completes the ritual, allowing the mausoleum to temporarily overlap with Calderon City's tomb, it's still possible to enter and not exit." Rosel. He really did enter Ancestor Jane's mausoleum. In that case, the death card might very well be there. I wonder if it's in Jane's hands or Bernadette's. Yes, it might very well be the latter. One of the reasons why she sent Jane to explore that ruin was probably because of that card of blasphemy. However, he is sleeping deep in Calderon City. Could it be another contingency of death? I remember that when I was talking to Klein, it was said that death might have other hidden trump cards. Just as he thought of this, he heard Jane continue. Second, I guess that Mr. John, who built old John's in more than 100 years ago, might have succeeded. This is because I found his corpse and spirit in my ancestor's mausoleum. Heh, that book of dead actually originates from him. Along with that book are his diary entries. The content recorded in the diary matches what you said about old John. I guess that the inn originally had more underground buildings. That was the main body of the ritual, but after a brief overlap with the ancestor's mausoleum, it self-destructed. Third, I ultimately failed to enter the main hall of the ancestor's mausoleum, so I don't know the exact situation inside. I don't know exactly who he is either. I remember that the Baron's diary mentioned that the illegitimate child he gave himself and Lady Aston had been named John. Could it be that the illegitimate child had lived for centuries and had finally waited for the best opportunity more than 100 years ago to successfully enter the mausoleum? In the end, he died there because he couldn't come out. Not necessarily. There were many generations of lone father and son who shared the same name. It was also possible that they were the descendants of the illegitimate son, John. As her thoughts raced, Ebner sensed Jane calling her ancestor, so he repeated solemnly, him. Yes. He. That's the only thing I can confirm. Jane nodded heavily. Ebner fell silent for a moment and didn't ask further. He looked at the clock and saw that it was almost noon. Thinking that Jane no longer had a home in Backlund, he said with a smile. It's late today, let's talk tomorrow. I can only trouble you to stay in the study for the night. Jane was still wanted by the Church of Storms, and her identity couldn't be exposed, so it wasn't appropriate for her to implicate the ordinary couple. There was no way to arrange a guest room. It's fine. This sofa in the study is very comfortable. Jane didn't mind. The conditions at sea were much worse than here. After that, he secretly brought some food and beverages from the kitchen to the study before bidding Jane good night and returning to his bedroom to get some rest. However, it seemed like many things were destined to happen tonight. Just as Ebner was changing into his pajamas and preparing to go to bed, there was a sudden knock on the glass of the bedroom. Zio's wet figure was pressed against the window from the heavy rain. What's going on today? Could it be that there are still girls meeting at night in the true meaning of the Wheel of Fortune? Ebner couldn't help but lampoon. Then, having no choice but to resign himself to his fate, he got up from the bed, opened the window, and let Zio in. Ebner, I was urgently summoned by MI9. But I have a bad feeling. Chapter 238, Layers of Preparations. Urgent recruitment. As Ebner asked, he handed a pillowcase to Zio, allowing her to wipe the rain that kept dripping down her hair. After becoming a Sequence 7 interrogator, MI9 gave me another badge for emergency contact. Zio received the pillowcase and didn't mind it. She randomly wiped her messy blonde hair and wiped away the excess water. Only then did she take out a cracked badge and showed it to Ebner. Then, she continued, it was destroyed after receiving the conscription order. It should be a one-time use beyonder item for communication. Using such an item to send out emergency conscription. It might be very dangerous. After using the white eye to analyze it simply, he said with a serious expression. At the same time, he thought of how the dragon tooth bar at the Fani gathering had been sealed off by MI9 and the machinery hive mind. There had to be a connection between the two. Could it be that the two official organizations failed to capture the target despite using so many hands and ended up letting the target escape, so they summoned a large number of people to perform a search? That's not right. From the urgency of the conscription. Perhaps something unexpected happened. Zio pursed her lips and nodded. She said seriously, I also have a bad feeling. So when I passed by your house, I thought of coming up to borrow the Solomon gold coin. Zio and Furz's new rental apartment was also in Sherwood Borough, not far from the Garden Villa on King's Street. Didn't you think of pretending that you didn't hear the conscription? What a silly girl with a sense of responsibility and justice. Ebner secretly sighed, but he quickly did a mental calculation. If MI9's target was really Baron Conva who was possessed by 1-025, then Zio's trip would probably be very dangerous. Ignoring the terror of the cursed item itself, just the underground corruption from the Baron's body alone is something Zio can't withstand if some of it leaks. Yes, MI9 might have summoned so many external staff to prevent the corruption from spreading. If I, unfortunately, guessed it right. What should I do to help Zio? It's unrealistic to follow them personally. Ignoring the fact that this is a secret mission of the official organizations, my appearance as an outsider will definitely attract attention. The Demoness invisibility could fool low and mid-sequence beyonders, but it couldn't fool a demigod powerhouse. Even if I were to really obtain the tacit approval of the military and the Church of Steam, I wouldn't have the ability to resist a grade 1 sealed artifact and underground corruption. Originally, Zio and Furs had explored the ancient castle, and after being corrupted, they had relied on Mr. Fool to use Sapphire Castle to kill the poison. Eh? That's right. I can't do it, but that doesn't mean that Klein can't. Besides, if I remember correctly, the Feast of Blood records the secret deed ritual. Mr. Fool should have learned how to use it to stir the power of Sapphire Castle ahead of time. With this in mind, he confirmed with Zio once again, was the gathering place in the conscription notice you received near the Dragon Tooth Bar on Tucker Street. It's indeed not too far away, Zio replied after some thought. Following that, she saw the solemn look on Ebner's face. She couldn't help but ask, Ebner, do you know something again? Ebner nodded and without hiding anything, told Zio all the information he knew about 1-025 and Baron Kanga. Finally, he couldn't help but persuade her. If you head over now, you might very well encounter 1-025. It's very dangerous. It's best you don't go. Zio pursed her lips, clearly hesitant. However, her eyes quickly turned firm as she looked straight into Ebner's eyes and said, Ebner, thank you for the warning and advice. But that golden masked superior of mine has not treated me shabbily. I can't run away because of the danger when he needs my help. Besides, I have many friends living in the bridge area. I can't forgive myself if I throw them into a hopeless situation because of my fear of danger. Also, if I had to retreat from the possibility of danger, how could I have the courage to continue exploring the truth of my father's grievance? My father in the goddess's divine kingdom wouldn't agree either. Finally, once I go against the order, I'll probably be severely punished by MI9. I might even have to flee again. That way, not only will it be difficult to know the truth of my father's injustice, but even my mother and brother might be implicated as a result. Upon hearing Zio's decisive confession, Ebner suddenly recalled what Klein had said to Danitz before he saved her at Bansi Harbor. They're all people who use light. As expected of the future misjudgment. However, Zio seems to be much more mature than her former self. I wonder if she's good or bad. After feeling poignant inwardly, Ebner didn't try to persuade her otherwise, because he sensed Zio's determination. Therefore, he directly took out the Solomon gold coin and the revolver he had obtained from the Everlasting Life Society, which could shoot silently, and handed it to Zio. Take these with you. Don't be stingy when it's necessary. With that said, Ebner quickly set up a ritual in the bedroom. He took off the ring of light ring he always wore and placed it in the corresponding spot. What are they doing? Zio asked in confusion as she looked at Ebner's actions. As Ebner continued setting up the ritual, he replied, I'm preparing the Holy Blessing ritual. It can augment you with a Sun Domain's purifying halo that can exist for a long period of time. If you really encounter evil entities, you can rely on the halo to avoid their attacks. Of course, the most important thing was to maintain the live stream channel on Sapphire Castle for a long period of time. As he thought this, he set up the ritual items and made Zio stand in the corresponding spot. As a series of incantations were recited in Hermes, Zio's surroundings were dyed gold. Layers spread outwards, but they quickly converged, leaving only a thin layer clinging to her body. Seeing that the ritual had succeeded, Ebner hurriedly wore the band of light ring on Zio's finger and said with a smile, this way, as long as you wear it, you can maintain the halo of purification. You don't have to worry about the side effects of the ring before the ritual's effects wear off. Zio looked at the band of light on her fingers and pursed her lips again. After a long while, she looked up and said solemnly, thank you, Ebner. I'll definitely bring them back safely. Don't flag me, how inauspicious would that be? At this moment, should I say something childlike? When he saw Zio about to leave through the window, he hesitated for a moment before calling her back. He asked with a stern expression, Zio, do you trust me? Of course, Zio replied without any hesitation before asking curiously, why do you ask? Do you still remember the honorific name recorded in the Feast of Blood? Ebner asked instead of answering. Yes. Zio was taken aback as she nodded. If you are in a hopeless situation, then recite his name. Ebner emphasized, implying something. Zio's eyes widened when she heard that, but they were already very close to the final moment of the gathering. She didn't have the time to ask in detail. All she did was nod heavily and say, got it, before jumping out the window. Seeing her disappear into the night rain, Ebner looked away. Then, he sat down and leaned forward, his hands clasped in a praying position as he held them to his forehead. He chanted softly in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your attention, I pray for you to listen. I pray for you to protect Zio Dericha and protect her from completing tonight's mission. After the prayer, Ebner packed up his ritual items and removed the wall of spirituality. Then, he opened the bedroom door and walked towards the study in the corner of the third story. Even though he had received Mr. Fool's response, he was still worried about Zio. He planned on following her personally just in case. However, as it might be detected by the military and the Church of Steam, he decided to seek Jane's help after some thought. Back when Jane was live streaming the sea battle outside Pritz Harbor, she had successfully used a special spirit to avoid the demigod's senses. Chapter 239, Urgency. Tingen, 2 Daffodil Street. In the bedroom that was completely shrouded in the night. Klein, who had been tossing and turning for a long time before barely falling asleep, suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. He opened his eyes in a daze despite his already light sleep, and his muddled mind turned dizzy for a few seconds. Someone is praying to me. There's a warm feeling coming from the back of his hand. At this moment, this familiar feeling. Could it be that Tower is exorcising Miss Zio again? Klein stared blankly at the clock in front of his bed for a long time before realizing what was happening. Then, he got up and stretched his back in an unglamorous manner. Please don't tell me to come online and watch the broadcast. Although I can learn quite a bit of mysticism knowledge every time, I have to warn Tower to let him know that Mr. Fool isn't that happy about this. Although he was cursing inwardly, Klein still stood up to confirm if the bedroom door was locked. Following that, he sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the incantation before arriving above the gray fog. In the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, his figure suddenly appeared at the very end of the long bronze table. The first thing that appeared in his eyes was a pulsing crimson star. Klein raised his right hand and emanated his spirituality, touching the star that symbolized the tower. With a boom, he saw a distorted and blurry scene. He saw Mr. Tower in his pajamas, sitting on the edge of the bed that seemed to be drenched by the rain. His hands were clasped as he held his forehead. This bedroom looks very familiar. Indeed, Mr. Tower is the man who was always with Miss Zio in the middle of the night. That man might very well be Detective Ebner Bryan. Klein found evidence once again to confirm his theories. He pumped himself up and listened carefully for a while, quickly figuring out the matter that Mr. Tower had requested of him. A Grade 1 sealed artifact. The newly unearthed Baron from 700 years ago who was corrupted by an unknown existence. The machinery hive mind and MI9 joint operation. Miss Zio is actually going to face these terrifying things. It's no wonder Mr. Tower was worried and even asked me to protect her at the cost of 10 Roselle diary pages. It wouldn't be a big problem if it's just to help take a look, but if Miss Zio really encounters danger, how am I to save her? Write to Mr. Azek. But how am I to explain this to Mr. Azek? As his thoughts raced, Klein used his spirituality to touch the crimson star that symbolized Miss Zio. Light and shadows changed as a scene quickly appeared in front of him. It was Mr. Tower presiding over Miss Zio's ritual. This ritual doesn't seem to be solely to maintain the purifying halo. It seems to be hinting at a mysterious existence. Wait, could that mysterious existence be me? Just as Klein thought of this, he saw Mr. Tower call out to Miss Zio before she left, hinting at the honorific name hidden in the Feast of Blood. I understand. Mr. Tower had secretly set up a delayed, secret deed during the operation just now. And once Miss Zio recited the fool's honorific name, she would immediately point the target of the secret deed to me and complete the ritual. Was he afraid that I wouldn't respond to his request, so he made additional preparations, allowing Miss Zio to gradually bond with me through a secret deed while in dire straits and then provide her with help? What a brilliant method. Tower really is a master of ritualistic magic. As Klein reflected on the matter, he also had some ideas about how to protect Miss Zio. He recalled the contents of the secret deed ritual recorded in the Feast of Blood, and he reached out to take out the Morning Star necklace from the junk pile. The gem on the necklace came from a dragon at the demigod level. Although the power it could use was only at sequence 5, its level allowed it to borrow the power of the gray fog. Retracting his gaze from the 5-colored gem, Klein thought for more than 10 seconds before answering the tower prayer. Got it. After vaguely giving an answer, Klein once again spread his spirituality to Miss Zio's star. As he watched the live stream, he also observed her physical condition and spirit body. It looks like I won't be able to sleep the entire night. If this goes on, my hairline will have to rush to work. Backlund. After Zio arrived at the gathering point at Tucker Street, she was arranged by a woman in a golden mask to meet her at a house on the corner of the street. At this moment, the golden-masked woman said to the secret agents in a clear voice, "A very terrifying monster was trapped in sealed artifact 1-010 by His Excellency and the Archbishop of the Church of Steam. However, although 1-010 can seal space, it has many entrances and exits like a maze. This house is one of the exits. That terrifying monster has the ability to create blests. Once its blests break out of the encirclement formed by the machinery hive mind and MI9, escaping the blockade of 1-010 and possess the residents of the surrounding streets, there's a chance that the monster will escape. Therefore, your mission is to guard this exit and kill everything that escapes. Don't be stingy with your beyonder weapons." The military will reimburse you for everything you spend tonight. A detective asked with a serious expression, "Ma'am, what kind of monsters are the enemy?" Anything is possible. Perhaps it's a person, a cat, a goat, or even a puppet, kitchenware, and so on. Of course, most of them are dead spirits and zombies, the lady with the golden mask said in a deep voice. The 5 secret agents, apart from Zio, wore nasty expressions when they heard that. This was because their sequences weren't very high, and they had never encountered anything that dangerous before. The woman in the golden mask took in their expressions and attitudes as she nodded to herself. She thought to herself that these people were indeed powerful detectives in the periphery. Although they were afraid, they weren't flustered. Especially the lady named Zio Dericha. She was the calmest and wasn't tall, but she had pretty good guts. After secretly making an assessment, the lady in the golden mask surveyed the crowd and said, "You don't have to worry too much, because I'm the main force here. All you need to do is hold back the other monsters when I'm free. Besides, you only need to stay here for an hour. The reinforcements will arrive in an hour." The moment she said that, the few detectives heaved a sigh of relief. And at this moment, several mutated monsters stormed out of the house covered in blood. Inside the sealed dragon tooth bar, the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery's Backlund Diocese, or Haydn, looked at a member of the machinery hive mind who was running over to report while panting. He asked in a serious tone, "How's the situation?" "The first batch of Mi-9 reinforcements have arrived. They've temporarily stabilized the situation. However, Your Grace, 1-025 seems to be able to turn any item into rabbits, cows, pigs, and other animals without any restrictions. It can also make these animals rapidly reproduce before making them degenerate and mutate into monsters. And after those monsters are killed, they will become zombies or dead spirits, still under their control. This can't go on," the machinery hive mind member wiped the blood from his face and hurriedly reported. Haydn frowned when he heard that. He looked at the military demigod beside him and deliberated before saying, "Your Excellency, are we still unable to find the exact location of the Baron who was possessed? I can only confirm that he's trapped in these 2 sealed streets. But as for where he is, even if I controlled 1-010, I wouldn't be able to sense it," the military saint said regretfully as he shook his head. "Then I'll give you another half an hour. If your subordinates don't discover her location in half an hour, I'll report this matter to the mandated Punishers and Nighthawks and get them to reinforce her," Oromik said after a moment of thought. "Half an hour? Sure." The golden-masked military saint hesitated for a moment, but he still nodded. At the same time, just as I flew out of the house with Jane, Ebner suddenly saw a lady in a beige ruffled dress rush over to the garden villa on King Street in the heavy rain. Furs. Chapter 240, Intense. Furs was rushing towards Gunst Street in a hurry, but to her surprise, someone called her name. She looked around hurriedly, but she didn't see anyone. But at that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and appeared in front of her. This unexpected development frightened Furs so much that she took a few steps back and nearly fell to the ground. Only when she placed her hand on her forehead and barely covered the rain in front of her did she realize that the figure was the person she was looking for, Ebner. Upon seeing this, Furz's face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Ignoring her sorry state, she went forward and grabbed Ebner. Zio left in a hurry. "The more I think about it, the more I feel that something might have happened to her. That's why I came to you for help." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ebner. "I know, I'm going to find her now. You know." Furs was taken aback at first, but she quickly reacted. After wiping the rain from her face, she pleaded, "Take me with you. You know that with me around, there's always a safe way out." With that said, she even waved the bracelet that only had 3 stones left. Ebner looked at her and did some mental calculations. Finally, he nodded and said, "Follow us then. All of you." Furs blinked in confusion, wondering if she had heard wrongly. It was only when she was lifted into the air by a strange spirit did she realize that there was a woman whose face she couldn't see clearly beside her. In front of a house on Tucker Street, as several monsters rushed out, the lady in the golden mask pushed out her right palm as though she had sensed something. She said in ancient Hermes, "In prison." In the blink of an eye, the monsters that were about to charge at her, Zio, and the other spies froze on the spot. Surrounding them were layers of transparent walls. "Attack," the lady ordered the 5 detectives in a cold and indisputable tone. By then, Zio had already reacted. She held the revolver that could shoot silently in her hand. The others were the same. Bang. 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 The 5 of them opened fire one after another, accurately hitting the monsters in the head. Their skulls were torn open by the bullets as blood and milky white blood splattered in every direction. Their bodies rapidly degenerated into blobs of disgusting flesh and blood. The other 4 detectives heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. For the first time, they felt that this mission might not be as difficult as they had imagined. Only Zio widened her eyes and suddenly retreated. Due to her ability of the Ring of Judgment, the image of the blob of flesh suddenly exploding appeared in her mind. And the truth was the same. Just as she retreated, the blobs of flesh expanded at a shocking speed. They even broke through the golden masked ladies, imprisoned, and attempted to jump towards the crowd. When the lady saw this scene, she frowned and thought in puzzlement, flesh bomb. Why would a blessed created by 1-025 use the means of a rose bishop? Could it be that someone from the Aurora Order is secretly involved? I have to inform the Admiral of this information as soon as possible. With this in mind, she didn't hesitate any further. She extended her right hand again and pointed in the direction of the house. She said in ancient Hermes, "Exile." The expanding flesh and blood immediately encountered a majestic and invisible force as they were blown away, smashing into the building's interior. Right on the heels of that, the blobs of flesh that had expanded to their limits exploded. Balls of flesh and blood transformed into a storm that swept the surroundings, quickly eroding the walls and other areas into deep, black marks. When the four detectives saw this, they felt a sense of fear and shame. They were afraid that if the lady from MI9 hadn't taken action, they would have probably perished from the explosion. The shame was that they, who claimed to be knowledgeable, had actually committed such a low-level mistake. They were so pleased with themselves that they forgot their bearings before confirming that the enemy was completely dead. As for Zio, seeing that her prediction didn't really happen, she wasn't disappointed either. She carried her revolver and returned to her previous spot. After observing for a few seconds, she said, "It's not over." Zio clearly remembered the relevant knowledge of the undead that Ebner had briefed her on that night. And the surrounding atmosphere and feelings were very similar to the scene of the birth of the undead as described by Ebner. Furthermore, the lady leading them had previously mentioned that their enemies included zombies and dead spirits. Indeed, after the flesh exploded, illusory and ethereal figures surged out from the house again. Instantly, they gathered into a 5-meter-long spirit body that looked like a combination of cows and sheep. It also had a pair of wings on its back. The spirit body seemed to be very afraid of the lady in the golden mask. The moment it took form, it flapped its wings, wanting to soar into the air and open up a distance from the beyonders in front of it to ensure its safety. Unfortunately, the lady was already prepared for this. She pushed out her right palm and declared in ancient Hermes, "Flying is prohibited here." Suddenly, the gigantic spirit body's wings seemed to be bound by something invisible. It began flapping with great difficulty, unable to move its body any further. It only flew less than half a meter before landing on the ground. In its anger, the bull-horned monster that had just taken form immediately let out a shriek, but just as it opened its mouth, a ball of fire of light accurately poured into its throat, instantly blocking the shriek. It was a demon-hunting bullet that contained the fire of light that Zio had shot. As an accessory to the revolver, provided by Ebner out of friendship. The masked woman gave Zio an approving look. Then, while the spirit body was screaming from the fire of light, she solemnly said, "Evil spirits are prohibited here." The evil spirit's body immediately trembled when it heard that, as though it was being attacked by an invisible force. However, although it wasn't strong, the level of its spirit body might be relatively high. This kind of influence that directly targeted an existence was quickly suppressed by it. At this moment, the golden-masked lady's expression turned extremely solemn as she said a sentence formed in ancient Hermes. "Violators should be punished." Then, she pushed out her right palm and waved it down. She said with a cold tone, "Psychic piercing." Just as she said that, the interrogator's psychic piercing powers seemed to receive an unknown boost. It immediately made the goat-headed undead's thoughts turn sluggish before turning extremely confused. It was difficult to use beyond her means. No matter how powerful a spirit body that couldn't use beyond her powers was, it was only a target. Soon, it dissipated under the barrage of MI9's myriad of demon-hunting bullets. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long, mottled table, watched Zio use her revolver to shoot a demon-hunting bullet that was equivalent to a sequence 7. He couldn't help but sigh. How extravagant. Such demon-hunting bullets are much better than the ordinary demon-hunting bullets the company gives out. I wonder if Mr. Tower prepared them for Miss Zio. If that's the case, can I ask him to buy some spare ones in the future? However, I'll have to wait until I successfully open a smuff account at the Tarot Club. After all, Mr. Fool doesn't need those things. After a few sour words in his heart, Klein cast his gaze on Miss Zio's spirit body through the Crimson Star. This was because he had just discovered that at the instant the goat-headed evil spirit was destroyed, Miss Zio's spirit body seemed to be corrupted by something black. As for the others present, including the female powerhouse from MI9, none of them seemed to be so targeted. Miss Zio. Is there anything special about her? Klein stroked his chin and slipped into deep thought. In the street sealed by 1-010, a figure wearing full-body armor and holding a sword suddenly appeared on the roof of a house. He was none other than Baron Conva, who had been jointly hunted by the Church of Steam and MI9. The aura of Sapphira Castle. After muttering to himself, the Baron steered a massive spirit body and flew towards the exit where Zaya was. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Tooth Bar, the military saint suddenly stood up and said to Archbishop Oromik in pleasant surprise. 1-025 has finally appeared. Chapter 241, Sparring and Separating. 1-025 has finally appeared. It's flying towards the exit that symbolizes the blue planet. Although the military saint was rather surprised, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he looked at the Archbishop of the Church of Steam, as though he was seeking his opinion. Oromik narrowed his eyes after hearing his words as if he was thinking about something. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes and said unhurriedly. It might also be a deliberate attempt to attract our attention. According to what I know, although there are many exits in the independent space sealed by 1-010, other than the moon we are at, the other entrances and exits can't accommodate the powers of a demigod. There's no way to let it pass. The military saint nodded and said in a suggestive manner, that's right. That's why I want you to intercept it while I stay here. Oromik glanced at him and said with a gentle smile, it seems like you think it's more likely to come here. Is rushing to the blue planet only an illusion? In front of this experienced archbishop, the military saint didn't intend to hide his intentions. He simply said, this is the only correct exit. From the looks of it, your military is hell-bent on getting 1-025. For this, you actually didn't hesitate to offend the Church of Storms. Oromik gave him a profound look, but he didn't refuse. To him, the most important thing was to eliminate the threat that 1-025 posed to ordinary people. We need to use it to do something, the military saint replied vaguely and said no more. Oromik nodded. Soon after, the skin on his legs automatically opened, revealing the abnormally complicated mechanical structure inside. Then, after a series of transformations, it formed a device similar to an airship's thruster. Then, he soared into the air and flew out of the hole in the bar's roof. Baron Kanva, who was more than 2 meters tall and wearing thick armor, was surrounded by several evil spirits as he flew at an adequate speed. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He chanted the words that seemed like an incantation, and then his body disappeared in midair. Almost at the same time, the light of the sun, which far exceeded normal standards, suddenly lit up. All the nearby spirit bodies that had yet to react didn't even have the chance to scream before they were obliterated by the energy of the sun. Baron Kanva, who had appeared on the ground, frowned at this scene and muttered. Light of holiness from the priest of light. That's not right. It lacks that holy and pure feeling. It's more like a simple release of energy. It should be the solar flare released by an astromancer. Astrologer. What an ancient title. We're all called astronomers now. At this moment, Oromik's figure appeared in midair. He looked down at the Baron from above and wasn't in a rush to attack. Instead, he calmly said, it looks like you're very clear-headed. Even if you've gone mad, you're still a clear-headed lunatic. How do I address you? He had previously learned the identity of the person possessed by 1-025 through a Rhodes. Now, he was only asking to confirm and buy time. The Baron looked up and replied without a change in expression, Benjamin Kanva Grant. Just call me Baron Kanva, His Grace the Archbishop of the Church of Craftsmanship. Lord Baron, do you know me? Oromik asked with interest. The clothes of the Church of Craftsmanship haven't changed in 700 years. The badge seems to be different from before, the Baron explained simply. Then, he retracted his gaze and calmly said, I have something important to do. If you want to stop me, please do it. For example, those things you hide in the clouds. I was discovered. As expected of a war hero who obtained an aristocratic title in the Battle of the Violated Oath, Archbishop Oromik said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a 5-meter-long cannon suddenly extended out from the clouds. It was surrounded by electromagnetic waves as if it was preparing for a terrifying attack. Boom. An orange-red beam shot out from the cannon's mouth, instantly striking the Baron, who didn't seem to react at all. The huge impact caused the ground to quake, and the surrounding houses collapsed, raising up a large cloud of dust. After a long while, when the smoke and dust cleared a little, a paper figurine that had almost been burnt out returned to its human form in the crater. However, the humanoid creature's armor was tattered, and most of the flesh on its body had been charred. Only with the protection of its face was it possible to tell that it was Baron Kangwa who had been attacked head-on. What kind of attack is that? Cough. 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 Why haven't I seen it before? The Baron coughed violently as foul blood gushed out of his mouth. It was obvious that the attack just now had dealt him immense damage. That's the super electromagnetic cannon invented by Roselle. However, its technology has yet to be spread to ordinary people, and it's still under wraps. Of course, the Saints can already restore Roselle's original idea. At this moment, Oromik's leaking voice came from the other side. The Baron was stunned when he heard that. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that the Archbishop of the Church of Steam was in a terrible state. Not only were the joints of his legs distorted, but even most of the mechanical structure of his head had also been destroyed. However, there didn't seem to be any problems with the main installation, and it was still operating normally. Machinery dolls. When did the Church of Craftsmanship come up with such a method? Who's Roselle? The Baron's pupils contracted when he saw this, as though he had encountered something unbelievable. In his era, the beyonder methods of the Church of Craftsmanship weren't that varied or terrifying. Just now, he had connected the paper figurine that he had transformed into with the cursed artifact and suffered equal damage. He originally believed that with his outstanding survivability, he could easily let the other party kill him. But in reality, no matter how strong his physical body was, he couldn't beat the machine. After all, the other party could change parts on the spot. Speaking of Roselle, he's an impressive figure. Heh, if His Grace is interested, he can come to the church as a guest. I'll talk to you about his deeds in detail. As Oromik invited him, he raised his right hand and unhurriedly fiddled with the exposed gear. The Baron fell silent for a moment. He took off his damaged armor and threw away his broken sword. Then, he stood up and said, "You don't look well, and I still have the ability to move." However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Oromik grip his left hand with his newly repaired right palm and suddenly twist it. With a creaking sound, his left hand was bent at the wrist, but no bones pierced through his skin, bringing out flesh and blood. There was a heavy, black metal tube embedded in his left wrist. His entire left arm was a small-caliber mystical cannon. Seeing that the cannon that didn't seem simple was pointing at him, the Baron fell silent once again. He felt that he couldn't catch up to the times, so he didn't speak further. He directly summoned the bronze door in his body. Unlike the other gatekeepers, he didn't have any additional spirits in his body. All he sealed was his beloved, Lady Aston. Although Oromik didn't know the exact details of the Baron, his intuition told him that he couldn't let the Baron complete his summoning. Therefore, he suddenly opened fire with the heavy metal tube in his left arm. Boom. 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 Instantly, balls of flames engulfed the Baron's body, shattering the door that was about to open. However, Archbishop Oromik didn't let his guard down. Although the Baronet Conva in front of him was only a sequence 5, the strange corruption on him, together with the help of a grade 1 sealed artifact, made ordinary saints not as difficult to deal with as him. As expected, just as Archbishop Oromik warily went forward to take a look, 2 streams of light suddenly shot out from the dust and smoke caused by the explosion and flew in 2 different directions. One of them was the puppet formed by 1-025. At that moment, it seemed to have left the Baron's body and was preparing to tear open the void and enter the spirit world. Unfortunately, due to the failure of 1-010's seal, it could only flee towards the dragon tooth bar in a panic. As for the other, it was a voluptuous female phantom. She hugged ahead with some black spots on her cheeks and flew towards the exit of the blue planet. Outside a house on Tucker Street, Zio and the other detectives, who had stood guard for nearly half an hour, repelled several waves of monster attacks. They were all panting from exhaustion, and the only thing worth rejoicing about was that no one was injured. The lady in the golden mask was also covered in rain and sweat. Her spirituality could no longer withstand the battle. Fortunately, the reinforcements from the military had arrived. However, just as both sides finished their handover, Zio and company exhaled and prepared to leave, a female spirit body suddenly rushed out from the house's exit. Chapter 242, Escaping Danger. The newly arrived reinforcement team didn't panic when they saw this. The captain of the team who had replaced the golden-masked lady was also a disciplinary paladin. He raised his right hand and pointed at the spirit body hugging its head, about to chant the words, "Imprison in ancient Hermes." But at that moment, the voluptuous female spirit body was the first to open her mouth and sing in the language of the dead. Yes, it wasn't the commonly used means like shriek, but a singing of the sea songster. In an instant, awkward, incomprehensible, jarring words that were completely incomprehensible came out of the female evil spirit's mouth in a strange rhythm. Although they couldn't understand what she was singing, everyone present couldn't help but freeze on the spot. Even a transparent layer quickly surfaced on their bodies. Everyone's souls were being pulled by an illusory power. At that critical moment, the band of light on Zio's finger flashed with a blinding light. The purifying halo that originally clung to her body began to spread outwards layer after layer. White holy light warmed the surrounding MI9 detectives and also purified the evil forces in their bodies, giving them immense courage. The 2 Sequence 5 disciplinary paladins present snapped to their senses immediately. Almost at the same time, they brandished their right hands and declared in ancient Hermes, "The language of the dead is prohibited here. Singing are prohibited here." After the announcement, the golden-masked lady, whose spirituality was nearly drained, almost lost her balance. She only managed to stabilize herself by holding onto the street lamp by the side of the road. She took off her mask, revealing a young, handsome face. She then took out a bottle of medicine, unscrewed the cap, and downed it. Elsewhere, After Zio's purifying halo had dispelled the effects of singing, the Baron's head in the female evil spirit's embrace suddenly opened its eyes. It stared straight at Zio as though it had locked onto something. But at this moment, the reinforcements from MI9 had already begun attacking them. Faced with the barrage of demon-hunting bullets and beyonder powers, the Baron's face was once again covered in black spots that extended outwards. It was like black, cold armor that wrapped around his spirit body and Aston's. Despite the attacks landing on them, they were unable to break through their defenses. At the same time, the team members who were attacking, including the disciplinary paladin captain, suddenly realized that he had been bound by something without realizing it. They looked down with great difficulty and discovered that the ones binding their bodies were actually their shadows. Commandeering shadow. Black Knight. How is that possible? The captain cried out in shock. But before he could finish his sentence, his shadow covered his mouth. It wasn't his fault for making a fuss. After all, this exit could only accommodate a Sequence 5 existence, while the Black Knight was a genuine demigod. No. It can't be a Black Knight. If the other party is really a demigod, there's no need to use such means to deal with us. But even if he's not a real demigod, such means aren't something we can resist. The captain forced himself to calm down and think of countermeasures, but clearly, Baron Conrad and Lady Aston wouldn't give him the time. After binding the team members with his shadow, a half-closed bronze door suddenly appeared above the Baron's head. Behind the open gap was endless darkness, like the deepest and heaviest night sky. Indescribable pairs of eyes were hidden in the deep darkness, densely packed and everywhere, but they were unable to discern their actual appearance. Skinless, bloody arms reached out as greenish-black vines with baby faces extended out. Palms with mouths filled with teeth grabbed everything outside as they screamed, laughed, sobbed, and yelled. After releasing Lady Aston and leaving the seal of 1-010, the door in the Baron's body once again sensed the entrance to the underworld. The bound captain and team members were powerless to resist. All they could do was watch helplessly as they were grabbed by the arms, entangled by the slippery, illusory tentacles, and bound by the greenish-black vines with baby faces. Following that, they were dragged behind the door by these strange creatures within a second or two. All of this happened too quickly. 1 second, the team was still attacking in unison, and the next second, they were bound by shadows and dragged through the door. Therefore, even the heroic lady and Zio didn't have the time to react. Not to mention the other 4 detectives who were further away. Run. Run. This is not a monster we can fight against right now. After the woman snapped back to her senses, she decisively issued an order. Following that, she endured her headache and forcefully released exile on the Baron and Lady Aston. Then, she activated a charm on her and quickly flew away. The other 4 secret agents didn't dare delay when they saw this. They used their life preservation items and fled in all directions. The Baron ignored them. His remaining head stared straight at Zio, and with the help of Lady Aston, he rapidly approached her. A look of horror appeared in Zio's eyes. She thought that the purifying halo she had previously activated had angered the headless monster, which was why she had targeted it. At that moment, a scene suddenly appeared in her mind. The monster's head fell directly from above, instantly digesting her head and seizing her body. Zio, who had been surprised many times, knew that this was a foresight scene given to her by the Ring of Prejudice. Hence, she used this ring to bring about her outstanding agility and speed as a clown as she pounced to the back in an unimaginable manner. Eh. Just as Zio rolled on the ground, the Baron's head let out a soft exclamation. This was because he had just controlled her shadow, but he had failed to break through the protection of the light of purification she had augmented herself with. That layer of light of purification seems to be related to some existence of a very high level. Is it Sapphira Castle? Is it? The Baron's calm eyes gradually became fervent and crazy. He was determined to obtain the young lady's body. Hence, before Zio could get up, she once again predicted danger. This time, the evil spirit had bound her with wind, and the monster's head had taken her by the shoulder. Upon seeing this scene, she didn't have the luxury of time to think. She immediately activated the light of holiness on the band of light ring. At the same time, she didn't get up and continued rolling backward with the help of the clown's coordination. Escaping wasn't an option. To avoid being bound by the wind, he could only attack the evil spirit and interrupt her casting of her powers. The terrifying black spots appeared once again, blocking the hastily released light of holiness. However, due to another failure, the madness in the Baron's eyes became even more obvious. It was unknown what he was chanting, but on the other side, Zio felt something indescribable explode in her soul. She immediately lost all her strength as 2 streams of blood flowed out of her nose. At the same time, Mr. Fool, who was sitting in the Hall of the Grey Fog, suddenly stood up. This was because he could clearly see that the black spot that had been corrupted in Miss Zio's spirit was rapidly spreading. In the blink of an eye, it had covered half of her head. Say that name. Miss Zio, hurry up and recite that name. Klein anxiously muttered to himself. He couldn't help but pull Miss Zio above the gray fog. However, he didn't do so after calming down. Firstly, he didn't know if he could purify the area through the secret deed. He didn't know what the outcome would be if he directly pulled someone up. If this place was corrupted and invaded, then he would lose his last hope. Secondly, by touching Mr. Tower's Crimson Star, he discovered that the detective had already arrived near Miss Zio. Without a safe environment, Miss Zio would still be in danger even after the tacit ritual. It was better to cleanse the corruption after Tower saved her. There should still be time. Klein, who was familiar with the deeds of the hero detective, relaxed a little and returned to his seat belonging to the fool. However, he was holding tightly onto the Morning Star of Depravity necklace and Azek's copper whistle, prepared to rescue them at any moment. Just as Zio's thoughts slowed down and she felt that she was about to be finished, an illusory broadsword made of light suddenly stabbed into the ground in front of her, turning into a hurricane of light that swept outwards. The Baron's head, which had originally wanted to seize Zio's body, was forced to use black spots again by the storm formed from dawn. However, this time, the effects of the black spot seemed to be much weaker. It failed to completely block the might of the hurricane of light. He was injured. Upon seeing this, Lady Aston was just about to take action when she suddenly saw a black-robed lady aim a pitch-black ring at her with her right hand and command her with the language of the dead. However, she was unwilling to follow orders to harm Benjamin, nor did she dare disobey the lady's orders. She could only fall into a dilemma and not move. The person who had spoken the language of the dead was none other than Jane. She frowned when she saw this and said to Ebner, who was carrying Zio, that spirit doesn't seem to be of a low level. My orders have been resisted, and I'm afraid I can't delay her for long. Ebner knew that Zio was in desperate need for treatment and purification, and he couldn't afford any delays. All he could do was look at Furs, who had rushed over with the two of them. The latter immediately understood what he meant. Then, with a snap, he pulled a dark green stone from his bracelet. Then, he grabbed onto Ebner's hand and shouted in ancient Hermes. Door. The stone immediately emitted an illusory light blue glow. Seeing this, Jane immediately understood what was going on. She quickly went forward and held onto Ebner's arm. The four figures turned blurry and almost invisible. They saw forms that were difficult to describe. They even saw transparent objects that didn't seem to exist. They saw different colors and lustrous splendors that contained immense knowledge. This was the spirit world. After 3 breaths, they left the transparent and illusory state and returned to reality. Ebner looked around and realized that this was his bedroom. Chapter 243, Zio and the Fool. Outside a house on Tucker Street, Baron Conva watched helplessly as his target teleported away. After all, with only his head left, he didn't have the ability to move. At this moment, Mrs. Aston was still affected by Jane's orders and unable to move. As for the residents of the nearby streets, they had long been evacuated by MI9 in various ways. He couldn't find anyone suitable to reconstruct his body. About a minute later, Lady Aston shook off Jane's orders. She immediately picked up the Baron's head, carefully hid her body, and flew towards the East Borough. Not long after they left, an ordinary-looking, grizzled elder slowly walked out of the house that had been mostly destroyed as the exit of the sealed space. He stared in the direction of the Baron and Lady Aston as he muttered to himself thoughtfully. It didn't cause any reaction. Could it really not be him? As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards the independent space created by 1-010. It was as though the Grade 1 sealed artifact's seal was useless against him. The military obtained 1-025. Whose plan was this? That tyrant actually tacitly allowed it. Just as the elder was pondering over the matter, the MI9 elite team, who had rushed over after receiving the call for help, walked out of the exit. They covered each other and advanced in turn, appearing very wary. But strangely, the elder was leisurely standing not far from them, but they ignored him as though he didn't exist. In an unknown space, a mummy wrapped in yellow bandages was pierced by countless brown tree branches and suspended in midair. Its stomach bulged, and from time to time, some parts bulged and shriveled, as though it was giving birth to new life. The mummy's mouth was open as it kept screaming in extreme pain. However, when 1-025, which was contaminated by the primordial moon, underground corruption, and the aura of Sapphira Castle, was sealed in a special puppet by the military saint. Although the mummy continued to scream, its painful cries seemed to contain an additional, indescribable feeling. In the bedroom of the villa on King Street, after discovering that they had traveled back to their bedroom, he placed Zio on the bed. At this moment, Zio's condition was already very serious. The black spots rapidly spread at a discernible pace, covering her neck, shoulders, arms, and chest. Ah! First subconsciously cried out when she saw this scene. She then thought of something and hurriedly took out a bottle of restorative medicine from her sling bag. It's of no use. Ebner shook his head when he saw her actions. Then, he said to the two ladies behind him solemnly, I'm going to hold a ritual for Zio to purify those black spots. "Oh, please leave for a moment." Time was of the essence, so he didn't care how suspicious his explanation was. Jane guessed that there might be some secret that was inconvenient for her to reveal to them, so she glanced at him and didn't ask further. She only nodded and said, "Okay, call me if you need any help." With that, she opened the bedroom door and walked out. Furs came to her senses and looked at the black spots that were still spreading on Zio's body. She couldn't think of a solution as her lips quivered. Biting her teeth, she suddenly turned around and left the bedroom with Jane. It wasn't that she didn't trust Ebner, but the situation reminded her of a similar plot she had once written in her novel. There were always tragic outcomes, the kind that she couldn't even see the last time. Therefore, she was very worried and afraid. Believe in Ebner. He seems to have a high chance. Jane looked at Furs, who was in a daze, and patted her shoulder in consolation. After a short battle, the two of them had some ties. "Thank you." Furs barely composed herself and looked at the mysterious hooded lady in front of her. She politely said, "My name is Furs." "Furs Wall." "Ma'am, how may I address you?" "Just call me Jane," Jane introduced vaguely, then changed the subject. "Miss Wall, are you the author of Stormwind Mountain Villa?" Furs didn't hide the truth as she nodded generously. "Yes, have you read my book?" "That's my favorite novel to read," Jane said excitedly. "Can you give me an additional character?" "Huh." Furs wore a blank look, puzzled as to why the mysterious and powerful Miss Jane would suddenly become so friendly. Just as they were chatting, a female voice suddenly sounded from the stairs. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Furs and Jane were alarmed as they looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a girl in pajamas with an excellent figure walking over with a lamp in one hand and a revolver in the other. It was Fanny, who had been woken up by the conversation. In the bedroom, after using his spirituality to seal the room, he leaned toward the bed and pressed Zio's shoulder. He quickly said, "Do you remember what I said before? Quickly use ancient Hermes to recite that honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Zio flipped her eyelids that were pressed down by the black spots, unable to move. Her mind raced with great difficulty, and she only reacted 2 to 3 seconds later. Following that, she chanted in a low voice without any hesitation. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Just as she said that, Zio was surprised to see crimson starlight surge out of the void and sweep towards her. Above the gray fog, in the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence. Seeing Miss Zio finally recite her honorific name and activate the secret deed ritual that Mr. Tower had secretly prepared, Klein suddenly felt the entire mysterious space tremble. The motionless grayish-white fog began to flow. The crimson star representing Miss Zio emitted a tidal-like illusory glow. Countless beams of light condensed, turning into the blurry figure of Miss Zio. This figure seemed to be bonding with a great existence, allowing her to gain a wonderful soul-body experience. However, there were black spots tightly circling the illusory Miss Zio, making her look extremely uneasy. As that secret deed ritual was about to be completed, Klein felt agitated by the black spots. The grayish-white fog and the mysterious space above it clearly began to ripple with power. Klein was temporarily unable to combine these powers with his own spirituality to create beyonder effects that could exorcise evil spirits, but according to the mysticism knowledge recorded in the Feast of Blood, he had long prepared another method. Lowering his gaze, Klein's gaze landed on the fallen morning star necklace in his hand. Following that, he used his spirituality as a whirlpool to draw over the pride power from the mysterious space and directed it towards the necklace like a tidal wave. The slight tremble above the gray fog became obvious. Specks of pure light intertwined and swept towards Klein, blending with his spirituality. Placate. Summoning holy light. At the same time, Klein activated the 2 powers contained in the morning star of depravity and transmitted them to Miss Zio through a secret deed. With the augmentation of the high-level powers, the 2 powers were essentially close to God's bestowment. A few seconds later, he saw the black spots on Miss Zio's body and spirit body rapidly fade away. However, there were still some ominous marks. Klein hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to pull Miss Zio's soul body into the gray fog to perform a thorough sterilization. However, before he pulled her up, Klein carefully did a divination. As indescribable beams of light surrounded her, Zio, who was about to lose consciousness, suddenly felt her thoughts turn much clearer. However, before she could think further, she heard a roar. A second or two later, the terrifying roar vanished. She then saw herself in an ancient and majestic palace, sitting beside a mottled green table. Beneath her feet was an endless grayish-white fog, and in front of her was a towering figure looking down at her. This scene was both unfamiliar and familiar to her. She had seen it once in a dream, but it had never appeared again after she found Ebner to exorcise the evil spirit. That purification was actually useless. He probably knew long ago. He had always believed in this mysterious existence. That's why he didn't feel that nervous when he heard that I had chanted that honorific name. Or even. That might have been set up by him. I'm so silly. How could I have placed such a precious book of mysticism in my study? I never even suspected that. So that's how it is. It's no wonder he suddenly knows so much despite being an ordinary public school graduate. It's as if he knows everything. He obtained knowledge here. However, the Church of Earth Mother seems to think highly of him. Could it be that this mysterious existence known as the Fool is related to Earth Mother? I wonder if there's a chance of figuring out my father's grievance. Thoughts suddenly popped up in Zio's mind, but this was clearly not a good time to think. She pursed her lips, stood up, and bowed at the figure shrouded in gray fog. Are you, the great king of yellow and black? You can directly call me Mr. Fool. Have a seat, Klein smiled and replied calmly. Zio bowed again and sat down, confirming that she had escaped the state of nearly losing control. She secretly glanced up and thought. Honorable Mr. Fool, what was that black spot? How would I know what that is? You're so close to Tower, so shouldn't you ask him? Although there's no basis, I feel that he definitely knows. As he lampooned inwardly, Klein said in a calm tone. Your spirit and body have been corrupted by some force. There's no problem now. Zio stood up and bowed when she heard that. Thank you for your help, Honorable Mr. Fool. There's no need to thank me. I'm the fool who likes fair and equal exchange. The Tower has already paid the corresponding price for this, Klein said leisurely. Tower? Are you referring to Ebner? As Zio asked, she was very touched. She couldn't imagine the price that Ebner had paid. After all, the target of the transaction might very well be a deity. Is it really Detective Ebner Bryan? I've finally confirmed it. Shrouded in the gray fog, the fool laughed and nodded gently. Yes. Chapter 244, Tower and Judgment. Tower is Ebner's code name, and the owner here is the Fool. Could it be a secret organization that uses the tarot card as its code name? And the leader of the organization is a god. Zio counted the number of seats on both sides of the long table. After 2 seconds of silence, she said. Honorable Mr. Fool, can I join like him? Thankfully, I became a clown. Sequence 8. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to afford the cost of you joining. Klein secretly rejoiced as he leisurely chuckled. This is a gathering they organized themselves. It's organized by me. There are still seats available at the moment. You can join. As he spoke, Klein smiled and pointed at the cards that suddenly appeared on the surface of the long bronze table. They've decided to use the names of the tarot cards as their code names. You can choose one of them. The ones below already have an owner, so you can't choose. He had chosen Miss Zio to join the tarot club after some consideration. Firstly, through a few live streams and recording observations, he was certain that Zio was a kind, upright, and principle-oriented lady. Apart from often causing unnecessary trouble for Mr. Fool in the middle of the night, her character was trustworthy. Second, Miss Zio is a spy from MI9, and she's very famous in Backlund's East Borough and the Dock area. By joining, she can expand the intelligence support and resources of the Tarot Club. If he were to leave Tingen one day and head to Backlund, Miss Zio would be of great help to him. Third, and most importantly, joining the Tarot Club was Miss Zio's own wish, and she wasn't forced. As an evil god during her entrepreneurship, she naturally had no reason to refuse. After receiving the tarot cards that had been conjured, Zio didn't ask or speak further. She immediately took one out and flipped it over. Her card depicted an angel with a trumpet and the deceased awaiting redemption. The Judgment card. Looking at the Judgment card in her hand, Zio was taken aback. This is in line with my expectations. Shrouded in the gray fog, the Fool Klein nodded slightly and calmly said. Backlund time, gather here at 3 in the afternoon on Mondays. Make preparations in advance. At the gathering, you can exchange information, ingredients, formulas, and knowledge. You can also pay a certain price to entrust missions to other members. Zio thought back to Ebner's work and rest and said in enlightenment. Yes, Mr. Fool. All right, you can go back now. Klein felt the fatigue brought about by his lack of spirituality, so he didn't speak further. Zio immediately stood up and bowed according to the descriptions in the religious rituals. Your wish is my wish. Just as she said that, dark redness soared in front of her. By the time everything dissipated, she had already returned to the real world and was lying in bed with Ebner. Subconsciously looking at her arm, she realized that the black spots had vanished. Zio sat up and saw that Ebner was sitting on a chair in front of her desk, smiling at her. Zio looked around and realized that the room had been sealed by spirituality. Hence, she pursed her lips and didn't beat around the bush. She went straight to the point. Ebner, are you Mr. Tower from the gathering? Yes, that's the tarot gathering organized by Mr. Fool. Ebner nodded and explained. Then, he looked at Zio, who seemed to have thought of something, and he said with a smile, I guess you also received your code name. Is it Judgment? You guessed it again. Zio sighed when she heard that. She asked with a complicated expression, so, you were the one who arranged the Feast of Blood in the study during the banquet. That's right. I recommended you to Mr. Fool, but some of the necessary tests are indispensable. Therefore, you need to establish a connection with Mr. Fool. Don't worry. That existence isn't an evil god. Instead, it's very benevolent and just. Besides, the Tarot Club is indeed a very good gathering. Your interrogator main ingredient was bought from Mr. Hangman. Since he had joined the Tarot Club, there was no need for him to hide this from Zio. After discussing what had happened at the Tarot Club, he finally concluded in a profound manner, in short, with Mr. Fool's help, there's hope for the matter you wish to complete. Upon hearing this, Zio's eyes widened as she said in surprise, according to your description, Mr. Fool is an important figure that's almost like a god. But having the support of such an existence is only hope. Ebner nodded solemnly and said, that's also why I haven't told you the whole story. Do I have the right to know something only after becoming a demigod? Zio recalled what Ebner had said when they were traveling together. She muttered to herself, Father actually got embroiled in such a terrifying matter. Although he didn't delve deep into it, the level of the matter he discovered is indeed very high, Ebner said with certainty. Zio exhaled and reined in her emotions. She then asked worriedly, what price did you pay to get Mr. Fool to save me? I can help you share some of the burden. It's nothing. I just promised to collect 10 pages of Roselle's diary for free from Mr. Fool in the next few tarot gatherings, Ebner replied with a smile. There was no hint of embarrassment in his tone. For a mere 10 pages of Roselle's diary, if he were to give up his integrity and randomly piece together some random code, it wouldn't take more than half an hour. Roselle's diary. Those Roselle manuscripts. Those are diary pages. Mr. Fool is collecting them. Wait. Zio suddenly thought of Miss Audrey's penchant for Roselle's manuscripts. She suddenly looked at Ebner and asked hesitantly, could Miss Audrey also be? Ebner replied with a smile, when you told me that the lady was also collecting Roselle's manuscript, I guessed that she was Justice from the Tarot Club. I remember that you sold the 2 pages to Miss Audrey through me. Could it be that you were testing me? Did you finally confirm it? Zio asked thoughtfully. Although that makes sense, I really didn't have any intention of testing Justice's identity back then. After muttering to himself, Ebner said in all seriousness, Justice did hand over 2 pages of the diary at the tarot gathering. However, I can confirm that her identity is actually a commission for the investigation of Vice Admiral Hurricane. The commission to investigate Kalangos also came from the Tarot Club. Zio quickly reacted. She never expected that she would unknowingly be deeply involved with the Tarot Club. Could this be Mr. Fool's observation and test of her? That's the investigation Mr. Hangman entrusted to Miss Justice. Ebner simply recounted the details of the request to Zio. So, you were just fooling us with your reasoning about Kalangos' identity the other day. After that incident, Furs would always say that she was struck down by you and lost her spiritual perception, even though I know that it was just an excuse for her to delay writing. Zio couldn't help but lampoon. After some thought, she asked Abna. Then, does Miss Audrey know of your identity? Ebner thought for a moment and felt that he should have been completely exposed to Klein, but Audrey and Alger were temporarily unable to associate themselves as detectives with the knowledgeable Mr. Tower. Hence, he replied, she likely doesn't know. Then, when heading to Mr. Fool's palace, can you disguise your height? Zio asked with a conflicted expression. After all, if I were to be recognized, it would probably be difficult for you to hide your identity. After a moment's thought, he guessed what Zio was worried about. Hence, he said with a smile, it's likely only our soul bodies that have stepped into Mr. Fool's kingdom. Yes, more accurately, it's our astral projection. Therefore, our image comes from our understanding of ourselves. It's about what clothes you wear in real life, and what clothes you wear in the hall above the gray fog. This is proven by how everyone wears their clothes during every meeting. If it's just a pure mental image, I'm afraid we'll be seeing each other naked. That makes things easier. Zio heaved a sigh of relief. As he looked at her relaxed expression, he kindly reminded her, Miss Audrey is already a spectator. To fool her, you'll probably have to put in a lot more effort. Miss Audrey was actually a Beyonder long ago. That's right. With the mysterious Tarot Club gathering as her backer, how could she lack formulas and ingredients? She had previously gotten Furs and me to bring her into the various Beyonder circles, probably to find a suitable excuse for herself to become a Beyonder. Despite having such thoughts, Zio wasn't too worried. She was very confident in her disguise skills. As long as her height wasn't exposed, she felt that Miss Audrey, who she had only met a few times, wouldn't be able to recognize her. Seeing how confident she was, Ebner couldn't help but think mischievously. According to the past few tarot gatherings, Audrey seemed to be the same as before, trying to pull Zio and Furs into the tarot club. Then here comes the question, what kind of mood does Miss Audrey have when she realizes her arrangement one day? What kind of expression would Miss Audrey have when she eventually learned the truth? Thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Just as Ebner was lost in his fantasies and Zio was deep in thought, the wall of spirituality that sealed the room was suddenly stirred. After regaining his senses and sensing for a moment, he realized that it was Jane who was knocking on the door. Only then did he remove the seal. Then, he saw 3 ladies enter. Chapter 245, Dealing with the Aftermath. It was only when the 3 ladies entered the bedroom that Ebner realized that Fanny was there as well. After a moment's thought, he guessed that she had sensed the commotion on the 3rd floor and had come up to take a look. However, Ebner didn't request her to leave. After all, the monster that attacked Zio might very well have been Baron Conva from 700 years ago. As for Miss Fanny, who had gone to dig up Zio's mausoleum with him, she could barely be considered someone involved. There was no need to deliberately hide it from her. Furthermore, if this lady hadn't run over to mention what had happened at the Dragon Tooth Bar, he wouldn't have paid so much attention to Zio's emergency mission. Elsewhere, Furs arrived beside Zio in a few steps. She pulled her up and sized her up a few times. Only when she confirmed that she was fine did she heave a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but hug Zio. Then, she pressed down on her shoulder and said with a stern expression, "Zio, how can you directly carry out such a dangerous mission without telling me anything? You clearly told me that if I were to join you, there would be a safe way out." Zio blinked and said, "Aren't I fine? However, Furs, your body is very cold." As Zio said that, she seemed to realize something. She turned her head to the side and changed the topic. "Ebner, can you help us find some clean clothes?" Ebner froze for a moment before coming to his senses. They didn't notice it in the pressing situation just now, but now that the situation has stabilized, they see that, apart from Fanny, the other 3 ladies are in a sorry state. Especially Zio. Not only was her clothes drenched by the rain again, but she was also stained with dirt because she had been rolling on the ground while dodging the attacks. They do need to change their clothes. It would be terrible if they catch a cold and fall sick. But at this time, how am I supposed to tell Mrs. Skade? At that moment, Ebner realized that he didn't have enough powers to learn. It would be much easier if he had powers like hypnosis, weaving memories, and stealing memories. After struggling for 2 seconds, Ebner nodded in resignation. Then, he went downstairs and knocked on the Skade couple's door. Then, under the couple's incredulous gazes, he revealed his intentions for coming. In the East Borough, in an independent house of a slave merchant, Baron Conrad shook his neck to get used to his new body. And behind him, the illusory Lady Aston floated in midair, circling the Baron a few times as though she was expressing something. "Aston, I know what you mean. Although this body is weak, it doesn't stop me from using my powers." Lady Aston flew up and then abruptly landed. "Are you telling me why I didn't divine the young lady's whereabouts?" "Hey, it's not that I didn't divine it, but I had already used the connection of the black spots to spy on her location 15 minutes ago. Unfortunately, the black spots on her body have already been completely removed. That should be the power of Sapphira Castle." At this point, the Baron's eyes once again revealed a fervent look, but he quickly suppressed it and regained his calm. Lady Aston stared straight at the Baron, her upper body swaying from side to side. "What are we doing now?" "Hey, I'll be heading to the library after daybreak. I have to figure out what a beyonder electromagnetic cannon is and who that so-called Roselle is," the Baron said through gritted teeth. Mrs. Aston tilted her head when she heard that, but she didn't do anything else. Bridgeboro, Tucker Street, Dragon Tooth Bar. As the military put away sealed artifact 1-010, the street returned to normal. The houses that were originally destroyed by the monsters and evil spirits instantly returned to normal. It was impossible to tell how tragic the situation was, like being bombarded with cannon fire. The military saint was in a good mood as he placed a sealed puppet into a metal box and stored it in his suitcase. At this moment, a stream of light flashed, and the Church of Steam's Archbishop Orimic descended from the sky while stepping on bright flames. "You look a lot more new than before." The military saint sized him up and quipped with a smile. He clearly knew the person in charge of the Backlund Diocese of the Church of Steam. "Previously, the damage to my body had already exceeded 60%. It's very difficult to repair. I could only use a spare one. This body was refined when I was still an alchemist more than 20 years ago. My appearance was also the same as before, so I naturally appeared a little younger." Orimic didn't think much of it when he heard that, and he even explained a little. "The mechanical dolls created by alchemists are indeed magical." The military saint praised before changing the subject. He asked curiously, "I wonder which of the dolls made from the Church of Earth Mother's ancient alchemist is more useful." "Oh, I can only say that they have their unique traits. Ancient alchemists are more inclined toward alchemical life, and they like to create golems and other creations. As for us. Just as Oromik said that, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the west sky. The military saint also sensed something at the same time and turned to look over. Soon, strong winds blew towards the dragon-tooth bar from afar. The cardinal of the Church of Storms, the Archbishop of Backlund, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, and a few mandated punishers flew over. The saint from the military, His Excellency Snake, nodded at the visitor without panicking at all and greeted him. Then, he heard Spellsinger of God's charming voice. "Admiral, why didn't you inform me about the three-party operation?" When the military saint heard the question, he replied unhurriedly, "That's because our military and the machinery hive mind discovered the whereabouts of 1-025 through 3 to 111 at the previous meeting. And you, the mandated punishers, were absent from that meeting. We were caught up with something." For a moment, there was nothing he could say. His aura weakened a little, and it took him a while to explain. But he immediately diverted the topic and asked again, "Did you get 1-025? At this point, Spellsinger of God felt that his tone was a little stiff. He added, "If you've already sealed it, I hope that you can return it as soon as possible. The Church of Storms will remember this friendship, and it will definitely repay you." As soon as he said that, he swept his gaze between the Church of Steam's Archbishop and the military saint. Finally, he stopped at the suitcase that appeared rather out of place. Archbishop Oromik chuckled and replied gently, "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency Snake. I wasn't able to stop 1-025. As for the Admiral, I'm not sure. After all, I just returned." The military saint held his suitcase and denied firmly, "I didn't see the puppet either." Ace Snake stared at him for a long while before nodding. "I hope you don't regret your decision today." With that said, he walked out of the bar with the mandated punishers behind him. He helped the machinery hive mind team and MI9 evacuate the residents who had previously been evacuated to deal with the aftermath. Despite being angry, he had to do something serious. At this moment, Stuart, who had deliberately left bruises on his face without any treatment, came over and asked doubtfully, "Your Excellency, we didn't attend the meeting previously. It's obvious that the military is behind it. I even found some evidence. Why didn't you show it just now?" Spellsinger of God glanced at the elite deacon who had spoken, but he didn't say anything. All he thought was, "Punk, I also know that I'm very suspicious, but that's a revelation." Seeing that the cardinal was avoiding the matter, Stuart frowned and decided to write to the Council of Cardinals. In the bedroom of the villa on King's Street, under Mrs. Skade's seemingly veiled look of contempt, Ebner received the dessert and beverage she brought and placed it on the coffee table. A few ladies who had just taken a hot bath and changed into their pajamas happily picked up their cakes and muffins after thanking her. As they ate, they talked about what had happened. Of course, it was mainly Zio and Ebner talking while the others were listening. As she listened, she became surprised. She suddenly said, "Ebner, could that monster with only his head left be Baron Conva? You managed to decipher the diary of the Baron? Why didn't you tell Emma and me?" Chapter 246, Susie's Growth. As soon as she said that, Fani noticed Zio and Jane looking at her. She blinked and suddenly realized that she had been questioned. She hurriedly explained, "I don't mean to be dissatisfied, I'm just a little surprised. You should know that during the past few days, I've been going through all the books that I brought back from the tomb, but I haven't found any suitable passcodes. Hey, Mississippi. The descendant of the grave you dug up is sitting here." Although she had dug up her ancestors' mausoleum herself, she might not necessarily be willing to let others do the same. After lampooning in his heart and seemingly pondering for a moment, he said to Fani, "I have indeed translated the Baron's diary, but there's some knowledge that's very dangerous, and I can't tell you directly. How about this, forward what I've said to Emma. If she still wants to hear it after knowing, I'll find some time to tell her something less dangerous." Why did she say it to Emma instead of telling me? Fani wanted to ask, but then she thought of something and shut her mouth, reluctantly nodding. Ebner could tell at a glance what she was thinking, but he didn't change his mind. Although Miss Emma was a believer of storms and was reckless at times, she was much stronger than Miss Fani, who was often brainless. Following that, everyone chatted for a while. Seeing that the sky had already brightened and that the rain had stopped, Fani and Furs bade farewell and went home to catch up on their sleep. Zio had planned on seeking out MI9's superior to claim the demon-hunting bullets she had spent the night before, but she was stopped by Ebner. "You want me to go with you to the Harvest Church?" "Why?" Zio asked in puzzlement when she heard Ebner's request. "Although the matter of you being corrupted by the black spots last night seems to only be known by Jane, Furs, Mr. Fool, and me, there's no guarantee that the officials will use any means to restore what happened last night. Therefore, to be safe, let's go to the Harvest Church. This way, even if the officials pursue the matter, they will think that Earth Mother has bestowed God with grace to remove the corruption." Ebner answered after some deliberation. After Zio heard this, she stared at Ebner for a long while before asking hesitantly, Ebner, wouldn't the half-giant bishop be angry that you used the Church of Earth Mother in such a manner? Also, what would Mr. Fool think? Mr. Fool is a benevolent god. As long as it doesn't violate the rules set by him, there's no need to worry. As for the Church of Earth Mother, I believe Bishop Utravsky will help with this. Ebner wasn't too worried. With the attention and acceptance Earth Mother had given him, this problem wasn't a problem at all. In fact, if not for the fact that he felt that he was courting death, he even had the intention of testing the bottom line of tolerance Earth Mother had for him. Seeing how confident Ebner was, Zio didn't speak further and rode with him to the south side of the bridge. On the way, Ebner spent 2 pence to buy a copy of the Daily Observer. Then, he saw the news about last night's bridge on the headlines. Shocking. The criminal planted many bombs in the Dragon Tooth bar. The military is evacuating the nearby residents. After arriving at the Harvest Church, there was no need to go into detail about the negotiations with Father Utravsky. The tolerant half-giant bishop readily agreed to Ebner's and Zio's request without even asking why. It was worth mentioning that due to the actions of the military and the machinery hive mind last night, most of the Beyonder gatherings in the bridge area had been delayed. It was no exception for Isengard's, even if the Bravehearts bar was on the other side of the bridge area near Eastborough. As a result, Miss Hazel, who had been looking forward to the gathering for days and had arrived early at the Harvest Church, was very disappointed. However, there was nothing she could do. All she could do was instruct Ebner to notify her when the gathering was scheduled. After leaving the Harvest Church, Zio bade Ebner farewell. She planned on seeking out MI9 Superior for reimbursement before rushing to Empressborough to hand over the information regarding Kalangos to Miss Audrey. Although she already knew that the lady was Justice of the Tarot Club, Zio still decided to complete the mission. However, Zio also knew that her investigation results weren't of much use. Although she had reverse investigated Kalangos' previous activity range and residence through the missing Darkholm, he definitely wouldn't stay in his original spot with the help of creeping hunger. There was even a high chance that he would change his appearance and become another person. I hope Miss Audrey can deduce the purpose of Kalangos' visit to Backlund through this information. Zio couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it's more likely that Miss Justice will share the information you gave her at the next tarot gathering and get us to help her analyze it together. Ebner said with an odd expression. Zio fell silent. She mimicked Ebner's habit of stroking her forehead before weakly asking, "Did you figure out anything?" Although I know the answer, I really haven't thought of how to analyze it. Besides, this matter was instigated by an organization that can't say its name. I don't dare to interfere. With this in mind, Ebner shook his head and said, "When contacting Miss Audrey, take note of the golden retriever she rears. Don't mention the Tarot Club or Mr. Fool's name in front of it just because it's an animal." Susie. Zio frowned and said thoughtfully, "Is it really a magical creature? Miss Justice once asked what would happen if a pet drinks the potion at the Tarot Club. And the suggestion we gave was to use its easily neglected traits to eavesdrop on some information," Ebner explained with a smile. "I understand." Zio nodded solemnly. However, she recalled the last time she met Susie. When she confirmed that, other than being a little reserved when she saw that the satchel on her was the work of the fashion designer, Mr. Sadas, she didn't do anything ridiculous, she heaved a sigh of relief. In the Hall family's luxurious villa, Audrey was sitting on the sofa in her activity room, holding a letter opener and attempting to open the letter in front of her. It was from her second elder brother, Alfred. At that moment, she saw Susie push open the unlatched door and run in. Susie sat on the carpet in front of Audrey and used her claws to take off her leather pouch. With great familiarity, she pulled open the zipper and threw out the documents inside. "You really are an excellent messenger." Audrey wasn't stingy with her praise. Susie looked back at the door and vibrated the air before whispering. "Your friend is very serious. When I saw her, I thought of the past." "Yes, but she bought me some biscuits today. It suits my palate. Unfortunately, I didn't dare to eat it." "Susie, your Loanese is becoming more fluent." Audrey sighed inwardly, but on the surface, she praised her, "Very good. As a lady, you can't just eat the food that others give you." Susie wagged her tail happily when she heard that. Audrey wasn't in a rush to read the investigation report that Zio had submitted. Instead, she first opened the letter from her brother and began reading it with a smile. After a while, Audrey put down the letter and happily said to Susie, who was guarding the door, "The pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander is finally here." Woof. Susie cocked her head in puzzlement. Late at night, in a library in the Northborough, Baron Conva sat in the darkness, constantly scribbling as he compared himself to a book. In front of him, the evil spirit, Mrs. Aston, seemed to be bored as it kept flying around. Baron Conva looked up at her and comforted her, "Don't worry. After I verify Roselle's theory, I'll find someone to investigate the young lady's whereabouts." When Mrs. Aston heard this, she paced around on the spot a few times. I promise this will be the last time. It's mainly because some of the theorems Roselle raised require new mathematical algorithms. I have to learn them again. After hearing the door that directly flew back into the Baron's body, Lady Aston fell asleep. Saturday morning, Tingen. After dealing with the new case and learning the cause of John Maynard's death through mediumship, Klein informed Inspector Tolley the results. The latter quickly passed on the information to the Member of Parliament's wife and sister, as well as the person involved in the matter, Madame Sharon. The moment Klein, who had been permitted to leave, walked out of the room, he saw a woman being protected by a few gentlemen. The lady was wearing a long black dress, and her skin was fair and smooth. Her brown hair was like a waterfall, and her brown eyes were as pitiful as a fawn's. It made one want to protect her involuntarily. Madame Sharon. Klein suddenly recalled the porno that she had starred in. He hurriedly raised his right hand to cover his mouth and coughed dryly. Following that, he cast his gaze to the side where three ladies stood. One of them was a voluptuous, fair middle-aged lady. She wore a trendy regal dress, and she was none other than the wife of a deceased member of Parliament. She was glaring at Madame Sharon angrily. Beside her stood a young, relatively thin girl. The girl's face was covered in tears. At that moment, she was leaning against a beautiful woman with a scholarly air as though she was seeking comfort. Seeing Klein look at the three ladies, the superintendent introduced them. That's Maynard's wife and sister, as well as his sister's public school teacher. Ma'am Lena. Chapter 247, Jane and Zio. Lena. It seems like Melissa was invited to a gathering by Elizabeth a few days ago. The reason is to welcome this female public school's new teacher. I even divined if there was any danger because of this. I heard that she came from Backlund. Klein thought for a moment before recalling who this beautiful lady was. He habitually tapped his left molars twice and used spirit vision to observe the people present. The color of Mrs. Maynard's emotions clearly shows her anger and her hatred. It's very similar to her external appearance. Maynard's sister's emotions were a deep gray. Yes, she was very sad, but not very angry. Perhaps she had yet to react. The colors of Lena's emotions were orange mixed with some red and blue. In other words, there was a hint of excitement and thought amidst the warmth. Excited. Why so? Is there some personal grudge between her and Maynard? That's not right. Although she seems to be trying her best to comfort her student, her attention seems to be focused on Madame Sharon. She must have had some sort of grudge against Madame Sharon, so she was excited to see her being insulted by Madame Maynard. Finally, it's Madame Sharon. The color of her emotions is blue, representing rational thought and calmness. This is the complete opposite of her flustered and nervous appearance. Indeed, a socialite is definitely not some innocent bunny. After the inspection, Klein was about to retract his gaze when he suddenly saw Madame Sharon raise her head and glance in his direction. Then, she lowered her head again, looking scared and trembling. If I couldn't see your emotional colors directly, I might have been fooled by your behavior. You should consider working as an actor. After lampooning, Klein didn't stay any longer and walked out of Maynard's house with Inspector Tolley. When he opened the door and was about to step out of the foyer, Lena glanced at his back and thought to herself, Nighthawks. That's right. Maynard's death was too sudden, so it's hard to avoid suspicion. That demoness of pleasure was a little too anxious. As she thought of this, she looked at Madame Sharon, who couldn't even lift her head after being scolded by Mrs. Maynard. She thought to herself, perhaps I can make use of them. Dock area, Backlund shipyard. After bidding farewell to Ebner, Jane carried a small suitcase into her predetermined cabin. She looked out the window and observed the sky that was filled with thin fog. She estimated the time. After a while, when she felt that Ebner had likely left the harbor, she picked up the suitcase again. At the same time, her body turned illusory as though she no longer existed in this world. At this moment, the riverboat had already traveled quite a distance. She opened the window and flew out with some sort of flying spirit body. Bridgeboro, Iron Gate Street. Due to the military's actions, the Bravehearts bar's business wasn't good. The usually noisy boxing ring was empty, and only one or two of the card rooms had their lights on. In one of the tightly shut doors, in the pitch-black billiard room, a slightly illusory Jane sat silently beside a billiard table in the darkness, as though she was waiting for someone to arrive. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the half-body mirror placed at the side of the billiard room. She had a pale face and exquisite looks. She wore a black bonnet and a gothic regal dress. It was none other than Wraith Sharon. The two ladies who looked like female ghosts looked at each other for a while. Finally, Jane couldn't help but ask, "Have you prepared what I wanted previously?" "Most of them have been sent to the address you requested. Only that ordinary milk cow with the mystical creature's bloodline has no clue." Sharon replied without much emotion. "There's no rush." As Jane spoke, she summoned a spirit body in the shape of a mouth without any reservations. As she listened to the spirit body's words, she lampooned, I wonder why Frank wants such an oddity. After a while, Jane nodded in satisfaction and smiled at Miss Sharon. I'll pay you the rest of the money now. Leave it to Casper's. As soon as she finished speaking, Miss Sharon's figure faded and disappeared. A wraith sure is convenient, she lamented bitterly. Then, the door to the billiard room was pushed open, and a 50-year-old man with a big nose and a linen shirt limped in with a lamp in his hand. Holy Lord of Storms, why would a young and beautiful lady like such a terrifying environment? It was none other than Casper's. The person in charge of the black market was filled with complaints, but he had no choice but to muster his courage to walk forward. He forced a smile and said, "Hello, Miss Jane. Miss Sharon asked me to come over." Jane had a good impression of the old man. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she handed over the gold pounds she had prepared. With the help of the light to confirm that there were no mistakes, Caspers put the notes into his suitcase, then asked Jane hesitantly, "The lady you were waiting for is already here. Should we meet somewhere else?" After all, not every lady was that curious. "There's no need. Just leave the gas lamp behind." Jane smiled and shook her head. "That's good too. At least some light would be normal." The red-nosed elder heaved a sigh of relief as the hideous wound on his face seemed to tremble. Not long after he left, Zio Dericha walked in from the billiard room with a stern expression. Under the dim light, Zio's shadow was elongated. Her 1.5-meter-tall figure exuded the aura of a giant. "Have a seat." Seeing Zio enter, Jane greeted her with a smile. Zio didn't stand on ceremony as she sat on a chair on the other side of the billiard table. Staring at Jane, she asked in puzzlement, "Didn't you leave Backlund today? Why did you ask to meet me here? If it wasn't for the fact that I could sense from your aura that it was really you, I wouldn't have come here." As she asked the question, Zio subconsciously used her interrogator mental pressure. "This place has become your area of jurisdiction, isn't it?" Jane answered without answering his question. Then, she wiped away her smile and said seriously, "There's no need to do such meaningless tests. Let's have an honest talk." Seeing that the mental pressure didn't seem to have much effect on Jane, Zio stopped her ability and asked probingly, "What do you want to talk about? Although I don't know what's so special about you, the last thing that appeared on Thursday night was actually you, right?" Jane asked. Ebner had analyzed this point with me later. Although he didn't know what his basis was, he determined that Baron Convia apparently sought Mr. Fool's aura. And I happened to be noticed by Mr. Fool that day, so I was targeted. As this thought flashed through her mind, Zio nodded and said, "That's right. Perhaps I had injured him with the purifying halo." Jane shook her head and said, "It's not that simple. I noticed that the monster looked at you with a fervent look. He must have wanted to get something from you." She actually guessed this step. This Miss Jane is also very impressive. Zio sighed inwardly as she asked without batting an eyelid, "So what do you want to say? Or do?" "Ebner's life in Backlund is too comfortable. I'm not saying that it's not good. I even yearn for this life. But he also lacks vigilance as a result. Since that monster desires you so much, it will definitely investigate your identity so as to find you. And your address is always changing, and your whereabouts are never fixed. Therefore, the target of the other party might very well be directed at the person you're very close to, Ebner. After all, Ebner is very famous, and it's not difficult to find his address. I guess Ebner thought of that as well, but he might very well choose to make preparations and wait for the other party to arrive. I don't know what his confidence is, but it's too passive. Therefore, what I need to do is to help him eliminate this danger in advance." At this point, Jane looked at Zio's face, which was illuminated by the light, and said solemnly, "And I need you to be the bait." Chapter 248, 2 letters. Bait. Zio didn't comment on the suggestion. She hadn't known Jane for long, and they couldn't even be considered friends. She didn't trust her in a plan that involved her life and death. "Yes, bait." Jane nodded. She clearly knew what Zio was worried about, so she continued. "I don't need you to participate in the battle with that monster. All you need to do is lure him out. In addition, I will entrust a friend to watch over you in secret. Once that monster appears, she will immediately take you out of the battlefield. Of course, if you're worried about my arrangements, you can also do it with that friend of yours who has the powers of teleportation. Yes, it's Furs, right? Let's do it together. But don't worry, I'll still let that friend watch over you. I won't let you really encounter any danger." At this point, Jane stared into Zio's eyes and said in a sincere tone, "I don't think you're willing to put Ebner in danger for your own sake, right?" Zio fell silent for a moment when she heard that. Clearly, Jane's last sentence had moved her. Or perhaps, she had had similar considerations in the past. Unfortunately, she wasn't strong enough, and reporting it to the officials might expose Mr. Fool's secret, so she didn't take any action. "Are you really confident? According to what I know, you're only a Sequence 7 spirit medium, right?" That Baron had previously eliminated an entire MI9 team, including a disciplinary paladin, Zio asked after a while. However, raising this question itself meant that Zio was inclined to join Jane's plan. Jane had obviously thought of this as well. A smile appeared on her face as she replied, "Prepared, I have a powerful Beyonder item that can allow me to temporarily control the power of a Sequence 5. Furthermore, I'll get a powerhouse to help me. In short, with the strength displayed by that monster, I have a 70% chance of eliminating him." Through her interrogator senses, Zio determined that Jane wasn't lying. Hence, she nodded slightly. After some deliberation, she asked again, "When do you plan on beginning this plan?" "Next Monday or Tuesday, after the expert I mentioned arrives," Jane estimated the time and replied. "I agreed to join your plan." Zio nodded at first, then she looked at Jane and said bluntly, "But I don't trust you. So, I need to sign a notary certificate before I take on the role of bait." Reasonable suggestion. Jane had already expected this, and she said happily, "Before the operation officially begins next week, I'll think of a way to get a notary certificate." As she spoke, she paused and asked, "What other questions do you have? Speak them all out." Upon seeing this question, Zio clearly hesitated for a moment, but she still deliberated over her words. "According to Ebner's inference, that Baron Conva is actually your ancestor, right? Can you really do it?" After hearing this, Jane subconsciously moved her long hair that was originally hanging in front of her chest to her back. Her eyes were a little adrift as she said, "Ignoring how many generations I was away from that ancestor of mine, we didn't have any feelings for each other. Even if I really cared about family ties, I should have personally ended his pain when he was corrupted by the black spots and sent him back to the underworld and to God, right? It's no wonder you've been using the word monster as a pronoun to refer to Baron Conva." Zio immediately came to a realization and didn't ask further. After Zio left the Bravehearts bar, Jane sat quietly for a while before sighing. Then, she took out a pen and paper and bent over a nearby table to write. When the letter was finished, Jane put the letter in an envelope but didn't send it immediately. Instead, she walked out of the bar and strolled into a warehouse at the dock area in the night. The moment she entered the warehouse, a strange spirit body flew over and circled her twice, as though it was trying to claim credit before vanishing. This was where she and Miss Sharon had agreed to store their transaction items. After checking the materials and items she had purchased and confirming that there were no mistakes, Jane set up a ritual and summoned the huge humanoid skeleton whose eye sockets were burning with black flames. After handing the letter to the skeleton messenger, Jane pointed at the materials in the warehouse and instructed, "Pass the letter to Captain first. You should still remember her, right? In addition, ship these materials to the future in batches." After the skeleton messenger reverently received the letter, it quickly vanished. Seeing the messenger leave, Jane ignored the items in the warehouse and sat on a chair. As she thought, she muttered to herself, "The next step is to convince Miss Sharon to visit Zio for a day. Yes, there's no need for her to fight for it. It's just to leave the battlefield with Zio when the monsters appear. In that case, some news I heard in the Rorsted Archipelago might garner her interest, making her willing to help." Cherwood Burrow, in the garden villa on King's Street. At this moment, Ebner was sitting at a desk in the study, writing a letter. With regards to the possibility of a threat from Baron Conva, Jane and Zio could imagine it, so he naturally didn't ignore it. However, compared to the two ladies, Ebner had a deeper understanding of the Baron's strength. After all, the other party had suffered underground corruption. And the essence of underground corruption was a Sapphira. Furthermore, compared to the Baron who could occasionally maintain his lucidity and suppress his madness, Ebner's intuition told him that the lady named Lady Aston was more terrifying. Because of the Baron's diary, Ebner suspected that the so-called Lady Osepton wasn't the Osepton that the Baron believed to be. Instead, it was some kind of terrifying thing sealed behind the underground door of the ancient castle. Even the large amount of knowledge the Baron obtained from behind the door didn't come from corruption but from her. After all, Sapphira Castle's orientation was too obvious. It didn't seem like knowledge obtained by coincidence. Due to this, Ebner believed that if he wanted to resolve this problem, he would probably need demigod-level powers. And awkwardly, other than the Sanguine Duke who stopped him in East Chester County, he didn't know any demigods, much less anyone who was willing to help him. Furthermore, he had already been to the Church of Earth Mother, and he hadn't received any additional hints, so he probably wouldn't receive any additional help. As for the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, there's no need to mention it. However, as he was thinking of countermeasures, he suddenly recalled the True Wheel of Fortune card he had obtained from the snake. Lucky, good timing, not rich or noble, good at improvisation, promising promotion, a chance encounter, love at first sight, happiness in marriage. Let's not talk about the last few events. Where do luck and good timing come from? Is there any suitable opportunity to resolve the problem at hand? Following this train of thought, Ebner quickly thought of a person who might have just arrived in Backlund, Mr. Azek. Baron Conva was a Sequence 5 gatekeeper of the Death Pathway, and no matter what Madame Aston's essence was, she existed in the form of an undead. As a death consul, Mr. Azek was probably able to suppress them greatly. Even if the two of them were corrupted by the spheroid and might have a certain level of resistance, they would definitely be greatly weakened. Therefore, Mr. Azek's arrival does match the principle of a good opportunity in the Wheel of Fortune. But it's still the same problem. Ebner doesn't know him. As he thought about it, he suddenly recalled that Cullen had once mentioned in his letter that the first time Silica was in Baron Lamud's ancient castle. Perhaps it had something to do with Mr. Azek. Thus, with the intention of getting to know Mr. Azek through Silica, Ebner wrote a letter to Cullen, hoping to get his permission. Chapter 249, Misjudgment's First Appearance. Not long after, ripples appeared in the space as the tiny bird, Silica, emerged from the spirit world with a letter in its beak. Ebner first used Amantha extract as a reward for Silica, who had painstakingly delivered the letter. Then, he opened the envelope and began reading seriously. "I'm very happy to receive your letter. However, you shouldn't be asking me this question. Instead, you should be asking Silica directly. If she's willing to help you, I have no objections. This is because I also wish to understand her relationship with the first Baron Lamud. It should be known that the era in which Silica was born was nearly 1,000 years after the era when the first Baron Lamud was active. She shouldn't have had any interactions with him. But the reality is that she had been searching for everything about the Baron ever since she was alive. Even after she turned into an undead and lost most of her memories, she was still stuck in that ancient castle for a long time, unwilling to leave. After putting down the letter, Ebner cast his gaze to the side of the glass bottle, where she was happily drinking the scent of Amantha extract. He began to calculate inwardly. Perhaps my guess isn't wrong. Silica might very well be closely related to Mr. Azek. But how should I move her to help me? Yes, perhaps I can try it with the Book of Dead. With this in mind, Ebner went to the storage room and took out the black-covered book that seemed to suck out a person's soul. What was worth mentioning was that, as he had activated Hurricane of Light the night before yesterday, in order to save Zio, he had watched the sunrise with the Sword of Dawn for 2 days. Then, ignoring its protest, he sealed it with the strange black-skinned book. On the other side, Silica had just finished absorbing the Amantha extract in the bottle. She looked wistfully at the cabinet where Ebner had taken out the bottle before retracting her gaze. She planned to flap her illusory wings and return to the spirit world. But at that moment, she suddenly smelled an aura that made her feathers tremble slightly. That aura made her yearn for it, but it also made her fear it. This was because that aura belonged to a true mythical creature. After Ebner carried the black-bound book back to the study, he saw Silica retract her wings like a quail, but her eyes were fixed on the Book of Dead. Without waiting for Ebner to speak, Silica tilted her head and controlled the black fog around her to form a simple sentence in the air. "Can I help you keep the book? Could it be that your constant chatter in the past was because you didn't really want to communicate with me?" Upon seeing this scene, Ebner was instantly rendered speechless. To think that he had been considering how to ask the man. But to hand it to you for safekeeping. Are you sure you won't steal it? With that in mind, Ebner smiled and said, "Thank you for your goodwill, Silica. I won't trouble you any further. But if you can do me a favor, I can allow you to watch it for 2 hours a day." Silica tilted her head, and the fog in the air changed once again, forming a line of Loanese text. "I'm helping you by watching over you. Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage then? Don't you know if you'll suffer a loss or not? I didn't expect this little guy to be so smart and have so many tricks up his sleeve." After lampooning a few times, Ebner rolled his eyes and pretended to put away the Book of Dead. He then said regretfully, "Then forget it. I'll find a spirit who's willing to help." Before he finished his sentence, the fog above the bird's head quickly formed a single word. "Deal." Right on the heels of that, the fog changed again, changing into a line of Jotun. "Bullying little birds is shameful. Don't think that I can't understand it just because you changed the language." The corners of Ebner's eyes twitched as he pretended not to know the giant language. He said without a change in expression, "Next Wednesday night, I need you to lure a gentleman to my location. I'll tell you the details in the future. However, you can come to me at night for the next few days and help me watch the Book of Dead." Silica tilted her head as though she was thinking or divining something. After a while, she nodded and looked at the black book. After chirping a few times, she flapped her wings and disappeared. What does he mean? Come again in the evening. Why can't he be bothered to communicate? Ebner rubbed his forehead and sealed the Book of Dead. Then, he continued thinking. If nothing unexpected happened, Mr. Azek would appear near Duke Negan's manor next Wednesday night to kill Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. When that happens, all I need to do is get Silica to follow Kalangos and I'll be able to successfully meet the Death Consul. However, to be safe, I'd better think of a way to sneak into that ball to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from happening. Although it's very likely that I'm the biggest accident. After all, I've attended balls and banquets, so it's rare for nothing to happen. After lampooning a few times, Ebner reined in his thoughts and felt that he could think of a solution with Father Utravsky. Due to Member of Parliament Mock's repeated introductions, the half-giant bishop had produced excellent results over the past month. He had already established friendly ties with many of the upper-class aristocrats. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. At noon, after eating, Ebner was at home selecting suitable diary pages for the tarot gathering. At this moment, Zio suddenly carried a suitcase and went up to the door. After the two came to the study, Zio took out a huge pile of bottles, wigs, and clothes from the suitcase. "Is this a disguise tool?" Ebner asked with uncertainty as he watched Zio fiddle with the items. "Of course, I have to ensure that I'm not recognized by Audrey." "Yes, it's Miss Justice. She recognized me." Zio arranged the items in categories before looking at Ebner. "Wait outside. I need some makeup and clothes. Does she think it's hard to explain that Furs is at her place, so she came to me? But what is she going to disguise herself as?" With this thought in mind, Ebner opened the door and left the study. After waiting in the corridor for nearly an hour, Zio's voice sounded from the study. "Come in." Ebner found the voice a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He opened the door in passing, but he was immediately stunned. He almost asked, "Miss, who are you?" It turned out that there was a blonde-haired beauty in a classic regal dress and feathered hat standing in the study. She was slightly taller than 1.6 meters. If it wasn't for Zio's appearance, Ebner wouldn't have dared to recognize her. And perhaps it was because of her makeup, Zio's face, which had some baby fat, no longer looked that obvious. If she went out with this appearance, perhaps only someone very familiar with her would recognize her. "This is comparable to the Asian heretic magic from my previous life." Despite lampooning inwardly, he couldn't help but laugh. In Mr. Fool's kingdom, the members of the tarot club can't see each other's faces. There's no need for you to wear makeup. This is actually a psychological cue. "I disguised myself as this, so I naturally had to simulate this personality," Zio replied slowly. Her tone was like that of an educated noble lady, but her choice of words was still the Zio he was familiar with. However, Zio seemed to have received a similar education when she was young. Is this a reenactment of her childhood dreams? Ebner silently thought to himself, but on the surface, he reminded her, "You still have to watch your words." Zio nodded in thought and replied, "Let's leave it at that for now. I'll try to keep quiet at the tarot club." However, she had decided to secretly study with a noble lady, treating it as helping Furs gather material. 3 in the afternoon. Zio, whose vision had recovered from the crimson and blurry state, once again saw the boundless grey fog that didn't belong to reality. She saw the palace that looked like a giant's residence, as well as the 3 men sitting opposite her. According to the information that Ebner had told her, they were followed by the Hanged Man, the Tower, and the Sun. And the Tower was none other than Ebner. In the blink of an eye, Zio's tense and worried emotions eased. All of this matched what Ebner had said, which meant that what he had previously described was likely true, and not just a figment of his imagination after he was bewitched by the evil god. Of course, it's also possible that I've gone mad. Just as Zio was secretly spying on the other members, Miss Justice Audrey had proudly straightened her back, tipped her chin, and happily greeted. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Good afternoon, At this moment, Audrey suddenly saw a lady appear beside her. "New member. I was only thinking about Kalangos, and I didn't realize it. That's really not right." After some self-reflection, Audrey cast her gaze at Mr. Fool, awaiting the introduction of the mysterious existence. But how would he know that Klein was also staring at Zio with his mouth agape under the cover of the grey fog? He sighed inwardly just like what he had before. "Miss, who are you? Did I pull the wrong person?" Chapter 250, Alger's Envy. Klein activated his spirit vision and observed her a few times. Through his familiar aura, he confirmed that this misjudgment was Zio Dericha, who he had previously pulled into the grey fog. Furthermore, Mr. Tower didn't show any signs of surprise or shock. He likely knew that Miss Zio would dress up like that. That's right. They were so close that even if Miss Zio disguised herself, she wouldn't hide it from Mr. Tower. However, this disguise that didn't look anything like the original was ridiculous. Should I say that he was indeed a spy from MI9? He was indeed professional. After lampooning inwardly, the fool Klein casually pointed in Zio's direction and said with a smile, "This is the newly joined Miss Judgment." When Judgment Zio saw Mr. Fool, who resembled a god, mention her, she immediately stood up elegantly, displaying her height of 1.6 meters. Then, she curtsied and simply greeted everyone as a way of getting to know each other. The way she phrased her words was very unique to Backlund. Her actions were elegant and standard, and she should have received a good education as a noble. However, the regal dress she's wearing probably wasn't made by a famous artist. She doesn't have much jewelry, and the style isn't fashionable. In conclusion, misjudgment should have come from a family of abject nobles or a family of merchants who had just been promoted. But it's not absolute, because it might be a deliberate disguise by misjudgment. After all, if she really wore the style designed by a master, her identity might be easily identified. Even I, apart from coming to this ancient palace without any preparations the first time, have been wearing ordinary home clothes for the subsequent tarot gatherings. As Audrey observed Judgment's actions, she used her spectator beyond her powers to analyze and make a judgment. Alger's attention was focused on something else. The tone in which Tower responded to Misjudgment's greeting was very casual and even somewhat familiar. It didn't seem like it was their first meeting. Could it be that Misjudgment is one of the members that Tower recommended to Mr. Fool? She passed the test. Why did he so eagerly raise his faction within the Tarot Club? Alger glanced at Tower beside him and slipped into deep thought. As for the son, he looked curiously at Judgment, as though he was guessing if she came from the City of Silver region where he was, or from the normal world where Mr. Tower and Mr. Hangman were. From her clothes, she should come from the normal world. After all, how was she supposed to fight in such clothes? At this moment, seeing that Zio had already exchanged greetings with the crowd, Ebner was the first to stand up and bow to Mr. Fool. Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your help. I brought 3 pages of Roselle's diary this time, but I've also found the rest of the diary. I'll make up for it later. Upon seeing this, Zio hurriedly got up and said sincerely, thank you for your help, Mr. Fool. I will help Mr. Tower gather the diary pages together. This was something that Ebner had discussed with Zio in advance. After all, it was difficult for them to hide the fact that they knew each other well. Even if they could hide it from each other at 1 or 2 tarot gatherings, it was only a matter of time before they exposed themselves. Therefore, it was better to directly point it out. After all, other than Mr. Fool, even if others knew, there was no way to confirm their identities. Mr. Fool saved Mr. Tower. No, it's more likely that he saved Misjudgment. This lady might very well be the one who Mr. Tower recommended and had accepted the mission of investigating the first Baron Lamud. Was it because of that investigation that put Misjudgment in a life-and-death situation, so Mr. Fool displayed his might in reality for the first time? And Misjudgment also joined the Tarot Club because of this. I really want to see Mr. Fool take action with my own eyes. That would definitely be very, very exciting. I wonder if I can get Misjudgment to repeat it. No, Audrey, stop your dangerous thoughts. To discuss it in person is being disrespectful to Mr. Fool. Many thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. Finally, a look of envy and yearning appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered her spectator state. Alger said to himself, as expected. Then, he was surprised that Tower could actually get Mr. Fool to save him. Even though he had paid the price, the fact that Mr. Fool was willing to take action implied how much this god doted on Tower. The series of actions that Tower had done to help the Fool escape was indeed for a purpose. This was likely his goal. Mr. Fool is actually so generous to his believers and blesseds. With this in mind, Alger, who had discovered Mr. Fool's new usage method, couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. He was the one who joined the Tarot Club first. Hence, Alger glanced at the Fool and suddenly said, Mr. Fool, I'm about to receive a batch of Emperor Roselle's diary pages. I believe that I'll be able to present them to you the next time, or at the next gathering. According to the arrangement of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Pritz Harbor was under the jurisdiction of the Backlund Diocese. Therefore, Alger could enter the capital by reporting on his previous voyage and wait for Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos to reveal himself. Backlund had been the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms until the end of the last epoch, when the Lone Kingdom was established. Only then did they move their holy altar to Paso Island. Therefore, regardless of the angle, the Backlund Diocese of the Lord of Storms was second only to the headquarters of the 7 major churches. The richness of the information was imaginable. Under such circumstances, Alger was very confident that he could gather Roselle's diary, which was half open for the church's beyonders to study. Upon hearing that, Klein deliberately let his tone carry some joy as he nodded. Very good. His true emotions were a mixture of joy and worry. He was delighted that he would soon be able to see many pages of Roselle's diary. There might be a lot of useful information on them, but he was also worried about what he should use to exchange for them with the Hanged Man. After all, no one knew if there was anything in those diary pages that would garner the Hanged Man's interest, or if there was anything valuable in those pages. There's no need to worry about the tower for now. The Hanged Man is going to put me in a difficult position again. Even a seer has its limits. Klein sighed silently. At this moment, Ebner had already conjured the 3 pages of Roselle's diary, waiting for Klein to teleport them to his hand. In the 3 pages he handed in this time, 2 of them were given to him by Fani last time. In other words, it recorded that Roselle had set up the Black Suits organization, as well as a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Sauron family suddenly coming to life and becoming the mastermind behind the Intis internal strife. As for the page of Roselle used the former Balam Empire's princess, Bruna, to escape barons, and pale justice, it was temporarily suppressed by Ebner. After all, the contents of this page overlapped with the content of the diary he had previously fabricated. Although it wasn't contradictory, it was better to avoid it as much as possible. Therefore, the third page he handed in was actually a completely incomprehensible messaging that lacked a drawing. Soon, 3 pages of the diary appeared in Klein's hands. Ebner, Audrey, and company began to wait in silence, accustomed to such matters. Only Zio was participating in it for the first time. Although she had already heard Ebner's description, she was still surprised that the fool could really read Roselle's words. At this moment, Klein, who was sitting at the fool's seat, looked down and read the first page. I've decided. I'll just call it the Men in Black organization. I have to thank the savant potion. Without it, I definitely wouldn't have thought of the word rampant. Men in Black. That sounds like Roselle. Does he treat spies and members of secret organizations as alien? In a sense, the people here are indeed alien to transmigrators like Roselle and me. In addition, all right. I admit that even if I were to read rampant once, I wouldn't be able to write it even if I turned around. I'll probably have to use dream divination to recall it. As Klein lampooned, he made a self-deprecating comment. Soon, he turned the page and cast his gaze on the second page. There's actually the influence of that grade 0 sealed artifact from the Sauron family that suddenly came alive. No, to be precise, it's the true mastermind behind the scenes. This. I remember mentioning a grade 0 sealed artifact in the previous diary page. From what the Emperor said, it was the mastermind behind the Sauron dynasty's upheavals. The Emperor was just trying to coincide. What's its goal? To gain freedom. Why do I have a nagging feeling that there's a huge conspiracy behind this? Could the last page contain the Emperor's detailed introduction of the sealed artifact? With this in mind, Klein picked up the last page in anticipation. With just a glance, he wished he could burn the diary page. Thankfully, his clown powers allowed him to conceal his emotions very well. With the gray fog's obstruction, even Miss Justice and Miss Judgment, who were secretly observing him, didn't notice anything amiss. Putting down the diary, Klein looked up and surveyed the area. Seeing that Justice Audrey was about to speak, he gestured for her to wait before conjuring a few goatskin parchments. This is the meaning of a portion of Roselle's secret symbols. It's considered free knowledge, so that you can better collect the diary pages. It included numbers and dates. Just the dates alone can eliminate most counterfeits. Klein secretly sighed. He could no longer tolerate such counterfeits. Audrey and company were abnormally surprised. They never expected Mr. Fool to really teach them the corresponding meaning of Roselle's text. Although they had already discovered that the secret symbols on the goatskin were the simplest ones, they all believed that this was a good beginning. With a first time, there would be a second time, and a third time. Only Ebner pretended to be delighted as he secretly sighed. It seemed like using random code to make up the numbers wouldn't work in the future. Chapter 251, Exchange. Seeing that everyone had memorized the corresponding numbers and dates, Klein nodded at Miss Justice, indicating that she could speak. Mr. Fool. Similar to Mr. Tower, I've also found 2 ladies who are suitable for our tarot club. They're Beyonders and have their own circles and resources in Backlund. They're also able to keep secrets and have good character. Are you willing to let them join the gathering? Audrey deliberated for a few seconds and resisted the urge to immediately talk about Kalangos. She first asked the question she had always wanted to ask. Seeing Mr. Tower successfully pull his friend into the gathering, she couldn't help but wish to imitate him. Zio immediately looked at Justice Audrey with an odd expression. She thought, this description. Could she be referring to me in furs? Could it be that even if I hadn't been set up by Ebner, I would have been set up by Miss Audrey? Derek was also very interested in this as he looked sideways at Mr. Fool, awaiting his answer. Alger sighed secretly. He didn't have anyone he could recommend. Why are all of you trying to pull people into the tarot club? However, there's no hope for a short period of time. As a Sequence 7 Beyonder, Miss Zio has already placed a huge burden on me. I probably have to wait until the clown potion is further digested before I can pull in another member. Klein lampooned as he chuckled. It's still the same as before. First, secretly reveal my name to them, and then I'll give them a certain test. As for the test, I'll think about it after I've decided. That's great. Audrey was relieved. As she considered how she could reveal Mr. Fool's honorific name to Zio and Furs, she looked across the table and said, Mr. Hangman, there's been progress regarding Kalangos. Alger sat up straight and couldn't hide his joy as he asked. Where is he? Unfortunately, he noticed our investigation the moment we found traces of him. It's even possible that he killed someone related to him. If it wasn't for the person I entrusted my services to have a friend of special status, Kalangos would have probably been attacked as well, afraid of attracting trouble. Audrey recounted the important points of the investigation report that Zio and Furs had submitted. In the report, Zio hoped to pressurize Kalangos through the officials, especially the Church of Storms, so that he would commit mistakes and reveal his motives in Backlund. Audrey didn't go into detail, believing that with Mr. Hanged Man's intelligence, he would definitely be able to think of this. As for the possibility that someone in MI9 might be colluding with Kalangos, the report Zio had submitted to the military wasn't given much attention. Audrey herself didn't know about it, because Zio hadn't written anything in her investigation results. Furthermore, Audrey still didn't know that Zio had become a spy in MI9. She only believed that she was a rather famous bounty hunter. Sitting a spot away from Audrey, Zio's expression turned even odder. Thankfully, the grey fog prevented anyone from seeing her. As the person who was almost attacked by Kalangos, she couldn't help but have a strange feeling when she heard his investigation report being brought to such a divine council for discussion. Elsewhere, Alger pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. I will pay close attention. With that said, he turned to look at the end of the long bronze table and respectfully said, Honorable Mr. Fool, once I figure out Kalangos' true motives and the very important and mystical item he's trying to obtain, I'll recite your name and inform you through a ritual. I wonder if you're willing to listen to these trivial matters of the mortal world. He didn't repeat his request for the Fool's blessed to provide him with help. Since he had already mentioned it and the Fool had given an answer, there was no need for him to harp on it. Otherwise, he would anger the deity. Therefore, Alger only expressed his desire to report. If the final temptation was sufficient, he believed that Mr. Fool's blessed would definitely appear. That's not a problem, as long as you don't report it in the middle of the night. What if Mr. Fool goes bald one day due to a lack of sleep? After lampooning a few times, Klein leaned back in his chair and nodded gently. He replied in a deep voice. Sure. Upon hearing the Fool's reply, Alger heaved a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and said humbly, Please allow me to praise you in advance. Mr. Hangman seems to be a lot more respectful and proactive towards me, the Fool, today. What triggered him? Klein was secretly surprised, but he didn't show it. All he did was smile and maintain his unfathomable posture. As for the hidden meaning in his words, Klein naturally understood it as well. However, Mr. Fool didn't personally promise it. Who made the rule that he would provide help once he heard it? However, compared to before, he now had more confidence because his real ally, the mysterious Mr. Azek, was in Backlund. Seeing that the exchange between the Hanged Man and Mr. Fool had come to an end, Judgment Zio thought of Darkholm, who was nowhere to be found and likely dead. Although he was a complete thug, he had died because of her request. If possible, she was willing to seek revenge for him. Zio hesitated before asking. Honorable Mr. Fool, perhaps I might be able to help with Mr. Hanged Man's matter. If I obtain very useful and timely information, can I recite your name and inform you and Mr. Hangman through a ritual? As for the technique of fleecing Mr. Fool, Ebner was afraid that it would scare Zio. He hadn't mentioned it when he introduced the tarot club to her, so Zio wasn't aware. Look, Miss Judgment is so polite. She even knew to ask if I could help her pass on the message. She's not like the others who have already been led astray by the tower. I hope Miss Judgment can keep doing this. But with her relationship with Mr. Tower, it might be very difficult. Recalling the previous, late-night live streams, Klein lampooned inwardly as he said with a deep voice through the thick grey fog. Sure. Audrey, Alger, and Derek didn't have any additional thoughts on this matter. They had previously communicated and traded with each other through Mr. Fool, and they were already used to it. They only felt that this was a normal perk that Mr. Fool had bestowed upon the Tarot Club members. In the previous exchange, Ebner didn't interject. Although he knew Kalangos' motives, there wasn't enough evidence to verify his inference. Secondly, he wanted to use Mr. Azek's plot to intercept Kalangos to find the Death Consul, but he didn't wish to expose Admiral Hurricane. After seeing that the matter regarding Kalangos had come to an end, and considering how he had handed in the fallen Morning Star last week, he couldn't help but look up at Klein. He then stood up and bowed, asking indirectly. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wonder if your blessed has received the gold pounds I sacrificed. Yes, I've confirmed it over again. There's a total of 300 pounds. They're all real money. They're lying in the junk pile beside me. Klein muttered to himself in delight, quickly realizing what Mr. Tower was asking. However, he had already decided to drag it out for a week before telling her the results of the divination to show how difficult it was for his blessed to investigate, as well as how valuable the information was. After all, Mr. Tower also had a grudge against the mystical item, and he had no plans on using it anytime soon. Therefore, the fool Klein leaned back in his chair, half closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice. I'm not too concerned about such trivial matters. However, the birth of a fallen morning star might involve a secret existence. My blessed is still investigating. That flower-faced fox who was doing a dream divination is talking to Emperor Roselle, but there's no sign of him. That should be enough of a secret, right? I'm not lying either. Klein added inwardly. This. Don't tell me you're bragging. Ebner tried hard to hide his suspicious eyes and emotions, but he quickly analyzed inwardly. Klein wouldn't use pure lies to fool the Tarot Club members. He mostly used vague words to fool others. In that case, the revelation he divined likely had a hidden existence. Who could it be? Concealment. Could it be the goddess? Probably not. If it's the goddess, Klein probably wouldn't even be able to come up with the conclusion that it involves a secret existence. Sigh, the reason why Klein didn't tell me directly is most likely because he still has uses for the fallen morning star. Besides, if that so-called blessed of his only took less than a week to find information involving a secret existence, I'm afraid it wouldn't be convincing enough. From the looks of it, I'll have to wait a week. No, I won't know the outcome until 2 weeks later. Thankfully, I'm not in a hurry to know this. Its potential threat is the smallest around me. With this in mind, Ebner snapped to his senses and bowed at Mr. Fool once again before sitting down. When Justice and the Hanged Man heard the conversation between him and Mr. Fool, the former exclaimed inwardly, "Just any beyonder item in your hand involves a secret existence. Mr. Tower is indeed very mysterious and powerful." As for the Hanged Man, he found it a matter of course. As someone who could hunt down the demoness of affliction and kill Admiral Hell, he had to hand over the item to Mr. Fool for inspection due to his reservations. It definitely had a special background. I wonder who the hidden existence involved is. Zio had long heard from Ebner about his suspicion of the item, so she wasn't surprised. However, she had a better understanding of Mr. Fool's easygoing attitude. He could even entrust a dangerous item identification to his blessed. All he paid was a little gold pound. What Ebner said previously was right. Mr. Fool was truly a amiable god. Chapter 252, Omnipotent and Omniscient. Seeing Tower sit back in his seat, Alger looked around and made his request. "I need a pair of dragon-eyed sea condor eyes. I will pay the corresponding price." Although he had yet to digest the Seafarer potion, he had to make some preparations in advance. And during the last tarot gathering, he had bought the Wind-Blessed potion formula from the tower. He already had an idea of the whereabouts of the Blue Shadow Falcon, but it was difficult to find the dragon-eyed sea condor, so he could only try his luck here. However, the people on both sides of the long bronze table showed no reaction. Needless to say, Mr. Fool didn't possess such an expensive item. He had never even heard of such a material before Mr. Tower wrote the formula. Although Miss Justice's vault was quite large, there weren't many items at the Sequence 6 level. She was certain that she had never seen it in the catalog. Miss Judgment is still in debt to this day. Although she should be able to pay off the reimbursement and reward money she received from the special recruitment, she would still have quite a bit of spare cash. Up to now, she's still in debt. The Sun said honestly, "There's no sea around the City of Silver." In between the lines, he was implying that there was no dragon-eyed sea condor. Alger wasn't disappointed either. He didn't expect to buy it immediately, and he hadn't saved enough money. Therefore, he only requested, "I hope you can help me keep an eye out, and let it go." Justice, Judgment, and the Sun nodded and agreed to his request. As for Ebner, he did know where the dragon-eyed sea condor eyeballs could be found, but Miss Justice hadn't joined the psychology alchemists at the moment, so there was no way she could get them even if she said it out loud. In the end, Ebner remained silent. Following that, the topic entered the stage of sharing information. Audrey recalled the topic she hadn't finished at the last tarot gathering. She asked Derek, "Mr. Sun, can you tell me in detail about the City of Silver you're in?" After a few tarot gatherings, Derek roughly understood what equivalent exchange meant by Mr. Fool. Furthermore, through the previous transactions with Mr. Tower, he more or less understood some of the resources he could use. However, Derek didn't pay much attention to such basic general knowledge. Therefore, when he heard Miss Justice's question, he thought for a moment and replied. "Ever since the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, abandoned this land, the City of Silver has existed. No, just as Mr. Tower mentioned, it existed before that. However, it was called the Kingdom of Silver back then. The difference is that, in the records of the City of Silver, our ancestors should have believed in Giant King Ormer, and not the Giant Queen Omabella that Mr. Tower mentioned. This was specially checked after I returned last time." At this point, Derek was afraid that Mr. Tower would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained. "Of course, with my status, I won't be able to come into contact with high-end information. This is only what I saw in the books that were open to all the residents of the City of Silver." Upon hearing that, Ebner only smiled without saying a word. At the same time, he extended his right palm, signaling him to continue. Seeing that Mr. Tower didn't seem to be angry, Derek heaved a sigh of relief. He admired this knowledgeable powerhouse who had determined the location of the City of Silver with just his words. However, the focus of the rest of the people present wasn't on who the son's ancestor believed in, but the words, omnipotent and omniscient God. They were no strangers to the Lord that created everything. The creator mentioned in the legends of the deities like the Book of Storms and the Revelation of Ebner had similar titles. The true creator that the Aurora Order and other secret organizations believed in was also given the same title. However, this was the first time that everyone had heard of the omnipotent and omniscient God in this world. Be it the Evernight goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the god of steam and machinery, none of them claimed to be omniscient or omnipotent. Apart from Klein, who had heard the son's description alone, and who knew what was going on inside, the other three fell into deep thought. Elsewhere, Derek didn't notice the pensive looks on Justice and company's faces. He composed himself and continued. In the first few decades after being forsaken by the Lord, plants couldn't grow, and the City of Silver was severely lacking in food. We could only hunt dark monsters with physical bodies and some mutated animals to relieve our hunger. The population began to drop uncontrollably. Fortunately, we later found black-faced grass. It could survive in such an environment, and it became our reliable and stable food source. It was believed to be the final blessing left behind by the great God, allowing the City of Silver to persist for generations. It lasted for 2,582 years in the Dark Ages. This is the time recorded by past chiefs. The other residents of the City of Silver use relatively more lightning as day, and when the lightning subsides, it becomes night. One takes a day. As this is often chaotic, we are unable to grasp the exact number of days. Derek stopped after briefly explaining the few memorable incidents in the history of the City of Silver. He clearly realized that it was inevitable that he would divulge valuable information if he kept talking. And this information could be used to exchange for his resources for advancement. After secretly sighing for the City of Silver's harsh living environment, Audrey snapped back to her senses and sighed. Thankfully, you found the black-faced grass and stubbornly survived. Yes. This might be the final blessing of the Lord. Derek lowered his head, his voice revealing a hint of pain. What's the title of the Lord you believe in? He is omnipotent and omniscient. Alger asked. I don't know. It's sacrilegious to randomly guess the Lord's title. Derek replied, stumped. Although entering the Fool's Kingdom is the greatest form of blasphemy against the Lord. He really doesn't know the meaning behind it, nor has he read about it in books. Is that so? Alger nodded before glancing at the silent tower beside him. He asked seemingly casually, regarding this, Mr. Tower, do you know anything? Can you tell us? After all, Tower was someone who could deduce the forsaken land of the sun with just a few words. He definitely had a deep understanding of that place. Nice question. Klein's mind stirred when he heard that. In fact, he had long wanted to ask Tower such a question. Unfortunately, as the fool, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Ebner could naturally tell what Alger was thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to nitpick. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to divulge some information. Hence, he deliberated over his words and said, speaking of omnipotent and omniscient, I do know a little. Do you think that among the 22 Beyonder pathways, which of them can represent omniscient and which of them can represent omnipotent? Chapter 253, All Kinds of Imagination. Upon hearing the question, the Tarot Club members fell silent for a moment. Finally, Judgment Zaya was the first to answer. If it represents omniscient, I think the three pathways, Reader, Mystery Prior, and Savant, are most likely. She had always been able to learn some general knowledge about the abilities of various pathways from Ebner, so her knowledge wasn't too limited. Alger also said, the pathway that represents omnipotent. I can only think of Secret Suppliant. After all, you clearly explained the traits of a shepherd to the sun at the last gathering. Sitting at the seat of honor, Klein secretly nodded when he heard that. What Judgment and the Hangman said was in line with his thoughts. I wonder if Mr. Tower will have any different ideas. With this in mind, Klein saw Mr. Tower first look at Miss Judgment and explain with a smile. Mystery Prior and Savant correspond to knowledge itself. They are split into two aspects. One is more about mystery, while the other is more about reality. However, they do not represent omniscient. Having said that, he nodded at Alger and said with certainty, Secret Suppliant does represent omnipotent in the aspect of Beyonder powers. So the Mystery Prior and Savant represent knowledge itself. It's no wonder the Emperor's diary said that they can switch pathways at high levels. To think that their internal connections are like this. Then, since the Reader and Secret Suppliant represent omnipotent and omniscient parts, can they also be interchanged? Wait, the God of knowledge and wisdom should have the highest authority of the Reader pathway. And he is at odds with the eternal blazing sun and the Lord of Storms, but at the same time, they view the true Creator, who wields the highest authority of the Secret Suppliant, with extreme animosity. Could there be some connection between the two? Could it be that Sailor and Bard are also considered to be omnipotent and omniscient? They can also be interchanged. Klein thought back to the diary pages he had read in the past. So, the so-called omnipotent and omniscient is actually referring to the two pathways of reader and secret suppliant. At this moment, Audrey maintained her spectator state and calmly interrupted. Ebner didn't answer her directly. Instead, he continued introducing the traits of the few pathways. The name of the reader pathway sequence 1 is Eye of Omniscient. The beyonders of this pathway believe in constantly being rich in knowledge. By climbing up the stairs, one can reach the depths of the cosmos. Furthermore, omniscient also means omnipotent. Therefore, the reader pathway can learn and simulate the beyonder powers of other pathways from sequence 6 polymath. Although it's not as powerful as the original, it has many means. It's almost omnipotent. I previously introduced secret suppliant. Its sequence 5 shepherd can graze beyonders of other pathways and obtain their powers. In a sense, it's also a type of omnipotent. I believe everyone is very familiar with the sailor pathway. From my point of view, it actually represents the sea, land, and air, which are also the omnipotent of the material world. Similarly, the spectator pathway is also known as the dragon pathway. It's a pathway that the mind dragons grasp. It should represent the omnipotent of the mind, and other non-material worlds. Finally, the bard pathway. This pathway also possesses the authority of omniscient. The evidence is that its sequence 6 is called notary. It can be used to notarize almost anything. Without the authority of omniscient, it's very difficult to do this. In short, the reader, sailor, bard, secret suppliant, and spectator pathways are collectively known as the 5 pathways of omnipotent and omniscient. This is a portion of what I know about so-called omnipotent and omniscient. Of course, if you want to know more, you'll have to pay extra. Omnipotent and omniscient 5 pathways. Justice, the hangman, and the others muttered this term in their hearts. At the same time, they looked at Mr. Fool at the seat of honor, hoping that this mysterious existence would judge and add on to what the tower had said. Why are all of you looking at me? This is the first time I've heard of this term. Klein knew that although not saying anything would make the members have doubts, it would at least diminish Mr. Fool's dignity. After all, the word, omnipotent and omniscient, sounds very lofty. With the Fool's usual persona, it's only normal to give a comment or two. As his thoughts raced, Klein had an idea. He leaned back in his chair in a seemingly relaxed manner and chuckled. Heh, the Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the eternal blazing sun are at odds with each other, and the 3 deities are at odds with the fallen Creator. This is a fact that everyone knows. As for how you imagine it, it's up to you. Anyway, even if you guess wrong, you can't blame Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool is implying that the 3 deities and the true Creator are at odds because they share the same pathway of omnipotent and omniscient. Could this be a secret that only deities know? Alger quivered when he heard that. His thoughts flashed through his mind. He came to a realization of the relationship between the various churches. This made him feel a rather special sense of superiority and joy, as though he had seen the essence of the matter, exceeding the level of most beyonders in the Church of Storms. Furthermore, since these 5 pathways have the concept of omnipotent and omniscient, Tower, are the other pathways similar? Yes, the savant and mystery prior mentioned by Tower just now could be classified as knowledge itself. Furthermore, the Church of the God of Combat and the Church of Evernight are as incompatible as the 3 deities. Then, are Sleepless and Warrior also in the same spectrum that we don't know of? Just as the hangman was letting his imagination run wild, Klein actually made similar connections and went one step further. The Emperor once regretted not choosing apprentice and seer in his diary. And his transmigration might very well be similar to mine, having something to do with the space above the grey fog. Could I make a bold guess that the palace above the grey fog is actually part of the scope of seer and apprentice? The Emperor's final regret was that he couldn't come here because he had chosen another pathway. At this moment, Zio was surprised at Ebner's unrestrained behavior. Although she had long known that her friend often had the desire to pour her heart out and always wanted to flaunt her knowledge, other than when they first met, he had already restrained himself. He always said to keep half, or Furs wouldn't have added the annoying Mr. Evil Spirit character in Stormwind Mountain Villa. That's right. The reason why he usually doesn't dare to speak is that he's afraid of attracting danger. And this is the Divine Council. With Mr. Fool present, he doesn't have many reservations. It's no wonder he thinks so highly of the Fool. Apart from the unimaginable benevolence, tolerance, generosity, and amiable attitude displayed by this existence, it's also because he finally has a place to speak his mind. Perhaps, the reason why he was able to restrain his desire to flaunt and pour out was also because he had joined the Tarot Club and had a place to vent. With this in mind, Zio even thought of using the opportunity to ask Ebner about things he usually didn't wish to divulge, but she ultimately decided not to launch a sudden attack. She would discuss with him what knowledge she could ask for when she returned. Miss Justice's attention was focused on the saying that the spectator pathway represented the omnipotent of the mind and psyche domain. She was very excited about it and wanted to immediately ask the son what powers the mind dragon had. However, the timing was clearly not right, and he could only hold back for the time being. Derek muttered to himself, when the Lord first awakened, he took back his authority from the ancient gods. Could it be that his authority was scattered and lost after he fell asleep? Perhaps, I should exchange information about the legends and deities of the normal world with Miss Justice and the others. Ebner looked around at the people who were either deep in thought, excited, solemn, or curious. To ease the mood, he joked. Speaking of which, it's also a coincidence. Apart from Miss Judgment who just joined, the rest of us happen to be beyonders of the omnipotent and omniscient pathway. The hangman was taken aback when he heard that. He thought to himself that the tower was indeed a beyonder of the reader pathway. Then, he suddenly snapped to his senses and suddenly looked at Mr. Fool who was sitting at the seat of honor in a leisurely manner. There was only one thought in his mind, this is definitely not a coincidence. There must be a deeper meaning to the actions of the gods. Miss Judgment is an exception because she was recommended by Tower, and not personally chosen by Mr. Fool. Apart from the secret suppliant pathway, the other pathways that he had personally selected were all omnipotent and omniscient. Furthermore, Mr. Fool is clearly hostile towards the true creator. He even belittled it by calling it the fallen creator. Could it be that he is also coveting the omnipotent and omniscient authority? Is this the path to becoming a god? At that moment, Alger felt that he had finally figured out the deeper purpose of Mr. Fool's gathering. Klein guessed what the hangman was thinking from the changes in the colors of his emotions. He immediately felt speechless. Could he really say that it was a coincidence? By mentioning it so directly, Mr. Tower must have been imagining something, right? Is he using this opportunity to test me? These two sure are worrisome. Just look at Miss Justice, Mr. Sun, and Miss Judgment. They don't have that many thoughts. Forget it, explaining would only make things worse. They probably wouldn't believe it either. That's good too. It will increase their sense of awe and lessen my troubles. Chapter 254, Katlia's Arrival. Alger reined in his emotions and took a deep breath before saying to Ebner. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Tower. He didn't say exactly what he had figured out, afraid that he would be punished by Mr. Fool. Do not pry into the mystery of God. Alger repeated this inwardly a few times before finally calming down. To hide his loss of composure, he deliberately changed topics. At the dawn of Friday, the military sealed 1-025 which originally belonged to the Church of Storms again. They didn't return it to the Church of Storms, as though they had other uses for it. 1-025. Early in the morning on Friday. Indeed. Back then, Baron Conva broke out of the encirclement after escaping 1-025. It's no wonder he only had his head left. From the looks of it, he was beaten up very badly. Ebner nodded in thought. He had already guessed it. After all, if the Grade 1 seal was still on the Baron, it wouldn't be easy for them to escape, even with Furz's bracelet helping them. Klein, who was sitting at the seat of honor, couldn't help but look at Tower and Judgment when he heard that. He thought to himself, so there was such a terrifying thing that night. Thankfully, I wasn't there and only watched the live stream. On the other hand, Audrey was delighted that the Grade 1 that she had lost was finally under control. She didn't wish for Backlund, which she was living in, to suffer any major losses due to the loss of the sealed artifact. She had been on tenterhooks ever since she heard about it, and she was finally relieved. As for who eventually obtained the Grade 1 sealed artifact, she didn't care. At this moment, Zaya wanted to mention that Baron Conva was pursuing Mr. Fool's aura, but on second thought, she felt that it was purely a guess of his without any basis. Besides, Ebner himself didn't report it to Mr. Fool. More importantly, with Mr. Fool's godlike powers, he probably knew of this long ago. Therefore, she opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say it out loud. At this moment, Klein's spirituality was almost exhausted. Seeing that no one was sharing it, he decisively ended the gathering. He watched as Justice, the Hanged Man, the Tower, Judgment, and the Sun disappeared before his eyes. Klein didn't stay any longer. He used his spirituality to envelop himself and simulate the sensation of descending rapidly. All that was left was the towering palace, the ancient table, and the 22 high-backed chairs silently standing above the grey fog. Having returned to the real world, Klein dispelled the wall of spirituality and was just about to head out to buy some spiritual materials for rituals. As he had become a clown, his weekly salary had increased to £10, reaching the level of a senior Nighthawk. Together with the £300 that Mr. Tower had sacrificed from the junk pile above the grey fog and the £100 he had earned from selling the formula, he was very confident. But just as he reached the living room on the first floor, he suddenly felt something touch his arm. Apart from him, something in the living room touched his arm. His hair stood on end as Klein retracted his arm. He turned his head and saw 5 thin, pale fingers growing on the tip of a red tongue. Beneath them were irregular sharp teeth. Klein first reached into his pocket where the slumber and requiem charms were. Following that, he saw the 5 baby-like fingers holding onto a neatly folded piece of paper. A letter. Messenger. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the 5 pale fingers holding onto the paper touched his arm again. Klein took a deep breath and grabbed the letter with his left hand. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw the pale fingers, red tongue, and irregular sharp teeth dim and disappear. With a thought, Klein tapped his left molar and secretly activated his spirit vision. He saw the 5 abnormally thin fingers again. He saw the long red tongue embedded with sharp white teeth. He saw them retract into the transparent face on the ground. A second later, the face burrowed underground as though it had never been there. It seems like when spirit body creatures are willing to be seen and have the corresponding powers, even ordinary people can discover them. As Klein thought, he unfolded the letter and read the letter from Spirit Guide Daily. The Mysticism Magister from the Joint Investigation Team, Stuart, will take the afternoon steam locomotive back to Tingen. He might come to ask you about something. There's no need to be nervous. Just answer honestly. Also, this person doesn't seem to have a good reputation when it comes to relationships. Try not to let him interact with Dunn. Of course, if they really talk about something, remember to write to me. I will pay you something you look forward to. Klein's lips twitched as he read the letter. He confirmed that it was Daly herself. Mysticism Magister Stuart. Why did he return? Doesn't Tingen City no longer have secret order members? Is he suspecting something about me? With this in mind, Klein decided not to meet the deacon of the Church of Storms alone, lest he used a mystical technique to dig out some secrets from him. When that happened, he might not even be able to silence him. Following that, after burning the letter, Klein changed his clothes and went out, heading straight for the underground market of the Evil Dragon Bar. On the way, he suddenly heard the paperboy shout out the edition of the Tingen City Honest paper. Additional issue. Special issue. Did something major happen? Klein's heart stirred as he took out a penny to buy a newspaper. Then he saw the title of the additional magazine. The steam locomotive from Backlund to Tingen derailed due to extreme weather. The exact number of casualties is unknown. The train derailed. May the goddess bless us. I hope the passengers are fine. Klein subconsciously drew the crimson moon on his chest, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He got on the public carriage and headed for the harbor. About 60 kilometers away from Tingen, in Maple Leaf Town, Stuart helped rescue the passengers from the train carriage. When he saw that the sun had already set, he couldn't help but sigh. I only have a day or so of vacation. I won't be able to go to Tingen in time. After a night's rest in Maple Leaf Town, I'll have to return to Backlund tomorrow. I can only wait until Monday to investigate what's hidden there. Sigh, my luck seems to be terrible recently. Does this imply something? In the evening, Zio, who had taken off her disguise and cleaned up her makeup, ate and drank at Ebner's house. Ebner watched her stuff a piece of pie into her mouth in a few mouthfuls as he quipped with a smile, Miss Justice would never have imagined that the proper misjudgment would be like this in private. Asterisk 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 good asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zio puffed her cheeks and said indistinctly. Although he didn't understand, he subconsciously felt that it wasn't something nice, so he didn't press further. Instead, he asked. How does it feel to participate in the Tarot Club for the first time? Zio had already swallowed the pie. After some thought, she replied, Mr. Fool is much milder than I imagined. Miss Justice is also more approachable than when I was interacting with her. That's because she doesn't have any augmentation from her status in the Tarot Club. You are all equal members, so it's naturally easier for you to come into contact with her, Ebner analyzed with a smile. Zio thought for a moment and felt that it was indeed the case, so she didn't think too much about it. After discussing the traits of the Sun and the Hanged Man, she asked Ebner in a serious manner, can you tell me something that you couldn't tell me at the Tarot Club? Partially, but the ins and outs of your father's matter are too dangerous. The timing isn't right, and our strengths are lacking. Even if I were to tell you at the tarot gathering, if you can't forget it, leaving Mr. Fool's kingdom will still result in danger, Ebner said after some thought. The most troublesome thing about this matter was that it was arranged by the King of Angels who couldn't say its name. The more he knew, the easier it was to be detected. Zio wasn't like him who had an extremely high-level cheat code, nor did she have a deity backing her up to conceal her tracks. And Mr. Fool, who was viewed as his pillar of support, was still a good-for-nothing. As expected, Zio said with a sigh. She had long guessed this outcome and wasn't disappointed. In a warehouse in the Backlund dock area, Jane calmly flipped through a novel in the darkness. As though she was happy to see something, her eyebrows arched up. At that moment, the color in her eyes instantly turned black, dotted with countless resplendent lights. It was like the cosmos was reflected in his eyes. Soon, the gravel formed from stars quickly spun. In a daze, it seemed to gather into a black-haired lady wearing a classic robe. Captain. Jane put down her novel, stood up, and greeted her happily. It was none other than Admiral of Stars Katlia. This beautiful lady in a white shirt and tailcoat adjusted her glasses and frowned. "Why are you here?" "A spirit medium has to maintain some level of mystery," Jane explained with a smile. "Spirit medium?" Katlia immediately fell silent. It took her quite a while before she said, "There's someone who can channel spirits in such a place." They went into a pitch-black warehouse by mistake while drunk and met the mysterious and beautiful spirit medium. Through spirit channeling, they resolved the problem that had been plaguing them all this time. When everything was over, they realized that they couldn't find the warehouse they were at when they were drunk. "Isn't this script great?" Jane said in excitement. "I remember that there was a similar plot in Stormwind Mountain Villa," Katlia exposed. Ahem. Jane coughed dryly and changed the topic. "Captain, I invited you here for official business." "Oh, you mentioned in your letter that you want me to help you kill a Sequence 5 gatekeeper. Although I have already agreed to help you gather the ingredients for the spirit guide potion, isn't it too early to consider the gatekeeper characteristic?" Katlia narrowed her eyes and asked cautiously. Chapter 255, Tuesday. Although I just became a spirit medium not long ago, and I'm still far from digesting it completely, there's no harm in making preparations early. Jane replied after some deliberation. Katlia looked at her subordinate, who had been assigned to her ship by Queen Mystic, and knew that she wasn't telling the whole truth. All she could do was think, "I thought I finally had someone to worry about, but I never expected that I'll end up like the fellows on the ship, always causing trouble for me." However, despite feeling exhausted, Katlia asked after some thought, "Who is that Sequence 5 gatekeeper? Tell me in detail." Jane didn't dare to hide anything on this matter, otherwise, it was very likely that she would harm her captain, as well as herself and Zio. Therefore, she recounted in detail the information that Ebner had previously told her, as well as his battle achievements when fighting MI9. Finally, she concluded. Overall, that gatekeeper is equivalent to a powerful Sequence 5 Beyonder who possesses a demigod-level sealed artifact. As for his strange spiritual strength, it's unknown. But from his previous performance, he's likely only a Sequence 5 or 6. A Baron from more than 700 years ago. Corrupted by a high-level existence. A gatekeeper who can use the powers of a Black Knight. This isn't including that strange spirit body. Although Katlia had expected this, she never expected the person Jane was dealing with to be so difficult to deal with. After a moment of surprise, she said in exasperation. "For such a person, even if you use the sealed artifact you obtained from the mausoleum and can temporarily control Ludwell and me to cooperate, it will only defeat him at best. It will be difficult to retain him. I advise you to give up. What if there are still wraiths and zombies helping to block his escape? Although they won't join the attack, they will help restrict his mobility." Jane had already communicated with Miss Sharon and made a deal. "That's worth a try." Katlia pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Then, she said to Jane in a profound manner, "I won't ask why you insisted on killing that gatekeeper. It's just that, regardless of the outcome, the favor I owe you before the ruins are repaid." "Of course." Jane nodded without hesitation. "In that case, tell me your plan." Katlia nudged her thick glasses and asked. "All right, Captain." Jane went with the flow and then explained her plan of using Zio as bait to fish out the Baron. "The plan is all right. The only loophole is that the Baron's whereabouts are unknown. The bait you prepared might not be able to encounter him." Having said that, Katlia habitually nudged her glasses and asked, "Do you have a backup plan?" "Unfortunately, there's no such thing." Jane sighed. Her only social connection in Backlund was Ebner. She had formulated a plan without alerting him. It was already very good that she could perfect it so perfectly. There was no way she could have any backup plans. "In that case, I'll need 2 days to prepare. I'll begin taking action on Wednesday night. In addition, I'll stay in Backlund until Friday at most. If the other party doesn't fall for it, I'll give up on this operation," Katlia said after nearly 20 seconds of silence. "Sure, I have no objections." Jane thought for a moment and exhaled. That night, after Zio placed all her disguises and makeup tools in the storeroom at Ebner, she bade farewell and returned to her rented apartment. She and Furs had already moved from Northborough to Sherwood Borough, and their residence wasn't far from Kingster Street, so there was no need for them to stay the night like before. On the way, Zio's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. However, before she could activate her spirit vision, a letter was stuffed into her hand. Zio opened the letter warily and read it before muttering to herself with a serious expression, "Wednesday night." Then, she came to the park by the street, lit the letter, burned it to ashes, and scattered it in the grass. Tuesday morning, Klein knocked on the captain's office door with great familiarity. After receiving permission, he turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. He saw the captain enjoying his breakfast. To his right was a cup of coffee emitting a rich aroma. On the plate in front of him was white bread, toast, and bacon. "What's the matter?" Dunn took out a piece of tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Stewart hasn't arrived yet." Klein had already circled the office previously, but since he didn't find the deacon of the Church of Storms, he wanted to visit the captain and report something. Mr. Stewart had an affair on the train. He had already sent a telegram last night, saying that he would visit again next week. Dunn handed a telegram to Klein. Klein took it and scanned through it. Thinking of the honest paper he bought yesterday afternoon, he subconsciously blurted out, "What a coincidence." As he spoke, he glanced at the captain through the corner of his eye. Apart from some electric characters, there was an open magazine in front of the captain. It's indeed a coincidence, but it should be written in the telegram. The mysticism magister has confirmed that the accident was purely accidental and that there were no signs of it being done by someone else. When it comes to investigating cases, we should trust the professionalism of a mysticism magister who was once a detective, Dunn said as he leaned back in his chair. When Klein heard that, he nodded and skipped the topic. He began talking about the main purpose of his visit. "I've met Daxter Guderian, the doctor from the mental asylum and a member of the psychology alchemists." At that moment, he noticed the title of the magazine in front of the captain through the corner of his eye. The Donningsman tree sap in the southern continent's rainforests has an obvious effect of boosting hair growth. This. Could it be that he wants to take note of his image after making progress with Madame Daly? In fact, Beyonders didn't have to go through that much trouble. If old Neil was still around, he would most likely suggest designing ritualistic magic for hair regrowth. He could then pray to the goddess for help. As for whether he would eventually grow fur and become a curly-haired baboon, that would be a whole other matter. Perhaps Mr. Tower, who has a deeper understanding of ritualistic magic, can design safer and more reliable methods. Wait, why am I thinking about this? I'm not bald. Could it be that the past few late-night live streams have given me a sense of danger? What the spirituality warning? The self-deprecation in his heart immediately dyed Klein's happiness with sorrow. The sorrow was filled with a comical feeling, just like a clown. Dunn leaned forward again and clasped his hands. He asked, "What information did the doctor provide?" Klein snapped back to his senses and threw away the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. He briefly described, "He told me that before Hudugin went mad, someone had visited him frequently. That person's name was Lenivus." Lenivus. Dunn rubbed his temples. "I seem to have heard of it somewhere." "The cheat who swindled at least £10,000, Klein reminded him. At the same time, he couldn't help but lampoon, "Captain, you're not sensitive at all to money." Dunn thought for a moment with a serious expression before shaking his head, indicating that he had no recollection of it. Upon seeing this, Klein had no choice but to recount the main points related to Lenivus. Then, he applied to channel Hudugin's spirit in a bid to obtain clues. Dunn finally agreed to Klein's plan. After some thought, he decided. "We'll go at dawn and secretly sneak in. I'll stay by the side to prevent any accidents from happening." Backlund, south of the bridge, Rose Street. A rental carriage stopped at the entrance of the Harvest Church. After taking a glance at the grayish-white fog in midair, he pressed down on his silk top hat and unhurriedly walked out of the carriage and passed through the door. The moment he entered, he saw Miss Hazel in her priest attire carefully wiping the candle stands with a cloth and a bucket of water. And Father Yutravsky, who seemed to have grown a little taller, was preaching in the morning. He randomly found a seat and waited. After the priest finished his final toast, he walked forward and greeted Bishop Yutravsky with a smile before asking, "Father, is there any news of Wednesday's ball?" Bishop Yutravsky smiled warmly and said, "My identity isn't suitable for such an occasion, but I helped you get an invitation." As he spoke, he took out an exquisitely printed card and handed it to Ebner. "Thank you very much, Father." Ebner received the card and thanked him with a sincere nod. The person you should thank the most is Member of Parliament mocked. It was because of his help that everything went so smoothly. Yes, their family will likely be attending the ball. You can just follow the Member of Parliament. Bishop Yutravsky chuckled. Together with Member of Parliament mocked. Perhaps I can get a ride on the carriage? While his thoughts wandered, he found it inappropriate to leave immediately. He picked up a piece of cloth and helped Hazel wipe the tables and chairs in the cathedral. But just as he was wiping the handrail of the basement stairs, he discovered that the sacred emblem of life engraved with spiritual materials on the heavy stone door that had once imprisoned Hazel had lit up once again. Together with many mysterious symbols, it formed a complete seal. Who are they holding this time? Wait, counting the time. Could it be some vampire who got lost and came to me? Chapter 256, Sending a Message. Wait. Could it be some vampire who got lost and came to me? Ebner mumbled inwardly, but he didn't ask further. After all, Emlyn had joined the Church of Earth Mother as the right god. There was no need for him to interfere. However, when Bishop Yutravsky saw the peculiar look on his face, he explained with a smile, "It's a special sealed artifact. It's in Well, in the words of Emperor Roselle, it's in the maintenance of the power of faith. A sealed artifact that can be regularly protected with the power of faith. Could it be something like the Earth Mother's divine descent vessel? Is there such a terrifying thing in the Harvest Church? It's no wonder the bishop wasn't worried that her demigod teacher would come knocking after receiving Hazel. However, if there really was such a powerful sealed artifact, how did Ray successfully steal the mystical item from the Harvest Church? Was it before the sealed artifact arrived, or did he deliberately let it go? As his thoughts raced, he tactfully ignored the topic. After wiping the tables and chairs in the prayer hall, he bade farewell to Bishop Utravsky and Miss Hazel. The latter hesitated for a moment before saying, "My carriage will pass by Sherwood Burroughs Golden Street around 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. You can just wait there." Ebner was taken aback, never expecting to be given a ride. He then said with a smile, "All right. Hazel, please thank Member of Parliament Mocked on my behalf." Hazel nodded slightly before she fell silent. She silently began her routine prayer. Outside an abandoned manor on the outskirts of Enmat Harbor, the first mate of the future, Frank Lee, carefully followed his captain's instructions and used different strengths and intervals to knock on the manor's door. The first mate was wearing dungarees and a white shirt. He was in his 30s and looked healthy. He had thick hair, making his exposed forearm look like it was covered in a brown sweater. However, the place he was in was so strange that his spirituality had already wildly issued a warning. Frank only felt that the sweater on him didn't give him any warmth or security. If he didn't trust his captain very much, he would have long fled. With great difficulty, he knocked on the door according to his captain's instructions. Frank waited silently. Even though he didn't see any abnormalities, he still felt that the manor was like a monster that was about to open its mouth, ready to swallow him at any moment. Suddenly, green pea vines drooped down from the sky, interweaving into a lush forest. The forest didn't have a peak as the vines formed different paths. They either intersected or spiraled, extending high into the sky. Frank was taken aback for a second before he came to a realization. Then, he casually found a pea vine to circle around him as he walked down the hanging trail. The appearance of these special plants soothed Frank's horror. As he walked, he used his powers as a biologist to instinctively analyze their composition. If it wasn't for the fact that these plants were seemingly illusory, and how he felt that deliberately destroying them would result in terrible outcomes, Frank would have taken the peas back to study them. These beans grow so quickly. If I were to graft it to a cow and let every vine produce milk, wouldn't it be better than simply planting cows? After silently muttering to himself, Frank quickly saw the green plants form a hammock that gently swayed from high above. He couldn't see what was on the chair. All he saw was a pair of black leather boots hanging down. At the same time, a gentle but emotionless voice entered Frank's ears. "Why did she get you here? It seems to be a lady. Is she someone Captain knows? I wonder if you can give me a few of those peas for Captain's sake." As Frank let his thoughts wander, he took out a letter and a small box and handed it to her. He didn't know who he was meeting, and he was only following his captain's instructions. A slender palm reached out from the chair to receive the letter and box, but the owner of the palm didn't intend to immediately read it. Instead, he fell silent for a moment before muttering to himself, "She didn't choose to use the messenger. Does she think that the spirit world isn't safe? Or does she think that the information she passes on isn't urgent?" With that said, she first opened the letter and briefly read it. After pondering for a moment, she said to Frank, "Go back. Tell her that I know what she said. Also, get away from that abandoned manor as soon as possible." Frank nodded in confusion before he didn't dare delay any further. He planned on retracing his steps. But at this moment, the pea vine suddenly shrank upwards and gradually faded away. The green forest quickly disappeared. Frank immediately landed at the entrance of the abandoned manor. There was no one around, other than the manor that resembled a monster. It looked no different from before. The fairy tale-like scene from before seemed like an illusion. Frank recalled the mysterious lady's exhortations and his heart palpitated. He quickly ran towards the harbor. At the same time, on the top floor of the abandoned manor, a lady wearing a white into-styled shirt and a dark black jacket, with a thin rapier by her waist, dressed like a standard sea captain, was brandishing resplendent starlight as she descended onto a monster formed from shadows. Right on the heels of that, the starlight instantly condensed, creating a huge transparent amber that firmly enveloped the shadow monster. After doing all of this, the lady opened the box with complicated patterns and took out a card. It really is a card of blasphemy. This should be the death card, and it has been activated. It's no wonder Katlia doesn't dare to hand it to the messenger. But what's so special about that person named Frank? He actually brought this card to me safely. Only when it was handed to me did this card attract the monsters of the spirit world and underworld. How did Katlia know of his uniqueness? As she muttered to herself, the lady picked up the letter and seriously read it a few times before frowning. Then, her blue eyes that resembled the sea turned extremely deep, like the surface of the sea before a storm. Under such circumstances, she clearly lost her focus as her eyes turned blurry. She was prying into the secrets of the river of fate and making a prophecy of Catlia's and Jane's subsequent actions. In the next second, the lady raised her right hand. Her skin immediately turned as white as snow, and her lips turned as red as blood. Her hair turned as black as ebony. An illusory, ancient mirror appeared in her hand. Silently, she saw a scene. Black sticky spots surged out of the body of a man who had been possessed by an evil spirit. Bang. The transparent eyes of mystery prying suddenly shattered. The lady rubbed her temples to ease the pain from the backlash and muttered to herself in puzzlement. What are Catlia and Jane up to? On Wednesday afternoon, Ebner boarded Member of Parliament Mock's carriage at his doorstep and headed for Duke Negan's mansion in Backlund's Empress Borough. Chapter 257, Ball. Hillston Borough, in a house with a stable and garden. Kalangos, who had a unique broad chin and dark green eyes, looked at the unconscious Baron Grammar. He took off his clothes and changed into his own clothes. Right on the heels of that, he leisurely walked in front of the dressing mirror and watched the black glove on his left hand squirm as though it was digesting something. He saw many distorted lines appear on its back. A few seconds later, Kalangos saw himself in the mirror with a strong nose and thin eyebrows. Even his cheeks were drooping, and his eyes had turned pale blue. He looked exactly like the unconscious Baron Grammar, be it his height, looks, or temperament. After examining the Baron a few times and matching his habits, Kalangos bent down and broke the Baron's neck. He dragged him to the side and stuffed him into the wardrobe. What a hypocritical and foolish noble, making me waste so much time to learn the strange pronunciation and so-called noble accent of certain words. Kalangos sneered in disdain. Then, he dripped a few drops of amber-colored liquid onto his wrist and wiped them on different parts of his body. He then thought impatiently. I wonder who collected the information to actually record how long this idiot knew how to use perfume before attending the banquet. Could the partner over there have bribed one of his mistresses or head maid? However, I seem to have missed the notice of time in the information. It doesn't matter. Who would be so bored as to care how long it takes for someone to spray perfume before participating in a banquet? After all, they're both brands and smells. With that thought in mind, Kalangos instructed his servants not to enter his bedroom without permission. Then, he maintained his baron's demeanor and boarded the carriage with his butler accompanying him. At 7 in the evening, in Duke Negan's mansion, a grand ball was being held. The place was divided into two parts. One was the dancing hall at the bottom level, which was paved with glamorous stone slabs engraved with complicated patterns. In the corner was an excellent band belonging to the Duke. Up the stairs of the hall was a winding corridor that circled the second floor. The guests held wine glasses and stood in front of the railing, overlooking the dancing below. It was as if they were watching a fencing match from the stands. From time to time, a gentleman would walk in front of a lady or madam and invite them to dance. If permission was given, both parties would walk down the stairs hand in hand and enter the hall. On the other side of the winding corridor that was not close to the hall, there were doors after doors. Behind them was the guest lounge. But behind the double door was a corridor, and on both sides of the corridor were different plaster statues of the ancestors of the Negan family. At the end of the hall was another part of the ball. It was also a hall with long tables filled with all sorts of delicacies and wine. Another band belonging to the Duke was playing relaxing melodies for the guests. In the hall, the guests were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, either sitting or standing as they conversed about various matters. Those who wished to avoid the din for a short period of time entered the attached balconies to take in the garden scenery and the crimson moon in the sky. At that moment, Ebner was holding a cup of Ormer red wine that had been deciphered by the white eye. He stood beside the 2-story staircase in the dancing hall, carefully and furtively observing the guests. Although this cup of wine wasn't a collector's version of 1286, it was still a high-end product produced in 1330. The entire bottle was worth about £130. Usually, Ebner would never buy such expensive red wine, but since someone was treating him, he naturally took the opportunity to enjoy it. At this moment, he saw a blonde, soft-haired girl walk up the stairs after the opening dance. Her green eyes were as beautiful as gems, but they also seemed like the surface of the sea that hid Maelstrom, making it impossible for anyone to shift their gaze away. However, what caught Ebner's attention was a ring that she had accidentally revealed. The ring was embedded with red and black gems. It was in a unique and dazzling manner. It was none other than the fake anger he had previously sold at the Tarot Club. This girl is Miss Justice. As expected of the most dazzling jewel in Backlund. Ebner secretly marveled before retracting his gaze. He didn't come here today to meet the netizens offline, but to ensure that the plot played out normally. Therefore, he didn't plan on interacting with Miss Justice, who was a very important actress in this matter, to prevent any accidents from happening to the butterfly. On the other side, Audrey didn't notice that Ebner was sizing her up. This was because there were many gentlemen sizing her up. Many of them were already itching to dance. How boring, but it's not like I can't participate. Sigh, can't they just let me quietly observe? I have to say, some people have rich expressions when dancing. They remind me of animals seeking mates. After sighing helplessly, Audrey suddenly had an idea. She took 2 quick steps before the gentleman invited her and stepped onto the corridor that led to the dining hall. At the same time, in a corner of the winding corridor on the 2nd floor, 2 unpopular ladies were leaning against the railings and chatting. One of them was Miss Hazel, who had come with Ebner. She had been ostracized by the gentlemen of high society after the incident at the Daily Observer's headquarters. After such a long period of time, she was already used to it. She even felt that it was a little quieter, so she remained very calm. As for the other person, she was the youngest daughter of Viscount Horrorhawks. As she had done quite a number of outrageous things during her time as a swindler, she was hated by many. Even though she had a strong background, she still had the reputation of being eccentric. Now, she was naturally left in the corner. However, the 2 ladies weren't in the mood to be depressed. Holding their drinks, they pouted in the direction of Ebner and said, "Look, Ebner seems to be attracted by the most dazzling jewel of Backlund." Hazel glanced at her and said coldly, "What does his attraction have to do with me? Aren't the 2 of you on very good terms? I heard that you even revealed some of my matters to him." Emma rolled her eyes and asked indirectly. "He cut off my arm. How can such a relationship be good?" Hazel puffed her cheeks in an inelegant manner before retorting, "Your topic has always been revolving around him. Your relationship with him is really good, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold me out. So you really mentioned me to Ebner?" "I thought it was just an excuse he made up." Although she was deep in thought, she didn't seem embarrassed at all. She smiled and admitted, "I do have a good relationship with him." Hazel frowned when she heard that. She thought to herself that Detective Brian really didn't know Emma 2 weeks ago. How long had it been, and they were already so familiar with each other? Could it be that the rumors about Detective Brian were true? He was a playboy and very good at getting girls to like him. But he didn't show this side of him at the Harvest Church. With her acumen as a cryptologist, she easily guessed what Hazel was thinking. She found her naivety amusing as she found her adorable. She was even more knowledgeable than Jenny. She had really chosen the wrong pathway. After being discussed by the 2 ladies, Ebner tensed up when Audrey walked into the corridor that led to the dining hall. This meant that Vice Admiral Hurricane's disguise was about to be seen through, and the plot was about to begin. He looked at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the roof and then at the defenseless guests in the dancing hall on the 1st floor. If everything remained the same, Kalangos would use wind blades to cut the metal chain of the chandelier and create chaos. With such a heavy chandelier hanging down, the people below would probably suffer heavy casualties. Since he had encountered it, he had to try his best to save it. The principles that he had previously set for himself flashed through his mind, and he made up his mind. Although he needed to ensure that the plot happened tonight, saving the people in the dance hall wouldn't affect the plot. After a brief deliberation, Ebner carried his wine cup to a corner of the corridor and came before the 2 ladies, Emma and Hazel. "Ebner, do you want to invite me for a dance?" Seeing him approach, Emma asked with a smile. However, Ebner only greeted her politely before turning to face Hazel. He bowed in a standard manner and said, "Miss Hazel, may I invite you for a dance?" Hazel glanced at him and fell silent for a few seconds. "It's my honor." She then extended her metal palm. Ebner politely held her hand as they walked up the stairs to the 1st floor and entered the dance floor. Following the melody, they began a brisk and lively dance. At this moment, Emma, who had been left on the winding corridor on the 2nd floor, frowned. She could tell that there was something wrong with Ebner's attitude. Although he didn't give any clear indication, he had secretly waved at her when he turned around. "Ever since I've come into contact with that detective, he's rarely been this serious. Is something serious going to happen? Well, regardless, I'll go and hide for now. It should be safer at the restaurant at this time." After making up her mind, she ignored the gazes of others and left the corner angrily, following the long corridor towards the restaurant. On the dance floor, directly under the dome chandelier, Ebner looked at Hazel's beautiful but expressionless face and asked solemnly, "How heavy is this arm made from ancient alchemy?" Chapter 258, Saving People. The Greatest Burden. Hazel looked up and swept her gaze. Could there be an accident at this ball? The major change in her life stemmed from a ball, and at that time, the detective in front of her was the first to discover the problem. Therefore, when she heard the question, she immediately made the connection. "I found a person among the guests who made me feel that he was very dangerous. Although I don't know who he is, nor can I determine his motives, I guess that no matter what he wants to do, he will first cause chaos," Ebner explained to Hazel in a measured tone. Hazel thought for a moment when she heard that. Using the opportunity of spinning during the dance, she looked up at the huge crystal chandelier on the roof and said in enlightenment, "You believe the other party will sever the chandelier's chains?" Ebner nodded and took a step diagonally with her in his arms. He said with a smile, "My intuition tells me so." As you know, my intuition has always been very accurate. Very accurate. That's why she ran away the moment he saw me approach at the ball in the Daily Observer. Hazel's mouth subconsciously gaped before closing it again. After nearly 10 seconds, she said, "My metallic arm is actually a steel golem created by Miss Judy's father. It only transformed into an arm and is attached to my body for my use." "I know that. I also know that installing it for you in the beginning was to prevent your demigod teacher from doing so. It's to create a temporary protective and positioning function, allowing the church's powerhouses to quickly descend. However, due to the excessive amount of resources provided by Member of Parliament Mocked, the Church of Earth had likely changed its attitude, changing the golem's clearance, allowing it to be kept by you for extended periods of time, allowing you to use most of its abilities." As he thought this, he heard Hazel continue. "In its normal state, it can easily pick up an item weighing about 100 kilograms. It can resist high temperatures and low temperatures, and it's even immune to some magic and curses. Once the seal is completely removed and the spirit inside awakens, it can restore it to the form of a steel golem. I'm not sure of its exact strength, but Miss Judy had once commented that, although it can't compare to a guardian, it's not much weaker. However, she also warned me that once that spirit within it awakens, I have to bring it back to the Harvest Church to seal it again. Otherwise, that spirit will gradually go mad and lose control." After some thought, he asked sincerely, "If the chandelier really crashes down, I will try my best to slow it down. Can you hold on for a few seconds to give the guests around you a chance to escape?" Although he wanted to save her, he had no intention of forcing her. Hazel looked up silently and said 2 seconds later, "Why didn't you report it to Duke Negan?" "I don't have any evidence. Do I want others to believe my intuition?" Ebner was already prepared for this as he feigned exasperation. Hazel nodded in agreement before solemnly saying, "If your intuition is correct, I'll do my best." She originally had a sense of justice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped Dwayne capture the intruder in the middle of the night. And after joining the Church of Earth Mother, she was infected by Bishop Utravsky's actions, and she was now reborn. With that said, Hazel didn't continue on the topic. She focused her attention back on the dance as though she was immersed in the music. Ebner also fell silent. As he was immersed in the beautiful melody with the girl, his attention was focused on a gentleman on the second floor who was holding a cup of red wine, as though he was admiring a beautifully dressed lady and madams. At the same time, Audrey noticed that something was wrong with the smell of the amber perfume on Baron Grammer. She began to suspect his identity. After reporting her discovery to her father, Earl Hall, Audrey left the dining hall and entered a corridor. She familiarly found Duke Negan's small prayer room. She pushed open the door and locked it behind her. She then found a dark corner and sat down. She leaned forward and clasped her hands together in a praying position, holding them to her forehead. Then, she chanted softly in Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." In a simple room in the Holy Wind Cathedral, Alger was organizing the Roselle text notebook he had borrowed from the dossier. But at that moment, he suddenly saw his vision turn illusory as a thick grayish-white fog appeared. Moments later, Alger pressed his hand to his chest in surprise and joy, praising Mr. Fool before taking his items and leaving. He was going to find one of the cardinals of the Church of Storms, the Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake. For Alger Wilson, personally killing Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos was the best course of action, but if he couldn't do it, it was still acceptable to confirm that he was dead. However, he was soon informed by Backlund's acting captain of the mandated Punisher team, that Mr. Snake had gone for a stroll by the Tussock River. Taking a stroll. At this time. If not for his mental fortitude, Alger would have grimaced. He took a deep breath to calm himself. After asking where Mr. Snake might be, he didn't hesitate to rush over. When Stuart, who happened to come over to handle some matters, saw this scene, he frowned deeply. On the second floor of Duke Negan's mansion, Kalangos glanced at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling and decided not to wait any longer. He pressed his right hand forward slightly. Woo! A sudden gust of wind swept the area above the dance floor, extinguishing the candles on the crystal chandelier. As the light and darkness intertwined, and just as everyone's attention was drawn, a few wind blades struck the same spot on the metal chain that hung the crystal chandelier under the cover of the strong winds. Creak! Amidst a jarring shattering sound, the huge crystal chandelier fell straight down. At this moment, it happened to be the end of a dance tune. There were definitely many men and women on the dance floor. If they were really smashed, even if they survived by chance, they would suffer some unspeakable damage. The constantly paying attention to the developments of the situation was naturally the first thing he noticed. Without any hesitation, he activated the white eye and simulated a glide around the falling chandelier. However, as the huge lamp was too heavy, it far exceeded the weight limit of Ebner's low-profile powers. Therefore, it could only slow down its descent slightly to buy time for the others to react. It really smashed down. Upon seeing this, Hazel first glanced at Ebner, secretly expressing her admiration for his intuition. In fact, she didn't believe in the so-called intuition that Ebner mentioned at all. She felt that it was definitely the result of his inference based on some clues, just like how he discovered that she had been corrupted by an evil god. But this might very well involve his secret, so he was unwilling to say it. As her thoughts raced, Hazel took the initiative to remove a portion of the seal on the metal arm. She instantly felt the spirit inside awaken. After a simple communication with it, an illusory hand extended from the metal arm. It spread its fingers and caught the gigantic chandelier that was falling at a much slower speed. However, even though the chandelier didn't crash onto the dance floor, the terrifying scene that they saw before their eyes sank into the darkness still caused screams to sound out one after another. Many gentlemen and ladies were flustered as they shoved each other in the darkness, looking like they were about to lead to a tragedy of being trampled upon. After simulating the midnight poet's vision of the darkness, Ebner signaled Hazel to place the chandelier on the ground. Then, he jumped onto the lamp and activated the fire of light on the ring of light. He then rekindled most of the candles on the chandelier. At the same time, the effects of the sun domain's immunity to horror spread out with him at its center. Light and the courage that suddenly rose in their chests made the people in panic gradually regain their senses. It's Detective Hero. He caught the chandelier and saved us. We're fine now. Under the warm power, the people who had regained their calm looked in the direction of the chandelier and immediately deduced a portion of the truth. Some even recognized Ebner. The word hero was usually used for casual conversation, but in times of danger, it was a powerful force that could inspire people. Therefore, even though the situation remained unclear, most of the people on the dance floor heaved a sigh of relief and quickly gathered around Ebner. At this moment, Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos failed to kill Duke Negan despite his repeated attacks. Furthermore, the number of Beyonders present had exceeded his imagination. He realized that he might have revealed something and was thus ambushed. Although he didn't want to believe his own judgment, Kalangos calmly responded. He first used creeping hunger to release dragon might, intimidating the nearby Beyonders and ordinary people. Then, he took the opportunity to swirl a hurricane around him and ran at high speeds, breaking through a lounge door and the oriel window. With a clang, he leaped out of the house and flew out of Duke Negan's mansion with the aid of the wind. Just as he was about to smash through the window and take off, the illusory wings on a tree outside the manor suddenly flapped. She flew up and followed behind Kalangos at a leisurely pace. Chapter 259, Azek and Silica. With the blessings of the wind, Kalangos relied on his flight ability to shake off his pursuers. He looked around, intending to pretend that he had sneaked into the Tussock River and fled, before turning to run into the financial center of Backlund, the Hillston borough. At that moment, his vision suddenly blurred. He realized that he had stopped and was floating in midair. Beneath his feet was a dark water surface that was constantly rising. Under the water were pale white palms that were grabbing outwards. Right on the heels of that, a huge humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared. This skeleton was 4 meters tall, and its eye sockets were burning with pitch-black flames. Its bones were illusory and blurry. When Kalangos saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Then, the glove on his left palm bloomed with a brilliant light, as if it was made of pure gold. A streak of pure, blazing brilliance suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the huge skeleton. The pale white hands under the dark water evaporated one after another. This was the priest of light's light of holiness. The radiant pillar of light dissipated, and the pitch-black flames in the huge skeleton's eye sockets were extinguished. Then, it turned transparent and dissipated in the air. But before Kalangos could heave a sigh of relief, similar skeletal monsters appeared around him one after another. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 100 of them. More than 100 pairs of eyes burning with pitch-black flames cast their gaze at him. Kalangos's expression froze when he saw this. When everything was over, there was a figure with a unique wide jaw and brown ancient warrior's hair bun. However, at that moment, the figure's dark green, cold eyes appeared extremely empty. The glove he wore on his left hand had vanished. In a hotel in Backlund's Cherwood borough. Azek, with his bronze skin and mole beside his ear, sat under the gas lamp and stared at a glove placed in front of him. He looked at it for a while before revealing a painful and twisted expression. He muttered to himself. I think I've cooperated with them before. Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly stood up and shouted in a cold tone, "Who is it? Come out." As an invisible force descended, a bird holding onto a bottle staggered out of the void. She stared at the pained expression on Mr. Azek's face as a look of concern appeared in her eyes. She then flew in front of him and even threw the beloved bottle aside. However, when she came close, many questions surfaced in her tiny, round head. She didn't seem to understand why she was so close to the person she had just met. Mr. Azek seemed to have a similar feeling in his heart as his expression subconsciously eased. Seeing Silica's tiny body pounce over, he hurriedly extended his right hand and allowed it to land on his fingers. The bird, Silica, didn't recover from her confusion until she stood on Mr. Azek's fingers. She tilted her head and chirped. Mr. Azek seemed to be able to understand what she was saying. After listening quietly, he smiled and said, "Is that so? You think I'm very close too?" "Heh, I feel the same way too." With that said, he raised his finger and placed it in front of his eyes. He seriously sized up the bird with silver illusory feathers and asked with a gentle smile, "What's your name?" The silver-feathered bird didn't cry this time. Instead, a line of Loanese words condensed above its head, Silica. This line of text had an obvious personal style to it, so much so that even Mr. Azek couldn't help but feel dazed when he saw it. "This is my handwriting," Mr. Azek said to himself with great certainty. The bird, Silica, cocked its head once again and chirped. "Is that so? This line of text is your only memory after awakening in the underworld. So you used it as a name?" Mr. Azek nodded thoughtfully and closed his eyes. He kept muttering the names Silica, as though he was trying to recall something. Soon, the image of a black-haired young lady hugging his arm and wheedling appeared in his mind. However, when he tried to recall more, his head began to ache once again. Seeing the gentleman in front of her, who she felt extremely close to, reveal a pained expression, she couldn't help but fly up and grab the bottle of amantha extract that had fallen to the ground. She then brought it to the man's nose. She knew that this medicine not only tasted good, but it could also quickly restore peace and serenity. A refreshing fragrance entered his nostrils, and Mr. Azek quickly extricated himself from the maze of memories. He looked down at the concerned look on the bird's face, and his eyes softened. He emphasized, "Thank you, Silica." Seeing that he was fine, Silica stuffed the bottle's lid back into place and carefully protected it under her illusory wings. This was an apology gift from the bad guy who had bullied the little bird. It was unknown what materials and techniques he used to concoct it, but the taste was much better than what Cullen had concocted. When Mr. Azek saw her actions, he couldn't help but smile. "When I'm free, I'll make some for you as a gift." Upon hearing that, Silica nodded happily before flapping her illusory wings and chirping. "He asked me if I thought of something." "Heh, I did get something, but I can't be sure." Mr. Azek chuckled and answered vaguely. Then, he asked Silica, "By the way, how did you find me?" Silica's eyes darted around as a line of Loanese text appeared above her head again. "I'm helping someone track down the wind-blessed." Even though she felt that Mr. Azek was very close to her, she didn't forget the mission that was given to her by Ebner. After all, the book and the medicine were too tempting. Tracking Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. "Is your friend an official beyonder?" Mr. Azek asked in surprise. Silica shook her head and used the fog to conjure the name of Ebner. She wasn't acting on her own accord. Instead, she was acting according to one of the plans that Ebner had previously exhorted her to do. Ebner Bryan. Hero detective. Mr. Azek pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. He requested to Silica, "Can you take me to see your friend? You know that I'm searching for my memories. Perhaps he can help me remember something." Upon hearing that, Silica immediately took off and chirped a few times, signaling the other party to follow. Mr. Azek didn't expect her to agree so readily. He was stunned for a moment before he shook his head with a chortle. Then, he followed behind Silica and entered the spirit world. In the lounge of Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey was discussing the assassination attempt with her mother, the other noble ladies, and the heroic act of Detective Bryan stepping forward to save the people on the dance floor at the critical moment. Speaking of which, I think I saw the hero detective leave the Duke's mansion. Did he follow Kalangos? Emma, who was following her mother, asked seemingly unintentionally. She was actually a little depressed. The assassination of the Duke was such a huge event, and yet, as a cryptologist, she didn't notice it at all. And it was very likely that Ebner had long seen through Kalangos' disguise and warned the Duke. That was why the Duke had made preparations in advance. Could a detective really be that much better at observation than a cryptologist? Just as Emma was secretly sighing, a noble lady who didn't like her happened to see her leave the second floor of the ball in a rage. She covered her face with her fan and chuckled. It was Miss Mocht who was dancing with Detective Bryan at the time of the incident. She seemed to be in shock, and the detective chose to send her home. This was approved by the Duke and His Grace, Spellsinger of God. What a gentle gentleman. I envy Miss Mocht for personally escorting such a hero. Why wasn't I the one dancing with Detective Bryan? Upon hearing the words of the young ladies, Audrey smiled and thought worriedly. I heard that the detective has a very close relationship with Miss Zio. But he seems to be a bit of a playboy. Should I persuade Miss Zio to maintain a certain distance when dating him? At this moment, Audrey, who had just made up her mind, suddenly saw her father with his beautiful mustache appear at the door. She found a reason to leave the lounge and went to the balcony of the hall outside. Then, she learned from her father about Kalangos' death and the person who killed him. Audrey instantly guessed that it was done by Mr. Fool's Blessed, and she became excited. When Earl Hall saw his daughter's expression, he couldn't help but give her some serious advice. He also instructed her not to be too curious about secret organizations. After receiving Audrey's obedient promise, the Earl informed his daughter in a good mood. Due to her contribution, she was about to receive a total of £30,000 as well as a vacation manor in Desi Bay that was privately gifted to her by Duke Negan. Amidst her joy, Audrey suddenly thought that if she were to really take the bounty, she would probably be recognized by the other members of the Tarot Club. Hence, she acted pitifully and begged her father not to divulge any information about her, lest she attracts danger. Earl Hall felt that what his daughter said made sense. After some thought, he said with a smile, "I'll inform Duke Negan to hide this matter and get him to get someone else to collect the bounty, and then I'll compensate you in private. As for why the Duke noticed it ahead of time, I'll get someone to hint to the reporter to push the hero detective out. What do you think? I guess Duke Negan will agree. After all, the detective helped him save many of his guests' lives. It's only right to compensate him for his reputation." Chapter 260, Meeting Azek. In Duke Negan's mansion, in a private study. The fat and tall Duke sat in a high-backed chair behind a table, smoking a cigar as he looked at Spelsinger of God and Prime Minister Aguisid and the others opposite him. After discussing the possible origins of the powerhouse who killed Kalangos, they unanimously believed that he was likely a high-sequence beyonder with an unknown motive. It was even possible that he came from a new secret organization. Prime Minister Aguisid, who was also Duke Negan's younger brother, said solemnly, "We have to find out the identity of the high-sequence beyonder as soon as possible. We have to find out why he came to Backlund. We have to know if he was simply pursuing Kalangos and why he killed Kalangos." The late Spelsinger of God, Ace Snake, stood up immediately and said, "I'll immediately make arrangements and contact the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. I'll get them to assist in our investigations. His Majesty will also get the military and the intelligence agencies to cooperate," Prime Minister Aguisid said with a nod. After Spelsinger of God and the others left, Duke Negan held his cigar and asked his secretary, "Are any of the guests at the ball injured? If there are any, arrange a schedule. I'll visit them one by one and compensate them." His secretary was a thin blonde young man with delicate features. He looked refined and reserved, but his biggest flaw was that his hairline had deteriorated to the point of exceeding his age. Upon hearing the Duke's question, the young man flipped open the notebook in his hand and meticulously read, "According to the doctors in the mansion, only Baron Ralph, Lord Wright, and Miss Beatty suffered some superficial wounds. It's much better than I expected. This is all thanks to the timely assistance of that Detective Brian," Duke Negan said wistfully before asking cautiously, "By the way, how did he catch the heavy chandelier?" "He used the statue of Earth Mother from the Church of Earth Mother. It's precisely because of this that he left the mansion in a hurry. This is because the statue has to be sealed once it's activated," the blonde secretary reported. "A statue. I remember that this detective had previously used a statue to save someone during the incident at the headquarters of the Daily Observer." Duke Negan recalled the information he had read in the past and asked casually, "Yes, Duke. Ebner Bryan is suspected to be a blessed of Earth Mother, and the Church of Earth takes very good care of him. That statue should be used to protect him," the blonde secretary answered with certainty. At the same time, he took out the information regarding Ebner and placed it on the Duke's desk. Duke Negan was very satisfied with his secretary's efficiency. He picked up the documents and casually took a few glances. Then, he said with a chuckle, "It seems our hero detective is quite unlucky. There will always be problems at the balls and banquets he attends. With his breadth of mind, he naturally wouldn't blame it on an uninvolved person. Furthermore, Ebner had just helped him recover quite a bit of his losses, a loss of reputation." He was only joking, but when he saw his secretary's deadpan expression, he immediately felt bored. He continued, "Earl Hall just came over and told me that he could claim the credit for seeing through Kalangos' disguise for this detective. I'll just treat it as a reward for his reputation. Heh, the Earl is thinking for his daughter. Since that young detective had really helped me, a little compensation in terms of reputation makes me appear too petty." At this point, the Duke paused and looked at his secretary. He asked, "Lockhart, how do you think I should reward the detective?" The blonde young man named Lockhart seemed to be prepared. Without any hesitation, he replied seriously, "Detective Brian came from a merchant's family. His family went bankrupt 3 months ago due to the Grain Act, and his house was repatriated. If you can redeem his old residence and return it to him, the detective will be very grateful to you." Duke Negan nodded in approbation and smiled. "Very good, I'll leave this matter to you." Lockhart responded respectfully, then asked seemingly unintentionally, "Duke, about Miss Hall?" Heh, that most dazzling jewel of Backlund saved my life. Get someone to retrieve the bounty offered by the various countries for Kalangos and hand it over to that lady as soon as possible. Well, you can do it yourself." Duke Negan waved his hand. As you command, my Duke, Lockhart responded again. Then, seeing that the Duke didn't have any other instructions, he bowed and left. When the door to the study was closed, he suddenly frowned and thought to himself, could Miss Hall be related to the high-level beyonder who killed Kalangos? Well, if she really is related, then the bounty of £30,000 might very well be handed over to that powerhouse. Now that I can handle it personally, I can monitor the flow of the money. At 9 in the evening, after escorting Hazel and her family to the Harvest Church, he took a carriage back to his villa on King's Street. Speaking of which, he had no intention of taking the credit for the chandelier, but be it Hazel or Member of Parliament Mocked and his wife, none of them wanted her to take the lead. Therefore, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept the role as the hero detective. As for why Hazel's family isn't willing to be in the limelight. If the news of a frail girl catching a chandelier weighing hundreds of pounds with one hand were to get published, Hazel would probably be in an even more difficult position on social circles. Thankfully, the rescue operation had been initiated by Ebner, and he had played a large role in it. Therefore, it wasn't as awkward as when he claimed credit in the past. Isn't this a form of improvement? Is there a chance for a promotion in the name of the Wheel of Fortune? As he lampooned in his heart, he walked into the villa, went up to the third story, and pushed open the door to the study. Then, he saw a man with bronze skin and soft facial features. Beneath his right ear was a small mole. He was standing beside a desk and looking at a stack of documents. As for Silica, she stood on the gentleman's shoulder, her head turned to the side as she looked eagerly at the storage room on the side of the study. This appearance, and the ritual trap I set up in the death domain didn't activate. This person should be Mr. Azek, right? Heh, Silica sure is reliable. Upon seeing the intruder, even though he already had a guess in his mind, he still entered a state of alertness. He asked softly, "Who are you?" "My friend, don't be nervous. My name is Azek. Azek Eggers. I mean no harm." "Yes, Silica can testify," Mr. Azek put down the stack of documents and said gently. "It really is Mr. Azek." After letting down his guard, he pretended to shout, "Silica." Upon hearing this, Silica immediately cried out in joy as she shot glances at the storage room. What a glutton. Ebner lampooned, but he still took out a bottle of Amantha extract he named from a nearby cabinet and placed it on the table. This was a new formula he had learned from the Book of Dead, but it wasn't actually very useful. This was because the effects of this medicine were almost the same as ordinary Amantha potions, but the ingredients used were at least 10 times more expensive than ordinary Amantha potions. The only benefit was that the taste was better. At the moment, other than using it to bribe Silica, it was useless. He even suspected that Jane's ancestor who wrote this book had developed this medicine because of Death's fall and the lack of a backer. He wanted to please the goddess. However, for a beyonder of the death pathway, to have such high standards for developing medicine was rather ridiculous. Just as Ebner was letting his imagination run wild, Silica had already flown over to grab the bottle, opened the lid, and happily took in the smell. "It looks like she wasn't forced by you." Ebner seemed to finally heave a sigh of relief. In fact, he just didn't want Mr. Azek to know that he had long known of him and was waiting for him to arrive. "Detective Brian, I'm sorry that I came uninvited. I even took the liberty of reading your information." Mr. Azek first apologized before pointing at the stack of documents. "However, I couldn't help but read it because I saw something that caught my interest." The stack of information was actually the investigation report that had been handed to Klein under the prerequisite of Ebner, but he had added a few more personal items. Upon hearing Mr. Azek's explanation, Ebner sized him up seriously before saying in a fake enlightened manner, "That was an investigation I did for a friend. If your face wasn't disguised, I think you might be the person in the investigation report, right?" "Yes. It looks like you've already recognized him." Mr. Azek admitted generously. Then, he sighed and said, "The world sure is small. I think I already know who the friend you entrusted you with is." Heh, after all, I received a similar set of information from him, but I didn't have the complete information. At this point, Mr. Azek straightened his face and solemnly said to Ebner, "Detective Brian, I'm very grateful for your investigation. It reminded me of certain things and also pointed out the way for me to investigate my background." When Ebner heard this, he was about to say something polite, but he suddenly froze. This was because, at this moment, the Knowledge Keeper potion in his body had been completely digested. In a warehouse at the dock area, a black-robed Jane gloomily observed the nearby police who were constantly searching the area. She said to Admiral of Stars who was already prepared, "I wonder what happened. Why are there so many official inspectors tonight?" Kathlia shook her head and said with a deadpan expression, "An accident is inevitable. Such a situation isn't suitable for action. Inform the bait you prepared to prevent her from setting off today. Whether we take action tomorrow night remains to be seen." Jane sighed and said helplessly, "That's all we can do." At the same time, their target, Baron Conva, was still sitting in the dark library, staring at a mathematical theorem as he rapidly wrote down his calculations. Chapter 261, Azek's Gratitude. In the study of the villa on King's Street, Ebner personally brewed a cup of Southville black tea and handed it to Mr. Azek before sitting opposite him. Speaking of which, ever since Zio and Jane developed the bad habit of coming to visit in the middle of the night, there had been some snacks and edible beverages in Ebner's study and bedroom. Of course, this wasn't an instruction from Ebner, but Madame Skade's own decision. Back to the topic at hand, Mr. Azek, who was essentially an angel, had personally admitted that the information had helped him greatly. This brought about great feedback, allowing the knowledge keeper potion that he had drunk to finally be completely digested. Therefore, in a good mood, the bronze-skinned gentleman opposite him asked, "Mr. Azek. Or should I say, Baron Lamud, is there a reason why you and Silica came looking for me?" Although letting Silica lure Azek over was his established strategy, and although he had deliberately placed the stack of documents on the table, he couldn't let her know about it, lest he arouse unnecessary suspicion. Thankfully, Silica was rather cooperative and didn't inform him of his plans. Otherwise, he would have to activate Plan B. Just as Ebner was rejoicing in deciding to add a few more bottles of medicine for a feast, Azek habitually touched the inconspicuous mole below his right ear and asked after some deliberation, "Aren't you surprised that a person from more than 1,000 years ago would sit in front of you?" Seeing that he was in no hurry to answer the question, Ebner poured himself a cup of black tea and took a sip before saying with a smile, "This isn't anything strange. Based on the information I found, I can confirm that you're a Beyonder of the Corpse Collector pathway. And this pathway's sequence 4 is called Undying. They die once every 60 years, revive once, and forget most of their past memories. They need to be slowly recovered, just like the beginning of a new life." Azek's mind went adrift as he muttered the words, "Corpse Collector," and "Undying." After a while, he said in a slightly deep voice, "The knowledge you're describing gives me a familiar feeling. It reminds me of something. However, although I don't have any memories, I still feel that I should have passed the Undying stage. But some of my symptoms match the Undying after my resurrection. After the Undying stage, are you still constantly dying and reviving?" Ebner pretended to think for a moment before saying in an apologetic tone, "I'm very sorry. If there weren't any more clues, I probably wouldn't have been able to deduce anything." "You don't have to apologize at all, Detective Brian. It wasn't something you had to do in the first place. Mr. Azek waved his hand, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Besides, if it was very easy to figure out my identity, I think I would have long found a way to escape my destiny. In short, what you just said has already benefited me greatly. I'm very grateful for that. It's already a reward for a detective for you to be able to get something out of it," Ebner said politely in a lone-styled manner, but he was thinking to himself, "It's good to be grateful. I'll only ask for your help in the future if I have any gratitude." At that moment, Mr. Azek finally recalled the purpose of his visit. He said, "The reason I took the liberty of visiting you this time is to figure out what happened to Silica. Yes, including her when she was alive and after she died." On the other side of the table, Silica, who was carrying a bottle, turned her head curiously when she heard her name. Her ears pricked up as well. "Silica." Ebner pretended to think for a moment, then replied after 3 or 4 seconds, "I don't know much about Silica either. I only know that she had apparently gone to Lamud Town's ancient castle to explore it when she was alive, and she even met Mr. Cullen there. And after she turned into a dead spirit, she was also unwilling to leave the ancient castle for some time. As for more detailed information, I'm afraid you'll have to ask Mr. Cullen." Mr. Azek looked at Silica with a look of tenderness before asking seriously, "Mr. Cullen? Who is he?" "Mr. Cullen is a sanguine viscount, and Silica is his messenger," Ebner answered simply. This wasn't considered betraying Cullen. After all, he had already obtained his permission when he wrote the letter. Messenger. Mr. Azek frowned when he heard that. The memories that flashed past his mind made him almost certain that Silica was the daughter of one of his lives. And now, his daughter was being used as a messenger for someone else to command. Although it was obvious that the contract she signed was very relaxed based on her free and casual attitude, it still left Mr. Azek uncomfortable. He was eager to talk to Mr. Cullen. When Silica heard the conversation about herself and Cullen, she chirped a few times in excitement. Although Ebner didn't understand her, he could tell from her appearance that she was talking about some interesting matters between her and Cullen. Hence, Mr. Azek's expression turned even friendlier. He thought for a moment, then he took out a glove that was so thin that it looked like it was made of human skin. He handed it to Ebner and said, "Detective Brian, I would like Silica to lead the way and meet Mr. Cullen as soon as possible. This glove will be an apology for my intrusion. It's a relic of the pirate vice admiral you were tracking. I made some simple seals to prevent it from starving usually, but every time it's used, you have to feed it with the flesh and soul of a human. Otherwise, it will devour you. This is creeping hunger. Mr. Fool's future cashier." Although Gehrman seems to have hunted many famous pirates, most of the Beyonder characteristics and formulas he sold were thanks to it. Ebner looked at it curiously, but he didn't take the glove. Instead, he looked at Mr. Isaac's surprised eyes and shook his head. It's fine if you want to apologize. Actually, I happen to need the help of a high-level corpse collector pathway beyonder. Having said that, he looked at the illusory bird that had sucked the fragrance of the Amantha extract clean. He joked. Besides, I don't think Silica wants to leave yet. After all, she hadn't fulfilled her promise to the Book of Dead Souls, incense. In Tingen City, in a bungalow surrounded by gardens and lawns in the Golden Indus Borough. A young, scrawny girl in a black dress and had finished reading the police report. Tears streamed down her face as she gritted her teeth and said, she suddenly died of excessive drinking and continuous indulgence in sexual pleasure. What a laughable conclusion. Her lovers must have given the police some pressure to come up with such a joke. She spoke with a sobbing tone as though she was talking to a beautiful lady beside her. The girl was the sister of the deceased Member of Parliament Maynard, and the beautiful lady beside her was the public school teacher who had been by her side consoling her. Seeing that her student was crying sadly, Lena consoled her a little before pointing out, since the police department can't be counted on, perhaps we can spend money to hire professionals to find evidence. Professional? Is there such a professional in Tingen? When the scrawny girl heard this, she stopped crying and looked expectantly at the teacher she felt very close to. Definitely, Lena answered with certainty. Which city didn't have a few official beyonder teams? At that moment, Mrs. Maynard happened to hear their conversation from upstairs. She immediately took over the conversation excitedly. Isa, your teacher is right. I've heard of such professionals. The tobacco merchant, Vicroy's youngest son, Elliot, was kidnapped a month ago. The mercenaries he hired only took half a day to find him. I think we can find those mercenaries too. Having said that, Mrs. Maynard calmed down a little. She looked at Lena and said solemnly, Ma'am Lena, thank you for accompanying Isa for the past few days, and thank you for your good advice. If things go well, I'll definitely pay you handsomely. Leona bowed slightly and said calmly, it's my greatest honor to help you. With that said, she lowered her head and appeared bashful, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. On Thursday morning, Ebner took back the Book of Dead under Silica's reluctant gaze and sealed it again. Beside him, Mr. Isaac, who had been staying there the entire time, pondered for a moment before saying, the aura on this book is very special. Although it's beneficial for Silica, it's best not to let her come into contact with it for more than 3 hours every day. You're thinking too much. If you weren't here, it would be pretty good if I let her rub against me for an hour every day. After lampooning silently, Ebner read between the lines and asked, do you find this book familiar? Mr. Isaac shook his head and said with certainty, this isn't a book I made or written. It doesn't seem familiar at all. Having said that, he continued, however, I have a vague feeling that the remnant powers seem to be very similar to mine. Similar but unfamiliar. Could Jane's ancestor really be another resurrection contingency of the Emperor of the Underworld in the Fourth Epoch? Chapter 262, Sudden Attack. The great pirate Kalangos was killed by the Duke's bodyguard in Backlund. Standing alone with a 100-pound chandelier, the great detective, Brian, is once again a hero. A detective and a pirate, the fine disguises are no match for a detective's keen eyes. On Thursday morning, Furs and Zio walked along the streets in their veiled hats, preparing to head to the nearest branch of the Varvet Bank. Furs's new royalties for Stormwind Mountain Villa, as well as the bonuses and reimbursements for Zio's previous operation, had finally been dispersed. He heard the paperboy's clear voice. Ah. What? Kalangos is dead. He even fought against Ebner. A chandelier weighing hundreds of pounds. Ebner doesn't seem capable of that. Zio and Furs looked at each other in confusion. Only when the paperboy approached them from afar and repeated a few times did they suddenly realize what was happening. The two of them had moved house because they were afraid that Kalangos would find them. Now, they were surprised to hear the news of his death. Do you have any inside information? Furs asked Zio. Zio shook her head and said, I haven't been to find Ebner in the past few days, nor have I received any missions from MI9. At the same time, she came to a realization. It was no wonder the officials created such a huge commotion last night. It was because of Kalangos. Seeing that her friend had no clue, Furs walked to the paperboy and bought a copy of the Tussock Times. This was one of the 3 most distributed newspapers in the Lone Kingdom. Kalangos is indeed dead. He was killed by Duke Negan's bodyguards. He disguised himself as Baron Grammar before the assassination, but Ebner saw through his disguise, so the Duke was prepared. Zio scanned the papers and summarized the contents. Furs held the second page of the newspaper and sked. She smiled at her friend and said, this entire page depicts how Ebner caught the chandelier, how he lit up the lights again, and how he inspired the masses. This prevented a huge mess from happening at the ball. After this incident, his reputation has grown. No, let's go to Kingster Street now. We have to get him to treat us. If we go over now, are you trying to provide material to the tabloids to increase the amount of gossip about Ebner? Zio lampooned before continuing, instead of getting Ebner to treat you, why don't you look forward to how much Miss Audrey will pay us? To her, a few £100 isn't a lot, but we haven't actually completed our mission. Be it Miss Justice or Mr. Hangman's request, I wasn't able to participate. If I don't go now, am I to climb up the wall and climb through the bedroom window like you did in the middle of the night? Furs muttered softly before consoling herself. At the very least, Kalangos appeared on his own accord so quickly. He was in such a hurry to take action and fall into an ambush because of you and me. Besides, the person who saw through him is our friend. With Miss Audrey's generosity, she would have paid at least half of the reward even if she hadn't paid him. I hope so. Zio snapped back to her senses and took a deep breath. She sighed inwardly. So this is the Tarot Club. To let a powerful pirate admiral die for no reason. How terrifying. I wonder if I'll be able to issue a request through the police station after Ebner tells me the truth, or if I can solve the problem with Mr. Fool bearing witness. On the other hand, Furs reminded the bouncers who might receive a reward worth tens of thousands of pounds, Zio, let's not look for Miss Audrey for the time being. Wait for her to contact us. There are too many details about Kalangos' death that we don't know about. If we rashly look for Miss Audrey, we might end up in danger. Of course, if there's really something urgent, I can inform him through Mr. Fool. But that would expose my identity. With this in mind, Zio nodded in agreement with Furs. She originally wanted to say something, but at this moment, she suddenly saw a figure appear in the glass of the stores by the side of the road. It was a figure wearing a complicated black regal dress and a small bonnet. The figure disappeared in a flash, but as an interrogator, Zio was able to memorize the person's appearance once she saw him. She could even sense him at a supernatural level. Therefore, she instantly recognized that it was Miss Sharon who had protected her last night until Jane informed her that the operation had been cancelled. Miss Sharon deliberately exposed herself to me. Is there something? Zio's heart stirred. After some thought, she said to Furs, I saw the signal left behind by MI9. Head back first. I'll go see that golden mask. Ever since Zio became a spy in MI9, similar situations had happened many times. Furs didn't think too much about it as she exhorted her before taking out the royalties and walking towards her rented apartment. But halfway there, Furs realized that something was amiss. This was because Zio's MI9 superior seldom chose to meet in the morning even if he had left a secret signal. It usually happened after dark. Unless it was very urgent. But Zio didn't look nervous when she spoke. Instead, she looked like she was pretending to be calm. Could it be that she's hiding something dangerous from me again? With this in mind, Furs hurriedly returned to the spot where they had parted, but she didn't see Zio. She searched the surroundings for a while, but she still found nothing. Zio might not really be doing anything dangerous. Perhaps it's just my imagination. Maybe I should ask Ebner. Furs took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Following that, she got her bearings and walked towards Gunst Street. Just like the rainy night last week. Elsewhere, Zio followed the figures that kept flashing through the glass on both sides of the street. They arrived at a restaurant that looked simple but was actually very stylish. As there weren't many people in the restaurant at this time, she immediately saw Jane sitting in the middle. And at that moment, sitting beside Jane was a woman in a black robe with glasses. However, Zio couldn't see her face because of the hood of the robe. Although the operation yesterday had been cancelled, the main members of the team had met each other once. Zio didn't know who the lady was, but she was certain that she was a powerful helper that Jane had hired. Zio sat opposite Jane and greeted her simply before asking, have there been new changes? Yes, an important figure has decided to provide us with some help. This has allowed us to confirm the Baron's location, and we plan on launching a surprise attack immediately. However, we still need you to lure him to a specific location. Jane didn't make any small talk. She directly told Zio and Sharon, who was listening in the mirror, about her modified plan. Immediately launch a surprise attack. In the day. Zio jumped in fright when she heard that, but she quickly reacted and calmly asked, that important figure provided a concealed space for the battlefield. That's why he needed me to lure him over. That's right. Jane looked approvingly at Zio, thinking that it was no wonder that Ebner valued her. This Miss Zio was indeed very intelligent. Zio thought for a moment and felt that she wasn't in much danger. After all, Miss Sharon could take her away at any time. But she still looked at Jane and said seriously, I need to redo the notary contract. No problem. It's only right. Jane happily took out a goatskin parchment that emitted the luster of the sun domain. After signing the agreement, they didn't delay any further and took a carriage to a library near Northborough. On the way, Zio secretly wrote down Mr. Fool's honorific name in ancient Hermes. This is the best insurance she can think of. Since the Baron has been pursuing Mr. Fool's aura, the mysterious existence that's like a deity might be interested. In Tinjin City, Klein, who had just finished reading the Tinjin Morning Post and learned of Kalangos' death, lampooned himself. As the boss behind the scenes, I actually only learned of the outcome from the newspapers. Chapter 263, Prelude. The news regarding Kalangos wasn't long, and it only stated the time, location, characters, and outcome. Instead, Detective Brian's heroic deeds took up several pages of the story. Was the officials trying to simplify the incident? I didn't expect Mr. Tower to be present at the ball yesterday as well. However, if even Miss Justice can see through it, it's impossible for him not to. He must have seen through Kalangos' disguise ahead of time, just as the newspapers said. However, Mr. Tower didn't report to me like Miss Justice. Yes, from his attitude during the tarot gathering, I can tell that Mr. Tower doesn't pay much attention to Kalangos. He wasn't even interested in the very important item he was trying to obtain. This meant that Mr. Tower was likely a powerhouse whose strength was even higher than Vice Admiral Hurricane. That was why he didn't need the Fool's help, because he was confident that he could resolve the threat posed by Kalangos. However, after I advanced to Sequence 8 and deepened my connection with the space above the gray fog, I could already determine that Tower's sequence was only at Sequence 7. Then, from this, I can deduce that he must have a very powerful mystical item on him. It might even be a sacred contract item. That's why he didn't care about the item Kalangos desired, because he didn't need it. However, Mr. Tower probably didn't fight Kalangos directly yesterday. Otherwise, there would be news about it. And since Kalangos' death was described concisely, it could only mean that the person who killed him wasn't suitable to expose it to the media. Therefore, there was a high chance that Mr. Azek was behind it. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he felt a little more at ease. Since Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos is dead, that means Mr. Azek won. Even if he's injured, it shouldn't be too serious. If it were more serious, he would definitely be caught by the mandated punishers or Duke Negans be under bodyguards. And in such an emergency situation, Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, and even Mr. Tower would definitely try their best to report to me. The latter not happening is enough to prove that things are under control. Yes, if Mr. Azek hasn't replied to me by tonight, or if Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman haven't prayed to me, I'll blow the copper whistle again and summon the messenger to send a letter of inquiry. Relaxing, Klein shifted his attention away from the newspaper, preparing to secretly hear the views of the other passengers on the public carriage. But at that moment, he suddenly heard stacked layers of faint prayers. Sounds like a lady. Is it Miss Justice, or Miss Judgment? Or are they the two beyonders that Miss Justice is planning to recommend to the Tarot Club? As he thought, Klein looked around the carriage. Finally, he sighed helplessly and thought, there's no bathroom on the carriage. Backlund. Inside the villa at 28 King's Street. Last night, Ebner hadn't accepted Mr. Azek's gift of creeping hunger. Instead, he had requested to help deal with Baron Kanva. As for Mr. Azek, he was equally interested in the ancestor of Baron Kanva, who was also the powerhouse who was sleeping deep in Calderon City and had powers similar to his. Hence, he agreed. Through the Baron's diary, Ebner knew that he was actually seeking the power of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, his original plan was very simple. It was to hold an exorcism ritual on himself and do a live stream for Klein. He could temporarily catch the scent of Sapphira Castle and attract the Baron over before letting Mr. Azek deal with him. Of course, in order to prevent Mr. Azek from discovering that he believed in an evil god, he planned on completing the ritual at the Harvest Church. This way, even if Mr. Azek could tell that he had a high-level aura, he would associate it with Earth Mother. As for whether it would be inappropriate to pray to Mr. Fool at the Harvest Church, Ebner didn't think it was a big problem. After all, it was obvious from how the Sanguine Duke had stopped him from entering Tinjin. Lilith definitely had a certain understanding of Tinjin's story. However, her plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Before Ebner could set off for the Harvest Church, Furs went up to the door in a fluster, completely unconcerned that she might be caught by a reporter hiding nearby. After hearing Zio's abnormal behavior, Ebner frowned. He thought for a moment and didn't delay any further. He said to Furs, "I'll use the washroom." Then, he turned to leave the living room, leaving the dazed Furs sitting alone. Mr. Azek was in the study on the 3rd floor, praying to Mr. Fool elsewhere. Even if he constructed a wall of spirituality, it was impossible to hide from him. But with that gentleman's bearing, he wouldn't deliberately eavesdrop, right? After all, this was Mr. Fool's divine kingdom of the living. It came with the attribute of concealment. After lampooning inwardly, he locked the bathroom's door and sealed the surroundings with his spirituality. Then, he took on a praying posture and respectfully prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your permission to communicate privately with Miss Judgment above the gray fog. In Tinjin City, Klein got off the carriage and rushed to a nearby restaurant. Using the washroom, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Inside the ancient and towering palace, Klein sat in the seat belonging to Mr. Fool. He looked at the constantly shrinking and expanding crimson star beside him. The prayer comes from misjudgment. But the voice seems to be very soft. Is it inconvenient for her to recite my honorific name in the environment that misjudgment is in? Is she asking for help? With this in mind, Klein's heart tightened. He didn't wish for anything to happen to any of the Tarot Club members. Hence, with a heavy heart, he emanated his spirituality to listen to her. After carefully listening to misjudgment's nearly inaudible prayer, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still frowned and leaned back in his chair. Without opening his mouth, he silently said to himself, Misjudgment is forming a team with a bunch of people she's not familiar with to deal with the monsters from that night. From what she said, she didn't discuss it with Mr. Tower. This lady is a little rash. Besides, that monster might be pursuing my aura. Why? Could it be from the secret order or the Antigonus family? Just as Klein was about to pull misjudgment into the grey fog and ask her in detail, an illusory male voice suddenly echoed in the ancient palace. At the same time, another crimson star rapidly expanded and contracted. Klein glanced at it and confirmed that the prayer came from the tower. The two of them sure have a tacit understanding. The good news is that it's finally not midnight this time. After lampooning inwardly, he extended his right hand and emanated his spirituality to touch the crimson star. Suddenly, the plea became clear and layered. Klein quickly understood what the tower was praying for. Is he trying to develop the video call function again? The tower is really a genius. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. After some serious thought, he decided to satisfy this request of his. After all, he also wanted to hear what Mr. Tower and misjudgment would talk about. Following that, he emanated his spirituality and touched the crimson star representing Tower and Judgment. Then, he completely disappeared into the grey fog. In a small library on the outskirts of Northborough, while Baron Conva was scribbling on a piece of paper, Lady Aston's spirit body suddenly flew out of his body and circled around him. Stop fooling around. Oh. You said that you discovered a hint of Sapphira Castle's aura nearby. All right. We'll head over after I finish my calculations, the Baron said perfunctorily without even looking up. Upon hearing his words, the illusory face of Aston gradually distorted. She spun a few times, as though she had made a difficult decision. Following that, black mist appeared out of thin air from her body. In the blink of an eye, it dyed her spirit body in a highly terrifying manner, no longer as dignified and beautiful as before. Then, she pounced onto Baron Conva's back. Aston, you. The Baron finally realized that something was wrong, but before he could respond, terrifying black spots crawled onto his body. He could no longer maintain his calm as he instantly went mad. Chapter 264, Interlude. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. As Klein touched the crimson star, 2 figures whose faces were concealed by the grey fog instantly appeared from the explosive light. They were Mr. Tower and Misjudgment. Among them, there weren't many changes to Ebner. He could only vaguely see a pair of copper-framed glasses on his nose bridge. However, Miss Zaya was completely different from her image at the Tarot Club. Not only was her waist-length blonde hair gone, but even her height had also shrunk to 150 centimeters, hidden in the shadows. Klein secretly nodded. This was the misjudgment he had seen when she was exorcising the evil spirit, and not the packaged one from the previous tarot gathering. As expected of a military detective, he's indeed good at disguises. Just as Klein let out another sigh, Ebner had already recovered his vision and met Zio, who was still in a daze. Zaya was stunned for a few seconds before realizing where she was. She looked around, but she didn't see Mr. Fool. At this moment, Ebner sighed and asked directly, "Where are you and Jane now? Have you found Baron Conva?" Zaya was alarmed as she blurted out, "How do you know of my and Jane's plan? It really is." Upon hearing Zio's words, Ebner immediately confirmed his guess. Previously, after hearing Furs mention Zio's abnormality, he had roughly guessed something. Since Zio had chosen to hide the matter from Furs after receiving the letter, it was definitely dangerous. She didn't come to me either, which means that she has some confidence in resolving the matter and doesn't want to involve me. The only person who might pose a threat to me in the near future is the escaped Baron Conva. Zio has a high chance of dealing with him. That night, she had witnessed Baron Conva's strength, but she still felt that she had the confidence to defeat him. There must be some external force involved. Furthermore, this external force might very well have come to her on its own accord. The goal was likely to need her as bait. There was only one person who had the reason to do so, and he also knew about the incident that night, and he was also familiar with the rough strength of Baron Conva, and that was Jane. And behind Jane was Admiral of Stars. This was probably the source of their confidence. However, as he guessed their general plan, he also understood their motives for taking action behind his back. They wanted to help him eliminate the threat from the baronet. Therefore, be it Zio or Jane, Ebner had no right to blame them. He could only sigh and repeat his previous question. Where are you now? At this moment, Zio also sensed that she had been deceived by Ebner. In consideration of his reasoning powers, she knew that there was no need to hide it any further. Therefore, she said very straightforwardly, we've already confirmed the Baron's location near the North Borough's Ufana Library. At this point, to prevent Ebner from worrying, she added, an important figure provided me with help by setting up a secret space near the library. An important figure? Hidden space? Don't tell me Bernadette is here too. Peach Blossom Source. Ebner's heart stirred, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how strange the Baron was, no matter how terrifying the spirit in his body was, he was no match for Queen Mystic, who possessed several Grade 0 sealed artifacts and had mastered many mysterious spells. With her around, at least Zio and Jane's safety was guaranteed. I'll be there soon. Be safe. Also, if there's a chance, warn that important figure to be careful of the spirit on the Baron. The corruption on them might very well come from underground. Ebner nodded slightly and gave a solemn reminder before praying to Mr. Fool to end the communication. Soon, he and Zio vanished from the ancient palace above the grey fog. Klein, who had been hiding behind the grey fog, appeared. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Underground corruption. What's that? Abyss. Devil. Speaking of which, when I was cleansing the black spots on misjudgment, I did feel the power of degeneration. In the villa at 28 King Street, Ebner, who had returned from above the grey fog, removed the wall of spirituality. After coming out of the bathroom, he first found Furs and told her not to worry. He had already confirmed Zio's location and was about to rush over to make her wait here for the time being. Furs wasn't willing to wait as she looked at Ebner and requested, take me with you. I'm here at the critical moment, so there's still a safe way out. Ebner shook his head and declined politely, don't worry, it's not that dangerous this time. Besides, if you use that bracelet again, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the corresponding price. Although he could seek Klein's help, he was afraid that his chest would be pierced this weekend. He hadn't been in the service area for several days, so it was better to avoid courting death. Furs was instantly at a loss for words. Before she could think of an excuse, she heard Ebner say, besides, I have the ability to traverse the spirit world this time. I don't need you to sacrifice yourself. So just wait here in peace. With that, Ebner didn't explain further. He went straight up to the study and said to Mr. Azek, who was gently chatting with Silica. Mr. Azek, I'll have to trouble you with the North Borough's Ufana Library. He believed that he understood what he meant. Mr. Azek gently patted Silica's head before turning around to joke, I thought I was a carriage driver after hearing what you said. Although it was a joke, Mr. Azek's actions weren't slow at all. Ebner felt his vision suddenly change. The reds were redder, the yellows were yellower, and the whites were whiter. All sorts of colors saturated as he drew a strange oil painting. As for Mr. Azek, he grabbed his arm and walked deep into the saturated, stacked oil paintings. North Borough, in a carriage near the Ufana Library. Zio, who had just met Ebner, lowered her head in thought for a few seconds. Then, she took out a mirror she carried with her and seemingly muttered to herself. I just recalled something. The Baron and the spirit in his body might have been corrupted by some unknown entity from underground. With that said, she didn't speak further. Instead, she rubbed the ring of prejudice on her hand and prepared for any possible attacks. At that moment, she suddenly heard an ethereal voice. That person said, got it. Zio instantly felt her hair stand on end. When she saw who was sitting in front of her, she heaved a sigh of relief and said with a helpless smile. Miss Sharon, why did you suddenly appear? The ring of prediction didn't provide any images. Could it be that she doesn't harbor any animosity? Sharon, who was wearing a gothic regal dress and a small black bonnet, was sitting quietly on the other side of the carriage, her face as pale as always. That man suddenly acted abnormally. I'll take you away, Sharon said without emotion before grabbing Zio's arm. Before Zio could react, she felt herself moving involuntarily under a huge force. She could also hear the sound of the wind. When she snapped back to her senses, she found herself in a forest filled with peach blossoms. Chapter 265, The Warrior and the Chessboard. Completely covered by the black spots, Baron Conva looked like he was wearing a set of pitch-black armor. When he discovered the aura of Sapphira Castle flash nearby, he immediately hid in the shadows and chased after it. To his surprise, just as he turned a corner, he seemed to accidentally enter a peach forest. The way he came was gone. Looking at the different scenery that suddenly appeared in front of him, the Baron's remaining bit of rationality told him that he was in a sealed space that had been man-made. Just like when he was trapped by MI9 in the Church of Steam and Machinery, if he wanted to leave, he had to either break through it with brute force or find the exit. He first tried the first method. He condensed a huge, gloomy sword in his hand and ruthlessly slashed around. This was the Black Knight's blade of spiritual flesh. Not only could it corrode flesh and obliterate souls, but it could also tear through barriers, causing any creature with degenerate thoughts to lose their defenses. It was the core beyonder power of the Black Knight, stemming from the degeneration domain. Unfortunately, this artificial space wasn't something alive, and its potency far exceeded the Baron's imagination. Previously, even the numinous episcopate's true demigod was unable to break through it, much less a fake Black Knight who could barely use his demigod powers thanks to the underground corruption. Hence, the Baron, who had been cleaving the air with his broadsword for half a day, became crazier. Even the black spots couldn't hide his warped expression. However, he ultimately stopped his meaningless actions and followed the trail in the woods towards the foot of the mountain. Soon, the Baron arrived at a small village at the foot of the mountain. The people in the village came and went in the fields, farming and working. The elders and children were all at ease, chatting and playing. However, on careful inspection, these people weren't real living people. Instead, they were dolls with exquisite craftsmanship. The Baron, who had fallen into madness, had no intention of communicating with the dolls in the village. He pulled out their shadows and wrapped them up with his own shadows, breaking their limbs and necks. A beautiful doll girl who was dancing immediately screamed and collapsed to the ground when she saw this terrifying scene. And the Baron had no intention of showing mercy to a doll. Nor would he show mercy to a doll, not to mention that Lady Aston was still attached to him. Hence, he gave a cruel smile and raised the blade of spiritual flesh to cleave the doll girl in half. But at that moment, a toy soldier with one leg suddenly rushed out from a nearby house. He wore a well-ironed military uniform as he stood in front of the lady and raised his rifle to shoot at the Baron. The gun was only a toy, and the bullet it fired was only a small lead ball. However, such an attack caused the baronet, who was covered in black spots, to stagger. He had no choice but to stop his slashing actions. Although the bullet was ordinary, it contained a firm, protective belief, as well as the courage and tenacious will of a soldier. These were the nemesis of degeneration. The Baron, who was shrouded in the shadow of degeneration, was extremely disgusted by these qualities. Therefore, he became even crazier and condensed a wind blade, slicing off the soldier's head. However, after a soldier died, new soldiers quickly walked out of the house with guns. They were equally determined and fearless. They were also the nemesis of degeneration. As long as the faith to protect is there, then we will fight to the death, never giving up. This is the fairy tale magic, firm tin soldier. On a small mountain deep in the peach blossom forest, Queen Mystic Bernadette, who had long chestnut hair and wore a shirt with lace flowers and a bow tie, stood beside a natural swing formed from green plants. She seemed to be talking to herself and explaining. She looked deeply at Miss Sharon, who was circling the edge of the peach forest with Zio, as well as the men covered in black spots who had already entered the hamlet at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Jane was standing quietly beside her, looking very obedient. As for Katlia, she had vanished. I originally didn't want to interfere with your hunt, but this person has clearly exceeded the limits of your abilities. Even approaching him might be dangerous. As Bernadette spoke, she pointed at the increasingly impatient Baron. Jane looked over and saw him scatter some of his black spots onto the soldier, instantly corrupting his will to protect, and causing his body to split into a degenerate will and shadow, forming an independent existence that looked like a soldier but had a distorted face. When the fallen soldier's shadow saw the sobbing doll girl, he couldn't stop his evil thoughts. He wanted to go forward, but he was stopped by the soldier. After a short but intense battle, they perished together. And this time, the soldier wasn't able to be reborn. His determined heart was no longer that pure. Jane frowned when she saw this. For the first time, she felt the terror of the black spots. Previously, although Zio had been corrupted by the black spots, she had seen how easily Ebner had used ritualistic magic to remove them. Therefore, she had the misconception that the black spots weren't difficult to deal with and that they could be resisted as long as she was prepared. But now, a soldier who was determined and purer than the priest of light and guardian was so easily corrupted. Although it was only a creature created by magic, it was precisely because of this that he was even purer. He wasn't like a real person who had different thoughts and evil thoughts. But even so, he still degenerated in front of the black spots. If it were me or Captain, I might not end up any better than the soldiers. While feeling a lingering sense of fear, Jane also felt puzzled. What method did Ebner use to remove the corruption on Zio so completely? However, this thought only flashed through her mind for a moment. After all, it was a secret that belonged to Ebner, so there was no need for her to delve deeper into it. Coming back to her senses, Jane saw that, after the Baron killed the toy soldiers and doll girls, he seemed to vent his madness and began a massacre in the village. Momentarily, broken wood and torn cotton flew in all directions. Although the scene wasn't bloody, it was still a mess. Jane looked at the originally exquisite dolls in pity, turned back, and respectfully asked Queen Mystic for advice. What should we do now? Let's play some chess first. It's impossible for him to maintain that state for too long. Even if it's a high-level corruption, it can't be produced out of thin air without the source being lost. Queen Mystic Bernadette pointed at the 19 chess boards and the black and white chess pieces in front of her as she said with a gentle but emotionless voice. Chess. At this time. Although she was mumbling inwardly, Jane obediently sat opposite Queen Mystic. However, when she picked up the stone-like chess piece, she looked blankly at the 19 lines of chess. After a long while, she asked in embarrassment, "How should I play this?" She had never seen such a move before. Upon hearing that, Bernadette nodded slightly and said in her gentle voice, "My father taught me that it's actually very simple. Regardless of the direction, as long as you connect 5 chess pieces, it's considered a win." Chapter 266, Gradually Advancing. As the rules weren't complicated, Jane quickly played it well. However, Queen Mystic was clearly very good at such games. Furthermore, she was especially serious about such games and refused to go easy on them. Therefore, Jane lost several rounds in a row. Just as Jane gradually figured out something and wanted to win a round, Queen Mystic Bernadette stopped her game and looked down the mountain. "It's done." Jane snapped back to her senses when she heard that. She suddenly realized that she had been so engrossed in the game that she had even forgotten the time. She hurriedly used her spirit to look into the distance, only to see that the black spots on Baron Conva's body were receding bit by bit, turning into a disgusting, black sticky liquid. As for the body of the slave merchant that the Baron had taken from him, it also merged into the liquid, leaving only his head that was tightly hugged by Lady Aston's evil spirit, floating in midair. Just as the black liquid separated from the Baron, a glass bottle suddenly appeared out of thin air. The liquid temporarily left the Baron's control and flew straight into the bottle. Right on the heels of that, a fair palm held the glass bottle and stuffed a wooden stopper into the bottle. The Baron's head, which was being hugged by Lady Aston, seemed to regain its lucidity. He looked at Bernadette, who was sitting on a pea vine, and said with a wry smile, "Is it some kind of mystical reenactment? I've once used similar ritualistic magic, but unfortunately, it can only be sealed for a short period of time." "Any last words?" Bernadette asked in a gentle but emotionless voice. "No. I remember everything. Septon died long ago when exploring that ruin. The spirit that suddenly returned was actually formed from my splintered obsession. That's why she's so suited to the perfect Aston in my heart. That's why she's even more persistent in finding than me. Forget it, there's no point talking about it now. I should have died a long time ago. Besides, there's no need for me to live on my own without Aston." After hearing his words, Bernadette fell silent for a few seconds. Then, she took out a shimmering golden scroll from her grey dress's pocket and muttered a word in ancient Hermes. Purification. Silently, the scroll was engulfed by flames that resembled the sun. Following that, it emitted a warm glow that enveloped the evil spirit that was hugging its head. Instantly, the corrupted powers of degeneration, corruption, darkness, and evil quickly dissipated. Just as he was about to be melted by the power of purification, the Baron leaned his head into the arms of the splintered Aston and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, there are still many new theorems that haven't been verified." Before he finished his sentence, he completely disappeared under the radiance of the sun. However, at this moment, Bernadette suddenly frowned. She stared intently at the spot where the Baron was floating before he was purified. This was because there were no beyonder characteristics left there. Suddenly thinking of something, she controlled the pea vine to bring the glass bottle that sealed the black liquid in front of her. However, she realized that the black liquid from before had vanished without a trace. Bernadette stared intently at the empty glass bottle. Her blue eyes that resembled the sea instantly turned extremely deep, as though she was observing something or making a prophecy. Soon, she muttered a few keywords. Dreamweaver. 3 songs. Omnipotent. Just as she said this, she felt a sharp pain in her eyes. As someone who was used to courting death, no, a knowledgeable clairvoyant, she immediately realized that if this continued, she would probably foresee something very dangerous. Therefore, she hurriedly stopped. After repeating the words prophesied a few times, Bernadette fell silent for 3 seconds before sighing to herself. So that's how it is. But this way, the girls are safe. In a small alley near the Ufana Library in the North Borough, the figures of the couple quickly outlined themselves at the end of the road. Just as Ebner was about to say something, Azek's bronze-colored eyes suddenly turned dark, as though they were connected to a silent, dark world. He grabbed at thin air with his right hand, and a familiar spirit fell into his palm. It was the spirit that belonged to Baron Conva. And at that moment, the Baron's spirit had shrunk into a ball, silently lying in Mr. Azek's palm as though it had fallen asleep. It's not a complete soul. It's very strange. It's similar to a certain state in my memory, but it's also different. It's as if it's mixed with some illusory things. Mr. Azek analyzed the spirit in his hand as he tried hard to recall something. Upon hearing Azek's muttering, Ebner immediately had a guess. Hence, he pretended to look curiously at the spirit in Azek's hand and asked, "Is this Baron Conva's spirit? He was stopped by you when he returned to the underworld." Azek nodded and said, "I sensed him the moment we arrived here. He shouldn't be the spirit of a dead beyonder. I suspect that he was created by a particular holy cathedral and dreamweaver. That's not all, right? The source of the underground corruption is the omnipotent and omniscient existence. Who knows what the Baron really encountered under the ancient castle?" While this was on his mind, he deliberated and said, "Perhaps it's a result of the high-level corruption." Azek glanced at him and shook his head. "It's unlikely to be naturally formed. This gives me the feeling that someone is using him to verify certain ideas." To verify certain ideas? Are you saying that Baron Conva is a product of an experiment? Ebner frowned as he had never thought of this before. That ancient castle was guarded by the Sanguine. It's hard to tell if the Sanguine had deliberately let Baron Conva in back then. That's the vicinity of Loan's capital. It's very difficult to hide from the three orthodox deities. And the existence that used such a terrifying thing for experiments was probably not a true god, but a king of angels. Ebner didn't dare to think any further because he might be listed as a suspect. Just the thought of it left his scalp tingling. At that moment, Mr. Azek simply communicated with the spirit in his hand before grabbing onto Ebner's arm and traversing the spirit world again. Just as Baron Conva was being purified by Bernadette, black liquid appeared out of thin air in the baronet's castle ruins that had been buried by the trio. It condensed into a stone coffin in the basement. With a smacking sound, the coffin's lid was propped up by a pale hand as Baron Conva's tall body sat up. He first looked around blankly before muttering to himself in delight. "Did I sleep until 700 years later? That era that belonged to Sapphira Castle." Chapter 267, Sealing. The layers of colors receded quickly, and Ebner felt as though he was quickly passing through a strange and bizarre world. Although this wasn't his first time, he still found it rather novel. Unfortunately, even after activating the white eye, he was still unable to completely analyze this ability, much less learn it. He felt that it was impossible to even think of becoming a demigod. Soon, Ebner noticed that the thick black and overlapping shadows in front of him were beginning to look familiar. He thought for a moment and vaguely recognized that it might be near the town of Conva. At this moment, Azek's figure came to a halt as he solemnly said, "The spirit here tells me that there's danger." "There's danger?" Even Mr. Azek finds it dangerous. Is it the ancestor of the Baron who's sleeping deep in Calderon City? Or is it some underground corruption? Upon hearing this, Ebner immediately had several guesses. Azek half closed his eyes for 2 seconds before opening them. The greatest danger seems to have subsided. Well, it's not a big problem. Let's go in. Hey, I remember that you said something similar to Klein in the past, only to bump into Saintess of White Katerina on the Black Death. Your problem isn't serious, perhaps to yourself. Although he was lampooning her inwardly, he still chose to believe in the Death Council. After all, even though he had lost most of his memories and his combat strength had greatly decreased, he was still essentially an angel. In the blink of an eye, Ebner realized that he had returned to the entrance of the Baron's castle ruins that he had buried a few weeks ago with Van and Emma. Mr. Azek held the Baron's spirit in his palm and communicated with it again. Then, he explained to Ebner in a gentle tone. "If my judgment isn't wrong, another Baron Conva has woken up in this mausoleum." "Another one? Is Baron Conva some cabbage on the ground? They can always be harvested after planting it." As Ebner lampooned, he did some mental calculations. Mr. Azek had previously mentioned that the spirit of Baron Conrad Conva is created by the combined efforts of the Trinity Templar and the Dreamweaver. The Trinity Templar could grow a head covered in shadows on each shoulder. One was young, and the other old. Each head could take away a third of a person's body and instantly become complete through flesh and blood magic. And a Dreamweaver could separate some of their former identities and turn them into living people. And even if these identities died, it wouldn't lead to the death of their true bodies. After recalling the traits of the two Sequence 3 powers, Ebner had some guesses, but he didn't speak rashly because he didn't have any evidence. Besides, for a Sequence 7 like him to know what the names of the Holy Cathedral and Dreamweaver mean is already impressive enough. It can still be explained, and it might even incur suspicion. Even if Mr. Azek might not care. Mr. Azek clearly didn't expect Ebner to make any inferences as a result. He stared intently at the ground for a while before saying, "Well, we have two choices now. First, directly eliminate the newly awakened Baron. This way, the problem you face should be temporarily resolved. But the clues will be cut off, as a result, making it difficult to figure out the truth behind it. Furthermore, his origins aren't here, so he might still bring you a new threat. Second, I'll temporarily seal this place and let the awakened Baron live in the castle ruins for some time. Once I recover more of my memories and figure out the form of his existence, I'll then reverse engineer his origins. More than 90% of his origins were in the abandoned castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. It was very likely that the Baron and Lady Aston had never returned. Taking a deep breath, Ebner looked at Mr. Azek, who was staring at the ground, and asked sincerely, "What do you think is the safest solution?" "Personally, I'm very interested in the truth behind him. It might allow me to recall more things." Mr. Azek looked down again and slowly raised his head. "In other words, you're inclined to seal it for the time being." After muttering to himself for a while, Ebner asked, "How long can it be sealed?" "It won't take long. With the means I can recall, I can seal this place for about a year at most," Mr. Azek said after some thought. "A year?" Ebner heaved a sigh of relief. Ignoring how far he would grow in a year, Klein was definitely a demigod. With the help of Sapphira Castle, he could spend money to entrust the world to resolve this problem. This matter involved the mysteries. Even if some existence was using this arrangement, they would definitely have some reservations. Although there was no evidence, Ebner's intuition told him that the truth behind Baron Conva might be related to him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain his fate. The predestined encounter in the rotation of the Wheel of Fortune didn't refer to me or 1-025, nor was it Mr. Azek. Instead, it was referring to a particular existence behind the Baron's matter. Therefore, it's better to delay this destiny as much as possible. The more variables that are introduced, the better. It's easier to fish in troubled waters. With this in mind, Ebner made up his mind. He smiled and said, "I'll choose the second plan." Mr. Azek nodded slightly. He didn't judge his choice, but he raised his hand slightly. Instantly, with him at the center, invisible and distorted faces rose amidst black fog, forming a strange door. The door lay on the ground with its surface half open. It was as though a large, half-open mouth had grown out from the ground. Then, Mr. Azek pierced his finger with his fingernail and dripped a drop of blood on the door. The angel's blood is a ritual seal set up using spirituality materials. That Baron sure is impressive. TSK, once that door is closed, I'll probably have to use a grade 0 sealed artifact to break the seal. Sensing the powerful sealing force coming from underground, Ebner couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Mr. Azek took out the spirit of the Baron he had previously captured, as though he wanted to throw him into it as well, but he stopped at the last moment. "What happened?" Ebner asked curiously when he saw Mr. Azek suddenly look at him. "This Baron's spirit has requested me to bring some of Roselle's academic works in to seal them together. He was very cooperative previously, so I've decided to fulfill this wish." Chapter 268, Subsequent. Northborough, in a coffee shop on Buckland Street. Just as Jane and Ludwell, who she controlled, pushed open the door and walked in, she saw Captain Catlia sitting alone in the corner. She was still wearing the classic black robe that exuded a sense of mystery, but her expression was filled with an indescribable look of confusion. For the first time, Jane was surprised to see her captain reveal such an expression, but she also felt a baffling sense of sadness. However, she didn't have the luxury of time to think about it. She walked in front of Catlia and whispered, "Ma'am wants us to leave Buckland as soon as possible." Catlia snapped to her senses when she heard that. She wasn't wearing her heavy glasses, and the dark purple hue in her eyes swirled as she looked at Jane. She asked, "Has the operation ended?" "It's over. The Baron has already been cleansed, but he didn't leave behind any beyonder characteristics." At this point, Jane felt a little regretful. Although most of the reason for persisting in killing the Baron was to help Ebner eliminate the threat, it would be even more perfect if she could obtain his characteristic. Although she could temporarily control Admiral Hell to do battle, strictly speaking, Ludwell was a public property of the future, so she couldn't casually get rid of him to retrieve his characteristic. Catlia nodded and pursed her lips. She asked hesitantly, Did she say anything else?" "Ma'am said that your fate isn't with her." Jane thought and told Catlia what Queen Mystic had said before she left. Although she didn't know what it meant either. "That again. Is my fate not with her? Then, where will it be?" Catlia muttered to herself in a daze. This isn't what a valiant pirate admiral should say. She's like a lost little girl who's abandoned by her family. "Captain, your image in my heart has completely collapsed." "Wait a minute, don't tell me that I've been silenced after seeing Captain's expression." Jane froze for a moment, wondering if she had heard wrongly. Then, she lampooned inwardly. She didn't know what the relationship between her captain and the lady was, so it wasn't appropriate for her to hastily console her. Catlia closed her eyes and wore a pair of heavy glasses on her nose bridge. Only then did she recover her usual elegance. Then, she stood up and said, "Let's go." Her words are always right. Since she wants us to leave Buckland as soon as possible, we might encounter danger if we don't do as she says. "Yes, Captain." Jane didn't have any objections. Before she came to Katlia, she had already greeted Zio and Sharon and paid them. Of course, Zio didn't take it. "Aren't you going to bid him farewell?" Katlia suddenly asked, seemingly hinting at something. "We already said goodbye." And this time, I still hid it from her. At this point, Jane immediately came to her senses and said in surprise, "Captain, how did you know?" "My crew insisted on doing something illogical. I had to know the reason. So I asked someone in private." Katlia nudged her heavy glasses and added, "His reputation isn't very good." "That's a rumor created by others out of envy," Jane retorted. Katlia nodded in a noncommittal manner and didn't continue on the topic. Instead, she took out a scroll with star patterns from her pocket and spread it on the table. Seeing this, Jane immediately understood and took off the exquisite lady's glove on her left hand. Almost at the same time, the connection between the glove and the many thin, illusory black threads that couldn't be seen with the naked eye suddenly severed. Just as Admiral Hell Ludwell was about to collapse to the ground, Katlia recited a word in ancient Hermes. "Retreat." Right on the heels of that, Ludwell's body turned illusory as he flew into the scroll. Katlia waved her hand and swept him up before placing him into her pocket. Faced with such a magical scene, the others in the coffee shop didn't react at all, as though they hadn't seen it. About half a day after Jane and Katlia left the coffee shop, a middle-aged man wearing a silk top hat walked in. He had a rather thin face and a somewhat cold demeanor. He looked around and frowned as he muttered to himself, "Ludwell seems to have vanished the moment he arrived." In the vicinity of the Ufana library, which Mr. Azek had brought back, it wasn't difficult for Ebner to find Zio, who had just come out of the Peach Blossom source. As for Mr. Azek, he had gone to the library to search for suitable books for Baron Conva. Zio immediately felt a little guilty when she saw Ebner, but she quickly straightened her back and said, "The operation was very successful. That important figure has already eliminated Baron Conva." Ebner looked at the lady whose eyes darted around and sighed inwardly. "I originally thought that she had undergone a lot more training than her original trajectory and had already matured greatly. But from the looks of it, she's still the same misjudgment who would bravely charge forward if given the opportunity. At most, she had made adjustments to her rash posture because of her greater experience and knowledge. This is probably the influence of the existence at the top of the two pathways of order. Although I don't remember what his name is or where he comes from, my intuition tells me that this kind of person who would gamble with all his chips if he has the confidence comes from him. George III, who planned on switching pathways to forcefully ascend to God, did so, hoping that Roselle, who had been cleansed of the corruption, did so. As for Solomon and the Night Emperor, they were probably the same. Otherwise, how could a true God perish so easily? It looks like my decision not to tell her the truth about Father Zio's death was the wisest one. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble this lady would cause. As Ebner lampooned, he took out an asymmetrical gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Zio. Faced with a strange and dangerous enemy like the Baron, how could he not use luck before heading out? When Zio saw this, she very consciously pricked her finger and dripped a drop of blood onto it. After doing all of this, Ebner said to her, "Don't worry, I know what you and Jane are thinking. However, I hope you can tell me about it the next time something like this happens." At least he knew more inside information and could determine how dangerous it was. Zio heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that before saying in a relaxed tone, "All right. Don't celebrate too early. Furs is still waiting for you to explain yourself when you get back." Ebner glanced at her and sneered. "Furs? So it's her. That's how you guessed my and Jane's plan, right?" Although Zio had asked, her tone was rather certain. However, she immediately felt worried. After all, she had promised Furs that she wouldn't do anything dangerous behind her back during the last emergency mission. Looking at Zio, who had fallen into a state of horror, Ebner didn't remind her that she could collude with him to hide the truth from Furs. He told her that it was just a misunderstanding. She should also be taught a lesson by Furs so that she wouldn't dare to rashly do anything. As he thought of this, he silently chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. With his understanding of Klein, if he were to encounter something that might put the Tarot Club members in danger, he would definitely guard Sapphira Castle and be prepared to rescue them at any time. Therefore, now that the matter was over, he had to report it to him to make him feel at ease. After all, there wasn't a live stream this time. The mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool actually couldn't see anything. Above the grey fog, in the ancient and towering palace, Klein listened to the report from the tower. Only then did he put down the fallen morning star in his hand and simulated a rapid descent before returning to reality. He had already used the bathroom of the Old Wool restaurant for more than half an hour. If he didn't leave now, someone might knock on the door and ask. Although this restaurant had a lunch agreement with the Blackthorn Security Company, and Klein was no stranger to the employees and boss here, it was precisely because he was familiar with them that he didn't want strange rumors to spread into the company. After leaving the restaurant, Klein ignored the cashier's hesitant expression. As he walked towards the office, he thought. The ancient baron, who seemed to be searching for the fool's aura, had been destroyed by the demigod behind Miss Jane who Tower mentioned. However, Tower said that the Baron hadn't completely died. He had found the location of his resurrection and sealed it. An ancient person seeking the fool. Resurrected from the dead. Don't tell me he really knows the origins of the space above the grey fog. Yes, when I'm strong enough, I'll let Tower open the seal and ask the Baron. As he thought of this, Klein had already walked to the door of the Blackthorn Security Company. He pushed open the door and was just about to greet Roseanne when he saw two ladies sitting on the sofa. One was young and skinny, while the other was plump and fair-skinned. They were both wearing black hats and long black dresses without any additional colors. And the captain was sitting opposite them, talking to them. After carefully sizing up the two ladies, Klein suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen them somewhere before. Just as he was recalling, he heard the scrawny girl say, "Our mission is to track and monitor Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes." Madame Sharon. Klein suddenly felt enlightened as he remembered where the sense of familiarity came from. The lady who didn't say a word was Maynard's wife, the daughter of the new party's leader. And the one who was speaking with confidence was Maynard's sister, a public school student. Her teacher was the beautiful and popular Ma'am Lena. However, the lady didn't seem to be there. That's right. This kind of investigation of family scandal isn't suitable for outsiders to participate in. Hey, she actually came straight to us. I wonder where she got the information from. Klein shook his head and chuckled. Captain Dunn was obviously puzzled by the same question. The scrawny girl recalled her teacher's words and replied. It was the tobacco merchant, Viceroy, who introduced us here. You saved his kidnapped son so easily, so he complimented you as the cream of the crop in this industry, being able to complete missions that others couldn't. Dunn nodded slightly. I understand. However, after signing the contract and collecting the down payment, and transferring the mission to Klein who was watching the show, Dunn hesitated and said. Do you remember the tobacco merchant? What was the kidnapping about? So you didn't remember anything, Captain. You didn't understand anything. Why were you acting so calm and confident? Klein facepalmed. In the evening, Mr. Azek, who had finished copying Roselle's books and writing them in a scholarly manner, finally completed the seal and returned to his villa at 28 Golden Street. Chapter 269, Sequence 6 Polymath. In the study of the villa, Ebner saw Mr. Azek walk out of what seemed to be a scene of splotches of paint. He went forward and asked with a smile, Is the seal done? It's done. For at least a year, the Baron will obediently study in the underground castle ruins, Mr. Azek replied with an odd expression. Ebner was somewhat speechless. For a moment, he even felt that the Baron was more suited to being a reader than he was. He didn't know if it was because Baron Conva was such a person to begin with, or if it was a persona created by a dreamweaver. In addition, the spirit that can be separated from the Holy Cathedral has one young and one old. This person who loves to learn is most likely the young one. Young people have the motivation to learn and improve, making it easier to maintain their passionate love. Just as Ebner was letting his imagination run wild, Mr. Azek skillfully placed Silica on the back of his hand and told her about what had happened today. Silica tilted her head and looked affectionately at Mr. Azek, listening attentively. After the man and bird finished their warm exchange, Mr. Azek turned his head and nodded at Ebner. Although I didn't help you completely eliminate the threat, you should be fine for the time being. That's why I plan on heading to Fainapotter with Silica to meet Viscount Cullen. I want to express my gratitude to him and thank him for taking care of Silica over the past few centuries. From the tone of his voice, why does it sound like he's a father-in-law visiting his son-in-law? Could it be that Cullen really has some sort of relationship with Silica? That's hard to say. After all, the latter hadn't become a dead spirit when Cullen first met Silica. In a hypocritical manner, Ebner worried for Cullen. Then, as if recalling something, he asked Mr. Azek, How can I contact you if something goes wrong with the seal on Kanga? Mr. Azek thought for a moment and said with a smile, You can inform me through Silica. I believe you know about the ritual to summon her. Well, if there's a change in the ritual's incantation after meeting Cullen, I'll get Silica to inform you. Hehe, Silica loves the Amantha extract you make. I think she's very willing to help you. This. Silica is Cullen's messenger, right? I'm using his messenger to deliver a letter to you. Is Silica expanding her business? After lampooning inwardly for a while, he sincerely bade farewell to Mr. Azek and Silica. The latter looked at the glass bottle on the table and reluctantly flapped its silver wings and leaped into the spirit world. Mr. Azek nodded at Ebner once again. Then, the surrounding void rippled like water before his figure disappeared from the room. Seeing the big shot that he had painstakingly managed to cozy up to leave, Ebner waited for half an hour before activating the Eye of White to inspect it a few times. Then, he sealed the room with his spirituality and set up an altar to receive the bestowment. He lowered his head and prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Tingen, in a row of houses at 2 Daffodil Street. After receiving Leonard's guidance on tailing and monitoring skills the entire afternoon, Klein confirmed that this handsome and elegant colleague wasn't like he had imagined, who only knew how to play Phanepotter lute and recite beautiful poetry. He had seduced Madame Sharon into bed and tailed her up close to monitor her. All right, he still has some real skills. As Klein lampooned, he recalled how he had followed his instructions to head to the Hound pub to find a gang leader. He had hired his subordinates to take turns monitoring Madame Sharon and recording the £5 she had spent on her daily activities. It pained his heart. How expensive. Thankfully, this amount of money can be reimbursed. Benson looked at his brother's taut face and asked with a smile, Klein, what's wrong? Did you lose your money? Did I lose it, or did I lose it on my own accord? Klein composed himself and didn't bring his work-related matters home. Hence, he didn't continue the topic and instead invited him with a smile. Do you know? The Return of the Count will be screened at the Tingen Theatre next weekend. It has already been played dozens of times in Backlund, and every performance has been filled. I don't think we should miss this opportunity. This was a decision he had made a few days ago, but there had been too many things to talk about at the tarot gathering over the past 2 days. He hadn't had the chance to tell Benson and Melissa. Seeing that Benson was interested and that Melissa was still hesitant, he added with a smile. It's said that the most popular supporting character in The Return of the Count is a genius mechanic. All right. Regardless, we have to go to the theater to watch a play. Melissa pursed her lips and nodded grudgingly, but her eyes were much brighter than before. Just as Klein was about to respond, he heard a buzzing sound. He felt dizzy for a few seconds. Someone is praying to me again. It's a man. It can't be. It's still the tower, right? Helplessly sighing inwardly, Klein placed his right hand behind his back and chuckled. Then I'll patiently wait for the tickets to be reserved. All right, I have to return to my bedroom to produce an appraisal for an antique. We have to plunge into the sea of knowledge as well. I hope we don't drown in it. Benson, who was trying his best to revise his professional knowledge, gave a self-deprecating laugh and returned to the dining room with Melissa. Klein went up to the second floor, locked his bedroom door, and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the incantation before arriving above the grey fog. In the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, his figure suddenly appeared at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. His eyes reflected a pulsing crimson star. It really is still the tower. What happened this time? Klein raised his right hand and emanated his spirituality, touching the star that symbolized the tower. After listening to her prayers, he cast his gaze on the 2 precious beyonder ingredients in the junk pile. The core of the Tree of Elders and the crystallized 1,000 spells. These 2 materials were originally stored in suitcases, but the suitcase with the Tree of Elders heart had been destroyed by the flames from the eternal blazing sun when he was divining the mutated sun's sacred emblem. One of them has a suitcase, while the other doesn't have a suitcase. That's too suspicious. I might as well give up the suitcase containing the 1,000 spells Phantom's crystal. I'll just send the 2 ingredients over directly. How could Tower suspect that the mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool would embezzle one of his suitcases? After muttering to himself guiltily, Klein looked at the door of summoning that had already taken form under the ritual held by the tower. He closed his eyes and threw the 2 materials in. In the study, Ebner looked at the 2 shiny materials that appeared on the altar and fell into deep thought. On Friday morning, after having breakfast in bed and waking up naturally, the couple returned to their bedroom after informing them not to disturb him. He took out various ingredients and used his full mental strength to concoct the polymath potion. Last night, after receiving the ingredients, he wasn't in a hurry to concoct them. Firstly, he wanted to wait for the ingredients to air out, so as to prevent himself from being tainted by the aura of Sapphira Castle and causing unexpected problems. Secondly, he was already mentally exhausted, and it wasn't the best time to advance. First, I'll put in the 70 milliliters of spring water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring which Zio had bought from Mr. A's gathering. Then, I'll drop 5 drops of the golden-faced phoenix flowers juice that Miss Judy gave me. After that, I'll buy 8 grams of blue foxtail powder from Darkwill. After mixing the supplementary ingredients evenly, Ebner took a deep breath and added the 2 main ingredients worth more than 4,000 pounds into the solution in the beaker. Suddenly, the originally silent solution boiled. The rising mist seemed to contain countless symbols, making one feel dizzy just by looking at it. It was only when everything was restored back to normal that Ebner saw what the final potion looked like. It was blue and green in color, and the surface of the solution trembled every few seconds, bringing with it countless water droplets that resembled stars before finally falling back into the solution. It was as if there was an invisible heart beating in the potion. Holding a beaker, Ebner sat on the edge of the bed and, with the help of cogitation, composed himself. After sitting upright for more than 10 seconds, he raised his right hand and poured all the potion inside into his mouth. Unlike the low-sequence potions, which only had massive amounts of information surging into his mind, the torrent kept flooding his brain. Apart from giving Ebner a splitting headache with the polymath's potion, his heart was also undergoing a transformation of massive amounts of energy. The energy was so violent that Ebner felt that if he didn't have the strength to use his spirituality to guide and control the energy that invaded his heart, he might have instantly destroyed his heart or mutated into a monster. Time ticked by, and when the modifications were finally completed, the information in his mind and the energy in his heart receded at the same time. Only then did Ebner let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he thought happily, I've finally become a sequence 6 polymath, a true mid-sequence beyonder. He rested for a while to calm his mental fatigue before observing himself in the mirror. This advancement seems to be going very smoothly. Only the heart is a little dangerous, but with my self-control, I'm still at ease. And the other places don't even show any signs of mutation. Could it be that I've digested the Knowledge Keeper potion better? Perhaps the most dangerous part of the polymath potion is the reconstruction of the heart. After all, the other Knowledge Keepers aren't like me who are often attacked by the information streams of the white eye. They're already used to it and can even divert most of their attention to guide the energy in the heart. The average person would probably only be able to resist it head-on. The chances of failure at this step would probably be very high. It's no wonder Sequence 7 Beyonders are common in the churches. They hold the positions of captains and bishops, and at Sequence 6, the number of people begins to plummet. With this in mind, Ebner felt a little relieved. He stopped probing and turned to study the new powers of a polymath. Chapter 270, The Ability of a Polymath. Based on the knowledge infused into him by the polymath potion, Ebner simply tested his powers and had a general understanding of his Sequence 6 Beyonder powers. Firstly, after becoming a polymath, the core analysis ability had essentially been enhanced. Previously, the analysis of the Knowledge Keeper stage was more about analysis based on existing knowledge or information. Although there were certain Beyonder characteristics, such as analyzing a Beyonder's aura to obtain the corresponding information and so on, overall, it was more about inference, retrogression, and summarization. Of course, among ordinary people, unless one was a genius with extraordinary talent, the corresponding abilities couldn't be compared to a Knowledge Keeper. However, as the analysis function of the white eye was abnormally powerful, Ebner had rarely used his own analysis. As for the analysis stage of a polymath, with a certain level of knowledge prior to this, it was possible to analyze the principles behind the Beyonder powers used by the opponent. This was also one of the prerequisites for subsequent learning and mimicking. In addition, the enhanced analysis could help the user quickly identify the Beyonder environment they were in, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. The two abilities that came with these two abilities were actually often used when activating the white eye. Exploring spell traps, analyzing the sealed artifacts' effects, and negative effects were, strictly speaking, embodiments of these two abilities. As for the principle of analysis of Beyonder powers, there was no need to mention it. Ebner had used the white eye's ability to draw skills from his friends and enemies. In short, the analysis ability of a polymath was still overshadowed by the analysis brought about by the white eye. It didn't increase his strength much. Secondly, the polymath's potion changes his heart. The modified heart is called the heart of omnipotence in the knowledge passed down from potions. The reason why it's called that is because it's one of the necessary conditions for the reader pathway to go from omniscience to omnipotence. To convert knowledge into power, one needed a certain foundation. And the heart of omnipotence was the foundation of energy. Through the knowledge infused in the potion, Ebner learned that, apart from expending his spirituality, he also had to bear the burden of the energy needed for his powers. This was the effect of the heart of omnipotence. Although a polymath claimed that there was no limit to the number of simulated skills, it was actually limited by the amount of energy stored in the heart of omnipotence. It was similar to a blue path mage in a game before the first epoch. However, the simulation I did with the white eye doesn't seem to have such a restriction. No, actually, there is one. It's very difficult to successfully simulate powers involving one's physical attributes, such as the werewolf's power, the zombie's steel skin, and so on. Perhaps it's due to the lack of energy. With this in mind, Ebner immediately used the remaining power of the potion in the heart of omnipotence to simulate the powers of a werewolf. Speaking of which, he had long analyzed all of Marek's powers, but his simulation had never succeeded. About 3 seconds later, the corners of Ebner's mouth twitched as he helplessly muttered to himself, I did succeed, but it was just too draining. Although I just advanced, the amount of energy stored in the omnipotent heart isn't much. However, the success of that simulation of the werewolf made Ebner understand one thing. It wasn't that he didn't expend energy when using the white eye to do the simulation, but that he didn't expend his own energy. It might very well be a simulation that stirred the power of the outside world to complete. That's why the ability to strengthen one's physical attributes can't be simulated. This is because once I use it, I might not be able to afford the price. Perhaps a simple outburst of strength can make me lie in bed for a month or two. As this thought crossed his mind, Ebner took out the snacks prepared by Mrs. Reskard in the bedroom and ate them in a few bites. Only then did he feel a little less hungry. So the energy stored in the heart of omnipotence can be replenished with food. Heh, that's good too. At least I don't have to worry about getting fat from eating supper in the future. After a few self-deprecating words, Ebner composed himself and continued pondering over the other abilities of a polymath. The third power of a polymath is studying. This learning ability wasn't general knowledge, but a learning space that was specially meant for analyzing, researching beyond powers, and ritualistic magic. As long as a polymath meditated on the form of the 1000-technique mirage crystal, his mind could enter a space that seemed to contain countless stars. In this space, a polymath could analyze the observed powers, study the principles, and even attempt simulation. The efficiency was much higher than the outside world. As for the stars, the bright stars were powers that he had already learned, while the illusory ones were powers that he had yet to fully analyze and was temporarily unable to replicate. Ebner guessed that this illusory learning space was probably the embryonic form of the White Tower. The stars would sooner or later transform into books on the bookshelves. Together, they would form the mythical form after becoming a demigod. Finally, it was also the trademark power of a polymath, simulation, or imitation, so there was nothing much to say. After all, Ebner had often used this power with the white eye, so he was very familiar with it. Apart from these new powers, the other powers like machine mind, scene rewind, and aura retrieval had also been significantly improved, but there were no qualitative changes. After familiarizing himself with the powers of a polymath, Ebner rested for a while before activating the white eye. Not bad. If I have enough spirituality, I can use the Eye of White for at least 1 to 2 hours. That's enough. In addition, I can indeed experience the next sequence's powers in advance. Under the situation of activating the white eye, I can modify a portion of my Beyonder powers to make it meet the requirements of using it. But for now, I can only reduce the effects of my powers. However, this isn't a bad thing. The decrease in effects often implies a decrease in the usage conditions. For example, with a traveler's teleportation, if the effects are reduced to a fixed point, I can design a corresponding ritual that allows low-sequence Beyonders to use it. Of course, without a ready-made template, it would probably take a long time to create such a spell, even with the help of the learning space. After silently muttering to himself, Ebner closed the white eye. Then, after he packed up the apparatus for the potion, he dispelled the wall of spirituality, opened the bedroom door, and went straight to the dining room at home. From the looks of it, I'll have to get Mrs. Skade to prepare plenty of food in the future. Perhaps it won't be long before I have the title of foodaholic detective. Unable to make it down the stairs due to his hunger, he glided to the first floor and greeted Zio and Furs, who had stayed the night at the villa and were chatting in the hall, with a rueful smile. Chapter 271, Lena. Friday night, Tingen, Osna Street. After receiving information from the gang and learning that Madame Sharon would only be back very late after attending the Conservative Party's banquet, Klein felt that he hadn't wasted his 5 pounds. With the help of his balance and agility as a clown, he scaled the wall and entered the bedroom on the 2nd floor of Madame Sharon's house through the water pipe. As soon as he entered the house, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance that reminded him of the fragrance of a woman that made his blood vessels swell. Klein instantly felt his mind go adrift as he even felt his body react. He then used cogitation to calm himself down and lampooned, "Is she using an aphrodisiac as incense?" Not long after Klein entered Madame Sharon's bedroom, a slender figure suddenly appeared under a tree in the garden downstairs. This figure belonged to Witch Lena. Ever since she secretly instigated Maynard's wife and sister to hire an official team to investigate Sharon, she had been hiding nearby. Hence, she had taken in Klein's entire operation. However, she didn't dare to continue approaching. This was because she had tried before, but she had nearly been detected by the other party's spirituality. Staring at Klein's back, Lena muttered to herself helplessly, "This is the quality a clown should have. Why are the two I nurtured so incapable?" At the same time, Ebner, who was in Backlund, finally fulfilled his previous promise and brought Miss Hazel to the Bravehearts bar on Iron Gate Street to participate in the Beyonder gathering his teacher was about to hold. As a Sequence 6, Ebner wasn't interested in gatherings at this level. Therefore, after introducing Hazel to Casper's, he turned and entered a gloomy card room where he found Marek. After becoming a polymath, Ebner was no longer afraid of him. Even if he really lost control, he had the confidence to escape unscathed. Marek, who was playing cards with his zombie companions, heard someone push open the door. He looked up, revealing a pale face with hints of madness. He stared at Ebner for a long time before asking in surprise, "You're already a Sequence 6. After all, he had just advanced, and he still had some of the potion's powers left. Even though he had concealed it very well, it was still eye-catching enough for a senior Beyonder like Marek. Just advanced. Ebner nodded without explaining further. "You and Miss Jane have improved really quickly." Marek couldn't help but sigh. Then, he collected himself and looked at Ebner with brown eyes that were filled with deep malice. He asked, "Why are you here?" "I wish to see you demonstrate the powers of a zombie again." Without beating around the bush, Ebner directly voiced his request. Marek clasped his hands together and didn't say a word, as though he was waiting for Ebner to give him the price, 100 pounds. Ebner spat out a number before adding, "This price is very fair. You're only demonstrating your powers, so there's no loss, nor is there any danger." Marek agreed to him. At that moment, an ethereal female voice suddenly interjected. Aiming for a closer look, he saw a figure appear behind Marek. It was a figure wearing a complicated black regal dress and a small bonnet. It was none other than the blonde Miss Sharon with blue eyes. As the two of them often appeared in pairs, it wasn't surprising. After nodding at each other in greeting, he counted the down payment. But at that moment, he heard Miss Sharon calmly say, "But no gold pounds." Ebner stopped taking out his wallet and asked curiously, "Miss Sharon, what do you want?" Miss Sharon didn't answer him directly. Instead, she asked expressionlessly, "Can you still contact Miss Judy?" "Judy?" "Of course. Besides, I was about to write to her about Cullen." With this in mind, Ebner nodded and said, "Sure. Do you have something to talk to Judy about?" "An ordinary milk cow with a mystical creature's bloodline." Miss Sharon looked at him silently with her blue eyes as she said a string of words. "What?" Ebner suspected that he had heard wrongly. To possess the bloodline of a mystical creature, one had to be ordinary. Who would be so bored to nurture such a thing? "I need an ordinary milk cow with a mystical creature's bloodline," Miss Sharon pursed her pale lips and repeated. "This. I don't know if Judy can find it." Ebner thought for a moment before saying with uncertainty. "Although, if Judy's father was willing to help, he could probably pinch one of them. Marek will demonstrate it to you first. If you can't find it, then pay," Miss Sharon said simply. "Deal." Ebner nodded and agreed to the deal. Then, he asked a technical question, "If we really find it, how do we ship the ordinary milk cow with the mystical creature's bloodline from Fainapotter? But don't expect Silica to travel through the spirit world with a bull. Even if she was given a bucket of Amantha extract, it was impossible. Find a random harbor. I'll inform someone to retrieve it." Sharon fell silent for a few seconds before saying with an illusory voice. With the transaction coming to an end, Marek, who was one of the items that had been traded, didn't object to the outcome. He quickly brought Ebner to the underground training field. In the outskirts of Tingen, in a house with a green lawn and a red chimney, a middle-aged man with dark blonde hair and one blind eye put down the ancient quill in his hand and picked up an open notebook. He examined the content that had already been written. In order to seek advancement, Wichlina arrived in Tingen and became a public school teacher. She also deliberately approached the sister of the new party's member of parliament Maynard and obtained his trust and reliance. In order to make Tingen City's Conservative Party and new party completely at odds, Madame Sharon took the risk of killing Member of Parliament John Maynard to vent the accumulated madness after her transformation. She didn't have enough reasons, and her motives weren't strong enough, but she still took action. Everyone has moments when they aren't clear-headed enough, and she's in that stage, and she has plenty of confidence in not being discovered. Therefore, our story isn't made up. It's reasonable. Wichlina reminded Maynard's wife and sister that they could hire mercenaries to investigate Madame Sharon. Maynard's wife found the Blackthorn Security Company through the tobacco merchant, Vicroy. They didn't fail their mission. Klein Moretti's investigations quickly discovered Madame Sharon's abnormality. Dunn, who had the strength close to Sequence 6, decided to take the initiative to attack. He also handed sealed artifact 3-0271 to Kenley. The two of them returned to Madame Sharon with Klein. Dunn attempted to pull her into a dream from a distance to control her. That's not a problem, but unfortunately, Madame Sharon happened to place the statue of the primordial demoness beside her. Hence, the Nighthawk's plan failed. In his anxiety, Kenley reflected on himself and saw himself. Klein secretly took out the fallen morning star to save his colleague, but it was too late. Madame Sharon was taken care of, and Kenley was killed as well. The line above was scribbled away. What's surprising is that Wichlina, who had planned on waiting for both the Nighthawks and Madame Sharon to suffer heavy injuries before she took action to seize the Beyonder characteristic, actually joined the battle ahead of time and saved Kenley, who was about to be struck by the black flames. With the addition of the witch, Madame Sharon's death was certain. However, before she died, she let out a fatal curse. And the target of the curse wasn't Klein Moretti who kept stopping her from escaping, nor was it Wichlina who wanted to seize her characteristic. It was Captain Dunn who arrived late. Although this doesn't match her personality, nor does it reach her expectations of being cursed, her choice before her death is blind. This is a reasonable development. Dunn was cursed, and his mental state became rather unstable, but he didn't pay much attention to it. This was because a curse of this level didn't have much of an impact on his daily life. He would be able to dispel most of it after a mass at the cathedral on Sunday afternoon. In Madame Sharon's bedroom, Klein lowered his arms and panted heavily. Madame Sharon, who only had half her head left, slumped to the ground. Her figure was still outstanding, and her skin was fair and tender. However, he didn't let down his guard. He stared intently at the beautiful lady who was squatting in front of Madame Sharon as if she was waiting for something. He frowned and asked, "Ma'am Lena, you're also a demoness. Why are you helping us?" Upon hearing that, Lena chuckled. She then glanced at Kenley, who was lying on the ground, his fate unknown. She replied gently, "His fiancée is a colleague of mine during this period of time. She's a very kind and warm lady who has helped me quite a bit. Such a beautiful lady's life story shouldn't have such sorrowful stories. Isn't that so?" Chapter 272, The Night Before. Klein didn't want to believe a single word of what the demoness had said, but regardless of her motives, it was a fact that she had saved Kenley. Therefore, before she showed any animosity, he wasn't willing to attack her. Of course, this was also related to the captain being temporarily unconscious after being hit by Madame Sharon's curse before his death. He was the only Nighthawk left at the scene. After remaining on guard for about a minute, it was unknown what beyonder method Lena used to purge Madame Sharon's demoness of pleasure characteristic. She appeared calm as she carefully sealed the beyonder characteristic before standing up. She smiled at Klein and said, "The Nighthawk is alive. It's time for me to leave. We shall meet again if fate permits it." With that, she disappeared in front of Klein. She then nimbly jumped out the window, went over the wall, and headed for the Tussock River. Although he saw her leave, Klein didn't dare to be careless. As he kept his gun on alert, he undid the silver chain on his sleeve with one hand and let the topaz pendant fall naturally. After carefully swapping the positions of the revolver and spirit pendulum, Klein waited until the topaz stabilized. He immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation. He then silently chanted the divination statement. "Lena has already left this house." After 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the pendulum spinning clockwise. She really left. Klein's heart calmed down. He put away his spirit pendulum and walked to Kenley's side to check on his injuries. Previously, he had secretly used holy light summoning and placate on the morning star to treat Kenley before the captain arrived. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the evil spirit in 3-0271 even if he hadn't been hit by Madame Sharon's black flames. Although he suffered some mental damage, he managed to escape the evil spirit's mark. It shouldn't be a big problem. When the mystery prior from the Holy Cathedral is transferred to Tingen, I can get him to design a ritual to slowly treat Kenley. Since Kenley's life was no longer in danger, and the captain could wake up at any time, Klein didn't intend to use the fallen morning star again to avoid explaining himself. After hesitating for a moment, he came before Madame Sharon, who only had half her head left. He took out all sorts of materials and quickly set up an altar to channel her spirit. "I've already wasted some time. If I wait for Captain to wake up before channeling his spirit, I might not be able to get anything." Moments later, Klein opened his eyes after watching a huge bed film titled, Madame Sharon Takes You to Tingen's Upper Circles. Through spirit channeling in the dream, he learned a lot. For example, Maynard's death was backed by the current mayor, or the potion formula for some of the sequences of the demoness pathway. However, there was also a new question. Madame Sharon's motive for killing Maynard was too hasty. It didn't seem to match her usual modus operandi. Just as he was deep in thought, Captain Dunn suddenly sat up straight and opened his eyes. He first surveyed his surroundings with his sharp eyes. When he saw the situation clearly, he heaved a sigh of relief and pressed his glabella. His expression was somewhat pale. Despite not being injured, he seemed to have lost a lot of blood. "Captain, are you all right?" Klein was delighted to see him wake up. "It's nothing. Madame Sharon's final curse wasn't completed yet, and she didn't have the medium to curse me, so she wasn't very powerful. Well, at most, she can disrupt my mental state. When Mass is over the weekend, the goddess's grace will be able to completely heal my injuries." Having said that, Dunn stood up and walked slowly to Klein's side. He said in an abnormally deep voice, "I made a mistake. I was fooled by Madame Sharon. I didn't expect her to secretly leave the dream long ago. If it wasn't for another demoness, we probably wouldn't have been able to keep her here. If it wasn't for my uniqueness, I would have died along with Kenley about 10 seconds after the battle began." Klein turned his head to look at Kenley, who was silently lying on the ground, and exhaled. "Captain, Kenley." "I know," Dunn replied hoarsely. "But you have to get used to it. It's normal for Nighthawks to die during missions. Perhaps I'll be next." "No, Captain. I mean, Kenley isn't dead yet." Back then, it was Lena who saved him. Although Klein was very wary of Lena, she had saved Kenley no matter what, so he didn't want her to be wanted by the Nighthawks, so he directly mentioned her contribution. Dunn was taken aback when he heard that. Then, his pale face revealed a gentle and relaxed smile. Is that so? That's great. As he spoke, he couldn't help but draw a crimson moon on his chest. At the same time, he said, Goddess, bless me. Klein could understand the captain's feelings. Whenever he thought about how Kenley would die tonight, how he would face his family, how his parents would look at him with grief, and how his fiancée would look like she had lost her soul. Klein felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid of hearing the sobbing. At that moment, he actually agreed with what Lena said. He just needed to change it. In the stories of the Guardians, there shouldn't be any sorrow. Amidst his joy, Dunn subconsciously wanted to take out his cigarette case and smoke. However, he remembered that he hadn't brought his cigarette with him for some time, so he gave up. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Lena, do you know that witch? Captain, is your brain thinking too much, or has your forgetfulness worsened? I thought I didn't need to use the excuse I prepared just now. After lampooning inwardly, Klein shared what he knew about Lena with Dunn. Finally, he added, most of this was told to me by Madame Daly during our last casual chat. You were there as well. Dunn thought about it seriously before nodding in enlightenment. From the looks of it, Maynard's wife and sister were the ones who instigated them to find us. Her goal is beyond her. It's the remains that Madame Sharon left behind. Captain, I already know what a beyonder characteristic is. You didn't even hide it from me when you came to concoct the clown potion with Her Excellency Sword of the Goddess. You don't have to be so careful. After lampooning, Klein told Dunn everything he learned from the spirit channeling. Then, he expressed his doubts about Madame Sharon's murder of Maynard. Pleasure really doesn't need to kill someone of a higher status. We have to find out where Madame Sharon has been all these years and find out her true background. Of course, we have to report this to the Holy Cathedral and let them arrange it. We can't leave Tingen as we wish. Dunn nodded slightly. When he mentioned reporting this to the Holy Cathedral, he deliberately didn't mention the matter of Lena. Then, he looked around and said, clean up the scene and then get someone from the nearest police station to come over. Oh, and make a trip back to Zutland Street and get Fry to help. Yes, Captain. Outside a village downstream of the Tussock River, a moist figure emerged from the river and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was like a water ghost from folklore. The drunkard who happened to see this scene jolted awake from his fright and ran back to the village in a panic. It was none other than Lena. She stared at the drunkard's back and sighed after a long while. She muttered to herself, forget it. He didn't see my face. Besides, no one will believe it even if I tell them. Killing him might attract attention. Following that, she got her bearings and ran towards a small mountain southeast of the village. As wild animals were almost extinct, there was an abandoned hunter's hut halfway up the mountain. It was a safe house that Lena had prepared long ago. After entering the cabin, Lena quickly took off her drenched clothes and changed into a male hunting suit she had hidden in the moonlight. Only then did she sit down. As she took out the food she had prepared, she thought with a serious expression. The fallen morning star is actually on that nighthawk of the seer pathway. Didn't I get shook to hand it over to Detective Brian? Why would it be in Tingen? Did Detective Brian sell the necklace to the Nighthawks? If I hadn't transferred it to the fallen morning star back then, it would most likely be me bringing it to Tingen, right? Was it really my own judgment when I heard about Madame Sharon's style at Backlund's gathering and deduced that she might be a demoness of pleasure? Or could it be that someone is behind it? Could it be that the mastermind's goal is only to have the fallen morning star arrive in Tingen? No. It's not that simple. I'm afraid something major will happen in Tingen. I happen to become Maynard's sister's teacher, and Madame Sharon killed Maynard. The Nighthawks who instigated Ma'am Maynard to hire an official beyonder team chanced upon the Nighthawks who possessed the Morning Star of Fallen. There are too many coincidences. I never noticed it before. No, I have to leave as soon as possible. The further the better. Having made up her mind, Lena rested for a few hours. At dawn, she immediately got up and rushed to a nearby town with a steam locomotive station. In the Tingen suburbs, in a house with a red chimney. The middle-aged man with dark golden hair and one blind eye looked at the latest content written by the Quill. After receiving the beyonder characteristic, which Lena sensed the hidden danger in Tingen and decided to leave the city. He pondered for a moment and didn't make any additional changes. This which was also very strange. She had previously changed the story she had written. It would be a change if she could leave. However, there were too many variables in Tingen. The middle-aged man glanced at the words Klein Moretti, and his expression turned nasty. He flipped another page of the notebook and pointed at the word Stewart. Then, he walked around the room and muttered to himself. I can't delay any further. The Church of Storm's Mysticism Magister will likely come to investigate next Monday. If something were to happen to him midway, it will probably be difficult to push it to an accident. He will definitely suspect that there's been some sort of interference and subsequently lock onto me and 0-08. Therefore, on Sunday, I have to take action before Mass. At this moment, he seemed to come to a decision. He stopped in front of the table, picked up his quill, and wrote on his notebook. Leonard and Klein found a letter left behind by Lenivas during a search. Migos was summoned for some baffling reason. She came to Zutland Street and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. The baby in her stomach was in a critical period and couldn't stop her urges. Dunn made a detailed arrangement, the correct arrangement, but he made one mistake. If he had made up his mind to take care of Migos immediately, it would be best to lure her behind Cheney's gate and use the advantage of the environment and items to engage in combat. If he was waiting for help, he definitely couldn't take out St. Selena's ashes. Unfortunately, Dunn, who was in a daze due to the repeated curses and corruption, didn't think of the most important point. The son of a deity could sense the threat of the saint's ashes. Hence, the latter was triggered and began to absorb the power of his mother's body in an attempt to be born ahead of time, even if it wasn't fully matured. At this point, the men recalled the history teacher who had spoiled his plan several times. He added, "Isaac isn't in loan. Even if he recalls the spirit world traversal, it will be difficult for him to rush back in a short period of time." After re-evaluating the content he had written, the middle-aged man placed the notebook and quill into his pocket and left the house. On Sunday morning, just as I was about to enter the learning space after breakfast to analyze and learn the abilities related to zombie, Ebner was suddenly stopped by Mr. Skade, and a telegram was stuffed into his hand. "Bishop Utravsky is looking for me. He wants me to go to the Harvest Church." Chapter 273, Light and Darkness. After reading the telegram, Ebner didn't think too much about it. He planned on heading to the Harvest Church immediately. Bishop Utravsky had helped him so much, and now that he had something to ask of him, as long as it was within his capabilities, there was no reason to refuse. But just as he was about to get a rental carriage, the gray fog suddenly appeared in front of him. Following that, he received the news that the tarot gathering would be temporarily cancelled tomorrow. The tarot gathering has been cancelled. In that case, Mr. Fool is going to die today. It has already come to this day. Klein's comfort zone was coming to an end. Ebner sighed. He didn't know if the information he divulged to Klein had any effect, but even if he was a little wary, there wouldn't be much of a change. After all, 0-08's powers were too terrifying. It wasn't something Klein could resist at this stage. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of telling Klein that Tingen was under 0-08's arrangement, but other than forcing Insangwil to take action in advance and push the matter into an uncontrollable state, there weren't any benefits. Captain Dunn might still die, but if Klein couldn't be resurrected due to an accident, that would be a huge problem. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly thought of another problem. Bishop Utravsky had summoned him on this special day. Was the purpose related to Tingen's story? Tingen City, morning. As it was Klein's turn to be on duty at Cheney's Gate last night, he didn't check on Miss Justice and the other members who were praying one after another. Only when he left the company in the morning and got on his rental carriage did he have the time to head to the Grey Fog Hall to listen to their messages. There's actually no tower. That's rare. Sitting in the seat belonging to the Fool, Klein glanced at the few pulsing crimson stars and couldn't help but lampoon. The messages came from Justice, the Hanged Man, and Judgment respectively. Although they used different choices of words when praying, their main meaning was the same, to ask for leave. Yes, Miss Justice is being protected by her father's men because of the tip-off. It's indeed inconvenient for her to participate in the gathering. Mr. Hangman is currently beside His Excellency, Spellsinger of God, and he similarly doesn't have any conditions. Miss Judgment seems to be attending an internal MI9 meeting, and she doesn't seem to have the time. This way, only me, Mr. Tower, and the son are left. I might as well pause it for a moment. With this in mind, Klein separately replied to Miss Justice and the company's prayers. Got it. Right on the heels of that, he sent a message to the Crimson Star that corresponded to Tower and the Sun: the upcoming gathering shall be temporarily cancelled. After doing all of this, Klein simulated the feeling of falling and returned to the real world. He discovered that the carriage had already arrived at Daffodil Street, so he quickly paid for it and got off. Just as he took out his keys to open the door to his house, Klein saw Bella wiping the dining table. His sister, Melissa, and his brother, Benson, came down the stairs in their respective outdoor clothes. Isn't today's mass held in the afternoon? Klein asked curiously. Benson smiled and said, I can understand the memories of someone who hasn't slept the entire night. Huh. Klein was even more confused. Today is the first day that, the return of the Count, will be releasing tickets, Melissa explained. Klein smacked his forehead and took off his hat. I've been so busy recently that I forgot about it. Especially in the past 3 days, he added with a sigh. Melissa looked at him with concern and said, Your breakfast is in the kitchen. Eat it and go to bed. Benson and I are lining up in the morning to buy tickets. In the afternoon, we'll head to St. Selena Cathedral for Massachusetts. All right. Klein waved goodbye to his siblings and had a simple breakfast before returning to his bedroom and falling asleep. But not long after he fell asleep, Dunn appeared in his dream in his black trench coat. Klein immediately snapped to his senses and followed his normal dreamlike reaction. He slowly summoned. "Good morning, Captain." Dunn nodded slightly and said. While Leonard was investigating the Lenevis case, he discovered a clue that requires your help at 62 House Street. The mystery prior sent by the Holy Cathedral won't arrive until tomorrow morning because of a train fault. Only after the captain left did Klein open his eyes. He couldn't help but mumble to himself, the steam locomotive malfunctioned. Aren't the train accidents between Backlund and Tingen a little too frequent? Besides, House Street. Isn't that the area where the Divination Club, my classmate Welch, and the member of the Aurora Order were located? There sure are many things happening recently. One by one, they seem to be brewing something. As he thought, Klein quickly got up, dressed, and went out to stop a rental carriage. Backlund, south of the bridge, Rose Street. When Ebner pushed open the door to the Harvest Church, he immediately saw Bishop Utravsky preaching in front of the prayer hall. After all, with his height, it was difficult to ignore him. He looked around, but he didn't see Miss Hazel. He couldn't help but find it odd. It was Sunday, and as a priest of Earth Mother, Hazel should have come early in the morning. With a sense of puzzlement, he sat in a pew by the aisle for a while. Only when the sermon ended and the few believers left the cathedral in twos and threes did he get up to walk to the 2-meter-tall half-giant bishop. After politely exchanging greetings with Bishop Utravsky, Ebner asked in passing, "Where's Priest Mocked?" "Heh, I gave her a day off today." Bishop Utravsky looked down at him and replied with a gentle expression. Then, he added in a suggestive manner, "Besides, some things aren't up to her yet. Hazel isn't even qualified to know. Then, an outsider like me, who isn't even a believer of Earth Mother, is qualified." After lampooning silently, Ebner adjusted his expression and asked solemnly, "Why did you send me a telegram to ask me to come over?" "I don't know exactly what it is either." Bishop Utravsky first shook his head, then he turned to look at the door at the basement's entrance, which was still sealed by various rituals and symbols. He smiled gently and said, "You came a little early. Wait a moment, he will personally meet you later." Him. Ebner jumped in fright when he heard that. His mind raced as he recalled the information that Father accidentally revealed when he saw the sealed basement a few days ago, as well as his own conjectures. A special sealed artifact. It needs to be regularly protected by faith. It's suspected to be a deity's descent vessel. Lilith. The true name of this deity flashed through his mind, and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If his inference wasn't wrong, then he might be meeting a deity later. Although it was only the manifestation of a deity. Isn't this a little overboard? I'm just a weak and pitiful sequence 6. At that moment, the tiny bit of pride that had been generated from his advancement to the mid-sequence Beyonder was gone. Tingen City, 62 House Street. After a series of divinations and searches, Klein and Leonard finally found the letter left behind by Lenevis. In the letter, the other party told the official Beyonders who might have found the letter in a crazy tone. He had planted a bomb in Tingen that would grow stronger with time. A bomb that could turn the entire Tingen city into ruins if it exploded. August 9th. The events of the past 2 days have made me feel a little down. I started the Industrial Revolution with my own hands and personally ushered in the age of steam and machinery. Will it become the hotbed for the descent of an evil god? The sentence Emperor Roselle wrote in his diary flashed through his mind. Klein almost immediately guessed that the child laborers on Lower Street who died before their time were factory workers who seldom lived more than 10 years due to their working conditions. The female workers who took the risk of severe illnesses and only received a meager salary were the source of power that constantly grew in Lenevis's bomb. Hence, he and Leonard immediately returned to the Blackthorn Security Company on Zutland Street. The moment he entered, Klein saw 2 familiar faces. One was voluptuous, while the other was thin. They were Maynard's wife and sister. As Madame Sharon's matter had been exposed, the current mayor had no choice but to resign. Therefore, they came to express their gratitude and settle the final payment. But Klein didn't have the time to bother with them. He nodded slightly in greeting before briskly walking to the captain's office to report. After Dunn heard that, his expression turned serious. He immediately sent a report to the Holy Cathedral and requested them to send a mysticism expert over to assist him. While the captain was sending the telegram, Klein returned to the reception area to read the newspapers to pass time. But at that moment, a beautiful woman with a bloated stomach walked in. She was apparently more than 7 months pregnant. Klein was taken aback as he felt that he had seen the young pregnant lady before. Suddenly, he heard Leonard exclaim, "Miss Migos." Backlund, at the basement door of the Harvest Church, the sacred emblem of life engraved with spiritual materials and the many mysterious symbols gradually dimmed and completely lost their effects. Bishop Utravsky easily pushed open the door and motioned for Ebner to enter. Only an idiot would enter such a situation if he didn't know your character. Ebner took a deep breath and walked down the stairs into the house. As soon as he stepped into the basement, he felt a strange force envelop the space around him. The air was also filled with a faint blood color. Such a scene made Ebner feel a strange sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen the sanguine duke who had stopped him from entering Tingen back in Eastchester County. Soon, his thoughts were confirmed because a handsome, devilish man in a red shirt and black coat appeared before him. "We meet again." The devilishman stroked his elegant silver hair and said with a smile, "Your Eminence, I wonder if you're—" Ebner couldn't help but ask. This was related to what kind of etiquette and attitude he should adopt towards the other party. "You've already guessed it, haven't you?" The devilishman raised his brows and asked with a smile. "As expected," Ebner said to himself. Then, he solemnly drew the Earth Mother's sacred emblem on his chest and chanted, "You are the source of life, you are the mother of all things. There's no need to be so reserved. I'm not meeting you as a snake spirit." The silver-haired man shook his head. "I feel that Lilith has a lot of humanity in her." Ebner stole a glance at her and lowered his head. He asked respectfully, "May I know what instructions you have for summoning me here?" Although the other party said that he wasn't meeting him as a deity, he didn't dare to take it seriously. "There's a mission for you." In the Blackthorn Security Company, with the activation of the flaring sun charms, Migos completely melted under the bright white light. The semi-illusory and terrifying object in her body no longer had the support of reality. Unable to complete the final step of the transformation, it turned into black gas unwillingly and angrily, melting into the light and flames. Klein managed to stabilize himself and opened his eyes a few seconds later. He saw Captain Dunn in his black trench coat still standing in his original spot. He saw that the heart in St. Selena's urn was still beating slowly. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Just as he was about to take out the Morning Star necklace, he activated the secret technique on it without any regard for anything else. It was the perfect recovery art of Ovalt, which was said to be able to restore anyone as long as they were still breathing. Dunsmith turned his head and looked at Klein. His voice was as mellow as always. "We saved Tingen. We are miserable wretches and guardians." With that, Dunn fell back and released his hands. Upon seeing this, Klein, whose expression had frozen, didn't dare delay any further. He took out the Morning Star necklace and put it on the captain's neck. But suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. His pupils constricted as he froze on the spot. He lowered his head and was stunned to see a slightly pale palm tear through his left chest. It was covered in blood. Right on the heels of that, the palm was retracted. Following that, it first took away the fallen Morning Star from Klein's hand before picking up St. Selena's urn. But Klein could no longer see anything. In the basement of the Harvest Church, Ebner looked at the vessel of Earth Mother's descent and asked cautiously, "What's the mission?" "I need you to place this gem on the corpse of the former Captain Dunsmith of the Tingen Nighthawks, and bring him to the Harvest Church at Enmat Harbor." With that said, the silver-haired man took out a pitch-black gem from his pocket. Chapter 274, Ebner's Plans. On the outskirts of Tingen, in a house with a green lawn. It had a garden that had begun to wither in early September and a dark red chimney. A middle-aged man with dark blonde hair and nearly black eyes walked into the bedroom. He took out a quill and an ordinary notebook and placed them on the table. He quickly flipped to the last few pages and examined the lines of words written by the quill. Migos became a monster, and the battle began. With the help of the saint's ashes, blood vessel thief, and the strange appearance of the high-level charm, Migos died. The deity's spawn was exorcised, and Dunsmith was pushed to the brink of death. The power of St. Selena's ashes was also severely damaged. This perfectly matched in Sangwill's thoughts. Klein Moretti wanted to use the fallen Morning Star to save Dunsmith, but that wasn't permitted by Insangwil. He killed Klein Moretti, the fellow who always caused problems to his plans, and he took away St. Selena's ashes and the fallen Morning Star. Insangwil set up a ritual with the remaining descendants of death and consumed St. Selena's ashes, successfully advancing from Sequence 5 Gatekeeper of the Death Pathway to Sequence 4 Night Watcher of the Evernight Pathway. As such, he obtained godhood and became a demigod powerhouse. The sun continues to illuminate the land. Almost no one in Tingen City noticed that they were lucky enough to avoid a huge disaster. Monster Adamasol would be very confused about this. When the man named Insangwil read this, he didn't find it problematic. Hence, he used his slightly pale hand to solemnly pick up the quill. Without dipping it in ink, he clearly wrote a sentence at the end of the notebook. That's the end of Tingen City's story. The pages flipped quickly and the manuscript closed. After putting the brown-covered notebook back into his pocket, Insangwil held the necklace formed from 5 different colored gems in his hand. After seriously examining it for a moment, he silently said, "This is the legendary, fallen Morning Star. As expected, the concealment barrier of Evans is still here. With it, I don't have to worry about the church's pursuit. I might even be able to hunt the higher-ups of the church. Heh, I will prove how foolish the Church of Evernight was to abandon me. In front of an unknown, grayish-white grand palace that was more than 200 meters tall, there were a few thick stone pillars that were slightly shorter than it was, as though they were a squadron of soldiers standing straight. A long lizard-like monster was squatting at the top of a stone pillar in the middle, like a small mountain. Its body was covered in huge grayish-white stone scales, and its eyes were pale gold and vertical. This was a mind dragon that seemed to come from a myth. At that moment, there was a hint of excitement in his pale golden eyes as he said a word in Dragonese with a humming voice, Alzahad. However, that hint of excitement was quickly wiped away as the dragon returned to its silence. Its pale golden vertical eyes turned cold once again as it muttered to itself in a buzzing voice. That wasn't my arrangement. Who helped me? Hermes. No, even I didn't observe the process of arrangement. It's enough to fool that person. It can't be his means. That could only be my original subsidiary god. So, he has also figured out that person's true identity. That's right, with his caution, how could he not have any suspicions? In that case, there's no rush. That person who has been planning for thousands of years must have the means to deal with any accidents. I have to wait for the best opportunity. I believe that my subsidiary god will create an opportunity. Yes, in addition, I have to be careful of Hermes. Although he has awoken me and has seemingly formed an alliance with me, he might still be plotting something. At this point, the dragon paused and closed its mouth. It kept asking inwardly. Why did he say it out loud? Although the environment here is very safe. The problem of Arihog affected me. That's not right. It's clearly me. I'm him. So, do I have such a habit? The dragon fell into deep thought. Backlund, south of the bridge, in the basement of the Harvest Church. After receiving the black gem, he couldn't help but activate the white eye to analyze it. He discovered that it was a rather special stone of life. The reason why it was special was that the knowledge used to refine this stone of life had exceeded the limits of what Ebner knew. Even the white eye was unable to completely analyze it in a short period of time. This is to activate what I set up on Dun's body. The devilish and handsome man, who was the vessel of Earth Mother's descent, explained with a smile. Lilith went to Tingen. That's right. Thinking back to what she said when she stopped me in East Chester, she clearly knows something about Tingen's uniqueness. Perhaps she had a deal with the goddess, so she went to observe. Therefore, she did all of this to befriend the future Lord of the Mysteries, Klein. Although he was making random guesses, he didn't dare to ask. He only promised, I will complete this mission. Ignoring the fact that he had the intention to save Dun to make up for his regret, just Lilith's help from before was enough to make him unable to refuse. And more importantly, how could he have the guts to shirk a request from a deity? Very good. The devilishman nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took out a blue crystal pendant from his sleeve and handed it to Ebner. This is an advance reward for you. Eh? There's a reward. The mission you assigned me isn't that troublesome. How embarrassing. Despite having such thoughts, Ebner didn't stand on ceremony as he took the pendant and hung it on his sleeve, intending to study its function when he returned. It was not enough to reject a gift from an elder, much less something personally bestowed by a deity. Let's end it here for today. I can't stay in the real world for too long. We'll meet again if there's a chance. The handsome man didn't say anything further when he saw Ebner accept the pendant. He waved his hand and dispelled the blood-colored space that sealed the basement. His figure disappeared as the sealed space was removed. Holding the stone of life that resembled a black gem, he thought for a moment before turning to walk up the stairs and return to the prayer hall of the Harvest Church. Upon seeing him come up, Bishop Yutravsky didn't ask further. He only smiled and said gently, Earth Mother's decree is for me to help you as best as I can. I'll most likely have to head to Tingen Cemetery to dig up the grave this time. Do you think it's impossible to be discovered by a 2-meter-tall half-giant like you? After lampooning inwardly, Ebner thanked the half-giant bishop for his goodwill and requested him to organize the latest information on Tingen. Only then did he leave the cathedral and take a carriage back to his villa at 28 King's Street. If the plot doesn't change much, Dun and Klein should be dead by now. The Church of Evernight's reinforcements should have arrived in Tingen by now. It's very difficult to come into contact with Dun's corpse now. It's very easy to be discovered. Therefore, it's safer to dig up their graves after they're buried on Saturday. Yes, I'll take action on Sunday night. I'll skip the time when Klein broke out from the soil to prevent any misunderstandings from happening when I meet him. It's best if I can use this opportunity to imitate the clown mask's ability to change appearances. After making up his mind, Ebner snapped back to his senses and took the blue crystal pendant from his sleeve. He activated the white eye and began studying it seriously. Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, which had been reduced to ruins and was covered in burn marks and debris. Benson and Melissa walked in together with Leonard. Looking at this warlike scene, Benson's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why such a terrifying attack would happen in Tingen City, which was peaceful and serene. And this accident had taken his brother's life. Melissa looked straight at the figure lying not far away. She took a few steps forward and came close. She looked at Klein's corpse, which had been cleaned up by the Nighthawks, and bit her lip with her teeth. After a long while, she cursed softly, "Idiot." When Leonard saw this scene, he felt his heart wince. He also admired this girl's resilience. He knew that she hadn't cried after the grievous news. Her silence was heart-wrenching. At this moment, upon hearing the news that something had happened in Tingen, Stuart, who had rushed over on a train, entered the company. Just as he was about to ask something, he was stopped by Fry. He pointed at the family members in the company and shook his head. Stuart immediately understood and turned towards the Tingen-mandated punishers who had rushed over to reinforce them. Not far behind him, Madame Daly, who had rushed over on the same train, closed her eyes and went straight to Leonard, signaling him to follow her. After a while, Madame Daly suppressed something and said, "Lenivus. Int sanguil. Very good. Don't die so soon. Those cold little fellows of mine yearn to enter and exit every place on your body." At 138 Rose Street, Backlund Bridge area, Detective Zriel was sitting in his study, listening to the report of a 15-year-old boy in a round hat. "Ian, does this mean that you've already found clues to Helmasuin's manuscript?" Chapter 275, Audrey's Arrangement. The boy named Ian was thin and had delicate facial features, but his eyes were extremely intelligent. When he saw the question, he hurriedly nodded and described the clues he had received. Finally, he said, "However, Mr. Detective, that place is a little strange. I couldn't open the secret door no matter how many times I tried." Upon hearing this, Detective Zriel immediately understood that the door that Ian mentioned was likely sealed by beyonder means. As an ordinary child, he naturally couldn't open it. However, since it involved something extraordinary, Detective Zriel didn't explain it to Ian. Instead, he happily handed him 3 one-pound notes and said with a smile, "This is a reward for you. If you can get more clues in the future, I'll pay you another £2. Ian frowned when he received the money, his expression slightly twisted. He subconsciously flattened the 3 crumpled bills and tidied them up. Even the portraits of the kings had to be heads facing up, matching them up. There couldn't be any mistakes. When Detective Zriel saw this scene, he was a little speechless. He thought to himself that this kid probably didn't have the life of a noble. He was quite particular after suffering from a noble's disease. At that moment, Ian took out a thick stack of bills from his pocket. They seemed to be strictly stacked in order of face value. Then, he inserted the 3 bills given by Zriel into the first stack. "Thank you for your generosity." After neatly putting the notes back into his pocket, Ian thanked him sincerely. For an orphan like him, £3 was a huge sum of money. Watching the boy, who was much more mature than his actual age, leave, Detective Zriel stroked his chin and muttered to himself in thought. Even that cryptologist lady failed to discover the secret door. Perhaps it's very dangerous. It looks like I'll have to report this matter to the station head to resolve it. With this in mind, he put on his coat and walked to the chimney of a park on the street as if he was taking a stroll. He then used a chalk to secretly draw a few symbols. This was the way he had agreed to meet with his superior. As for the answer, it was hidden in the advertisements in the Backlund Secrets News that he would air. Speaking of which, the Backlund Secrets News was a small newspaper filled with all sorts of fake news. However, due to its high editorial standards, many of the articles were written with great interest, so the sales were pretty good. It was ranked first among all the smaller Backlund newspapers. After doing all of this, Detective Zriel, who had been busy for more than 2 weeks because of Helmasuin's manuscript, finally heaved a sigh of relief. He thought for a moment and decided to find his good friend, Miss Eileen, to relax his body and mind. But when he arrived at the timber merchant's house, he was surprised to learn from Eileen's maid that, apart from occasionally going on dates with her real boyfriend, Mr. Binkley, she had stopped casually making friends. Instead, she had been hanging out at high society social events with her father, as if she was trying to clear her name. Zriel was surprised by this, but he didn't think too much about it. He only thought that perhaps Eileen had her sights set higher. But why didn't she break up with Mr. Binkley? This question flashed through Zriel's mind, but he didn't probe deeper. After all, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't stay for long as he stopped a rental carriage and headed for the Golden Rose. Meanwhile, in the bedroom on the 3rd story of the timber merchant's villa, Miss Eileen and Mr. Binkley were quietly kneeling in front of a figurine of a hanged giant about half a meter tall, piously praying and listening. In the blink of an eye, it was Wednesday. That morning, Ebner first received a reply from Miss Judy through the post office. In the letter, she said that she hadn't found the milk cows he mentioned, but she could help ask the other biologist in the Church of Earth if they had any similar creatures. She would probably give them an answer in a few weeks. At the end of the letter, she wrote in a rather mysterious tone, "Cullen seems to be in a daze over the past few days, as though he's worried about something, but he refuses to tell me. Give me an answer in a few weeks. Miss, are you going to get someone to groom one for you?" After putting down the letter, Ebner couldn't help but lampoon. As for Cullen, it was good as long as he was still alive. At the very least, he didn't need to modify the incantation to summon silica. Ebner shook his head. Just as he was about to write a letter to her to tell her that there was no need to rush things and that he could just transfer the money directly to Miss Sharon, Zio closed the door again. This time, she brought 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Ever since she found out what the price was for asking Mr. Fool to save her, she had been actively searching for relevant information. She had finally found 3 pages in MI9's archives. After taking it, he glanced at it a few times and knew that it was the real thing. However, Zio was in front of him, so in order to not expose the fact that he knew Roselle's language, he didn't look at it carefully. Zio felt a little relieved when she saw Ebner accept the diary without standing on ceremony. She didn't mention the process of her visit, but she mentioned something else. Miss Audrey asked Furs and me to have high tea at Viscount Glaine's place. Upon hearing that, Ebner thought for a moment before saying with a smile, "Then, she will most likely have to pay for your previous investigations with Furs." Zio pursed her lips and said wistfully, "I wonder how much she'll give. I did give you £800, but that's not necessarily the case now. After all, you didn't encounter as much danger as I did." And in fact, Miss Audrey was as generous as ever. When the afternoon came, Zio and Furs entered Viscount Glaine's study and received the thick envelope from Miss Audrey. They felt the weight of the money. Zio said sincerely, "Miss Audrey, thank you for your generosity. Your honesty makes you even more beautiful." Audrey smiled faintly and said, "A total of £800. Decide how to split it among yourselves. I'm very sorry that matter caused your friend to lose his life." £800. No, there's no need to apologize. Darkholm isn't my friend at all. The death of a person like him is really a contribution to the security of Backlund. Zio didn't count the notes in a reserved manner, even though she really wanted to do so. Furs couldn't help but smile as she said wistfully, "This is even more than the royalties I've received from my book, Stormwind Mountain Villa. Should I praise Miss Audrey or mock the poverty of an author?" She added silently. Viscount Glaine, who was sitting on the sofa, was also a little envious, but he wasn't envious of Zio or Furs. As a viscount with a relatively good financial situation, £800 wasn't a large sum. What he envied was Audrey's generosity. She didn't feel burdened at all. Ahem. Viscount Glaine cleared his throat. "If you can get the apothecary formula, I will also pay you handsomely." "We'll do our best," Zio replied without hesitation. Following that, she looked at Audrey and said in a fake manner, "We recently came into contact with someone suspected to be from the psychology alchemists. The spectator potion you want will soon give you clues, even though I know you no longer need it." "Zio, I'm almost at sequence 8, almost catching up to you." Audrey glanced at Zio and nodded with a smile, but she didn't say a word. Her impression of Zio was that she was a sequence 8 sheriff. "I know. But you're not as good as me." Zio guessed the meaning behind Audrey's smile and added silently in her heart. With that said, the 4 of them chatted about the various rumors about the Beyonder circles as they sought out the books they wanted to read under Audrey's example. During this process, Audrey casually mentioned Detective Brian's reputation, but she was surprised to find that neither Zio nor Furs cared. It was as though he had nothing to do with them. This puzzled Audrey. She thought, could the rumors about Zio and Detective Brian's close relationship be fake? And at this moment, Zio's eyes lit up because she had discovered a hidden layer in a book named Study of the Coat of Arms. She quietly opened the interlayer and found an ancient piece of paper. The front of the paper was covered with the special symbols created by Emperor Roselle, and on the back was a paragraph of ancient Hermes. Then, she saw 3 lines of ancient Hermes text that left a deep impression on her. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Upon seeing this, she closed the book and asked Viscount Glaine if she could borrow it. After receiving permission, she lowered her eyelids and secretly glanced at Audrey. As for Audrey, who had witnessed the entire process, she knew nothing about it. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she looked to the side in a reserved manner, pretending to be reading. As a qualified spectator who had advanced, she had accurately grasped Zio's and Furs's preferences in certain areas after many interactions. With that, she had made arrangements in advance that no one noticed. Letting the one being guided feel that it was their own will was a manifestation of the powers of a spectator. However, she felt that her arrangement was somewhat disharmonious, but she didn't notice any problems. Chapter 276, Diary. Name, Lilith's Tears. Appearance, blue crystal pendulum. Function description, place the pendant at the heart for a full-body treatment. Most diseases and non-lethal injuries can be quickly treated. Place the pendant between your eyebrows and you can transform into a giant bear. In this state, the user's strength, speed, and defensive abilities will be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, you will grasp a portion of Earth-type spells. If you shatter the pendulum, you can release Baron. Once this power is activated, with the user at the center, all creatures within a 2-kilometer radius will wither away, entering the end of their lives. Even ordinary demigods are no exception. Take note, once Baron is released, the pendulum will be completely destroyed. The user will similarly wither away. Negative effects: every time you use the powers of the pendulum, you will fall into an indescribable state of grief, and it's very difficult to extricate yourself from it. You need to receive psychological treatment in time, otherwise, there's a chance of you losing control. In the study of the villa at 28 King Street, after 3 days, Ebner finally finished analyzing the pendant bestowed by Earth Mother. It has to be said that this is a powerful item, especially the description of the barrenness. It might even be the beyonder powers of a Mother Sequence 2 desolate matriarch. But this ability is used to perish together with others, right? Apart from the few pathways that can be resurrected from the Fool and death, using this power is equivalent to suicide. Yes, perhaps there's nothing wrong with the desolate matriarch. The Mother Pathway Sequence 3 is called the Pallbearer. This name sounds like it involves the domain of death, and the Mother Pathway might very well have authority like the samsara of life and death. It's no wonder Bishop Utravsky's style resembles those bald heads of the Western continent. After lampooning inwardly, Ebner put away Lilith's tear pendant. Regardless, he finally had a powerful trump card in his hand. Even if he didn't really use it, it could still serve as a deterrent. Furthermore, just because I don't dare to perish together with him doesn't mean that Mr. Fool doesn't dare to either. Desolation happens to be followed by an intact corpse. Well, taking a step back, even if Klein didn't dare to try, wouldn't he still be able to use his marionette in the future? As his thoughts raced, he picked up the 3 pages of Roselle's diary that Zio had brought. As he drank a mouthful of sweet iced tea, he changed into a more comfortable position on the sofa and began reading. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he looked at it carefully, he immediately realized that the 3 pages were continuous. Furthermore, they were describing the same thing, something he had guessed when he was investigating the first Baron Lamud. June 12th. I secretly came to loan. I've been in Backlund for more than a week. Although the madams and young ladies here are usually more reserved and it's not easy for them to communicate in depth, the Tussock River is very clear. The air is also very fresh. Compared to Trier, which I've personally started the industrial age, this place is really suitable for living. What's worth mentioning is that due to the Church of Everight's advocacy, Backlund residents have long developed a relatively hygienic lifestyle. At the very least, there's no smell of Trier on the streets. Speaking of which, if my transmigration identity is that of an Intis noble, I really want to settle down here. June 13th. I found a hidden manuscript on an old bookshelf in the Backlund University Library today. It seems to record a secret base left behind after the Solomon Empire was destroyed. Perhaps there's a treasure there. Heh, I'm indeed the protagonist of this era. I have fortuitous encounters everywhere. Yes, I'll summon back Grimm, Edwards, and Cullen who are out on missions. Then, I'll form a team to search for this ruin. It should be in Lone Sivelaus County, north of the Hornassus mountain range, somewhere south of Mid-Seashire. June 14th. Cullen and Edwards returned first. I mentioned the matter to them, but Edwards' eyes lit up when he heard that. He appeared very excited. As for Cullen, he seemed to lack interest. He told me that even if there were any treasures there, they had long been found. Indeed, these long-lived creatures are rather widowed. Even though they look young, they have long lost the enthusiasm of young people. However, his opinion isn't important. After Grimm returned, we had a vote. Finally, without any surprises, we passed the exploration plan with 3-1 vote, June 15th. Upstream along the Tussock River. Although the river isn't too fast, the ship we are on board doesn't go very fast. Unfortunately, at my current stage, I don't want to design a steam engine with higher efficiency. Otherwise, with the railway, our travels wouldn't be that slow. June 17th. The 4 of us arrived at Constant City. June 18th. The mountain roads of the Lone Kingdom are really terrible. Even though I built a shock absorption facility, the carriage ride was still so bumpy that it nearly blew up my ass. When I return this time, I'll improve the steam engine's power. I must spread steam locomotives and railways across the northern continent. June 20th. After 2 days of searching, Cullen found the entrance to the ruins with one of his beyonder items. Speaking of which, the entrance is very strange. It's clearly halfway up a cliff, but we can actually reach it in one step at the foot of the mountain. And if we were to go in another direction, we wouldn't be able to reach it no matter how long we walked. Cullen said that the concept of distance here has been disordered, and I didn't quite understand what he meant. After entering the ruins, the path becomes even more terrifying. At times, you're clearly advancing, but you suddenly realize that you've retreated to the side of a lava pool and nearly fell. At other times, you clearly wish to stop, but you realize that you're still running with inertia. I finally understand why there aren't any monsters here. This is because even monsters can't survive in such an environment. In short, after experiencing many hardships, we finally arrived at a gorgeous hall. However, apart from a mural in the hall, there's only a pair of knights stabbing each other's broadswords into each other's chests. The rest of the items seem to have been moved away long ago. Yes, even the beyonder characteristics of the two powerful knights are gone. From the looks of it, Cullen guessed right. Indeed, someone had been here long ago. Could it be that I'm really not the main lead? No, I don't think so. Hence, I carefully studied the mural and finally discovered the mystery behind it. So this mural indicates the true location of the treasure trove, the way to open it, and the correct time to open it. The diary came to an abrupt halt as Ebner flipped through the back pages, only to be regretful that there was no follow-up. The path was disordered. This should be the power of a high-sequence beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway. And although there's no evidence of those two dead knights, they're probably the good friend of the second Baron Lamud, Kilgore, and the royal family spy, Glow. So, that ruin only contains clues to the treasure left behind by the real Black Emperor. But why didn't the subsequent lone royal family members destroy the murals or bury the two knights after clearing out all the items in the hall? I have a feeling that there's another reason behind this. And the reason why Emperor Roselle succeeded in becoming the Black Emperor was probably because of this treasure trove. I previously speculated that the conditions for opening the treasure might very well require the bloodline of a descendant of the Solomon Empire. Therefore, the royal family had always treated the descendants of Kilgore well. It was only when Roselle became the Black Emperor that the family made a mistake and deprived him of his aristocratic title. And Roselle later received Savigny at the White Maple Palace and recruited him, King of the Five Seas, Nast's father. And Nast had always claimed to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire. So that's how it is. At this thought, Ebner closed his eyes as though sensing something. Then, he shook his head in disappointment. He wasn't disappointed in his own conjectures but rather disappointed in the progress of the potion's digestion. Although there seemed to be tiny signs of digestion, it's not obvious. From the looks of it, exploring secrets from historical events to enhance one's knowledge of different types isn't the key to the acting of a polymath. In fact, before he drank the polymath potion, he had naively believed that he could digest most of the mysticism knowledge he knew. But the reality is very different from his expectations. Then, what's the key to being a polymath? Tingen, Raphael Cemetery at night. The bronze-skinned Azek held a bird with illusory feathers in one hand and a bouquet of white flowers in the other. He stood in front of Klein's grave for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he sighed and said to himself, "I'm sorry I'm 10 minutes late. But I should know who it is." He bent down and put down the bouquet of flowers before turning to leave the cemetery in Tingen. There was an indescribable silence and loneliness under the illumination of the crimson moonlight. Suddenly, the stone slab sealing the grave was flipped over as a slightly pale hand reached out from the soil. Chapter 277, Resurrection. Whoosh. The stone slab was pushed open, and the coffin lid was pushed open. Klein sat up and looked around blankly. His memory was still fixated on the pair of hands that held St. Selena's urn and the fallen morning star. It was as if he had fallen asleep without a dream. Instinctively, he lowered his head, unbuttoned his clothes, and looked at his left chest. He saw that the hideous wound and the missing heart were squirming as they healed. It was just like how he had seen the bullet hole in his temple rapidly heal back then. The only difference was that it was even slower and more difficult this time. After nearly a minute, Klein buttoned his suit, pushed himself up, and stood up. He discovered that his clown powers had yet to disappear. The best elder brother. The best younger brother. The best colleague. Klein looked at the tombstone and read the inscription silently. His heart winced as he seemed to experience the despondent feelings Melissa and Benson had. This might be worse than me witnessing Captain's impending death without being able to save him. He sighed and retracted his gaze. He squatted down and closed the coffin lid. Although his thoughts were still a little scattered, Klein knew that he had to quickly deal with the scene and not be discovered by anyone. Resurrection wasn't something ordinary people could play with. At the same time, in a hotel in Tingen City's Iron Cross Street, in an attempt to simulate the powers of a faceless, Ebner, who had changed his face, looked at the crimson light outside the window and muttered to himself, "At this time, Klein should have been resurrected, right?" He had actually arrived in Tingen on Friday afternoon. He had even observed Klein's and Dunn's burials from a distance, but he had no intention of watching Mr. Fool lift his coffin. Once I meet Klein, with his high spiritual perception and my connection with Sapphira Castle, it will definitely give him a sense of familiarity and even vigilance. When that happens, I'll be exposed if he casually divines it. That wouldn't be beneficial for me to dig up Dunn's corpse. It might even cause a misunderstanding. Of course, this was also because the powers of a faceless were learned from the clown mask. It was considered a low-quality combination. It could only change facial features and adjust the face shape to a certain extent. Even the hair couldn't be changed, let alone the height and aura of one's body. How could such a disguise fool the spiritual perception of a seer augmented by Sapphira Castle? Retracting his gaze from the night sky, Ebner used the light from the gas lamp to read the information Bishop Utravsky had gathered for him about Tingen's Beyonder events from the past 2 months. As he read the information, he recalled the original story, hoping to confirm if there had been any major changes to the plot. Trissy's crimes were discovered ahead of time, and she even instigated Joyce to attack his fiancé. This is probably the fault of Zio and me, right? Did our actions in the Dream Maze Tower affect the surviving members of the sea in the real world? Yes, Madame Daly's new assistant, Miss Cayley, who was rescued by Zio in the dream, seems to have a baffling sense of familiarity towards Zio and me. Ebner nodded thoughtfully and picked up the next set of documents. Lena actually came to Tingen. She even helped Klein kill Madame Sharon. This is for the Beyonder characteristic. Could it be that this change was caused by me as well? Or could it be that someone is behind all of this? I'll ask Shoko after I return. Perhaps he will know something. In a corner of the Raphael cemetery, Klein filled his grave with soil and covered it with a stone slab. Only then did he clap his hands and stand up again. During the process, his spiritual perception had sensed the existence of Azek's copper whistle, so he dug it out and wiped it clean. However, Klein didn't intend to summon the messenger immediately. He decided to first pay his respects to the captain. He removed the topaz pendant that was still wrapped around his wrist and did a few simple divinations before finding Dunn's grave. Klein looked at the black and white photograph of the captain. He had a gentle expression, a high hairline, and the grayness of his eyes were faintly discernible. He looked no different from his usual self. Under the photo was Dunn's name, date of birth, date of death, and epitaph. A true guardian. The most trusted partner. The captain forever. Klein watched in a daze as his vision blurred for some reason. Tears streamed down his face as he finally shouted with a choking voice. Captain. I miss you too. After a while, Klein felt a cold wind blow past him. He wiped his eyes and sniffed. Recovering his silence, he found a secluded spot and prepared to board the gray fog. He wanted to use divination to figure out the person who killed him that day, to figure out the true murderer behind all of this. But at that moment, he suddenly heard a series of chaotic footsteps and a few words floating in the wind. Ms. Kapusky. Are we really digging? The resurrection of the dead? Klein immediately stopped in his tracks. Using his agility as a clown, he quickly climbed up a nearby tree and stood in the treetop, looking at the open and flat area not far away. The voice came from there. Kapusky. That name sounds familiar. Ah, I remember. Melissa had once mentioned that a new teacher came to her school. That's the name. When he thought of Melissa, Klein's expression immediately softened. He recalled that night. Melissa and her friend had apparently had their differences because of this teacher, so they were very unhappy. Benson and himself had even tried to help her vent her anger. Right, back then, Melissa said that she didn't agree with some of the teachings. I didn't ask what they were either. And he brought so many people to the cemetery in the middle of the night. Could he be a cult member? At this thought, Klein's heart tightened. He decided to observe. If there really was something wrong with this teacher, then he had to get rid of him no matter what to get rid of this latent problem for Melissa. At this moment, a few young boys and girls had already dug out a corpse under the command of a black-robed man and had circled around it. Following that, the black-robed youths began to dance around the corpse, twitching slightly as they danced a strange, slightly crazy dance. As far as Klein could see, the girl was tossing her long hair, and the boy was kneeling on the ground, reaching out his hand. These scenes had a subtle connection with the surroundings, as though they had a sense of mystery or a natural rhythm. It really is a spirit dance. Ritualistic magic that even ordinary people can participate in. Klein shifted his gaze away and looked at the black-robed man who was chanting an incantation beside the corpse. It was very likely that he was Melissa's teacher. The spirit dance that the young boys and girls were dancing was clearly guided by him. He should be a member of the Numinous Episcopate, and there's a high chance that he's a Beyonder. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He planned on watching how the other party held the resurrection ritual to determine his level. If he's only a low-sequence Beyonder, I'll finish him off. If I can't deal with him myself, I'll think of a way to report it to the church. I'll send Miss Judgment a mission when the time comes. The reward can be exchanged for the diary that Mr. Tower owes me. I believe Miss Judgment will be very willing to do so. Wait. Mr. Tower. Fallen Morning Star. Mr. Tower's Fallen Morning Star seems to have been taken away by the mastermind. This. How should I explain this to Mr. Tower? Just as Klein finally realized the problem he had neglected since his resurrection, the dance on the other side reached its climax. The adult black-robed man suspected to be Kapusky raised his head and took off his wig, revealing a few strange tattoos engraved on his bald head. He raised his hands and shouted, "Death! Honorable death! About to return." After the shouting, the dance stopped. The 7 or 8 youths stood on either side, looking lost and expectant, excited, and fearful. Then, the black-robed man bent down and opened the iron cage by his feet, taking out a black object. Klein snapped back to his senses and suppressed his slightly flustered emotions. He focused his gaze and discovered that it was a green-eyed black cat. That works. He was clearly taken aback as he suddenly recalled the various folklore regarding the black cat. For example, if the black cat, which symbolized the evil emissary of hell, jumped over a corpse, the corpse would be awakened. This was the first time Klein was seeing someone use such a method in a ritual. The black-robed man took a step forward and stopped the black cat from struggling before tossing it towards the corpse. Meow. The black cat's fur stood on end as it roared and leaped over the corpse. At that moment, Klein felt that he understood cat language. He believed that it was definitely saying one word. Fuck. As the black cat fled, the corpse actually sat up. But before the group of youths could rejoice, it opened its mouth, as if it was going to pounce on the girl closest to it and bite her. Thankfully, the girl's reaction was very fast and she was very agile. She dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. As for the black-robed adult man, he seemed to be stunned by the scene before him. He tried his best to use Hermes to give some instructions, but it was to no avail. Klein, who was watching the scene from afar, was similarly dumbfounded. He thought, is that it? Is this teacher Kapusky a real rookie? However, seeing that the corpse was about to pounce on the young boys and girls who were killed, Klein naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. He calmly removed the spirituality seal on Azek's copper whistle and threw it far away. The corpse immediately stopped lunging forward. Then, it shrugged its shoulders and ran in the direction of the copper whistle. Klein took this opportunity to return to the ground, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and stepped into the gray fog. He quickly took out a hooded robe from the junk pile and draped it over his body. Then, he grabbed a slumber charm and returned to reality. It was a charm he had previously made and had left unused above the gray fog. Using his agility as a clown, he quickly caught up to the corpse. Without any hesitation, he raised the silver charm and shouted a word in ancient Hermes. Crimson. Feeling the silver sheet in his palm turn cold, Klein injected his spirituality into it and threw it out. A dark red flame lit up his eyes as a light explosion reverberated through the forest. A gentle power emanated out, bringing with it an irresistible fatigue. The running corpse immediately swayed a few times, closed its empty eyes, and plopped to the ground. Klein quickly picked up Azek's copper whistle, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and brought it along with the gray fog. Without holy night powder by his side, he was temporarily unable to create a wall of spirituality. He could only send it to the gray fog to prevent the corpse from suffering further stimulation. After leaving the world above the gray fog and carrying the corpse back to its original position, Klein discovered that only a few young boys and girls remained in their spots in shock. As for the black-robed adult, he had already fled. However, Klein wasn't worried. He had left too many things here, making it easy to divine his whereabouts. Looking at the children who were clearly about Melissa's age, Klein, who had his face hidden in his hood, asked them about the black-robed men who had escaped. He's our language teacher, Kapusky Reed. He claims to have a deep understanding of death and wants to lead us in finding the mysteries of immortality. The few youths answered in unison. It really is him. The mystery of immortality. There's no need to pay taxes when bragging. From his performance just now, he's probably not even a sequence 9. Is he really a member of the Numinous Episcopate? Is that all the Numinous Episcopate does? Klein decided to confirm it with the teacher again, so he warned the children and told them to tell their parents before leaving the cemetery. Then, through dowsing, he quickly found Kapusky's location. He didn't return to his rented apartment but came to a hotel. Iron Cross Street. It's southwest close to Daffodil Street. Ebner, who was reading the documents in front of his desk, suddenly felt his spiritual perception trigger. He acutely noticed that the room next door seemed to be sealed by spirituality. Chapter 278, Digging a Grave. In the hotel room, after using words to scare the teacher named Kapusky, Klein used the mysticism materials he had on him to concoct holy night powder, creating a wall of spirituality. Then, he began interrogating the ancient Fasak language teacher from Backlund. Kapusky was actually quite frightened by what had happened tonight. His few attempts in Backlund had failed to awaken the corpse, so how could he have known that it would be so dangerous? As for the cloaked man in front of him, he looked like a legendary professional who dealt with such beyonder matters. Therefore, he didn't dare to hide his background and the spirit dance ritual he learned from Klein. In other words, it was taught to you by a tramp you saved. No, by the old gentleman. He even performed the act of swatting a mosquito to wake it up. Klein asked thoughtfully. Yes. If it wasn't because I didn't have enough time, I even wanted to become his student. In those few days, he taught me the dance of death and a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, this period of time was too short. Just as I entered the zone, he died. Kapusky said with some regret. To that old gentleman, death might not be the end. Klein thought of the wonders of Mr. Azek and couldn't help but ask, where did you bury him? Buried in the back garden of my Backlund house. Well, the address is 4 Alka Street in Northborough, Kapusky answered honestly. I should report this to the captain and get him to contact the Backlund Nighthawks to check. Just as he thought of this, Klein realized that he was no longer a Nighthawk after his resurrection. It was even more impossible for the captain to hear his report. His mood instantly fell, and it took him quite a while to compose himself. He then asked, apart from the spirit dance and that so-called resurrection ritual, what else did you learn? Kapusky looked strangely at the men in front of him, who had hidden his face in his hood, and he felt that there was a hint of flagging interest in his tone. However, he didn't think too much about it. He took out an exquisite, unadorned copper whistle from his pocket and replied. There's also this copper whistle. I think it's key to communicating with the world beyond the senses. As he spoke, Kapusky raised his hand to blow at it and said wistfully, every time I finish blowing it, I can feel the surroundings turn cold. I feel like someone is watching me and tugging at me. As he spoke, Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, saw a skull with 3 dead fish eyes emerge from the ground. Around the skull were black appendage-like tentacles. A tentacle reached out, occasionally touching Kapusky's leg and tugged at his clothes, looking rather impatient. However, Kapusky didn't respond at all, as though he hadn't noticed it at all. This is a messenger, right? The copper whistle summons the corresponding messenger. Why did you summon it without giving it a letter? Klein was stunned. At this moment, Kapusky looked at him excitedly. Do you feel it? The surroundings have turned cold. Even the gas lamps have turned dark. It's real. Someone is watching me and tugging at me. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he watched, and he muttered to himself. I take back what I said before. He's not a rookie, but a noob. He's not a beyonder. Nor is he a member of the numinous episcopate. I thought he was someone who had just stepped through the door of mysticism. From the looks of it, he hasn't even found the door. After Klein secretly lampooned, he felt that his sorrow had been greatly alleviated. Hence, his heart stirred as a strange smile that looked like both crying and laughing appeared on his face under the hood. He said in an exaggerated tone, that's because you can't see it. Now, there really is a hideous monster licking you. As he spoke, he even described the monster's appearance. What? Kapusky's hand trembled, and the whistle fell to the ground, while the skull monster burrowed back underground. Klein bent down to pick up the whistle, took a simple look, and kindly mentioned. Stop blowing that copper whistle. Spirit world creatures were of no benefit to ordinary people. Are you saying that the copper whistle can summon monsters I can't see? Kapusky asked in horror. He didn't doubt Klein's words, because there was no need for him to lie to him. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he continued asking. See, can you help me throw this copper whistle into the Tussock River or the Koe River? From the looks of it, this teacher must have been frightened by the resurrected corpse tonight. This is the kind of person that Mr. Yi is talking about. Klein silently lampooned and agreed to the man's request. At the same time, he thought that he could divine the copper whistle after divining his murderer above the grey fog. Following that, he scared the men again. After the men promised to leave Tingen for the time being, Klein removed the wall of spirituality and walked out of the room. But at that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt as though someone was spying on him. Klein didn't stop walking, but he was extremely wary. All sorts of guesses surfaced in his mind, but he had no clue. In his hand was the only slumber charm he had left. Thankfully, nothing happened until he left the hotel, and the feeling of being spied on had vanished. Which unaffiliated beyonder discovered my act of setting up a wall of spirituality, so they want to know exactly what happened. Although he was inclined towards this guess, Klein didn't let his guard down. He quickly walked to another hotel 2 streets away from Iron Cross Street and spent a full 10 pence to get a single bathroom. Then, he used a coin flick to confirm if anyone was watching his every move. After receiving a negative answer, he quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited the incantation, and went above the grey fog. Inside the ancient and towering palace, Klein didn't bother examining his surroundings as he repeated his divination. Seeing that the negative answer had not changed, he let out a long breath. My revival was already so exciting. Captain, look, my luck is as bad as ever. He first gave a self-deprecating laugh before he laughed in an exaggerated manner, as if he had encountered something that could amuse him for the rest of his life. Nearly a minute later, Klein wiped the smile from his face as he divined the culprit who killed him and everything with a solemn expression. The final result was insanguine. So it's him. After a moment's thought, Klein guessed the purpose of his actions, as well as the general powers of sealed artifact 0-08. In the Sauron family's library, I read a story about the son of the Dragon King. It was written as if it was real, saying that it could weave a true nightmare in reality, allowing many living beings to unknowingly join in. Then, it gave the cruelest and most harrowing ending. Thinking back to the page of Roselle's diary that he had once seen, Klein came to a realization. 0-08's power shouldn't be used in direct combat, but rather similar to the son of the Dragon King. I should have made the connection long ago. Perhaps 0-08 interfered with my thoughts. With this in mind, Klein closed his eyes and then divined Insanguine's location, Lenivus's location, and the hope of him becoming stronger. The final outcome was the land of hope, the capital of capitals, Backlund. Hence, Klein made a decision. In the inn at Iron Cross Street, watching Klein leave in a panic despite appearing calm on the surface, Ebner removed his invisibility and returned to his room. He was actually more flustered than Klein. He had deliberately avoided Klein, but he never expected to nearly bump into him in this tiny hotel. As for how he could recognize that it was Klein. The aura of Saphira Castle on him was so obvious under the white eye that even the curly-haired baboon could recognize him. Thankfully, Klein's means were still far from adequate. If it were the future Gehrman, he would have taken the initiative to strike when he realized that he was being watched. Ebner sighed a few times. He wasn't actually afraid of meeting Klein in the real world, but this wasn't the right time. If he had met him in Backlund, he might have pulled him back and gotten judgment to hold an offline gathering. However, why would Klein be here after his resurrection? Who was living in the room beside me? With these questions in mind, Ebner simulated the powers of a nightmare and silently intruded into Kapusky's dream from next door and questioned him in the dream. As for why Kapusky fell asleep so quickly. When a nightmare enters a dream, who cares if you sleep or not? After becoming a true polymath, the effects of the ability to simulate Sequence 7 were nearly 20% better. So that's how it is. It's actually Kapusky. This is also the butterfly effect I brought, right? Thankfully, because of Klein's timely intervention, this guy didn't cause too much trouble, and those students probably wouldn't choose to call the police. Otherwise, the cemetery would definitely be monitored by the official teams, increasing the difficulty of digging my grave. Ebner nodded in relief and no longer had any doubts. Seeing that it wasn't early, he forced himself to sleep through cogitation. On Sunday, Ebner secretly followed the Kapusky teacher around. He was relieved to see that he hadn't been arrested by the officials and had only been beaten up by the students' parents. At night, the September breeze was tainted with a hint of coldness. After penetrating the cemetery, it became even colder. Using his powers of invisibility, he silently arrived in front of Dunn Smith's grave. He looked at the photo on the tombstone with a receding hairline. After confirming that he hadn't found the wrong grave, he simulated his nightmare powers and covered a 10-meter radius to prevent anyone from passing by. Then, he picked up the shovel he had prepared and began digging. The two piles of soil gradually increased in height as the tomb was exposed bit by bit. Finally, the coffin fully presented itself before Ebner's eyes. He activated the Heart of Omnipotence and simulated the power of a zombie for a brief moment before lifting the heavy wooden lid that had been nailed shut. The undertaker that the Nighthawks hired was obviously of good quality. Dunn's corpse lay in the coffin peacefully. He didn't look like someone who had been dead for a week. Ebner didn't immediately take action. Instead, he used the white eye to analyze Dunn carefully. Then, combined with the special stone of life that Earth Mother had given him, he had a rough idea. Then, he bent down and moved the corpse out of the coffin. Then, he closed the lid and filled it with soil. Only then did he put Dunn into a gunny sack that he had prepared. He carried him over his shoulder and left the cemetery. He didn't dare to openly place the stone of life on Dunn. If he created a huge commotion and attracted the official team, it would be hard to explain. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Earth Mother seemed to deliberately hide the news that Dunn wasn't completely dead, he would have sacrificed the sack containing Dunn to the gray fog. He could wait until he arrived at Enmat Harbor by steam locomotive before requesting Klein to bestow it back. Chapter 279, Dr. Ebner didn't fly far with the sack containing Dunn. He only left the city before landing on the ground. He came to a bungalow he had rented as a fake. This house was rather far from the three churches, and the Tussock River flowed nearby, making it very convenient to escape. As for Ebner, he had already set up a ritual in the hall to conceal the phenomenon and sound. Therefore, the moment he entered, he placed Dunn's corpse on the prepared altar. In a remote suburban house, dim crimson moonlight, flickering candlelight, sinister and mysterious symbols, and an altar with corpses on it. Such a scene made even the host of the suspected evil ritual feel odd. He couldn't help but lampoon. It's clearly a ritual of the Orthodox churches. The host is a blessed, and the one being rescued is also a hero of noble character. But why does this scene look like a supervillain? Anyone who sees it will probably report it. After easing his anxiety, he carefully took out a tin box from his pocket. He removed the spirituality seal on the tin box and took out the black stone of life that Earth Mother had given him. Ebner took a deep breath, prepared to flee at any moment. He walked forward and unbuttoned Dunn's shirt, revealing his obviously stitched chest. Then, he solemnly placed the black gem on his left chest. The moment the stone of life touched Dunn's body, it melted and seeped into his chest. Then, his entire body was surrounded by red and green colors, emitting intertwining red and green beams of light. Upon seeing this scene, Ebner heaved a sigh of relief. This was because a phenomenon of this level couldn't break through the ritual he had set up. At least he didn't have to flee. As he relaxed, he activated the white eye and carefully observed the changes in Dunn's body as a result of his accumulated knowledge. Although Ebner didn't know what the complete acting method of a polymath was, accumulating different types of knowledge was definitely one of them. Just like that, about 30 minutes later, Dunn, who was lying on the altar, slowly opened his eyes. However, his eyes were unfocused, as though he was in a daze. That was indeed the case. When Dunn woke up, he felt as though he was having a chaotic dream. In the dream, he became the little ETT who broke down on the spot and cried after his first dangerous mission. He became Roseanne's mother, Adelaide, who had once blocked an evil curse with her arm. He became the beautiful Dwayne, who had the warm temperament of Dawn. Of course, he also became Dunn Smith, who died after triggering the power of Saint Selena's ashes with his heart. Who are you? At that moment, an ethereal voice seemed to reach his ears from the horizon. It carried a warm and comforting power. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? The confused Dunn's eyes seemed to focus when he heard the voice. He repeated the question over again as images flashed through his mind. There was Adelaide, who liked to read, and the scene of her reading in the solarium. There was the scene of little ETT often hunting in the forest, and Dwayne always standing by the window of her bedroom, quietly watching the pedestrians. Finally, the scene was of him hugging Daly in the office as Dunn. Daly. After reciting the name, Dunn acted like a lost ship that had finally found a harbor to dock at. He threw his anchor. I'm Dunn Smith, captain of the Tinjin Nighthawks, as well as Daly's lover. Dunn's eyes regained their lucidity as he recalled the scenes before he was killed. Although he was still unable to move, his mind was rapidly analyzing the situation. He should be dead. Why would he revive? Did some cultist steal my corpse and attempt to control my resurrected self? Or did Daly do something silly like old Neil? Just as he was feeling worried, a dusty memory suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a Friday in the middle of July. He was originally patrolling Raphael Cemetery when he was pulled into an independent space by a silver-haired vampire in a red shirt and black high-collar coat. The vampire had said something strange like, "A favor for a friend I've never met before," and had bitten him on the neck without any explanation. He even said that it was to insure himself. And after that, there was a conversation between him and himself. Dunn felt that the conversation had a lot to do with his current situation, so he tried hard to recall it. Finally, he recalled the scene in his mind. After the silver-haired vampire bit Dunn's neck, he released the suppression effect on Dunn. He smiled and said, "I sealed half of your soul and the portion of beyonder characteristics that you haven't digested yet with special methods. Heh, without the burden of the excess characteristics, your mental state will gradually improve, and your forgetfulness can also be improved. However, having lost half a soul, even if I use the method of creation to help you mend it, your resistance to mental spells, especially mental curses, will still be much weaker." Dunn touched the spot where his neck had been bitten. Without a change in expression, he asked softly, "Why did you do that?" Life creation. This term sounded like a technique only high-level beyonders had. Like I said, I'm only providing you with a safeguard to prevent any accidents. Let's put it this way, if you unfortunately die, half of your mind will seep out along with the beyonder characteristics that you've digested. In the eyes of others, especially one of the pens, you really are dead. However, the characteristic and soul I sealed came from you after all. Once someone holds the stone of life I refined to remove the seal, they will automatically trigger an alchemical life ritual, allowing you to revive. However, your soul wasn't complete back then. Your soul might have been stitched with the remnant psyche from the characteristic you didn't digest. As for who will control your mind in the end, that will depend on you. At this point, the devilish silver-haired vampire revealed a beautiful smile and continued, "All right, let's end it here for today. I've tampered with your memories. In a while, you'll forget about meeting me. You'll only remember it after the seal is removed." When he recalled this, Dunn subconsciously wanted to touch his neck, but unfortunately, he realized that he was still unable to move. However, he immediately sensed that something was amiss because the surroundings didn't seem real to him. Instead, it felt like a scene from a dream. After figuring this out, as an experienced nightmare, Dunn immediately activated his powers in a bid to escape the dream. However, the chaos in his mind assaulted him, causing his powers to fail. He nearly suffered a backlash. At that moment, the surroundings shattered. Dunn immediately felt that he had regained control of his body. He immediately sat up and looked around. What entered his vision was a hall that looked like a cult's ritual and a young man with a thin face and a goatee. The young man was naturally Ebner. After Dunn woke up, he was afraid that Dunn would overreact and attract the official Beyonders. Therefore, he simulated a nightmare and pulled him into a dream, intending to communicate with him there. But to his surprise, Dunn's mind was in such a mess that he couldn't even use his nightmare powers. He didn't manage to see through the reality of being in the dream and instead recalled the matters between him and the vessel of Earth Mother's descent. As for Ebner, he was naturally very interested in this, so he decided to go through a round of temptations and watched a documentary on his dream island for free. Who is the friend that Lilith mentioned about not meeting? Klein. But combined with that conversation, it might also be directed at me. After all, before everything happened, there was someone who was willing to save Dunn. It could only be me who knew the plot, right? Upon thinking of this, Ebner felt flattered. What did he do to deserve a deity to be his friend? Of course, this might also be Lilith's nonsense. After all, she said that she was under the ancestors' orders. She is clearly the ancestors' incarnation. This Lilith seems to have a lot of humanity in her. Dunn, who sat up, saw that the young man who seemed to be the host of the ritual was staring at him without saying a word. He could only take the lead and ask solemnly, "Who are you?" Upon hearing that, Ebner snapped to his senses. He thought about the prototype of the figure he had disguised himself with his faceless powers. Then, he thought of the possible acting method he could use in the future and replied with a chuckle. "You can call me Dr. Strange." Chapter 280, Rich Lush Cathedral. Dr. Strange. Dunn looked at Ebner in puzzlement before nodding. A classic character in Emperor Rozel's hero series. I have to say, your appearance is very similar to what the Emperor described. Perhaps I'm someone who walked out of Rozel's novel. Ebner smiled and teased. Ever since he transmigrated, he had studied Rozel's various quotations and novels, so he naturally knew of the so-called hero series novels. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to give his alternate identity the name. One had to know that be it the goddess or father-son, none of them were unfamiliar with the name of a superhero. If not for Rozel's endorsement, he would have immediately been targeted by the two if he revealed his alternate identity. Speaking of which, although Rozel's hero was a series of novels, it only wrote 3 stories, Doctor Strange, Iron Man, and the Hulk. Perhaps it was because his imagination was too ahead of time, but these 3 novels weren't very popular more than 100 years ago. Their influence was far inferior to The Return of the Count of Monte Cristo. Instead, it was only in the last 10 years or so that these 3 novels regained their vibrancy and were deemed classic by many, but they were still niche. The low sales might be the reason why Rozel didn't continue writing the hero series. Of course, it's more likely that the church had interfered. After all, in order to fit in with the real world, Rozel had changed many stories and added some vague beyonder knowledge. And the reason why Ebner used this name as an alt was also because he considered that the acting of a polymath might have a requirement of fame. With the gimmick of a classic character, fame was relatively simpler. If not for the fact that the reputation of a hero detective had nothing to do with erudite, more like lovemaking, and how strict the church's management of Sequence 6 Beyonders was, he wouldn't have wanted to expose himself. Why would he need to use another alt? Dunn ignored Ebner's joke. He carefully observed the ritual structure in the hall and confirmed that there were no evil elements. He heaved a sigh of relief and asked again, "Dr. Strange, are you also a blood-sucking sanguine?" "I'm not a sanguine. You don't have to go through the trouble to probe me. I can tell you that I'm under orders to revive you and provide you with some guidance." Ebner shook his head and went straight to the point. "On orders." "On whose orders?" Although Dunn was wary, he didn't show it. He asked cautiously, "Is it the high-level sanguine powerhouse who gave me protection?" "In a sense, you guessed right." Although this was on his mind, he wore a smile without saying a word. Although Lilith didn't ask him to hide it, he felt that it wasn't appropriate for such information to come out of his mouth. When Dunn saw this, he knew that it was difficult to get something out of him. He could only change the topic and asked in a deep voice, "What was the guidance you mentioned previously?" "My mission is to bring you to the Harvest Church at Enmat Harbor. As for the rest, you'll know when you get there," Ebner replied. Through his analysis of Dunn's body, he had a general idea of Dunn's current situation. He knew that Dunn's mind was probably still in a mess and needed treatment from professionals. And if he wasn't surprised, there would be a professional waiting for him in the so-called Harvest Church. Harvest Church. Church of Earth Mother. Dunn lowered his guard when he heard that. The Church of Earth Mother was an organization of Orthodox gods, so they wouldn't do anything evil. The moment he woke up, the experienced Dunn knew that it would be difficult for him to return to the Church of Evernight and become a Nighthawk again. Even if he were to force his way back, the best outcome would be to become a keeper of Cheney's Gate. He might even be imprisoned underground for extended periods of time. It wouldn't have mattered if he had no strings attached. He could tolerate such treatment. However, he clearly remembered that a palm had penetrated Klein's chest just before he died. There was obviously someone behind Tinjin's series of events for the past 3 months, and that person eventually succeeded. He didn't know how many people in the company survived. But even if it was just Klein, he wanted to take revenge himself. This made him temporarily unable to accept the fate of being imprisoned. Besides, once I'm imprisoned, it would probably be difficult for me to meet daily. And that would make me even less worthy of her. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Dunn asked again, I accept your arrangements. Can I get the method to advance? Typically, mysterious organizations would use such conditions to entice beyonders to join, right? Ebner shook his head and said with a smile, how you advance is up to you. However, after coming to the Harvest Church, it should be helpful to your mental problems. You don't need me to join. Dunn asked in surprise. Could it be that reviving me is just a daily act of kindness? Just by looking at Bishop Utravsky's drawing style, one can tell that the faith of Earth Mother's pull people is voluntary. Besides, even if Lilith has a good relationship with the goddess, she wouldn't directly poach him, right? After lampooning a few times, Ebner shook his head and said in a suggestive manner, didn't that person tell you that he was only doing a friend's favor? Regardless of who this friend was referring to, Klein definitely owed her a favor. Lilith didn't suffer any losses. Him. Dunn couldn't hide the shock in his voice. Although he had guessed that the Sanguine was at least an earl, he never expected him to be a duke at the angel level. An angel definitely wouldn't lie to a trivial figure like me. But who among the people I know can make an angel think so highly of them? Who exactly is worthy of an angel scheming to owe me a favor? As his thoughts raced, Dunn made up his mind. He stared at Ebner with his deep gray eyes and said in a deep voice, I will follow you to Enmat Harbor so that you can complete your mission. Then, he added in a mellow voice, but before we set off, I have to confirm something. After a moment's thought, he guessed what Dunn was thinking. He asked with certainty, you want to know the outcome of the battle at Blackthorn Security Company last Sunday? And who the mastermind is, right? You know about it. Dunn looked at him, his gray eyes filled with solemnity. It was obvious that he was afraid of hearing unacceptable news. First, don't worry. You successfully saved Tinjin, and the spawn of an evil god didn't descend. In that battle, you, Klein Moretti, and the Keeper were the ones who died in battle. In addition, Mam Sika and Leonard were only slightly injured. As for the mastermind, it's in Zangwill. Using the original plot and the information provided by Bishop Utravsky, Ebner briefly told Dunn the results. Dunn frowned slightly when he heard that. He retracted his gaze and muttered to himself as though he was in thought, in Zangwill. 0-08, those coincidences. So that's how it is. I understand. He's here for St. Selena's ashes. All the previous incidents were to affect my psyche, making me make the wrong decision at the critical moment. After more than 10 seconds, he looked back at Ebner and said, can we go to the cemetery to see Klein before we leave? It was my mistake that killed him. Upon hearing this request, Ebner's expression turned odd. After all, what was there to see in an empty grave? However, seeing how cooperative Dunn was, he didn't reject the request. When he saw that the sky was beginning to brighten, he took out a random-looking mask from his pocket and handed it over. This is a clown mask. Wearing it will allow you to disguise yourself as another face. I don't think you want to be recognized by your former colleagues, Ebner hid his smile and said very seriously. Dunn took the mask without hesitation and wore it. Soon after, his face began to squirm, and his flesh and skin began to undergo strange changes like half-melted wax. Finally, they combined to form the face of Tony Stark, which Ebner had previously conjured. Dunn stood up when he felt the twitching on his face stop. He walked to the full-body mirror in the corner of the hall and looked at it carefully. Finally, he nodded and said, not bad. People who aren't very familiar with it wouldn't be able to recognize it. Then, Dunn changed into the clothes that Ebner had prepared for him. Then, he left the house one after another. However, when Dunn came to the garden and saw the entire house, he could not help but sigh. So I was resurrected in this house. Is there anything special about this house? Ebner was a few steps behind Dunn as he had to clear the ritual items. He was confused by Dunn's question. Klein, Leonard, and I had once fought Demonastrici here. Heh, if I had followed Klein's plan and used a cannon to bombard the house, I'm afraid this house wouldn't have existed. At this point, Dunn suddenly fell silent. Then, he muttered with a hoarse voice, Klein. In a corner of the Raphael cemetery, in front of Klein's grave. Dunn looked at the black and white photograph that was filled with a scholarly air. After a while, he stood up and said to Ebner, "Let's go. Klein, as captain, I will avenge you." Meanwhile, Klein, who had just spent £30 advertising his detective work in some newspapers, sneezed unnaturally. He sniffed and looked up at the misty sky. He grumbled, "The air in Backlund sure is bad." Following that, he picked up the Backlund Secrets News, which had just spent the advertisements for him, and silently lampooned, "It costs so much to advertise. And Mr. Tower clearly didn't spend a single cent, but he has so much news." Sigh, thinking of Mr. Tower reminds me of the fallen morning star, which Nsangwil had taken away. What reason should I use to muddle through this matter during the afternoon gathering? At noon, Ebner and Dunn walked out of Enmat Harbor's steam locomotive together. Under the strange gaze of the carriage driver, they rushed to the Harvest Church in the outskirts of the city. At least half of Enmat Harbor believed in the Lord of Storms, and the Church of Earth Mother had almost no believers here. Therefore, the Harvest Church was much quieter than Backlund's Harvest Church, with only 2 priests presiding over it. One of the priests was a man in his 50s. He had a lot of silver in his beard and hair. He had a kind face and a temperament similar to Bishop Utravsky. As for the other person, she was a pretty lady. She looked to be in her 30s and had beautiful brown hair. When she smiled, there was a dimples at the corners of her mouth. When they saw the two enter, they stood up and walked over. The woman with long brown hair sized up Dunn before looking at Ebner. She smiled and said, "I've already brought the milk cow you got my daughter to look for here. It's in the clearing behind the cathedral." Chapter 281, Tower Guess. Milk cows. In other words, "Ma'am, you're Miss Judy's mother. You look very young." The age of a high-sequence beyonder cannot be judged by their appearance. I remember that Judy had indirectly revealed that her mother was a demigod of the spectator pathway. Therefore, it was impossible for her to be a priest or bishop who was permanently stationed at Enmat Harbor. She had been sent here at the last minute. Yes, Dunn's problem is the side effects of the mental sutures. And regarding this treatment, spectator is indeed more suitable. With the help of a doctor from the plantar pathway, he should be able to resolve Dunn's mental confusion after some treatment. However, I once guessed that Miss Judy's mother was the sloth of the psychology alchemists, but she was still sent by Earth Mother to carry out this relatively confidential mission. Then, either my previous guess was wrong, or she was very trusted by Earth Mother. Perhaps joining the psychology alchemists was tacitly permitted by Earth Mother. This wasn't strange either. Thinking back to how Miss Justice would so easily become Pride in the future, it wasn't unacceptable that the psychology alchemists would have any snitches other than the president. As his thoughts raced, he replied with a smile, "Thank you for your help, Miss Priest. I'll get someone to bring the cows away as soon as possible." He didn't know how to address her. With Dunn present, it wasn't convenient for them to interact much. While stumped, he suddenly recalled how Sloth had addressed herself as Miss Sloth in the psychology alchemists. He guessed that she might like to address him as young, so he called her Miss Priest. Indeed, the woman with long brown hair revealed a lazy smile when she heard that. The dimples at the corners of her mouth appeared as she nodded. "You're welcome. Heh, this lad sure knows how to talk." Dunn was puzzled when he heard them say something about milk cows. He thought it was a code or a riddle, but since he was new here, he didn't think too much about it. It was only when he followed the two priests to the dormitory and saw a milk cow in the clearing behind the church. After handing Dunn over to the white-haired priest Norris and Miss Judy's mother, he bade them farewell and left. There was less than an hour until the tarot gathering, so he had to make some preparations. Speaking of which, Priest Norris was a resident of the rich church, a Sequence 7 harvest priest. Backlund, Sherwood Borough, in the gardened villa at 28 King Street. Zio Dericha had already visited at noon. Her makeup and clothes were all in Ebner's study. Even if she wasn't there, she had no choice but to come. The Scades were already familiar with Miss Zio, and Detective Brian had given special instructions before he left. Therefore, they didn't treat her as a guest at all and allowed her to enter Ebner's study. After spending an hour getting dressed, Zio looked at herself in the full-length mirror, hoping to remember this image. Perhaps in 1 or 2 more times, even if I don't deliberately dress up to deepen my impression, I'll be able to conjure this image in Mr. Fool's kingdom. Just as she thought of this, she saw the familiar, illusory crimson light surge out like a tidal wave, drowning her. In the forsaken land of the gods, in an area outside the city of Silver, in a half-collapsed black-gray tower. Derek moved to the edge of the fire, leaned against the broken wall, and faced his companions. He pretended to be asleep, waiting for Mr. Fool to summon him into the gray fog. Ever since he discovered that the members of the 6-member council and Elder Lovia were unable to discover the existence of Mr. Fool, he gradually believed that as long as he didn't carelessly expose any problems, he could secretly attend the tarot gathering above the gray fog even under the gaze of others. Empress Borough, Earl Hall's mansion. Audrey sat in her bedroom and let Susie guard the door while she thought with sparkling eyes. 2 weeks have passed. Mr. Hangman must have prepared the pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander. I'm about to advance to sequence 8. To her, this was more exciting and worth looking forward to than the £30,000 bounty and the large plantation worth at least £8,000. On the ghost ship of the Blue Avenger, Alger, who had taken the initiative to leave the capital, Backlund, and return to the sea, felt the summoning of the fool. The face of Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos suddenly surfaced in his mind, flesh and blood rapidly decaying as pieces of his face peeled off. Alger lowered his head in awe, allowing the crimson tide to engulf him. And at that moment, Klein, who was sitting in the palace that looked like a giant's residence above the grey fog, was wondering for the last time what kind of tone and posture he should use to prevent the fool from being suspicious of the loss of the morning star of depravity. I can think of a few words and tone to respond. Goddess bless me. I hope Mr. Tower will respond according to my script. As Klein secretly prayed, he secretly drew a crimson moon. At this moment, the 5 members of the Tarot Club had already appeared on both sides of the ancient table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. After Miss Justice greeted the fool who had led everyone to the seat of honor with a cheerful voice, Klein activated his spirit vision and observed Justice, the Hanged Man, the Tower, the Sun, and Judgment to confirm their present state. The others didn't experience many changes. Only the surface layer of the astral projection deep in Mr. Tower's ether body changed again. The unified color was much purer. This meant that he had indeed advanced to sequence 6. Klein thought for a moment and took the initiative to say with a chuckle, "Congratulations on taking another step forward in the path of being a Beyonder, Mr. Tower." "I can't do without your help and protection," Ebner replied humbly. It was also the truth. Without the Tarot Club's logistics platform, it was impossible for him to gather all the materials needed for a polymath so quickly. Mr. Tower's sequence has increased. What sequence was he? 6 or 5? Mr. Fool only said that he advanced a step and didn't congratulate him on becoming a demigod. This means that he wasn't originally a sequence 5. While Audrey looked at Mr. Tower enviously, she imagined what she would look like after becoming a mid-sequence Beyonder. The Hanged Man also had the same misjudgment as Justice regarding Tower's strength. Therefore, he had determined that he had become a sequence 5 with powerful combat strength that was comparable to a pirate admiral. The Sun, on the other hand, had feelings of envy and yearning. He believed that by relying on the Tarot Club, he would one day become a powerhouse like Mr. Tower, the true son of the City of Silver. Miss Judgment Zio wasn't surprised at all. She had already learned of the news during the transfer of information from Ebner's advancement. Therefore, the slightly agitated her had been actively completing the interrogation missions issued by MI9 over the past week. This resulted in the military prison having a terrifying legend of invisible horror. At this moment, the Hanged Man snapped back to his senses. He stood up, faced Mr. Fool, and said with abnormal respect, "Mr. Fool, I received 19 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Here, I have to thank you for sending your bless to help me get rid of Kalangos. These diary pages are my reward." 19 pages. Not bad. Klein didn't talk about the blessed as he said with a smile. This is the principle of equivalent exchange. As expected of Mr. Fool. A pirate admiral with a mystical item isn't someone he takes to heart at all. It seems like there's no need for me to mention the bounty. I wonder how many high-sequence blessed Mr. Fool has. Audrey sighed wistfully. Upon hearing the fool's reply, Alger said humbly, "The limit of my current memory is 6 pages. Please allow me to give them to you a few times." "No problem." Klein, who was enveloped by the thick grey fog, nodded slightly. At this moment, Ebner was conjuring the diary pages as he said apologetically, "I also obtained 3 diary pages this time." "Well, I still owe you 4 pages. I can only wait for the next one. I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can understand that I lost your fallen morning star. It's a pity that I can't say it out loud, otherwise, Mr. Fool's awesomeness would be completely over." After lampooning inwardly, Klein wasn't in a hurry to flip through the 9 pages of the diary. Instead, he rapped the edge of the long table and looked at Ebner. "There are already preliminary results from the investigation of the fallen morning star. Do you want to share it with them, or do you want to hear it alone? Please choose to communicate privately. The more people who know what I'm saying, the easier it is for me to be exposed." Although he was nervous, Klein still leaned back leisurely after asking the question, as though he didn't care about the answer. When Ebner heard that, he was taken aback. He looked deeply at the fool and suddenly had various guesses. Giving me a choice might seem like a casual question, but it's not in line with Klein's habits. By asking this question, it's as if he wishes for me to choose to communicate privately. Could it be that the secrets involving the fallen morning star aren't suitable for others to know? That's not right. If that's the case, Mr. Fool would definitely say it out loud. Or could it be that in this secret, there's information that can be sold for money, so Klein plans on hiding it from the others? That's not right. That way, wouldn't I be able to guess the nature of the poor god who lacks money? With Klein's caution, he wouldn't do that. Then, there's another possibility. Did something happen to the fallen morning star itself? Did he have to come up with some sophistry to fool me? Chapter 282, Private Communication. But regardless, it's best not to ruin Mr. Fool's reputation. He might be very nervous right now. As his thoughts raced, he quickly made a decision and solemnly said, I choose to communicate privately. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded slightly and said in a normal tone, sure. I really want to hear it. Audrey, who had once heard the description of the powers of a fallen morning star and was rather curious about the item, pursed her lips under the gray fog's cover, as though she wanted to pay for the right to listen in. However, she then recalled that Mr. Tower wasn't a person who was stingy with knowledge. As a deity, Mr. Fool obviously didn't need gold pounds. The reason why they chose to communicate privately might very well be because the source of the fallen morning star involves knowledge that we shouldn't know yet. Endure it, Audrey. You have to work hard to advance to Mr. Tower's level. That way, you'll have the right to know more secrets. Audrey blinked and reluctantly retracted her gaze from the seat of honor. Alger had similar guesses, but he wasn't too curious about the fallen morning star, so he didn't feel much regret. As for the sun and judgment, the former was muddle-headed and felt that he knew too little about the world where Mr. Tower was. Even if he shared it with her, he probably wouldn't be able to understand it. As for the latter, he was already used to it. There were too many things that he usually hid from her, so he wasn't short of one more thing. At this moment, Klein rapped the table, isolating justice, judgment, the sun, and the hanged man from hearing or seeing anything. Following that, he looked at Tower, deliberated over his tone, and said in a tone as emotionless as he could, firstly, regrettably, my blessed, who accepted your request, suffered an attack from a grade 0 seal while pursuing the fallen morning star. He unfortunately perished, and your fallen morning star was lost as a result. He first brought out the worst possible outcome, letting Tower lower his expectations. At the same time, he emphasized the existence of a grade 0 sealed artifact, highlighting the danger of the matter. In short, it was to strengthen a concept. It wasn't that the blessed of the fool couldn't do it, but that the enemy was too powerful. Grade 0 sealed artifact. The fall of a blessed. Don't tell me that you used the fallen morning star in the Blackthorn Security Company's Evil God's Fallen War, and after your death, it was picked up by Insanguil or the Church of Evernight. It's no wonder you wish to communicate privately. If the hanged man and the others were to know that your blessed could also be killed, and that the murderer is still out at sea, I'm afraid the fool's authority would be greatly reduced. Yes, only I, who seems to know the true meaning of the fool, can still maintain my fear and reverence. As Ebner thought, he tried hard to control his emotions to prevent Klein from detecting his inner lampooning. At that moment, Mr. Fool was staring intently at the emotional colors of Tower. Although his thoughts were active, he didn't see any additional changes in anger, fear, or surprise. After sighing silently at how well he disguised himself, he said in an unchanging tone, however, before my blessed perished, he obtained a portion of information regarding the fallen morning star. First, its ingredients originate from a demigod-level ancient dragon from the Reader pathway. The one who killed it was a mind dragon named Arihog. After a few weeks of tutoring, Klein had mastered a portion of the method of reading and writing Dragonese. Therefore, he had a new understanding of the scene in the dream divination. He was almost certain that the term Arihog was shouted by the ancient dragon before its death was the name of the murderer who killed it. As Dragonese was also a language with power, that cry could actually be considered a curse that could let its kinsman know of its murderer. Arihog. One of the three remaining ancient dragons, Arihog. Ebner asked, half surprised, half deliberate. At the same time, he quickly did some calculations. Arihog took away the material and forged the fallen morning star. No, with the aesthetics of the dragons, they shouldn't be able to create such an into-styled lady's necklace. Yes, it doesn't matter who he got to create it. In short, since it appeared in Lena's hands and was obtained by me, it's likely that this ancient dragon was behind it. Yes, previously, because Zio had encountered an ancient dragon in Eastchester County's Heartlark village and had helped it deliver something to a high-sequence beyonder of the Tamara family, I had once guessed that the Dragon King, Ankwelt, had already awoken on Arihog's body. And I also used the fallen morning star to ask at the Harvest Church. The answer I received was that there was no layout of the deities. Yes, even if the dragon of imagination Ankwelt were to awaken, he would only be a sequence 2 discerner. And if he was unwilling to accept this, he would definitely try to advance. Therefore, his target was 0-08. Although he didn't know how he awakened or what connection he had with 0-08, the fallen morning star was clearly the key to strengthening this connection. Yes, when I was reading the Tingen Beyonder information collected by Bishop Utravsky, I had previously seen information about Lena. His original plan was to bring the fallen morning star to Tingen through Lena and clash with Ince before indirectly meeting up with 0-08, right? From the looks of it, apart from the members of the psychology alchemists, there was likely someone else who helped Lena escape the demoness of affliction's control. However, Lena was influenced by some existence to give me the fallen morning star. And because I was worried, I sacrificed it to Klein and got him to divine for me to take a look. With just one hand from Sapphira Castle, the fallen morning star was still in Ince's hands, but the entire process was concealed. The original wielder was also dead. Unless one constantly paid attention to Ince, perhaps no one knew that the fallen morning star had come into contact with 0-08. Even if they knew, they would only think that he had obtained this item by chance and not arranged by someone. The existence who interfered was the real deal. He made arrangements using someone else's arrangement. Ebner sighed inwardly. He had roughly guessed who had secretly arranged them. The only ones who had such abilities and vaguely knew of his secret were Lilith and the 2-5 dragon. And the former didn't seem to be good at such means, so the 2-5 dragon. No, the god of knowledge and wisdom was the most suspicious. On the other side, Klein ruminated over Ebner's words. One of the 3 remaining ancient dragons. Mr. Tower does know a lot. But who are the other 2? Of course, it wasn't the time to ask. It wasn't suitable for him to ask about the fool's identity. Therefore, he only paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, my blessed also found out that the Morning Star necklace was personally made by Roselle. He didn't mention the figure he couldn't see in the dream divination. After all, that was only his guess of the contents of the scene. Perhaps Roselle was just talking to himself. Roselle personally forged it. Ebner was first taken aback as he immediately had a new guess and question. Someone had actually set up a trap more than 100 years ago. There was a high chance that Ankwelt hadn't woken up back then. Then, who could it be? Was it Hermes who had been constantly investigating Ankwelt's whereabouts? Yes, it's very possible. Similarly, as a member of the Unspeakable Organization, he is very familiar with Roselle. It's not strange to commission a Beyonder item. But what about his motives? Could it be that he was just trying to find trouble with Amon's brother? Just as Ebner was filled with puzzlement, Klein looked at him with a staid expression, but in fact, he was a little perturbed. He thought, this way of saying things should be acceptable to Mr. Tower, right? Most people would probably pay attention to the information they received before their blessed died as a result. As for the trivial matter of losing the item, they wouldn't delve into it, right? He pondered for a moment before saying slowly. I've already sent other blessed to investigate this matter. I believe they will find your Beyonder items. Of course, this might take some time. Klein wasn't spouting nonsense. He had already made up his mind to seek revenge on Ince Zangwill. Upon hearing this, the clueless Ebner snapped back to his senses. He roughly guessed Mr. Fool's thoughts and knew that he was probably feeling guilty for losing his things. Hence, he deliberated and said, Mr. Fool, your blessed perished because of me. I'm deeply sorry for that. In fact, he didn't pay much attention to the fallen morning star, even if its powers were very useful. It's just an equivalent exchange. Since he took your reward, he naturally has to complete your request. It's his own fault for dying. He didn't pay enough attention to the relevant information, and he wasn't prepared enough. Mr. Fool said indifferently, but he didn't realize it himself. Towards the end, he felt a little self-deprecating. Thank you once again for your generosity, Ebner said, sincerely. The strategy of emphasizing the death of his blessed was indeed correct. The tower was more worried than concerned about the lost item. Klein nodded slightly and rapped the long bronze table once again to announce the end of the private exchange. Then, he picked up the conjured Roselle diary, looked down, and read the contents of the first page. Chapter 283, Klein's Scheme. December 16th. I contacted the pathetic fellow who was trapped in the storm and lost in the darkness. He called himself Mr. Door. He wanted me to help him return to the real world. He promised to satisfy 3 of my requests. Some of the history of the 4th epoch that he described is really interesting. Mr. Door. This naming style is very similar to mine. I wonder what the real name of this pathetic fellow who's lost and trapped in the darkness amidst the storm is. What's his sequence? After secretly laughing in a self-deprecating manner, Klein seriously read the rest of the content. After all, as a history student, he was also very interested in the 4th epoch. The so-called War of the Four Emperors is Solomon's Black Emperor, the half-crazy blood emperor of the Tudor dynasty, the Night Emperor of the Trunsoist Empire, and the Emperor of the Underworld of the Southern Continent, also known as Death's War. If this is true, it will really overturn most of the current research on the 4th epoch in the history world. The Emperor of the Underworld reaped the greatest benefits during the War of the Four Emperors. Does this mean that he used these benefits to advance to death? Yes, but he went mad. Even a deity can go mad. How terrifying. Just thinking about the details makes me tremble from the bottom of my heart. It's no wonder the knowledgeable Emperor Roselle would use horror to describe this matter. Could it be that the so-called evil gods are the crazy orthodox gods? Then, would there be a day when only the evil gods are left in the world? Man, does this mean that an irreversible apocalypse is coming? That's a lot of information. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At the same time, he raised his evaluation of the Black Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor, believing that they were top experts close to the deities. Perhaps the names such as Black Emperor and Blood Emperor are the corresponding pathways potion names. Sequence 1. In that case, having the Black Emperor live for centuries or even millennia isn't something unacceptable. I always imagined that the Black Emperor was the common title of every emperor of the Solomon Empire. From the looks of it, perhaps no one has changed. The fourth epic really lives up to its name of the Epic of the Gods. With this in mind, Klein picked up the second page. The contents of this page were connected to the first page, still talking to Emperor Roselle and Mr. Dor. And here, Mr. Dor mentioned two laws, which were the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility and the law of similar sequence beyonder characteristics conservation. The total number of beyonder characteristics was fixed at the source without any increase or decrease. The law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility and the law of similar sequence beyonder characteristics conservation. Yes, Mr. Tower once mentioned the former at the Tarot Club, and the latter is even more interesting. The so-called similar sequence pathway. Is it one of the pathways in the category that Mr. Tower concluded last time? For example, the omnipotent and omniscient 5 pathways, and knowledge 2 pathways, as well as Roselle's example of how the 3 dark battles can be interchanged. Similar sequences not only have conservation of total characteristics but they can also be interchanged. This further verifies the accuracy of the pathway's scope that Mr. Tower concluded. There must be a huge secret behind this. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he felt that he had delved deeper into the realm of mysticism in the Beyonder world. He quickly flipped through the last 4 pages and was disappointed when he realized that it was no longer related to Mr. Dor. His clown powers allowed him to conceal his emotions very well. With the grey fog's obstruction, even Miss Justice Audrey, who was secretly observing him, didn't notice anything amiss. Reining in his chaotic thoughts, Klein read the 3rd diary page. This page was filled with Roselle's grumblings. He grumbled about how the Savant pathway lacked combat-related beyonder powers from sequence 9 to sequence 6 and could only create and use items. He grumbled about how the modern name of sequence 5 was astronomer, and how a second grader could become an all-round mad scientist. At the same time, he enviously thought of another relatively complete pathway of the Church of Craftsmanship, the Warlock and Scroll Professor of the Mystery Prior pathway. He only despised the existence of the Hidden Sage. The Emperor sure has a strange talent for being funny. Upon seeing this, the recently depressed Klein couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He wanted to light a candle for the senior. But in the end, he only sighed, turned to the 3rd page of the diary, and continued his search. The last 3 pages were filled with a straightforward account of the famous incident in Intis in 1173. At the last tarot gathering, Klein had already felt a similar atmosphere in the diary of Roselle's establishment of the black suits, as well as the discovery that the culprit behind the matter was a grade 0 sealed artifact of the Sauron family. Therefore, he didn't have much to reflect on. However, the last part of the diary wrote, "The secret order Zeradal secretly visited me very suddenly. I have to send someone to investigate the secret order and grasp more information. I can't repeat my passiveness from before. I can't let Zeradal lead me by the nose again." Then, he came to an abrupt halt. This made Klein have no choice but to feel an uncontrollable sense of frustration, as well as anger towards the chapters he had lost. "So, did you find anything, Comrade Roselle?" Klein couldn't find the rest of the information, so he could only force himself to calm down and wait for the next gathering when the hanged man would hand over the other 6 pages. Taking a deep breath, Klein composed himself and picked up the 3 pages from the tower. He didn't have much hope. After all, although the frequency at which the diary pages were handed in was very high, the quality was fluctuating. He was always in a state of mind, even though he knew that this was normal. However, to Klein's surprise, the 3 pages that Tower handed in were continuous, and they almost told a complete story. Yes, this is the Emperor's expedition in Lone. Backlund's air was actually very good back then. It's really ironic compared to now. So it turns out that the Church of Evernight placed great importance on hygiene before Roselle. That's not surprising. The goddess likes moonflowers, night vanilla, and slumber flowers so much. She must be a deity who has a high requirement for her living environment. The spread of railways should actually be a result of Lone's terrible road conditions. That's ridiculous. Even the concept of distance can be disordered. Which pathway's power is this? I have a nagging feeling that the Emperor's expedition was arranged by someone. Klein lampooned as he read, but he turned serious at the end. He suddenly recalled a piece of evidence that the descendant of death had given him after he passed on the information to Mr. Isaac. Before the secret mission mentioned in the information, that little kid, Kilgore, had once explored another ruin with a member of the Augustus family named Gru. Hence, Klein couldn't help but have a guess. Could that treasure be a high-level item from the Solomon Empire which the lone royal family was conspiring to obtain? In the end, it was still obtained by Roselle. That's why the Kilgore family's stable aristocratic title was stripped away because of some mistakes. And the diary just mentioned that the emperor of the Solomon Empire had always been the Black Emperor. Could it be that Mr. Tower wasn't wrong? Roselle had really jumped into this pathway. This doesn't seem to be a neighboring building, right? Has he gone mad? Half mad? Is this the truth behind his assassination in the White Maple Palace? Closing his eyes, Klein stopped his thoughts from wandering. He swept his gaze across the Tarot Club members, and his gaze finally landed on the tower. He then recalled the diary he had just read, and an idea gradually came to him. Therefore, he rapped the edge of the ancient bronze table and said with a deep and calm smile. Roselle mentioned some hidden history in his diary and mentioned some simple general knowledge. The latter reminded me of something I never told you. Audrey's mind suddenly turned adrift as she turned her body and looked at the seat of honor at the ancient table in pleasant surprise. Mr. Fool took the initiative to mention the contents of Roselle's diary again. What would it record? Would he be teaching Roselle some words this time? She was so excited that she completely forgot that she was a spectator. Compared to her, Alger was much more composed, but his subconscious straightening of his back ruthlessly betrayed him. Derek didn't know who Emperor Roselle was, nor did he know what this name represented in the northern continent. Therefore, he couldn't hide his curiosity and didn't show any abnormalities. As for Judgment Zio, she tried her best to maintain her persona as a noble lady. She looked more like a spectator than Audrey. It was impossible to tell that she had the fierce title of Invisible Horror. Only Ebner was relatively calm. He guessed what Mr. Fool was planning to share. However, he was also a little puzzled. This was because he had already thrown out the concept of pathway scope. Even if Klein still mentioned the concept of a neighboring sequence, it was impossible for him to attract Justice and the Hangman to bid to hear the subsequent knowledge. After all, as long as it wasn't a curly-haired baboon, they would definitely be able to figure out the meaning of a neighboring sequence from its scope. Wait, could Klein be after me? Was he trying to start a conversation so that he could sit back and wait for Miss Justice or the Sun to ask questions about my sequence knowledge for free? If that's the case, should I cooperate or not? Chapter 284, Switching Pathways. While Ebner was still in thought, Audrey couldn't help but ask, Mr. Fool, what general knowledge did Emperor Roselle mention? I can pay for this information. However, I want a private exchange. She added inwardly. Klein chuckled and said. There's no need. This is simply general knowledge. After reading this part of the diary, as the organizer of the Tarot Club, I believe it's necessary for all of you to know this. Of course, I know very well that some of you already know this. He was mainly referring to Tower and the Sun. The former had always been trying his best to show his knowledgeable side, as though there was nothing he didn't know. As for the latter, the City of Silver had 2,000 to 3,000 years of history, so it was impossible for them not to discover the law of beyonder characteristics. Of course, with Miss Judgment's relationship with Mr. Tower, it was very likely that she had long grasped it. Unfortunately, my blessed also needs to show off. I can't ruin Mr. Isaac's image as a powerhouse just because of some money. Especially when one of my blesseds died because of the £300 investigation fee. Klein sighed silently. Thank you very much. Mr. Fool, you are just too generous. Audrey replied in delight. She felt 3 seconds of regret for her wish to use money to buy information. Klein stopped tapping his fingers and said in an unperturbed tone. Mr. Tower had previously shared the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility. I believe you already have a basic understanding of beyonder characteristics. And just after I finished reading Roselle's diary, I recalled that it actually has a second law, known as the law of similar sequence beyonder characteristics conservation. Law of beyonder characteristics conservation. The hangman slightly changed his sitting posture, feeling that he understood something, but he was unable to fully understand what this law represented or what it contained. The feelings of Justice and the Sun were similar to his, and they were unable to understand the true meaning of this law. Judgment glanced at Tower because she had been briefed on the relevant knowledge by Ebner before they went to Demir together. She had always felt that the knowledge had little to do with her, but now that she had heard Mr. Fool mention it, she realized that this law might be very important. As expected, Ebner thought to himself. He had roughly guessed how Mr. Fool was going to do it, and he planned on using his limited cooperation to verify his theory. What's a similar sequence? Alger couldn't help but ask. However, Just as he asked the question, he suddenly recalled the concept of categories mentioned by Mr. Tower when he explained omnipotent and omniscient. The same sequence within the same category might very well be the similar sequence as the Fool spoke of. With this in mind, Alger was just about to add on and ask Mr. Fool if his idea was correct when he heard the suspected deity at the very end chuckle. The so-called similar sequence refers to high-sequence pathways that can be interchanged. Let me give an example. The Death Pathway's Sequence 5 Gatekeeper can not only be advanced normally, but they can also choose the Warrior Pathway, which is Sequence 4 Demon Hunter of the God of Combat Pathway. This won't bring about the risk of losing control, nor will it accumulate madness. It's not the same as consuming the wrong potion. Of course, if it's not a similar sequence, being half crazy is the best outcome. Klein's answer didn't use the concept mentioned by the Tower. Firstly, as a very powerful and mysterious existence, it wasn't appropriate to use the concepts concluded by the members of his own gathering. Secondly, the scope mentioned by the Tower was only derived after all. Although there was plenty of evidence to support it, it might still be inaccurate. As for the interchangeability of the three pathways, Corpse Collector, Sleepless, and Warrior, Roselle, he had verified it. On this point, Klein trusted his fellow countrymen more. So that's how it is. This information is just too valuable. As expected of Mr. Fool. The so-called simple general knowledge is enough to shock most low and mid-sequence beyonders and benefit them greatly. As Alger muttered silently to himself, he felt wistful. So sequences can be interchanged. Ebner didn't tell me. Does he think that there's no need for me to switch sequences? Zio thought. The son suddenly recalled something unbelievable that the former chief had done. He had built a mausoleum for himself, went deep into the underground mausoleum, and then moved inside to make it his home. Back then, everyone thought that he had gone mad and ended his own life. But combined with the fool's description, he might very well be attempting to advance to another pathway. Audrey was delighted that the information could be exchanged via sequence. It wasn't that she wasn't satisfied with her spectator pathway, but that she had a chance to choose again in the future. It was just like selecting something of interest at Philip's department store. It was a wonderful experience. Amidst her excitement, Miss Justice asked in a reserved manner. Mr. Fool, I would like to ask if the spectator pathway can be interchanged with the pathway in the omnipotent and omniscient mentioned by Mr. Tower. In addition, apart from what you mentioned, what other pathways in the spectator pathway can be interchanged? As expected of the Tarot Club's best fall guy. Well asked. I'd like to know too. Klein was already prepared for Miss Justice's question. He turned to look at the Tower and chuckled. Since the concept of scope was summarized by the Tower, you have to ask him about it. Mr. Fool is unwilling to answer directly. Does he think that Mr. Tower's concept of scope isn't accurate enough? That might very well be the case. No matter Mr. Tower's knowledge, he's still only a mid-sequence beyonder. It's possible that his conclusion regarding high-level knowledge isn't accurate enough. But compared to me, even if it's not accurate enough, it's precious enough. Miss Justice's heart stirred when she heard that as she immediately had a guess. She looked at the Tower diagonally across her and deliberated over her words before asking, Mr. Tower, I can pay for the answer to this question. How much do you think it's better to have gold pounds? Alger had similar guesses. He had originally attempted to ask similar questions, but since Miss Justice had asked first, he shut his mouth. Furthermore, he was certain that the Tower wouldn't charge him anything. Mr. Fool has already shared his knowledge for free, so how can the Tower that labels himself as Mr. Fool's blessed be charged? Does he think that the knowledge he gives is more important than what Mr. Fool gives? On the other side, although he had already expected this situation, he still secretly sighed. However, on the surface, he smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. I'm actually very happy to share my research results. Of course, it's only limited to the results of reading novels. Mr. Tower, you really are a knowledgeable and generous gentleman, Audrey praised with a brisk tone. Upon hearing their conversation, Zio glanced at Ebner across the long table. She maintained her elegant seating posture and thought, Ebner is indeed very easy to talk to at the Tarot Club. He usually tells me some secrets and knowledge, but he doesn't seem to be that happy. He has to think about what he can and cannot say. You flatter me, Miss Justice. Ebner first said politely before organizing his words and answering Justice's previous question. Your guess isn't wrong. A spectator can indeed be interchanged with high-sequence beyonders like the secret suppliant, sailor, bard, and reader pathway. Furthermore, after switching paths, the original characteristic won't disappear. It can even mutate into new powers. As for what other categories there are, I've summarized a few groups that might not be completely accurate. Yes, apart from the two categories of omnipotence and knowledge itself, there are also categories of bizarreness, calamity, darkness, and order. He deliberately didn't list down all the neighboring pathways, only mentioning a few common groups. The darkness is likely referring to the three pathways of sleepless, corpse collector, and warrior that Mr. Fool previously mentioned, right? I can understand the sleepless and corpse collector pathways, but what does the warrior pathway have to do with the darkness? Alger interrupted. The warrior's sequence 6 is known as Dawn Paladin. It can use the powers of dawn. Dawn is the power of dawn to break the light of darkness. And at the top of this pathway, it said that one can grasp the powers of twilight, Ebner explained with a smile, but he didn't go into detail. So that's how it is. Dawn and dusk are almost nighttime. Alger nodded in thought. Derek thought further when he heard that. The city of Silver was in the darkness, and all the chiefs were beyonders of the warrior pathway. Was there a deeper reason for this? At this moment, Judgment also asked in a rather polite manner, Mr. Tower, is the law of order referring to the two pathways of the arbiter and lawyer pathway? Upon hearing Zio suddenly speak to him in such a manner, Ebner was still a little unused to it. He nearly failed to react, but he immediately understood that Zio was acting her persona. Hence, he answered cooperatively, Miss Judgment, your judgment was right. I think so too. At this point, he paused and explained the two pathways of calamity, assassin and hunter. An assassin and a hunter can be interchanged. I remember that a demoness can make a person become a woman. Then, what about a hunter? After hearing Tower's explanation, Audrey recalled her baffling excitement when she learned of the uniqueness of the demoness pathway. She asked with piqued interest. Similar situations happened. The beyonders of the hunter pathway will become men at sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Night. Ebner thought for a moment before adding, this is also the only pathway for a woman to become a man. Indeed, there is a pathway for women to become men. Furthermore, it's in the ones I predicted. Hunter represents war, and it really is in the category of calamities. After all, a military disaster is also a type of calamity. It will cause women to change genders at sequence 4. That's not right. The demoness pathway is at sequence 7 but it doesn't strictly correspond. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt twisted and crazy. This was brought about by extreme asymmetry. Could it be that the underlying logic of this world is chaos, distortion, madness, and asymmetry? He tried his best not to frown. However, he quickly thought about another layer of meaning behind Tower's words. Hunter is the only way for a woman to transform into a man. Could it be that the pathway for a man to transform into a woman isn't the only one? Is there another way apart from the pit known as assassin? Could it really be seer? Klein suddenly felt that the world was filled with malice. Compared to chaos, distortion, and madness, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. Finally, there are three pathways in the realm of bizarreness: marauder, apprentice, and seer. The reason why it's called bizarreness is that the beyonder methods of these three pathways are very bizarre. It often causes people to fall for them without realizing it. At this point, Ebner added inwardly, actually, I prefer to call them the three pathways of theft, fraud, opening and unlocking, and intimidation of the mind. But Mr. Fool is sitting at the seat of honor, so forget it. Chapter 285, Clown and Nightmare. Seer, apprentice, and marauder can indeed be interchanged. Furthermore, these three pathways might very well be related to the space above the gray fog. Upon hearing Tower's explanation, Klein nodded without batting an eyelid, but he then lampooned inwardly. What do you mean by strange means? Aren't the methods of mutants and devils more strange? Why don't you just add that to the scope? This reason is way too far-fetched, isn't it? He's afraid that no one will notice that he's being perfunctory. Despite his lampooning, Klein seriously analyzed the motives behind his actions. Why would the knowledgeable Tower be so perfunctory? Wait, could it be because of me? Yes, I'm the fool. According to what Tower said, I'm at the top of the seer pathway. He's afraid of me, so he doesn't dare to explain in detail. Mr. Tower, I actually don't mind. Please speak more. Alger also sensed that Tower was being perfunctory, but he came to the same conclusion before the fool himself. As he secretly sneered, he wanted to infer the possible connections, but on careful thought, he suddenly realized that his understanding of these three pathways was very superficial. He only had a general understanding of the powers of sequence 9 and 8. He knew nothing more. There seemed to be very few beyonders of these three pathways. According to Mr. Fool's explanation of the law of similar sequence conservation of beyonder characteristics. Does this mean that there are a lot of high sequence beyonders in these three pathways and that they're very concentrated? Therefore, there are very few low and mid-sequence beyonders. Just as Alger was letting his thoughts wander, Miss Justice had roughly digested what Ebner had said. She nodded in a reserved and elegant manner. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Tower. She didn't know much about most beyonder pathways, so although she felt that Mr. Tower's description of bizarreness was too simple, it wasn't as deep as what Klein and Alger knew. Furthermore, she only wanted to know the conclusion. As for why, there was no need for her to probe deeper. Ebner nodded in return and said with a smile, "You're welcome, Miss Justice." In fact, Klein was overthinking things. The reason why he was so perfunctory was solely because he didn't know how to explain it. Could it be that these three pathways are pathways split from the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time beacon, embodiment of Sapphire Castle, dominator of the spirit world? Or should I talk about the differences between worms of time, worms of spirit, and worms of star? Or should I really mention the three pathways of theft, fraud, slipping through doors to lockpick, and detention center in front of Klein? It was obviously very inappropriate for such information to be leaked out early. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey turned her head to look at Mr. Fool. Seeing that this mysterious powerhouse had no intention of adding anything, as though he was tacitly agreeing that there was nothing wrong with the knowledge mentioned by Mr. Tower, she looked at Alger with utmost anticipation. "Mr. Hangman, my information allowed you to finish Vice Admiral Hurricane. Have you prepared the complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander? That's one of the reasons why I returned to the sea." Alger nodded gently and said, "I've already obtained the beyonder ingredient you wanted. After the gathering ends, I'll sacrifice it to Mr. Fool." "All right," Audrey replied briskly. After asking about the ingredients, Miss Justice asked Mr. Fool about the 2 Tarot Club candidates she had previously recommended in a good mood. "I didn't receive their prayers. Could it be that I didn't receive them because of the Fool's honorific name that I recited during the days of my death? But then, there should be a message, right?" Klein secretly diverted his attention to search the surrounding crimson stars. After confirming that there were no prayer messages, he leaned back in relief and pretended to be calm. "The person you recommended didn't recite my name." "Ah. Zio and Furs didn't fall under my guidance or arrangement." Audrey was stunned when she heard that, but she immediately felt frustrated. She felt that she had been too naive in the past. Judgment Zio silently watched the scene. It took her a great deal of effort to maintain her posture as a noble lady without laughing out loud. Then, she took a deep breath and couldn't help but think. Should I find a chance to report this misunderstanding to Mr. Fool? Although with his godlike observational skills, he probably already knows that I'm one of the people Miss Justice recommended. However, taking the initiative to report is an attitude problem. I can't let Mr. Fool believe that I'm deliberately fooling Miss Audrey. Following that, the group conversed for a while before the gathering came to an end. The Sun, the Hangman, the Tower, Judgment, and Justice returned respectively. Klein remained above the grey fog, awaiting the sacrifice. Backlund Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Not long after Audrey held the bestowment ritual, she saw a soft object that was constantly changing colors and was filled with ridges on the altar. The rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. Audrey was overjoyed. Her eyes lit up as she prepared to take it out. However, her etiquette habit immediately controlled her as she sincerely praised Mr. Fool once again. After ending the ritual, she impatiently walked forward and carefully observed the beyonder ingredient 5 times. Then, she looked warily at the door, as if afraid of Susie's sudden intrusion. A few minutes later, there was a bottle of liquid in Audrey's hand that kept changing, as though it could shine into the depths of everyone's hearts. She confidently drank the telepathist potion and successfully tied through the integration stage of the beyonder characteristic and advanced. In a hotel in the North Borough of Enmat Harbor, Ebner, who had just finished attending the tarot gathering, opened his eyes. He seriously took in the feeling for a while before muttering to himself in satisfaction. "My spirituality has changed slightly, and the potion seems to have digested a little." Indeed, one of the acting principles of a polymath is to resolve the problems of others with your own knowledge. But this is clearly more one-sided, otherwise, there wouldn't only be such feedback. As for why he could receive feedback from Sapphire Castle, he had already roughly figured it out. Polymath was, after all, different from Knowledge Keeper. The latter focused more on preservation, with the goal of preventing knowledge from being lost. As for the former principle, even though Ebner hadn't finished concluding it, he mostly focused on solving problems with knowledge. Therefore, as a knowledge keeper, he didn't receive any feedback no matter how much he spread the knowledge in Sapphire Castle. This was because Sapphire Castle itself was a concealed environment. Knowledge was equivalent to not saying it out loud. It couldn't even be divined or retroactively, so there was naturally no feedback. However, Polymath was different. Although Ebner suspected that Sapphire Castle had still blocked a portion of the feedback, at least the problem-solving part could be played on Sapphire Castle. After some thought, Ebner came up with a few acting methods and planned to verify them in the future. The timing wasn't right, but it wasn't suitable to act immediately. After removing the wall of spirituality, he took a shower in the hotel to clear his discomfort from digging up the grave the night before. Then, he ordered a specialty of Enmat's and enjoyed it for dinner. When it was completely dark, Ebner suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. He hurriedly wore his clothes and left the inn, calling for a carriage to rush to the Fertility Cathedral. It turned out that he had forgotten to retrieve the clown mask he had lent done because the tarot gathering was about to begin. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with the mask. After advancing to polymath and easily simulating the powers of a sequence 6, the clown mask was no longer of much use to him. However, the mask had living characteristics. It could be said that it had a very nasty personality. It would only behave itself after being taught by Mr. Fool once or twice a week at Sapphire Castle. Otherwise, it would force the wielder to do something out of line. And last week, Klein had died just in time. The mask hadn't had the chance to go above the grey fog to receive Mr. Fool's education. Although Sapphire Castle's remnant might was still present, and with the white eye suppressing it, it had acted rather honestly, but who could guarantee that it wouldn't attack Dunn while it was gone? After rushing to the Harvest Church under the cover of the night, just as Ebner pushed open the door to the cathedral, he saw Dunn, who had transformed into, thanks to you, Stark, standing in front of the sermon counter. He threw the stack of paper in his hand to the ground, then spread his arms and announced to the crowd in the prayer hall. I'm Iron Man. Name, Clown Mask. Function, change one's appearance to the appearance of another person that had been set. Negative effect, it has the characteristic of being alive. It will look forward to your performance after wearing the mask. The performance's content and venue are related to the person who is wearing it. Take note, make sure to put your heart into the performance, otherwise, once it's not satisfied, it will take the initiative to control your body to perform what it wants. Once you wear it for more than 2 hours, you might be replaced by the character you set, and your mind might fracture as a result. Bring it to the grey fog once a week, the negative effects and things to take note of do not exist. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Ebner's mouth twitched. He stroked his forehead and said to the lady who was suspected to be Sloth, Miss Priest, why do I feel that his mental problems are getting worse? The woman with long brown hair revealed her dimples as she asked with a smile, do you feel frightened? A little. Ebner thought for a moment and answered honestly. Then there's no problem. Don't you think he plays the role of a nightmare very well, the woman with long brown hair said with deep meaning. Chapter 286, Dream. The acting of a nightmare is great. So, this is a dream. That's right, if it wasn't a dream, how could there be no empty seats in the Harvest Church? Priest Norris probably only dared to think of such a good thing in his dreams. However, I was pulled into a dream without realizing it. When did this happen? After carefully recalling for a moment, he immediately discovered something disharmonious. For example, why didn't he take advantage of the night to fly over when the hotel he was at was only a block away from the Church of Abundance? And that rental carriage stopped in front of him the moment he stepped out. Of course, what was even more contradictory was that the carriage driver didn't charge him any fees. At this moment, when the woman with long brown hair saw the look of enlightenment on Ebner's face, she said with a smile, it looks like you've already sensed it. That's right, I used a sealed artifact to pull everyone in the nearby streets into this dream. Heh, the negative effects of the mask came too suddenly. In order to not cause a huge commotion, I can only use this method to temporarily satisfy its little hobby. Besides, this will also help the patient you brought with you. His beyonder characteristic digestion was terrible previously. No, it can be said that he almost didn't digest it. With this environment, letting him act appropriately is very helpful in the treatment. At this point, the woman with long brown hair glanced at Ebner and continued with a teasing tone, I sent a carriage to invite you over to ask about the exact situation of your mask. But you seem to have the ability to move in the dream. You actually maintained your lucidity. The reason why I can maintain my lucidity in the dream is most likely related to the white eye. However, I can't compare it to Klein. Not only can he maintain his lucidity, but he can also immediately sense that he's in a dream. Of course, this is also related to experience. If I encounter more, I can probably tell. Ebner thought for a moment, but he didn't continue on the topic. Instead, he asked, even if the residents nearby are muddle-headed, having such a ridiculous dream would still leave some impression. I'm afraid that they will bear a grudge against the Church of Abundance. How will Priest Norris proselytize in the future? They're all believers of the storm. It's impossible for them to accept the teachings of Earth Mother, the brown-haired lady said as a matter of course with her eyes curved. Are you implying that these are already sunken capital, so trash is using them? Ebner was speechless. He felt that Miss Sloth, who was suspected to be from the psychology alchemists, seemed to have some warped humor. How could such a personality be taught to such a simple daughter like Miss Judy? As Ebner lampooned, he asked again, but with so many people having the same ridiculous dream, what would they do if they were to report it to the Church of Storms? You seem to be thinking about something impolite. The woman with long brown hair narrowed her eyes. Then, she pointed at Dunn who was still giving an impromptu speech in front of the podium, and said with a smile, that's right. If you aren't afraid, how can you show the effects of a nightmare? As for reporting it to the Church of Storms, that's even more impossible. They won't remember where they were frightened. Don't remember. So that's how it is. I nearly forgot that the lady in front of me is a demigod of the spectator pathway. She might very well be a sequence 4 manipulator. She is good at alterating the consciousness of ordinary people in dreams. Nodding slightly, Ebner organized his words and described the negative effects of the clown mask in detail. Finally, he said, I was planning on retrieving it and sealing it. The brown-haired lady held her right elbow with her left hand and pinched her chin with her right hand. After some thought, she said after some deliberation, if it's possible, I hope you can lend me this mask. Or perhaps, lend it to my patient for some time. Firstly, as you know, his current identity is a little inappropriate. He needs some disguises, and the clown mask is suitable for him. Secondly, when I was giving him preliminary treatment, I realized that this patient's personality is too gentle. He's unable to become a true nightmare. The negative effects of this mask can help him. Be it a nightmare or a midnight poet, it's very suitable. As for the side effects of splitting a new personality, she didn't mind it. After all, to a demigod psychiatrist, splitting a new personality was nothing. After seriously considering her request, he felt that there was nothing wrong with agreeing to it. The mask was of little use to him now, not to mention that she had shipped over the milk cow he wanted from afar. He had to return the favor. Sure. Ebner first nodded before exhorting solemnly, however, you have to be careful of the mask backlash. It has a very nasty personality. Don't worry. Although I'm not as good as a high-sequence beyonder of the corpse collector pathway when it comes to communicating with a living sealed artifact, I have the means to slightly modify some of its ideas, the woman with long brown hair said with a smile as she covered her mouth. Are you planning on hypnotizing the sealed artifact? There's actually such an operation. Just as Ebner was dumbfounded, the brown-haired lady continued, but I can't just borrow your things without expressing anything. Otherwise, if Judy finds out, she'll definitely blame me for being embarrassed in front of her friends. I don't think you have the concept of losing face at all. As Ebner lampooned inwardly, he heard Judy's mother say. Yes, I have two choices here. First, I heard that you're already a polymath. You definitely need to analyze and learn some practical abilities. I can demonstrate to you all the abilities of the spectator pathways sequence 9 to sequence 4. Of course, how much you can learn will depend on your abilities. You know that I'm a polymath. There aren't many people who know of this information. So, ma'am, you really are valued by Lilith. You should be the snitch she sent to the psychology alchemists. With this in mind, Ebner asked without batting an eyelid, what's the second choice? Heh, the second choice is a complete manuscript of a secret technique. It should be helpful to you after you become a mysticism magister, the brown-haired lady replied with a chuckle. What kind of secret technique is it? Ebner asked curiously. Its name is solar eating. It comes from the sequence 5 astronomer of the savant pathway, eclipsing. It can create an environment that blots out the sun and pure darkness through a simple ritual. The brown-haired lady described the effects of a secret technique. Eclipses. Astronomer. I remember that this sequence was called astrologer in ancient times. The emperor had once mentioned in his diary that only after becoming an astronomer did he have beyonder powers that came under his control. Could this combat-type beyonder power be the effects of various astronomical phenomena? If the solar corrosion is to blot out the sun and create darkness, then the lunar corrosion is to block the crimson moon and reduce one's spirituality, right? What about a meteor shower? Don't tell me it really summoned a fireball from the sky. Did 0-08 use the same principle to smash Klein with a meteorite in the future? After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Ebner organized his thoughts and weighed the pros and cons for a moment before finally making a decision. I choose to observe the abilities. He had been eyeing the powers of a spectator for a long time, but unfortunately, there had been no suitable person or item to fleece him. Now that a spectator demigod had taken the initiative to approach him, he naturally didn't wish to miss the opportunity. As for the manuscript of solar eating, although it was pretty good, it wasn't very useful for the present. You should be on the train tomorrow afternoon, right? I'll demonstrate it to you when you come tomorrow morning. The lady with long brown hair nodded first. Then, she turned her head to look at Dunn, who had finished his speech, looking embarrassed. She smiled and said, all right, that's it for tonight. I wish everyone a good dream. As her clear voice fell, the scene around her shattered. Ebner suddenly sat up, only to realize that he was still on the bed in the hotel room. It's no wonder the emperor always says to be careful of the spectator. Her goal of borrowing the clown mask isn't as simple as she said. However, since she's someone Earth Mother trusts, she wouldn't harm Dunn. The next morning, Ebner arrived at the Harvest Church. He first observed the demonstrations from Judy's mother and chatted with Dunn, who seemed a little uneasy after seeing him. Then, he went to the steam locomotive station and took the first train in the afternoon to reach Tingen before the sunset. This time, he didn't disguise himself and used his true appearance to rent a room at the hotel. After a simple shower, Ebner was about to take a break when he suddenly felt his mind go adrift. However, he immediately woke up. Having had the experience of forcing himself into a dream, he immediately knew who had pulled him into a dream again. Chapter 287, Serial Killer. The method to pull someone into a dream is very crude. It's not as silent as Miss Judy's mother. It shouldn't be a high-sequence beyonder. After having a general idea of what was going on, Ebner recalled the looks of the ordinary people in the Abundance Cathedral last night. He deliberately wore a blank expression and looked towards the door. The door creaked open, and a figure in a gray trench coat walked in. He was in his 30s, had a long, thin face, and blue eyes that had the charm of a middle-aged man. This style. This attire. It looks like an official beyonder. A newly transferred captain from the Tinjin Nighthawks. As he read the conjured Stormwind Mountain Villa, he casually greeted the visitor. The man in the gray trench coat took off his hat and sat opposite him. He asked casually, "Did you take the last train to Tinjin today?" "It really is the Nighthawks, a nightmare." "Why is he here?" While feeling puzzled, Ebner replied with a smile. "Yes." "What are you doing in Tinjin?" the Nighthawks nightmare asked casually. "I'm just passing by, so I'll stay for the time being." "I'll leave tomorrow morning," Ebner answered honestly. "Did you find anyone suspicious on the train you were on?" the Nighthawk asked again. "Yes, I am very suspicious." Ebner lampooned inwardly. Then, he seriously thought about it and finally shook his head. At least there was no one suspicious in his carriage. "Mr. Bryan, thank you for your answer. I wish you a good dream." The Nighthawk stood up and bowed politely with his hand on his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water as he vanished from the room. Looking at the spot where he had sat, Ebner had a guess. A very dangerous person had entered Tinjin, so the official beyonders were investigating the outsiders one by one. I wonder what kind of dangerous person he is. I might as well follow and take a look. Hey, perhaps tonight would be the first day of Dr. Strange's appearance. With this in mind, he simulated psychological invisibility and used the aura left behind by the other party to easily catch up to the nightmare. And at that moment, the charming middle-aged man in his 30s had already rendezvoused with his two teammates in an alley behind the hotel. He was preparing to rush to the next residence of an outsider he needed to confirm. Using psychological invisibility, Ebner brazenly followed the three of them onto the carriage and listened to their conversation at a close distance. "Captain." Royale Re-Ideen, whose black hair was smooth like silk, called out unfamiliarly. Then, she paused before continuing, "Has the person from before been confirmed to be fine? If you really can't get used to it, just call me Ire. I'm just the captain of the Tinjin team. I won't stay here forever." The middle-aged gentleman named Ire thought of his good friend, Dunn, and sighed. He then returned to the topic at hand. "If I'm not wrong, that person just now was Backlund's hero detective, Ebner Bryan. He has a background in the Orthodox churches and is on good terms with Madame Daly and Her Excellency, the Goddess's Sword. There shouldn't be any problems." The cold-looking Ma'am Royale nodded slightly and said in agreement, "It's indeed unlikely to be him. That murderer has committed many crimes in East Chester County. It doesn't match the trajectory of Detective Bryan's actions. In fact, if the murderer didn't kill a Nighthawk in Stern, we wouldn't have known that he would commit so many crimes. We don't even know which pathway he's a beyonder." Ire held a set of information about the victim as he flipped through it with a frown. When Ebner saw this, he leaned over and read with him. All that was left in the carriage was the sound of pages being flipped. Royale followed the window to identify the streets outside before turning back. "We've arrived at the next outsider's residence." Only then did the silence break. As the carriage stopped, the three Nighthawks alighted. Just as Ire was about to do the same and force himself into the target's dream, the silent Fry suddenly said, "Something's wrong. The spirit here is abnormal." Upon hearing that, Ire and Royale immediately took out their revolvers and turned wary. As Nighthawks, they trusted their teammates unconditionally. After carefully observing for a while, the three of them took turns to cover each other and agilely entered the house through the window. But the imagined enemy or tragic scene didn't appear. The room was empty, and there wasn't even much furniture. The other items didn't seem worth paying attention to either. There was only a note stuck in an extremely conspicuous spot. Seeing this, Ire didn't dare to be careless. He told his two teammates to stay alert as he carefully removed the slip of paper that was plastered to the door. Captain Ire to the revelation. According to the dossier, there were already 11 deaths in East Chester County. These 11 people had their internal organs removed in different spots. The dates of these 11 people correspond to the Sun, the Crimson Moon, the Brown Star, and the Crimson Star. Based on this, I determined that this case was done by a serial killer of the Devil Pathway. The goal was to set up a ritual to summon the Devil's projection. This ritual's name is the Shadow of Adabayat. It was once successfully held in the Rorstad Archipelago's Lesh town in 1322. No one in the entire town survived. Currently, the ritual is only short of one person to complete the basic conditions. The date of the ritual corresponds to Blue Planet. The person most likely to be the target is Dr. Daxter Guderian from the Greenhill Mental Asylum. In addition, the tenant at your house is the real murderer. Unfortunately, he's not here at the moment. I hope my inference can help you. Your friend, Dr. Strange. After reading the contents of the note, Eyre frowned deeply. He handed the note to Royale and Fry to read while he quickly thought. I have an impression of the tragedy in Lesh Town in 1322. So it was caused by the projection of an abyssal. This person who called himself Dr. Strange had written down the process of his inference in detail. It didn't seem like he was speaking carelessly. With this in mind, Eyre instructed his two Nighthawks who had finished reading the note. Royale, go to the police station and get them to help search for the young man whose birthday corresponds to the date on Blue Planet and confirm their current location. Then, inform the machinery hive mind and the mandated punishers about this information and get them to send reinforcements to the Greenhill Mental Asylum as soon as possible. Yes, Captain, Royale answered first, then asked hesitantly, Captain, do you really believe what this Dr. Strange said? The content he wrote, in the beginning, should be real, but the name he gave at the end is completely baseless. Perhaps he's trying to divert us. Whether it's real or fake, we have to investigate it. Besides, this is the only clue we have at the moment. If this Dr. Strange really wants to get rid of us, there's no need to do so much. Eyre shook his head and said to Fry, return to the company immediately and send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral to report this matter. Fry frowned and said worriedly, Captain, are you going to the mental asylum alone? It's very dangerous. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. Eyre waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, it's settled. Time is of the essence, so we'll take action immediately. After his two teammates left, Eyre read the note written in flowery handwriting again and muttered to himself in puzzlement. This person who calls himself Dr. Strange seems to be very familiar with the dossiers provided to us by the police station. Could it be that the high-ranking deacon of the church happened to pass by? At the same time, Dr. Strange, who Eyre couldn't understand, transformed into a giant bear and slapped a weak man who wanted to stab Dr. Daxter Guderian in the back to the ground. The men struggled a few times, but the giant bear pressed him down with its palm, making him unable to move at all. His ribs were all broken, and one of them had even stabbed straight into his lungs. This made it impossible for him to chant the incantations and cast devil-like spells. Of course, Dr. Strange, who had transformed into a giant bear, wasn't afraid of the so-called spells. Behind the bear, Dr. Daxter, who claimed to have seen plenty of things, stared at the scene in shock, thinking that he was dreaming. Chapter 288, Principles and Return. Under the bear's paw was a young man who didn't seem to be in his 30s. He had short black hair and his gray eyes were filled with coldness. However, Ebner could still see a hint of indignation and puzzlement in his eyes. Unwilling to be suppressed to the point of being unable to move, he was puzzled as to why a giant bear would suddenly appear. Upon seeing this, the giant bear that was transformed from Lilith's tears revealed a human-like smile. It looked rather horrified. Then, the two humans present heard a deep voice coming from the bear's mouth. I'm here to negotiate. Negotiate? Is this how you negotiate? If not for the fact that he was already at a loss for words, the serial killer would have definitely cursed. And the reality was that as the giant bear's claws exerted force, he fainted from the pain. I'm sorry, my negotiation is unilateral and doesn't require your participation. A regretful expression appeared on Ebner's bare face. Towards this kind of serial killer, who killed people to please the devil, he didn't show any mercy at all. He didn't kill him immediately because he wanted to prepare for better mediumship effects. Dr. Daxter Guderian, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had read the serial killer's thoughts the moment he fainted. He had magically followed the man's train of thought and lampooned inwardly. Mr. Killer, you're wrong. There really is such a method of negotiation in reality. For example, Phasacians like to do it. In the southern continent, the Phasacians often chose to negotiate only after beating their enemies until they were completely helpless. Therefore, their diplomatic skills had always been despised by Lone and Intis. After pressing fainting on the serial killer, Ebner gave him a simple treatment to prevent him from dying prematurely. Then, he looked at Dr. Daxter Guderian, who was obediently in front of the spectator. As he simulated his powers, he solemnly said, "You only remember that you were rescued after being attacked, and you didn't see the actual process." As a low-level member of the psychology alchemists, Daxter, who had just advanced to Sequence 8 telepathist, naturally knew that the bear in front of him was using a psychological cue to change his consciousness, and he also had the ability to resist to a certain extent. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he opened up a portion of his body, heart, and mind and completed the cue. His past experiences told him that the more he knew, the more dangerous it was. What a smart man! Ebner marveled inwardly. Then, without any delay, he cast a few earth-related spells and used mud and some plants to create a coffin-like soil crate. He then stored the serial killer inside. After doing all of this, he used the giant bear's powers to use underground slink. The ground beneath his feet immediately softened, turning into a swamp, allowing his body and the crate to sink as they had fallen into a sea. As his figure disappeared, the ground quickly returned to normal without any signs of softening. Daxter Guderian snapped back to his senses and recalled the attack. He felt his heart beating wildly in his left chest. He took a few deep breaths and, relying on his spectator powers, maintained his calm and thought. Although I don't know who saved me, since I was attacked, it means that I became the target of some beyonder or organization. And I'm just a telepathist who doesn't have the ability to fight head-on. The psychology alchemists backing me wouldn't fight against an unknown beyonder for a low-level member like me. Therefore, I only have one choice left. It's to rely on my identity as an informant to seek the protection of the official beyonders. Yes, I can head straight to the police station and get them to help me contact Inspector Klein Moretti. With this in mind, Dr. Daxter Guderian didn't dare delay any further. He returned to his room to pack his belongings and money before leaving the mental asylum to rush to the police station. But before he could walk out the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat walk in. His temperament was very similar to Captain Dunn Smith, whom he knew. Nighthawks. Daxter asked before the men could speak. The person was none other than the acting captain of the Tingen Nighthawks, Ire Harson. He was taken aback by what he heard as he gave the men a deep look before nodding. Yes. Dr. Daxter Guderian, did you encounter anything special? I was just about to look for you. I was attacked just now. Daxter quickly recounted what had just happened, but there was no sign of the giant bear in his description. Ire frowned when he heard that. He didn't fully believe what the men said. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Dr. Guderian, are you a beyonder? Daxter didn't expect her to ask such a question. Confused, he said, of course, I'm an informant that you Nighthawks have developed. At this point, he seemed to think of something and said in enlightenment, yes, my identity should still be confidential. You can ask Klein Moretti. He's my contact. Informant. Why didn't the document that was handed to me mention this? Puzzled, Ire shook his head and said, unfortunately, Klein has already died in the line of duty. What? Daxter's eyes widened. He recalled the scholarly young man and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He sighed and said, it's no wonder he hasn't contacted me for more than a week. He paused and ignored the sorrowful topic before saying, Captain Dunn Smith can testify for me. Unfortunately, Dunn has already died in the line of duty, along with Klein. Ire looked at him and said helplessly. Huh. This time, Daxter was speechless. So, Mr. Daxter, you have to come back to the office with me. Maybe Fry and Royale can prove your identity. When Daxter heard this, he instinctively wanted to escape. This was because he had long learned from the crazy member of the psychology alchemists, Hoodugin, how unaffiliated beyonders would be treated by the officials. He wasn't afraid previously because of his identity as an informant, but now, this identity might very well be gone. However, before he could do anything, he suddenly woke up and saw his lounge. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The coffin made of soil quickly traversed the underground and soon arrived at a rather spacious node he had chosen in advance. Holding back the unpleasant smell that came from his nose, Ebner dispelled the bear mode brought about by Lilith's tears and returned to his human form. Following that, he quickly set up a wall of spirituality and began to perform a dual process of mediumship and retroactiveness on the dying serial killer. A moment later, Ebner opened his eyes and snapped the neck of the young man in the coffin without hesitation. While waiting for the beyonder characteristic to appear, he wore the clothes that he had hidden in the sewers, and he tidied up the information he had just obtained through spirit channeling. The dead youth's name was Kalos Andariel. He was a member of the Blood Sanctify sect and was also a member of the Devil family, Andariel. The reason why he had killed so many people and held the Shadow of Adaba ritual was to summon the projection of a high-ranking devil named after Emperor Roselle, so as to obtain some knowledge and information from him. As he was only a Sequence 7 serial killer, the projection he could summon wasn't very powerful either. Therefore, he didn't expect to start a massacre in Tingen to please the other party. He was purely using them. The reason why the 1322 tragedy at the Rorsted Archipelago's Leshy town happened was that there was no Beyonder team in the town. So it's some organization that has offered a bounty in the Blood Sanctify sect. They're using an Abyss card created by Emperor Roselle as a reward to complete a designated assassination. After hearing the news, this Kalos Andariel was both salivating over the Abyss card, and he was also worried that it was a trap. Therefore, he thought of summoning the devil, Adaba, who was rumored to have interacted with Roselle, to ask him about the exact function of the card of blasphemy, as well as the intelligence regarding the bounty organization. Tisk, TSK. I think that even if that devil named Adebayo knew, he wouldn't dare tell you. Well, I can't be sure. Who knew that such things have the same thoughts as humans? After roughly figuring out the cause and effect of the matter, Ebner silently muttered to himself. Then, he stored the beyonder characteristic that had just seeped out with a tin box. Only then did he simulate psychological invisibility and climb out of a nearby sewer with the corpse of the serial killer. After dragging the corpse to a spot not far from the Blackthorn Security Company, he wrote a letter using the tone of a Doctor of Strange and threw it to the side. Only then did he slowly return to the inn and take another shower to remove the smell of the sewers. After a while, Captain Ayer returned to the company with Dr. Daxter and a few reinforcements from the machinery hive mind and the mandated punishers. The moment they approached, their spiritual perception was triggered as they looked at a mud chest around the corner. As for Ayer, his eyes were even sharper. His attention was soon focused on a piece of paper in front of the suitcase. With a heavy expression, he picked up the letter and read it. Then, his brows eased a little as he muttered to himself in confusion. Who exactly is this Dr. Strange? After showering and lying in bed, Ebner felt the feedback from the Nighthawks, but he was still far from his expectations of acting. However, he had already expected it and wasn't disappointed. He only concluded. It's true that reputation helps in digestion, but the impression the Nighthawks have of me this time is that knowledgeable is probably just a bonus. Mystery and danger are probably their main ideas. That's why the feedback is negligible. In addition, I'll use knowledge to help others resolve problems, but not directly take action to help them resolve them. The situation this time is relatively urgent, so forget it. Next time, I can stay in the shadows. It's better not to show my face. Yes, regarding the complete acting of a polymath, I have a theory. That is, I use the knowledge I have accumulated to solve the problem for others, and the people who receive help will proactively spread my reputation of being a polymath, and then others will seek my help in the name of being polymath. This cycle should be complete acting. Of course, the early stages of knowledge cannot be omitted. Otherwise, once the polymath doesn't live up to its name, the acting cycle will end. The key to the acting of a knowledge keeper is to defend. By informing suitable people of the appropriate knowledge, it will allow the knowledge to continue. As for a polymath, it's more about using knowledge to resolve more problems, reflecting the inherent meaning of omniscience to omnipotence. Although this guess is only my subjective assumption at the moment, I can still find some evidence from my original assumptions. For example, that demigod from the Church of Knowledge in West Balam, Luca. He's a famous wisdom in the Resistance. The leader of the Resistance has to seek his advice on arms dealing. This might be the result of his acting before he became a demigod. In addition, there's no need to mention Vice Admiral Iceberg. Her title of being knowledgeable and strict with her knowledge is known even by Alger, who doesn't have much of a relationship with her. It can be seen how widely it has spread. To put it simply, the acting of a polymath is to make me appear holy in front of others to show off my knowledge, right? All right, I'm familiar with that. Ebner sighed slightly and gave a self-deprecating comment. Then, he used cogitation to force himself to sleep. At the same time, a dossier regarding Dr. Strange was also sent to the various churches by the Nighthawks, the machinery hive mind, and the mandated punishers. However, since no one had seen the appearance of Dr. Strange, nor could they determine his strength, and from his standpoint, he was more inclined toward the officials, so the level of danger wasn't high, so it didn't garner much attention. On Wednesday morning, Ebner left Tingen on the earliest train and arrived in Backlund at noon. As soon as he returned to his villa at 28 King Street, before he could take off his hat, his butler, Mr. Skade, came over and reported. Detective Brian, Duke Negan's secretary came to you before. Duke Negan's secretary? Ebner was taken aback. Why is he looking for me? Does this snitch know that I just killed a member of the Devil family? Yes, he said that out of gratitude for your contributions at the ball, the Duke had bought your former residence and was going to give it to you as a gift of gratitude. Well, he came to you to sign for the house, Mr. Skard recounted meticulously. So it's because of this. I thought Duke Negan was so petty that he only wanted me to bear the brunt of his reputation. So it turns out that there are still some substantial benefits. Ebner was enlightened. He didn't have any special feelings for the original Klein's home, so he only nodded slightly and asked, Mr. Skade, who else came to me? Apart from Miss Zio, only one of Detective's real subordinates, a child named Ian, came here once, Mr. Skade replied after some thought. Chapter 289, The Fool and Judgment. Ian. It should be one of the vagrant children adopted by Detective's real, right? So it was he who entrusted Klein to investigate Zreel's disappearance that led to the assassination of the ambassador for £5. Despite having such thoughts, Ebner didn't take the initiative to ask Ian about the situation. Firstly, Detective Zreel would most likely be dead by now. It didn't matter if he participated in the investigation or not. Furthermore, his relationship with him wasn't good enough to risk his life for him. Secondly, if he intervenes in this case, wouldn't it be very likely that Klein wouldn't have Rosego, the treasure boy, anymore? That way, it would be fine if Mr. Fool was unable to know the subsequent formulas. After all, he still remembers them. But it would be very difficult for the world to come online as scheduled, and that would have a huge impact. If I really delay Klein's growth, I might end up provoking the goddess's interference. After muttering to himself, he decided to pay attention to this matter, but he also maintained a certain distance from it. After resting for a while, he first sent his servants to deliver some of the local specialties he had bought at Enmat Harbor to indicate that he had returned. Then, he took a carriage to the Bravehearts Bar on Iron Gate Street in the bridge area. After handing Caspers the slip of paper with the milk cow written on it, as well as a charm he made that confirmed his identity, and handing it to Miss Sharon, he left and returned to his villa on King Street to continue his studies. Speaking of which, it had been more than a week since he advanced to a polymath, and he had yet to find the subsequent potion formulas. However, he wasn't in a hurry, because he still had the additional knowledge and information source, Dream Maze. Back when he and Zio had cleared the 9, 8, and 7 levels of the Dream Maze with Mr. Gaston, they had obtained a lot of useful information. However, due to his low strength back then, he didn't dare to rashly attempt to enter level 6 or 5, which were rather dangerous. He could only regretfully leave for the time being. And now, with the ability to simulate many Sequence 6 abilities, Ebner was already quite confident in passing through the 2 levels. All he needed to do was fully analyze and learn a Sequence 5 ability as his trump card before he prepared to set off for Demir Island. As for the rule in the Dream Maze Tower that only Sequence 7 powers could be used in the 6 or 5 levels. This wasn't a problem for Ebner, who had the white eye. The days of immersing himself in studying often flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday, the 22nd of September. On this day, Zio and Furs, who had come to Viscount Slane's house to participate in the salon, were once again guided by Miss Audrey. And this time, Audrey's target was clearly Furs, and not Miss Zio, who looked very smart. When she returned home at night, Furs took out an ancient-looking piece of paper from the gap of a book named Geography of the Fasak Empire. However, the honorific name written on the paper looked very familiar to her. She couldn't help but lampoon to Zio. Why would Viscount Slane's book have the honorific name of the evil god? Could it be that this evil god had many believers in the past, so he had copied everything? But why haven't I heard of him? When Zio heard Furs say the word evil god, the corners of her eyes couldn't help but twitch. She hurriedly repented to Mr. Fool and prayed that he would forgive her friend for being disrespectful. Through the 2 tarot gatherings, she had already come to believe that the mysterious existence above the grey fog was indeed a god with a good temper. He was also very friendly to his believers, so she decided to confess to Mr. Fool that Miss Justice had recommended her. She also recommended Furs to him, although she felt that the great king of yellow and black knew of this trivial matter. At the same time, she secretly lampooned what Furs had just said. Mr. Fool doesn't have many believers, but you happen to have 3. Seeing Zio not reply, Furs wasn't surprised. She stuffed the ancient piece of paper back into the book and asked, "You're dressed so neatly. Why are you heading out so late at night?" "Yes, I just received an interrogation mission. It's at Sherwood Borough Police Station. It's quite close." Zio thought for a moment and answered without hiding anything. "How did MI9 notify you?" Furs widened her eyes and looked around. She asked in puzzlement, "We were together the entire time and didn't notice any outsiders coming." Zio pointed in the direction of her room and said with a smile, "Do you know of something called a telegram? This is a tool that every official member of MI9 will issue. You're a full-time job. When did you do it? You didn't even treat me." Furs immediately hugged Zio from behind as she yelled. Sherwood Borough, Rice Police Station. Klein was huddled on a very short bench with a bunch of thieves and drunkards, looking very disgraceful. He recalled what had happened today. It was normal for him to go to Inventor Leopard's house in the morning to invest in a bike, but who knew that he would be attacked by the executioner of this manger gang, Massault, the moment he got home at night. He had no choice but to kill him, only to learn that he was backed by an ambassador during the spirit channeling. This made him have no intention of destroying the evidence. He could only report the case to the police after placing the relevant evidence in the junk pile above the grey fog. He also made it clear that the incident involved the ambassador of another country, so as to attract the attention of the officials. However, when asked about his faith, he blurted out, "God of steam and machinery," making him feel a little guilty towards the goddess. Upon recalling this, as a former inspector, Klein looked at the thief on the left who had been cuffed to the pipe. Then, he looked at the drunkard on the right who could vomit at any moment but kept yelling about hitting him. He sighed at his current situation, unsure when he would be able to free himself. There should be another test. If I pass it, I'll be fine. I hope the police will focus their attention on the ambassador and this manger gang and ignore the problem of my origins as a puny detective. In theory, there's a high chance. As long as Mrs. Sammer, lawyer Jurgen, and the others don't say anything that would interest the police. Yes, they just got to know me, so it's impossible for them to know too much. Massault's beyonder characteristic was taken away by me and hidden above the grey fog. He didn't leave behind any oddities, so no one would discover that he was once a beyonder, nor would they doubt my strength. As Klein consoled himself, he saw the sergeant named Faxine walk over. Sherlock Moriarty, come with me to the interrogation room, Sergeant Faxine instructed. Then, as if he recalled something, he softly reminded him, although the person who interrogated you had the title of the fear that cannot be seen, she's not a bad person. As long as you don't try to hide the truth, she won't punish you. Thank you very much. Klein whispered. At the same time, he secretly lampooned, the fear that cannot be seen. What kind of crappy nickname was that? Could it be that he couldn't see because he was too short and was blocked by the interrogation table? Of course, despite his lampooning, he still got up and followed the sergeant. After going around the corner, Sergeant Faxine stopped in front of an iron door and motioned for Klein to enter. Klein took a breath and slowly exhaled. He twisted the handle and opened the door. It was a small room with thick walls. In the middle was a short table with chairs on both sides. Under the elegant gas lamp's illumination, Klein clearly saw the interrogator opposite him. It was a yellow-haired girl in a knight's training uniform. She stood behind the table, at most a little over 1.5 meters tall. She had some baby fat on her cheeks, and her facial features were delicate and soft. However, her eyes didn't seem to grow, and she looked rather young. This outfit. This hairstyle. This height. I think I've seen it before in a late-night live stream. This. Could this be misjudgment? Chapter 290, MI. Miss Zio should be a spy from MI9. In other words, my case has been referred to the military. Klein thought in relief. As long as he wasn't a nighthawk, everything was fine. Elsewhere, Zio had already obtained the relevant information regarding the case from her colleague before she arrived at the police station. Although she was surprised that MI9 would hand over such a case, which seemed to have very high confidentiality, to a new official like her, she still drew up the interrogation process with a responsible attitude. She carefully sized up the detective who nervously walked into the interrogation room, but she didn't sense anything related to evil, chaos, or madness from him. After relaxing her guard, she decided not to treat him as a prisoner. Don't be nervous. In front of me, all you have to do is tell the truth. Although she wasn't tall, Zio Dericha straightened her back and spoke in a deep voice. The domineering air she exuded made one involuntarily wish to obey her. All right, ma'am. As Klein answered, he thought, if I had Miss Zio's might, then Mr. Fool's disguise would definitely be more successful. Zio nodded noncommittally. Then, she took out about 8 black and white photos from a nearby folder and spread them out on a small table. She said to Klein, try to identify these photos and find the ambassador who met Massault. At the same time, Zio, who had entered her interrogator state, used her corresponding beyonder powers to give the detective in front of her some mental pressure to prevent him from lying to her. Klein felt as though an electric whip was being raised high in his mind. The warning of extreme pain made him unwilling to lie. He knew that this was the whip of pain from the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 7 interrogator. Back when he was watching the late-night livestream, he had seen Misjudgment demonstrate the powers to Mr. Tower, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Of course, personally experiencing it isn't like watching a live broadcast, and directly facing the premonition of pain isn't pleasant either. Thankfully, Klein didn't have to lie and really experience what the whip of pain was like. After a moment of identification, he pushed a photo in Miss Zio's direction. It was none other than the middle-aged gentleman who was dressed ostentatiously. Zio glanced at it and immediately had an idea, but she didn't say anything. She asked again. Was the testimony you gave at the police station the truth? Klein was like when he was forced into a dream, maintaining his lucidity and rationality. He didn't yield to the whip in his mind as he sincerely replied. Everything is real. Zio leaned forward and glanced at the table of questions she had drawn up. With her hands on the table, she said. When was the last time you saw Ian Wright? Yesterday morning, Klein said with great difficulty, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. I tailed Massault and found Detective Zreel's body. As I didn't want to deal with the police, I took Ian to identify the body and told him to call the police. Zreel's body was in the sewer entrance at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in East Borough. After a brief silence, Zio finally nodded. Klein felt the massive pressure disappear along with the whip in his mind. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Detective. You may leave. Zio walked around from behind the table and handed him a cup of warm water. Klein thanked him, but he didn't dare to drink the water. He stood up with the cup in hand and opened the door, as though a ferocious beast was behind him. Zio stared at his back and sighed slightly. She said to herself, am I that terrifying? In addition, I deliberately broke a leg of the table and stood there the entire time. No one will call me invisible horror, right? On the other side, after Klein left the interrogation room, his footsteps appeared a little more frivolous. He felt that this was more tiring than fighting assault. Any mistakes would completely crush his mind, and he would answer whatever the other party asked. No, if it wasn't for the fact that my spirit body is special and that I've been subjected to the test of ravings and screaming for extended periods of time, allowing me to maintain my calm and rationality in certain situations, I probably would have collapsed. At that point, if Miss Zio were to ask, what other hidden identities you have, and I answered the fool, the scene would be too beautiful. After lampooning himself, Klein returned to the corridor, his back feeling cold. At this moment, Sergeant Faxine, who had warned him, came over and said, "Come with me to fill out the forms. Lawyer Jurgen is waiting to bail you out." Phew. Klein secretly exhaled and completely relaxed. He knew that the danger had finally passed. After the interrogation, Zio tidied up the results she received and left the police station. She took a carriage to the address her golden-masked superior had left her in the telegram. It was an office building in MI9. It was located at West Borough's Bellotto Street, an inconspicuous three-story building. There was no indication of his identity at the door. All she did was simply hang a door sign. 9. The core of the office building was underground, and above it were the clerks. Of course, most of the beyonders who were under MI9 wouldn't go underground for no reason. The environment there was bad, and the atmosphere was oppressive. There could be accidents at any time due to the failure to watch over sealed artifacts. After showing her identification, Zio successfully entered the office building and came to a room at the corner of the second floor. When the golden masked man saw Zio enter, he greeted her first before asking in a deep voice, "How's the situation?" Zio didn't speak further as she handed over the document with the interrogation results. The golden masked man read the note seriously and said with a smile, "You did well on your first official mission. However, I have a feeling that this case isn't simple. You still have to continue investigating. Why would a rookie like me be involved in such a sensitive case?" Zio couldn't help but ask. For some baffling reason, she had become an official member of MI9, and she had inexplicably received such a confidential case. Furthermore, she had once been deliberately targeted by some of MI9's upper echelons. How could she not have any questions? "Don't worry, it's actually a good thing." The golden masked superior consoled her with a smile before explaining, "Her Highness Vela took a liking to you, so she didn't nitpick on your identity. She made an exception to promote you to an official member and gave you a heavy responsibility from the very beginning." Her Highness? Who is that? Zio looked at her superior in confusion. Those who could be addressed as Your Highness were likely important members of the royal family. However, according to what she knew, none of His Majesty George III's 5 children were named Vela. Her Highness Vela is the daughter of the mighty William Augustus VI, His Majesty's youngest sister. The golden masked superior had clearly been given the authority to do so, so he didn't hide the truth. William Augustus VI. Zio's only understanding of the late king, who had passed away before she was born, was a portrait with a thick beard and a determined look in a 1-pound note. His Majesty's sister. But why would Her Highness Vela think so highly of me? Even though Zio knew the reason why she had become an official member, she was still filled with puzzlement. Heh, back when you were summoned to the bridge to stop those monsters, Her Highness was the one leading the team. I guess it's because you left a deep impression on Her Highness that time. Zio's superior didn't beat around the bush and shared his theory. So the disciplinary paladin who led the team was Her Highness. Zio thought for a moment before remembering a handsome and beautiful face. She said in enlightenment, "It's no wonder our team didn't get punished for escaping in the end." To be honest, she had always thought that MI9 would confiscate the recruitment reward for her escape, but in the end, not only did they hand it over honestly, but she had even changed sides. So His Highness is the one memorizing the book. Cough. Cough. The golden maskman choked on her honest words and pretended not to hear it. He changed the topic and said, "Before you came back, my subordinates had already investigated Ian Wright's general whereabouts for the past few days. You don't have to worry about the rest, but you're the most suitable person to communicate with." "Yes, quickly confirm Ian's purpose in finding him." "I'm the most suitable candidate." Zio received the documents in puzzlement before seeing the name, Ebner Bryan, on the first page. Late at night, the sound of knocking on the window woke up the sound of the sleeping Ebner. Chapter 291, Klein's Thoughts. 28 Golden Street, in the bedroom on the 3rd story of the villa. As Zio ate the dessert that Mrs. Skade had prepared for her daily, she told Ebner about what had happened today. In other words, "You went to the police station to interrogate a detective named Sherlock Moriarty and confirmed that this is a major case involving foreign spies?" Ebner asked with a slightly odd expression. After misjudgment cleansed the fool, she began interrogating the fool again. "If I were to tell this operation to the future Miss Hermit, I wonder if she can come up with some strange, mystical reenactment." Zio naturally couldn't hear the criticisms in Ebner's mind. She saw the odd look on his face, but she didn't think too much about it. She nodded and recounted what she had seen and heard from MI9 in detail. Finally, she asked. That youth named Ian came to you. As you know, I wasn't in Backlund before, Ebner said with a shrug. But from your attitude, I have a nagging feeling that you know why he's here. Zio thought, but she didn't ask further. There had to be a reason why he didn't want to say it. At this point, Zio trusted her friend very much. Furthermore, the main reason why she came to Ebner's house late at night wasn't because of the MI9 mission, but because she wanted to find a safe place to pray to Mr. Fool. She wanted to inform Mr. Fool of Miss Justice's misunderstanding, as well as her friend's predicament, and pray for him to bless her at the corresponding time. Pray to Mr. Fool. At this moment. After hearing Zio's intentions, Ebner's expression turned even odder. Misjudgment, you nearly lashed Mr. Fool with the whip of pain in the interrogation room just now, and now you're disturbing his sleep in the middle of the night. Is that really okay? Zio clearly had other misunderstandings about Ebner's expression as she said helplessly, I also know that I'm a little rash. After all, I haven't accumulated enough contributions from Mr. Fool. I haven't even finished repaying the Roselle diary I owe you. But tomorrow is the night of the full moon. You know about Furza's situation as well. Although she tried her best to hide it, I realized that she had been holding on all this time. If nothing unexpected happens, Furz should be able to survive this time. She was originally pulled into the gray fog by Mr. Fool during the next full moon. But the plot has already been pushed to this point by my butterfly, so nothing is certain. Therefore, Zio's worries are reasonable. Ebner nodded thoughtfully, and then he heard Zio continue. In addition, I also need your help. As this involves the Intis ambassador's case, I might not have the time to return home tomorrow night. Can you help me keep an eye on Furz? Once she really can't hold on any longer. Let her recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. Furz probably read it herself, so there's no need for me to get involved. With this in mind, Ebner nodded without hesitation. No problem. Seeing that Ebner had agreed, Zio heaved a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. For her, Ebner was much more reliable than she was on such a major matter. As she relaxed, Zio recalled the scene of the three of them having a meal at East Borough's restaurant. She felt that there was deep meaning in what Ebner had said back then and couldn't help but ask. I remember that you told Furz the first time you met her that the problem with her can only be resolved by praying for the blessings of a deity. Back then, we all thought that you were being perfunctory. Now that I think about it, were you already hinting at us to pray to Mr. Fool? Hint. That's not a hint. It's just a prophecy about your future in a certain sense. Ebner also recalled the scene back then. Although it had only been less than 4 months, it felt like it had happened a long time ago. Back then, he was a warrior who dared to say anything. It was nothing like now. He even hid the tiny matter of the Intis ambassador. Although this matter involved a Bravehearts who dared to challenge the two pillars. After a self-deprecating laugh, Ebner reined in his scattered thoughts and deliberated over his words. You're overthinking things. I hadn't entered Mr. Fool's kingdom back then. Even Mr. Fool himself was hanging in Sapphira Castle back then. Zio nodded in a noncommittal manner and didn't press further. She then put down the cake and sweet iced tea and piously lowered her head as she chanted softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the terrace house at Sherwood Borough's 15 Minsk Street. Mr. Fool wasn't asleep at the moment. He had just explained to his landlord, Mr. Sammer, and his wife about killing someone at home, and he had received their understanding. This made Klein, who had been in fear the entire night, sigh inwardly. Mr. and Mrs. Sammer are, in essence, still nice people. If it were a mean landlord, I would have been refunded and asked to get lost after what happened tonight. After returning to his rented apartment, Klein tidied up the furniture that had been destroyed during the fight before getting ready for bed. But at that moment, he suddenly heard stacked illusory pleas. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein, who repeatedly confirmed that he wasn't under strict surveillance, finally took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived in this mysterious space. He glanced at the constantly shrinking crimson star and confirmed that the prayer was from Misjudgment. What would happen to Misjudgment? Could it be that she wants to report the ambassador's case to me? Or did she encounter danger while investigating the case? Regardless of which it was something he desperately wanted to know. Therefore, as Klein sat in the fool's seat, he extended his right hand and emanated his spirituality to touch the corresponding crimson star. Suddenly, the pleas became clear and layered. Klein quickly understood what Judgment was talking about. He was somewhat disappointed that he received no useful information, but he found Miss Judgment's report rather interesting. The friend Miss Justice spent so much effort to pull into the gathering had long been recommended to me by Mr. Tower. It's no wonder Miss Judgment had to disguise herself to that extent at the Tarot Club. This world sure is small. After sighing a few times, Klein turned his attention to the second thing Miss Judgment had reported. Ravings during the full moon. Suspected to come from the ancestor of the Abraham family. How should I resolve this? It seems like a secret deed doesn't have such an effect. Besides, with the morning star of depravity gone, I don't have any other high-level items to replace it. Wait, based on Miss Judgment's description, the lady named Furs only showed signs of losing control when she heard the ravings. Then, would she be able to calm down and improve if she stopped hearing them? Yes, if that lady really can't hold on any longer and prays for my help, I'll pull her into the grey fog as a guest. As for whether I'll let her join the tarot club, I'll think about it after I become a Sequence 7. There's nothing I can do at the moment. Furthermore, this way, Miss Judgment will be in debt to the fool, and I can openly order her to help me investigate certain matters. Chapter 292, Actions of All Parties. Inside the Intis embassy located in the West District of Backlund, Ambassador Bakerland Jean Mudun, with his gaunt face and a hint of stubble, frowned as he reviewed the compiled intelligence at hand. He then rang the bell on the corner of the desk, summoning the butler waiting outside his study. The person who entered was a middle-aged gentleman dressed impeccably. Bakerland looked at him and, in a polite tone, said, "Mr. Cotton, please bring Rosego here." This butler not only served as the housekeeper of the embassy but also acted as the protector of the ambassadors, as well as the chief military officer of the embassy, a Sequence 5, Constellations Master. He also had certain connections with the Church of Steam and Machinery. "Please wait a moment, Your Excellency." Cotton bowed respectfully, his movements precise and graceful, without a single flaw. After Cotton left, Bakerland exhaled unconsciously. For some reason, he always felt immense pressure around this butler. Coupled with Cotton's rigid personality and complex background, Bakerland didn't fully trust him. Many of the underhanded tasks were left to Rosego and the intelligence personnel they secretly recruited. Fortunately, Cotton was strictly focused on his own duties and showed no interest in anything else. Not long after, Rosego, with his black hair, blue eyes, handsome face, and a faint beard, entered the office alongside Cotton. After Cotton left and carefully closed the door, Bakerland handed a document to Rosego and said, "Merceau failed and exposed our connection to a detective. Now MI9 is involved. Those simple-minded Highlanders are indeed unreliable." After carefully reading the report, Rosego quickly deduced, although Merceau had only recently become a hunter, he's not someone an ordinary person could easily kill. That detective is likely an extraordinary individual with a certain degree of combat ability. And also skilled in spirit communication. However, he's unlikely to be a mid-sequence. Based on the police's investigation, it seems he won by sheer luck. I'm not interested in the detective's information. I want to know the whereabouts of that kid, Ian. Beckrin poured himself a glass of Almere wine, took a delicate sip, and continued, "Don't worry about the Storm Church deacon who's chasing you. I'll have the shadow distract him for now." Rosego's previously hesitant expression relaxed upon hearing this, and he nodded, "I'll have concrete information by Monday at the latest." "Good." Bakerland nodded in satisfaction, then took a full bottle of Almere wine from the wine cabinet and handed it to Rosego with a smile. "This is from 1286, from the Vineyard Estate. It's worth over £400. I know you've been eyeing it for a while, consider it a gift." "Thank you." A hint of surprise flashed in Rosego's blue eyes. On Sunday evening, following the address Ian Wright had given him, Klein arrived at the Brave Bar on Irongate Street. Inside the billiard room, he found Caspus. "The old man sent you." Caspus, a man with a big nose dressed in a linen shirt, scrutinized Klein for a while before speaking in a deep voice, "Follow me." The so-called old man was Zerial, a detective whom Caspus knew, a borderline friend who also happened to be an extraordinary individual. Because of this connection, Caspus trusted Klein, at least to some extent. Later, Caspus agreed to Klein's request to buy a gun, selling him a custom-made revolver and 50 bullets for £3 and 10 soldi. Klein tested the empty gun, loaded 5 bullets, and slid the revolver into the holster he had previously purchased. After packing away the remaining bullets, he looked up at Caspus and hesitantly asked, "If I wanted to hire a powerful bodyguard, who should I look for?" "A very powerful one, someone beyond the limits of ordinary humans." Caspus rubbed his reddened nose, his gaze growing cold as he stared at Klein. After a few moments, he replied, "If you have no other trouble, I'd suggest hiring a reputable mercenary team or a well-known detective to protect you." "Well, if you don't have connections, I can introduce you to Hero Detective Brian. I'm sure you've heard of his reputation. But of course, there's a referral fee." "A regular mercenary team. Seems like you're aware of the Night Watchers, the Heart of the Machine, and the Punishers, right? Too bad I'm avoiding them like the plague. I can't risk entering their line of sight. As for the Hero Detective, isn't that Mr. Tower? I didn't expect Mr. Tower to have such a wide network. He's even got people helping him gather clients in places like this." With Mr. Tower's strength, he'd definitely be able to protect me. But how could I dare have a famous detective, who's both scholarly and good at observation and deduction, around me? Within a few days, he'd probably figure out all my secrets. And besides, Mr. Tower is close to Miss Daly. He might have even seen my photo. If he casually mentions me to her, I'd be thoroughly investigated by the church. Klein bitterly smiled to himself and shook his head slightly, offering no further explanation to Caspus. Understanding Klein's intention, Caspus fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "In that case, I can ask around, but I can't guarantee that anyone will take the job. A man with connections on both sides of the law. No wonder he's the boss who monopolizes the underground business." Klein smirked slightly and replied, "No matter the result, please allow me to express my gratitude in advance." A short while later, under Caspus' lead, Klein entered a dimly lit card room and met Marek, who was playing cards with a group of zombies. When Klein explained that he had offended a powerful figure with state-level backing, Marek, who had a slightly manic and malicious look in his eyes, froze as if he had turned to stone. It took him nearly a minute to slowly say, "Get out." "Huh?" Klein was momentarily stunned, not realizing what Marek meant until the man turned and walked back to the card table. Only then did Klein understand, the deal had fallen through. You're playing cards with a bunch of zombies, acting all high and mighty, yet you got scared off just like that. You seemed a little crazy earlier. Muttering inwardly, Klein left the card room, resigned. After gathering some information on extraordinary gatherings from Caspus, he decided to return the next evening. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein didn't waste any charcoal and went straight to his bedroom. He drew the curtains, isolating the room from the outside world. To buy himself some time and delay any possible attacks from the ambassador, Klein wrote down the intelligence he divined about Ian Wright on a piece of paper. "I don't know Ian Wright's whereabouts. After discovering Zerial's corpse, I never saw him again. However, through my own channels, I learned that Ian Wright had once appeared at the telegraph office on Brougham Street." After writing, Klein didn't fold or burn the paper with his spirituality. Instead, he left it spread out on the desk, in full view. Staring at the paper for a moment, he returned to his bed but didn't immediately sleep. He peeked through the curtains at the bright, round red moon outside, then ascended to the grey fog, ready to assist Miss Furs if needed. Simultaneously, Ebner had been hiding in Zio and Furz's rented house, having long since simulated psychological invisibility. Seeing the full moon rise outside the window, he quietly opened the door and entered Furz's bedroom. There, he witnessed Furs suddenly sit up in bed, pressing her hands against her ears and rolling back and forth as if struggling against some illusory whispers. Chapter 293, Issuing Tasks and Accepting Tasks. On Monday morning, since he hadn't been able to locate any Roselle diary pages last week, Ebner, now indebted to Klein, had no choice but to resume his fabrication endeavors. First, he mimicked Roselle's tone, lavishing compliments on a certain lady's beauty and charm, before taking things to a more intimate level. Although, naturally, Ebner left the specifics unwritten. He believed that no matter how unrestrained Roselle might be, he wouldn't write his own NSFW passages. On the second page, Ebner introduced some information about the aberration pathway. Previously, on his journey to Emmett with Dunn, he had learned that Cohen Lee was still alive due to Lena's intervention. Having already explained the law of indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics to Klein through the Source Fortress, Ebner surmised that Klein was unlikely to inquire of Mr. Azek about the captain's cannibalism incident, as in the original novel. This would likely leave Klein lacking some insight into aberrations, so Ebner planned to fill in the gaps. After carefully reviewing his fabricated diary a few times to ensure accuracy, Ebner then deliberately expanded the handwriting and copied it onto another sheet of paper. As for the original draft, he burned it to ashes. After noon, Zio visited once again, though this time, she entered through the door. She spent some time setting up a disguise in Ebner's study before calling him in, striding in confidently on her 10-centimeter high heels. The balanceability of the clown is really useful, Ebner thought to himself as he observed her appearance. Then he brought up a separate matter. Last night was risky, Furs might not make it through the next full moon. Zio nodded solemnly. I'll lay more groundwork this month, so she'll be more open to accepting Mr. Fool. Something about that phrasing struck Ebner as odd, but he kept his thoughts to himself as Zio continued. Moreover, Mr. Fool is a god who adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. Though he's willing to help Furs, I can't assume that's a given. There should be something in return, though I'm not sure what Mr. Fool might need besides Roselle's diary. Money would help, although at this stage, what's probably bothering him the most is the Intis ambassador's threat. Wait, if Klein issues the mission to assassinate the ambassador at the Tarot meeting later, maybe I'll take it up. That way, I'd have a solid reason to let Klein invite Furs into the meeting. This would also save Miss Justice the need to hand over £10,000 to Mr. A for a cheaper solution. As for whether I can handle it, Ebner thought it shouldn't be an issue. After all, the original novel described all the ambassador's techniques quite clearly, giving him a clear advantage. The familiar grey fog and indistinct figures appeared before her eyes as the newly promoted Audrey, now sequence 8, rose halfway, lifted her skirt slightly, and warmly greeted the tarot members. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Since last week, she had begun this routine greeting, and neither the Hanged Man nor the Tower had objected. After all, Miss Justice's cheerful disposition was contagious, and they had no complaints. As for Judgment and Sun, they paid no mind to such details. Already in spirit vision, Klein glanced at Miss Justice and chuckled softly. "Welcome, our mind reader. Audrey gave a restrained smile, responded modestly, then turned to face the opposite side. "Mr. Hangman, it's time to submit your 6 pages of diary entries for the week. Maybe Mr. Fool would reflect on them afterward and share a bit more common knowledge with us." She tilted her lips in anticipation. Alger nodded and began to manifest 6 pages of Roselle's diary with Klein's assistance. Previously, he had considered whether to ask Mr. Fool if he could submit the remaining entries directly through a sacrifice ritual, but since Mr. Fool didn't seem too interested and hadn't mentioned it, he abandoned the idea. This fit his understanding well. Roselle's diary was of some use to the godlike Mr. Fool, but not of great importance. He would collect them but was never in a hurry. Ebner also materialized his fabricated diary and said as he waited for Mr. Fool to take it, "After this, I still owe you 2 pages. "Very good." Mr. Fool, Klein, nodded slightly and let the 8 pages flash into his palm. Instead of reading the diaries, he looked up at the 5 members on either side, tapped the ancient long table with his fingers, and said with a low chuckle, "I have a task to assign." With Klein's growing knowledge of mysticism and the beyonder world, and with him gradually experimenting with some of the abilities of the space above the gray fog, he no longer felt as guilty as before when facing members like Justice. He had stopped always trying to maintain an air of mystery just to prevent the more perceptive Tower and Hanged Man from seeing through his facade. He now understood that although the gods in this world were incredibly powerful and mysterious, they weren't omniscient or omnipotent. Simply put, gods had limitations, and they, too, could encounter difficulties. Thus, in recent tarot meetings, Klein had consciously added character traits to gradually mold himself into an almost godlike being hindered by certain constraints, much like the ancient god in Revival, as Tower might interpret it. In this way, even if he occasionally showed a lack of understanding on certain matters or sought assistance, it wouldn't arouse the suspicions of the tarot members. Of course, the foundation of all this was that through his previous efforts, Klein had firmly established his godlike image in their minds with Azek's powerful display as his blessed follower. Even the worldly wise Tower had been convinced, unable to see through the charade. A task. Miss Justice's ears pricked, her eyes widened, full of surprise, expectation, and nervousness. She distinctly remembered that this was the first time Mr. Fool had officially issued a task. At the same time, as a mind reader, she keenly observed that although the Hanged Man appeared unchanged, he was actually highly tense, and Miss Judgment was also visibly excited, as if she had long anticipated a commission from Mr. Fool, whereas the Sun regarded this as a normal occurrence. Well, only Mr. Tower remained as calm as ever, showing no hint of surprise. Perhaps this was the confidence of the strong. "You may choose to accept or decline," Klein said lightly, using the clown ability to keep his tone casual. "One of my followers has arrived in Backlund and wishes to accomplish something but is unable to act in person." "Another follower?" The Hanged Man nodded as if contemplating this, showing no surprise. "Wonder what sequence this follower is." I still owe payment to Mr. Fool's previous follower. Although the Hanged Man covered the costs, and Mr. Fool wouldn't value money, I did call on him for help. Plus, the Hurricane Lieutenant was killed by his follower. Maybe his follower needs some funds. Miss Justice thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. Miss Judgment, meanwhile, resolved to give her utmost to any task Mr. Fool might assign, as gratitude for his promised help for furs. And Mr. Tower was just barely containing his laughter, trying not to let Mr. Fool notice he knew this was all an act. Chapter 294, Issuing Commissions. The Hanged Man Alger also had his eyes on this task, but after seeing that Tower was interested in attempting it, he gave up the idea. In his mind, Tower was a powerhouse comparable to, or perhaps even surpassing, a pirate admiral. Since he had expressed interest, it meant the matter was practically in the bag and didn't require Alger's interference. Nearby, son Derek remained detached from the discussion. For him, terms like Intis, Ambassador, or Beckland were all unintelligible. Out of trust for Tower, Klein also relaxed for the moment and shifted his gaze to the diary in his hand, first picking up the 6 pages presented by the Hanged Man. The first 2 pages were consecutive, obviously copied from the original front and back. After carefully reading these 2 pages, Klein couldn't help but think to himself, so much information. Through the content, he learned the name of a Sequence 1 potion for the first time, rather than relying solely on inference about terms like Fool, Black Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Monarch. Just as the Emperor had mentioned, the titles like Mercury Snake and Fate Snake indeed inspired awe. And this is also the first time I've learned of a Sequence 2 potion corresponding to the Seer pathway. Miracle Maker is a pretty decent name, rich in meaning and quite dignified. Of course, compared to profit on the fate pathway, it feels a bit lesser. Fate is merely a part of the seer pathway. Not even its main component. I must remember this, always examining myself against it to avoid veering toward fate too much, which could lead to a failed act. If I compare Zarathal's statements with other information, they seem consistent. The monster pathway is indeed the true pathway of fate. So profit is sequence 2, I suppose I already knew one sequence 2 after all. While his eyes remained on the page, Klein pondered his sequence's progression. Due to the experiences of digesting the seer and clown potions, and from his transformation from observing fate with caution to a slight foreknowledge of it, albeit still feeling helpless before it, Klein had gradually equated the core of his extraordinary pathway with a deeper understanding of fate. Without this diary, he might very well have used this assumption to interpret and perform future sequences. As for the question of whether Zarathal was lying, Klein was currently sure of one thing: the monster pathway was absolutely a fate sequence. This matched both the descriptions he had seen in Night Watcher's internal documents and what he had long heard of as prophet. Since there existed a fate sequence, the seer pathway likely wouldn't overlap with it, which would create a certain redundancy, conflicting with the distinct traits each sequence pathway displayed. Thus, Klein leaned toward believing Zarathal's words, leaning toward fate being only a part of the seer pathway, and not even its core component. These 2 pages of the diary were invaluable to me at this stage. Alchemist and Mystic Scholar seem to be high sequences in the generalist pathway. From Rozelle's tone, they definitely don't belong to sequence 2 or 1, meaning one is likely sequence 4 and the other sequence 3. It's currently unclear which is which. Klein gathered his thoughts, turned the diary pages, and continued reading. As for why the life school only worshipped the moon and didn't revere the goddess of the night, who symbolized the crimson moon, he couldn't delve into it due to limited information. The 3rd page detailed Rozelle's journey in creating a practical steam engine. It showed his oscillation between fear of being suppressed and dread of having his invention seized by powerful figures. His paranoia of being persecuted permeated every line. Who would have thought that Emperor Rozelle, self-proclaimed star of his era, would have such apprehensions and anxieties? Klein's mouth twitched as he flipped to the 4th page. This page mainly described how, after his wife Matilda became pregnant, the emperor keenly sensed a decrease in his own extraordinary characteristics. By consulting Archbishop Van Helsing, he learned that sequences 7 and below don't pass on extraordinary characteristics to offspring, though this wasn't absolute. Sequence 6 and sequence 5 would naturally inherit a portion, albeit small, that wouldn't impact the parent's strength significantly. The child, however, would be born with some extraordinary abilities close to sequence 9, though at the cost of having their pathway predetermined. At higher sequences, inheriting extraordinary characteristics could be controlled. One could choose to pass on none, some, or even all. After reading this entry, 2 phrases came to Klein's mind: the law of extraordinary characteristic indestructibility, and the law of conservation of extraordinary characteristics. The 5th page featured Rozelle's musings on plagiarizing the Count of Monte Cristo. "Oh, Emperor, is there anything you haven't done?" Klein smiled as he turned to the 6th and final page. November 10th, I secretly met with the great pirate Savigny Solomon at White Maple Palace. I promised to help him advance to a higher sequence. The potion names for the Black Emperor pathway are as strange as those on the Witch pathway: corruption, chaos, degeneration, slaughter sequence. However, to match the Black Emperor theme, they took it upon themselves to add titles: Baron of Corruption, Mentor of Chaos, Count of Degeneration, Prince of Slaughter sequence. To ensure Savigny's title has weight in the future, I've decided to secretly appoint him as a court count. Savigny has a son named Nast Solomon, and my intuition tells me he will one day rule the 5 seas. Nast Solomon, the king of the 5 seas, Nast. Nast, who claims to be descended from the Solomon Empire. So he was born during Rozelle's era. Klein was astonished. He quickly recalled the diary from Rozelle's adventures in ruin that he'd read earlier. He had speculated then that Rozelle had likely found and taken the Black Emperor pathway's treasure, advancing to become the Black Emperor. So, Rozelle's acceptance of Nast's father, the great pirate Savigny, might also have been a means to use Solomon's bloodline to retrieve the treasure. Could it be that all those wild things Rozelle did in his later years were truly the result of half losing his mind after advancing? With Miss Justice, now promoted to mind reader, watching from below, Klein knew now was not the time to get lost in thought. He quelled his conjectures and picked up the diary Mr. Tower had submitted. As expected, the 1st page recorded yet another of Rozelle's romantic escapades, this time with a general's wife. As a history major, Klein recalled that this particular general had been loyal to the Sorin royalty and was at odds with Rozelle for some time. In 1173, shortly before Rozelle quelled a rebellion in the rank of colonel, this general had died inexplicably in an ambush by rebels. Could it be that Rozelle secretly plotted his death? And what role did the wife he had an affair with play in this? Reflecting on some recent Backlund tabloids he'd read, Klein couldn't help but think, why do the diary entries Mr. Tower collects always seem to feature scandalous events? Could it be that he's drawn to such material, attracting his own kind? Seeing Klein linger over the diary entry he'd written, Ebner began to feel uneasy, wondering, did he spot a flaw? He shouldn't have, even if it was a scandal. I combined it with historical facts in a realistic way. On the other side, Klein returned to the present moment and read the final diary page. This page was evidently pieced together from entries across multiple diaries, giving it a disorganized feel, but it generally provided Klein with an overview of the aberration pathway's characteristics. The mind is the body's prisoner, and the body is the world's prisoner. Usually indistinguishable from humans, but with repressed instincts, twisted desires always lurking, ready to emerge under specific stimuli, transforming them into monsters who satisfy their bloodlust and desire for violence. One of these aberrations is a werewolf. Piecing together these fragmented bits of knowledge, Klein surmised that someone had meticulously gathered and assembled fragments containing the glyph for aberration in an attempt to decipher the text through comparison, though such an approach was bound to fail. Nodding thoughtfully under the cover of the gray fog, Klein made the diary vanish from his hand and addressed Justice and the others. You are now free to trade or converse. No common knowledge from Mr. Fool today. Justice Audrey felt a little disappointed. Ebner looked at the hanged man beside him and spoke first. Mr. Hangman, do you know any craftsman? He had originally intended to ask Fanny's craftsman for help in making the magical item out of the serial killer characteristic. However, he reconsidered, thinking it might not be wise. After all, it was unclear if Fanny's craftsman had any connection to the authorities, and having a hero detective acquire a serial killer characteristic so soon after the death of one in Tingen, given he'd indeed been in Tingen that night, might as well paint a bullseye on his back and invite association with Dr. Strange. Selling it at a secret gathering was even less appealing to Ebner, as it might create another serial killer, something he'd rather avoid. So after careful consideration, he decided to inquire in the Tarot Club. Although in the original novel, the hanged man had built a relationship with a craftsman after helping Klein sell the werewolf characteristic, he should already have been acquainted with the craftsman before that. After all, the text clearly stated, they had worked together for years, although they might not have been as close at that time. Is Tower asking me to introduce a craftsman? Or to make an item? The hangman Alger quickly analyzed Ebner's intentions and then cautiously replied, I do know one, but we're not that familiar. Are you looking to create a magical item? Chapter 295, Attempt and Revelation. I recently acquired the characteristic left behind by a Beyonder and intend to have it crafted into a corresponding magical item. Ebner got straight to the point, not leaving them in suspense. Another Beyonder has fallen at the hands of Tower. The hanged man Alger's heart stirred as he asked gravely, what pathway is the characteristic from? What sequence? I don't mean to pry into your personal matters, but the craftsman I know has a rather peculiar temperament. Only characteristics that pique his interest would motivate him to take on the task. Usually, peculiar temperament just means you haven't offered enough money. Pay him well enough, and I think this craftsman might set aside those little quirks. Ebner couldn't help but think wryly. After considering for a moment, he realized this was a good segue to another topic, so he didn't hold back. It's a Sequence 7, serial killer, characteristic. Serial killer. Mr. Tower has a grudge against the Blood Sanctify sect. Or perhaps his organization is pursuing a case related to demon. However, Beyonders of the demon pathway are notoriously difficult to deal with, they have outstanding skills in escaping and survival. Even an ordinary Sequence 5 would struggle to track their trail. So for Mr. Tower to be able to kill a serial killer speaks volumes about his strength. As an official Beyonder, Alger had some knowledge of the demon pathway and the Blood Sanctify sect. He silently made a note to inquire into any recent occurrences of serial killings in nearby cities, it might help him pinpoint Tower's identity. Of course, there was a risk of offending Tower, but as long as it was done covertly, Tower probably wouldn't even realize he'd been investigated. After a moment of deliberation, the hanged man Alger nodded and replied thoughtfully, a serial killer characteristic is indeed quite rare. I think this craftsman would be interested. However, I'd require 15% of the final value of the crafted magical item as a brokerage fee. A Sequence 7 characteristic is worth at least £1,000 and is usually hard to come by. Although exceptions exist for paths like demon and aberration, as these pathways carry curses and contaminations that make people reluctant to follow them. Yet, once it's made into a magical item, if the negative effects aren't too severe and the abilities are practical, it could fetch a decent price, probably over £1,500 at least. Based on that calculation, the hanged man's intermediary fee would be around £200 to £300. Acceptable, Ebner thought. After a quick mental tally, he nodded slightly and said, agreed. Seeing their transaction conclude, Justice Audrey, unable to restrain her curiosity, asked, the name, serial killer, sounds rather wicked. Which pathway does it belong to? And how would one act it out? Do you have to, actually kill? I know this one. Back when I was with the Night Watchers, I checked related materials. The serial killer is Sequence 7 of the demon pathway. They wield extensive knowledge and rituals of demon worship, and enjoy using serial murders to please demons. Beyond that, I don't know much. At the head of the table, Klein inwardly answered the question but refrained from speaking. Though his new full persona wasn't omniscient, not even knowing about mid to low sequence information would make him seem too uninformed. So he decided not to risk it. Before Ebner or Alger could answer Miss Justice's question, Judgment Zio, who had spoken little since joining the Tarot Club, suddenly took up the explanation and provided Audrey with a thorough lesson on the characteristics of the serial killer. In fact, Zio hadn't learned everything she knew about the demon pathway and blood sanctify sect from Ebner. Lately, Backlund had seen a string of demon-related murders, so MI9 had distributed some information to its official members, and Zio had recently read through it. As he listened to Zio's detailed response, Ebner's expression turned subtly amused behind the grey fog, realizing her phrasing style had shifted noticeably. I reminded Zio to mind her language before she attended her first tarot meeting. I didn't expect her to take it so seriously. Is she planning to keep up this act permanently? After some internal muttering, Ebner decided to set aside these trivial matters. If Zio wanted to keep her disguise, he'd play along. On the other side, Justice Audrey, after hearing Miss Judgment's explanation, couldn't help but think of the recent serial murders in Backlund. She couldn't resist asking, Mr. Tower, did this characteristic come from the killer who's been committing these recent crimes in Backlund? Good question, Miss Justice. I was wondering how to steer the conversation that way. Ebner's spirits lifted, and he smiled as he replied, no, the one in Backlund is a real demon, and isn't so easy to capture. Then, as if casually, he added, the serial killer whose characteristic I obtained was someone I killed in Tingen. There were multiple reasons Ebner decided to share this information. Primarily, he wanted the members of the Tarot Club to associate his Dr. Strange alias with his Tarot Club persona, Mr. Tower. Of course, he couldn't say it outright, he'd have to leave clues for them to investigate and draw the connection themselves. The core of Mr. Tower's persona within the Tarot Club was erudition, which matched perfectly with his alias as Dr. Strange, who he had carefully crafted to convey the same quality. This way, he could transfer the reputation and prestige of Mr. Tower to Dr. Strange whenever he eventually made his public appearance. While the grey fog would obscure any direct association between Mr. Tower's learned reputation and Ebner himself, the same wouldn't apply to Dr. Strange in the outside world. In other words, a rebranding. With an inward smirk, Ebner observed the reactions of the other members. Tingen. Sitting at the head of the table, the fool, Klein, immediately perked up at this familiar term. Even though he knew the serial killer was dead, having been taken down by Mr. Tower, a twinge of anxiety and worry stirred within him. A serial killer had actually infiltrated Tingen. I hope Melissa and Benson weren't caught up in it, and I wonder if Leonard, Fry, Royale, or Sika were harmed because of it. I need to find a way to check on Tingen's situation. But I can't rush it, I have to be cautious so that I don't endanger Benson and Melissa. Tingen. Justice Audrey was initially disappointed that the villain in Backlund hadn't met their end. Then she mulled over the name, realizing she knew almost nothing about the city. Though she passed by it each year on her way to East Chester, she had never stayed there. Actually, Kant studied at a university in Tingen and likely has connections there. Perhaps I could get some information from him. Since Mr. Tower brought it up, I assume he doesn't mind. Audrey thought as she decided to accept Countess Galia's invitation to the ball on Tuesday evening when she returned. Countess Galia, the wife of Earl Wolf, had invited many familiar nobles and foreign ambassadors to her upcoming ball, including Becklin Jean Martin, as well as Constance Learson, who had recently been recovering at home from poor health. Initially, Audrey had intended to decline the invitation by claiming she was ill, but now she felt much more interested in attending. Tingen. Alger wasn't particularly familiar with the city, but he had vaguely heard that there had been a violent incident there over 2 weeks ago, resulting in the deaths of several night watchers. However, Mr. Tower seems to have deliberately revealed the origin of the serial killer's characteristic. What could he be planning? Just as Alger pondered, Tower suddenly looked at him and remarked meaningfully, from this incident, I think I've deduced the reason Vice Admiral Hurricane sought to assassinate Duke Negan. By initially pulling back the curtain on the mysteries of the Twilight Hermit Order, Ebner was hoping to heighten Klein's vigilance, another goal behind steering the conversation. For what reason? Could it really have been an item that would quickly make him a demigod? Mentioning Kalango's secrets, even a seasoned character like Alger momentarily lost his calm. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a blasphemy card. End of chapter. Chapter 296, every word will be known. Blasphemy card. Alger was momentarily taken aback by the term. After a beat, as if remembering something, he asked hastily, Mr. Tower, by blasphemy card, are you referring to the deck Emperor Roselle crafted, the one rumored to contain the secrets of the 22 divine pathways? Hearing the hanged man's question, both Justice and Judgment turned their gaze toward Tower, eagerly awaiting his response. They had all, to varying degrees, heard whispers of Roselle creating a deck of cards that symbolized some unknown power. It was even rumored that the current popular tarot deck's 22 major arcana were based on this secret deck. That's right. After Emperor Roselle saw the second, blasphemy slate, he created that legendary deck, so I call it the blasphemy cards. Ebner nodded, confirming their suspicions. In the early Tarot Club meetings, the hangman Alger had already shared information on the blasphemy slates with the Fool and Justice, so they weren't surprised to hear of a second slate. Instead, they were eager to know how Mr. Tower had deduced that Kalangos's attempt to assassinate the Duke was related to the blasphemy cards. Miss Judgment, on the other hand, wasn't aware of the blasphemy slates. However, seeing the others act as if they already knew about it, she kept a calm expression, noting down the details to ask Ebner about later. Only the son was genuinely bewildered, unable to grasp what cards were or how they related to blasphemy. Seeing everyone's attention on him, Ebner decided not to hold back any longer. Half truthfully, half fictionally, he explained. I learned something while channeling that serial killer. A mysterious, ancient organization had set a bounty with the Abyss card from the blasphemy cards as the reward, enticing followers of the Blood Sanctify sect into Backlund to carry out an assassination. This bounty was announced around the same time as Vice Admiral Hurricane's death. Therefore, I surmise that the entity luring Vice Admiral Hurricane to attempt Duke Negan's assassination was very likely the same organization, and the reward was a blasphemy card associated with the Sailor Pathway. This explanation contained both insights he gained from channeling and details inferred from the original text. Presented together, the logic was clear, allowing the others to easily follow his reasoning. At least the hangman Alger believed it to be 70 to 80% credible. Suddenly enlightened, he thought, no wonder Kalangos thought he'd soon become a demigod. A blasphemy card, containing the highest secrets of a divine pathway, could indeed create a demigod. It only makes sense. Still, Alger was inherently skeptical, so he instinctively looked to the Fool at the head of the table, hoping for some insight, at the very least, some confirmation of whether Tower's words were true. Justice, seated opposite, was enraged by the notion of an ancient organization constantly attempting to assassinate the Duke, disrupting Backlund's security and order. The presence of Blood Sanctify sect followers had endangered the entire city. Struggling to control her emotions, she took a deep breath to regain her spectator state before asking, Mr. Tower, what is the name of this ancient and mysterious organization? I'll report them to the church. Good question, Miss Justice. Ebner silently praised Audrey once more. However, he didn't answer her. Instead, he stood solemnly and addressed the enigmatic figure shrouded in grey fog at the head of the table. Honorable Mr. Fool, may I reveal this organization's name here? Klein has already read about this organization several times in the Roselle diaries. With my attitude and tone, he should be able to make the appropriate connections and play along with the role I've laid out. Mr. Fool, work with me just this once. While Ebner was inwardly cheering for Mr. Fool, Klein himself was baffled. He glanced at the hanged men and Tower, both waiting expectantly for his response, and inwardly cursed, those two just never stop with the questions. Then he quickly considered his response. I've been having them collect Roselle's diaries, so if I don't respond to a topic as significant as the blasphemy cards, it would seem odd. But what can I say? I don't know anything. Roselle didn't even write about it in his diary. Wait, I do recall several diary entries mentioning an ancient, secret organization subtly influencing world events. I even once griped that he wouldn't just come out and name the organization. The words ancient and secret align with how Tower described this organization. Their use of blasphemy cards as bait to manipulate Beyonders into assassinations might be part of their global influence. If Duke Negan were to die, the kingdom's conservative faction would undoubtedly lose significant political influence, possibly tipping the scales. Additionally, Roselle's use of Chinese to avoid directly naming the organization, coupled with Mr. Tower's serious question about revealing the name. Maybe the organization Tower identified is the same one Roselle joined back then. With these thoughts in mind, Klein leaned back in his chair and, as if casually, looked at Tower, and asked in a relaxed tone, are you referring to the organization that holds the second blasphemy slate and has been secretly influencing world events? The second blasphemy slate. Secretly influencing world events. Everyone in the Tarot Club, save Ebner and the son Derek, was startled by Klein's description. Though they didn't know this organization's specific members or extent of its power, the mere adjectives Klein used gave them a terrifying glimpse of its potential. And judging by the Fool's tone, such a formidable organization seemed insignificant to him. Ebner secretly sighed in relief, thinking, as expected of the clown who can act on a whim. He descended the steps I set up with ease. That's right, it's precisely that organization. Ebner nodded gravely, before pretending to hesitate. You're aware of their characteristic, every word will be known. Before you, this wouldn't matter. But outside of your realm, should anyone inadvertently speak their name, they would instantly be noticed by this organization. Every word will be known. An organization so secretive its name couldn't even be spoken aloud. A powerful organization I'd never known about. Is this the force that drove Kalangos and the Blood Sanctify sect followers? Wait, Mr. Fool mentioned he had another follower who recently arrived in Backlund. Could they also be here to investigate this organization? The upper echelons of this world are far more complex than I ever imagined, filled with even more secrets beyond my comprehension. The hangman Alger gave an almost imperceptible nod, his heart both shaken and thrilled. So Mr. Tower is implying that outside of Mr. Fool's divine kingdom, merely mentioning this terrifying organization's name would cause them to sense it through some method or artifact. That seems to be the implication. An organization so profoundly hidden, so exalted in rank. In some ways, they might even surpass the churches of the seven gods. And Mr. Fool appears to look down upon them. Audrey felt as though she'd suddenly come to understand a great many things. Every word will be known, so that's why Roselle wouldn't even write their name in Chinese. It's not enough to simply avoid saying it, it can't be written either. Thankfully, the realm above the grey fog should be safe. No, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. I'll need to perform a divination after the tarot meeting ends to confirm. At this point, Klein resolved to find a reason to prevent Mr. Tower from revealing the organization's name. He would give his consent only after further confirmation. Of course, Klein was unaware that Mr. Tower felt he had already revealed enough today and had no intention of drawing the attention of that Angel King just yet. End of chapter. Chapter 297, Investigation. Every word will be known. Miss Judgment was silently repeating this phrase to herself, and given what she knew about Ebner, a new possibility occurred to her. Perhaps Ebner's habit of leaving half his intel unsaid was out of concern for this ancient organization. It's even possible that my father's wrongful execution is somehow related to them. If that's the case, perhaps Ebner isn't hiding the truth from me just because I'm too impulsive, but because he genuinely doesn't dare to tell me. But if that's true, how has he managed to carry such a secret without being discovered by this organization? It must be due to Mr. Fool's protection. That would explain why Ebner devotes himself so sincerely to honoring and believing in Mr. Fool, even more so than in the Earth Mother, who has helped him multiple times. As for Ebner's claim to be a servant of knowledge, Miss Zio had long since forgotten about it. And if Zio could reach such conclusions, so could Alger. After a brief moment of contemplation, he arrived at a similar thought and felt a sudden understanding. No wonder Mr. Tower has been so determined to aid Mr. Fool in overcoming difficulties. He likely attracted the attention of that organization long ago, and he's actively seeking Mr. Fool's blessing, working to become one of his chosen to find protection. No, I should say, it's very likely that Mr. Fool accepted him into the Tarot Club with precisely the consideration in mind. It aligns with his philosophy of equal exchange. Indeed, every move of a deity carries purpose. The Sun's case is no different, nor is Tower's. Then what deeper reason could there be behind Mr. Fool first inviting Justice and me to this hall? While pondering this, the hangman Alger heard the soft sound of Mr. Fool tapping on the edge of the bronze long table from his seat at the head, and he looked up, as did the others. Seeing all eyes on him, the Fool Klein chuckled lightly and said, "It's not only speaking their name aloud, even writing it down will be noticed, no matter the language used. In fact, learning about them prematurely will bring no benefit to you." Klein specifically highlighted, even writing it down will be noticed, as a veiled reminder to Tower, cautioning him to be extra vigilant and avoid accidentally drawing the organization's attention. Though he had a feeling Tower's background likely made him less afraid. The hangman Alger found himself fully in agreement with Mr. Fool. There are times when the more one knows, the more danger they're exposed to, unless they have a deity's protection, as Tower does. At this, Audrey realized she might have asked an overly bold question, so she thought it over before saying with poised humility, "Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Tower. However, regarding that organization's name, I'll wait until I've contributed enough and then consult Mr. Fool." Based on Mr. Fool's previous aloof attitude, she was convinced he surely had a way to avoid detection by that organization. Ebner, who had no intention of sharing further secrets, mentally gave Miss Justice a third nod of approval and, following her lead, said, "As you wish, Mississippi." However, Klein couldn't help but be amused, silently griping Miss Justice, "You'll be waiting quite a while to build up the contribution. When it comes to whether it's enough or not, I'm the final authority on that." Once the topic had wrapped up, Derek, who had been silent until now, raised his hand hesitantly, imitating Miss Justice, and asked, "I'd like to obtain the Sequence 8 potion formula for the Barred Pathway. But I don't have any of the pounds you all mentioned." Originally, he'd intended to exchange information about the world Justice and the others lived in, so he'd be less confused each time, but since his digestion of the potion was nearly complete, he prioritized his advancement instead. You could use equivalent materials to trade. Some of Silver City's unique historical knowledge could also work, the hangman offered in a seemingly friendly tone after a swift calculation. "What kinds of things do you all need?" Derek thought for a moment and asked in return. Appearing to ponder the question briefly, the hangman then suggested, "We're not fully certain about what we could get from you either." How about this? Make a list of the materials from common monsters in the area around Silver City and compile an index of your myths, legends, and significant historical events. That way, we can select what we need more easily. No problem. I'll work on it as soon as this meeting ends. Derek visibly relaxed. Though Klein wanted to cover his face upon hearing this, inwardly he couldn't help but praise Alger with a mental, well done. As he'd also been curious about the common monsters and corresponding materials near Silver City. I do have the light supplicant formula, and while I could wait until the sun prepares a list and index to exchange for it, there's a risk Tower and the hangman might steal the business. Thinking this, Klein glanced over at Tower, who seemed poised to pull out the formula and trade with the sun. Klein didn't hesitate further. He tapped on the ancient long table's edge, temporarily blocking the senses of everyone except the sun. Directly trading with members isn't dignified for Mr. Fool, so of course, others can't eavesdrop. As for the sun, he's not one to overthink it. Ebner's mouth twitched at the sudden, screening sensation. Instantly guessing Klein's intention, he thought to himself, truly a god of poverty. After about a minute, the screen lifted, and the hangman eyed the somewhat excited sun suspiciously. Taking a deep breath, he set aside his own speculations and once again repeated his previously mentioned request. I need a pair of storm wren dragon's eyes. As expected, no one had any leads on the item. Having mentally prepared himself, Alger wasn't too disappointed and merely sighed without speaking further. The members exchanged a few more words before the week's tarot meeting formally came to an end. Upon returning to his room, Ebner first performed a sacrifice ritual, transferring the serial killer's beyonder characteristic to Alger through Mr. Fool. Then, he turned to look at Zio, who had stepped out from the adjacent room with her disguise removed. You're really going to attempt to assassinate the Intis ambassador? Zio looked at Ebner, thought for a moment, and then added, need any help? I was just about to bring that up. Ebner nodded with a smile and explained his request. I need all the information you can find on the beyonders stationed as security officers at the embassy, the more detailed, the better. After a moment's contemplation, Zio replied, I'll compile it and have it for you tomorrow. Since she was currently investigating a related espionage case, accessing embassy intelligence would be straightforward. After briefly exchanging a few words, they headed out together in full attire. Shortly after, Zio headed to the Bridge District, where she would be carrying out a task that evening. Ebner, meanwhile, disguised himself and changed carriages several times en route until he reached the Intis embassy in Westborough. With the effects of shadow concealment, psychology invisibility, and which stealth activated, Ebner circled the embassy, a 3-story garden villa, several times, continually using his pure white eye to analyze it. He ultimately confirmed that the villa was imbued with at least 3 level 2 sealed artifacts, creating a delicate ritual that, when triggered, could unleash powers at the sequence 5 level. Additionally, although I'm not yet certain of the ritual's specific effects, it's almost certainly able to detect intruders and counter invisibility. No wonder even someone as powerful as Mr. A in the original novel had to infiltrate first, manipulate the ambassador's orders, and then proceed with the assassination. I'm afraid psychology invisibility would be directly targeted. After all, both the marionettist and the ambassador's sealed artifact allow control over spirit lines, which would counter both the hidden shadow of the hermit and the invisibility of the witch. It's precisely because psychology invisibility isn't true invisibility that it might pass undetected by the marionettist's eyes. This ritual in the embassy, then, has likely been designed to address that weakness. Indeed, the ritual is quite intricate, but, in the eyes of a master of rituals like me, your ritual can easily become my ritual. Having completed his preliminary recon, Ebner settled into a nearby cafe, enjoying his dinner while analyzing the situation in his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 298, Each to their own. To alter the guardian ritual to my advantage without the original presider noticing too soon, ideally, the presider shouldn't be present when I make the modifications. By tomorrow morning, I should have the dossier Zios prepared on the embassy's beyonders. Once I know who's been maintaining the ritual, I'll figure out a way to lure them out of the embassy for a while, then I can make my move. But before that, I still have other preparations to take care of. With these thoughts, Ebner quickly finished his coffee and the chocolate cake he'd ordered. After settling the bill, he caught a carriage back to the garden villa on Gint Street. He needed to retrieve some necessary supplies. On Iron Gate Street, behind the Bravehearts bar, Klein handed Casper's £2 to guide him to a house where a beyonder gathering was taking place. After giving the coded knocks of appropriate strength and interval at the door, Klein was led through a darkened parlor into a sitting room on the first floor. A lone candle flickered on the coffee table, casting dim shadows across the room. 10 or so people sat around the coffee table on sofas and chairs, each dressed in hooded robes with iron masks. On a single armchair in the center sat an elderly man with deep-set wrinkles and slightly shriveled skin, appearing to be the gathering's host. Seeing this scene, Klein's eyes narrowed slightly behind his iron mask. He recognized the house and remembered the event that had unfolded here from his earlier dream divination, when he'd sought a way to obtain the clown potion. In one of the visions, he'd seen this elderly man purchasing a clown characteristic from a lady, though, at the time, he hadn't known it was a characteristic. The sword of the goddess acquired my advancement characteristic from this old man. Can't be certain. It may have changed hands multiple times since then. Even so, Klein mentally labeled this gathering's organizer as possibly connected to the authorities. Still, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If anything, it suggested that the gathering might be safer than he'd expected. As Klein mused over this ironic twist, a woman's voice suddenly spoke from a short distance away. I have an extraordinary weapon for sale. A weapon. Klein adjusted his posture and immediately perked up. Since he was currently unable to advance, improving his strength through external items was his only option. This is a shortbow made of fire crow bones and tendons. When the bowstring is drawn, it condenses a flame arrow. Once fired, the arrow transforms into a fire crow that will dive at your intended target. It will remain functional for 3 more years, though even after that, it will still be a finely crafted bow with excellent accuracy and durability. The woman's voice rose and fell, clearly trying to disguise her identity. It's priced at £400 or a stalk of berserk grass. That's pricey, and there's no real need for me to get it. A bow is too inconvenient to carry around, and a flame arrow isn't necessarily more powerful than a bullet, although a fire crow would likely have homing abilities and could dodge obstacles. Klein shook his head and averted his gaze. After some spirited bidding, the extraordinary weapon was sold to a woman wearing long gloves for £500. Why keep her gloves on? Does she have an identifying feature on her hands? As the woman accepted the fire crow shortbow, Klein observed her a bit longer, speculating to himself. The woman seemed to sense his gaze and looked over. Klein quickly snapped out of his thoughts and gave an awkward smile, then pulled an iron cigarette case from his pocket. He pushed forward a lump of deep red beyonder characteristic, murmuring, I'd like to sell an item. Bridge District, in a small park near White Lamb Street. Ian Wright was desperately running out of the park, trying to attract the attention of policemen tasked with clearing vagrants under the poor laws. Behind him, 8 men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses were in pursuit. They appeared relentless but were actually holding back as though prepared for something. Just then, 2 flashes of lightning-like streaks pierced the night. The tall, thin man leading the group let out an agonized scream, feeling as if hundreds of steel needles had been driven into his brain. With his last bit of coherent thought, he identified the sensation as a mental attack. His combat experience told him a relentless barrage was sure to follow. Instinctively, he twisted his body into an improbable arc, rolling away to the side. Zio's lips curled slightly at the familiar evasion technique. Without hesitation, she activated the ring of prediction, raised her revolver, and fired at the location that appeared in her mind. It was clown item versus genuine clown, prediction versus prediction. At the same time, the MI9 agents Zio had brought along clashed with the remaining 7 men in black suits. While rolling, the tall, thin man continued to predict his path, only to realize that, no matter where he landed, he would be hit. He quickly understood that his opponent also had a similar ability, and he abruptly halted his roll, lunging sideways and shifting direction with the help of his left elbow. I can keep changing directions. I refuse to believe her gun has unlimited bullets. Once I regain the advantage, then. He had just glimpsed a vision of successfully dodging the bullet when a searing whip struck his soul. A sensation like electric current surged through his spirit, causing him to let out an anguished scream. He could no longer maintain his clown balance, his roll losing all form as he slammed face-first into the park's stone path. Remaining on guard, Zio approached him, intending to restrain him with special handcuffs, only to find upon closer inspection that he'd already committed suicide by poison. The other battles had concluded as well, with 3 of the black-suited men escaping and 4 captured alive, none of whom chose suicide. The Intis Intelligence Department under the Sorin family even mimics Roselle's Men in Black style down to the dress code. How ironic. At that moment, a mocking female voice drew near. Zio turned to see a young woman with short hair as sharp as a sword and an aura of confidence holding a golden mask. This was Princess Vera, the youngest daughter of the former king and the person responsible for promoting Zio to an official MI9 member. Your Highness, Ian took advantage of the chaos to escape, and this apparent leader has taken his own life. Zio reported with slight embarrassment, feeling as though she'd bungled the mission. It's fine. This is the result I was aiming for. Ha. That lecher Becklin must think he's outsmarted us. Vera shook her head with a smile. Then, casting a meaningful glance at the tall, thin man's corpse, she added, he was here to die from the start. Zio gave a silent nod, failing to fully grasp the situation but deciding to ask Ebner about it tomorrow. Outside the back door of the Bravehearts bar, Klein, having just sold his Beyonder characteristic and used the money to buy an eerie ear, removed his hooded robe. Passing through the kitchen amidst the din of barking dogs and shouting patrons, he saw Casper standing outside the card room. After confirming the approximate time of the next gathering with Caspers, Klein clutched the copper whistle, took care to avoid the card room where Marek was, and then left the Bravehearts bar, returning to Minsk Street. A few minutes after he stepped out of the bar, Marek staggered out of the card room, nearly collapsing at the door while his usual gang of followers lay sprawled unconscious inside. "Keep everyone out until dawn," Marek rasped, eyeing a bewildered Caspers as he gave his instructions. Once Caspers confirmed the order, Marek found a chair to sit on, ordered a bucket of Southwell ale, and drank it in silence, staring blankly into space for a long time. In the West Borough, a massive bear's head suddenly emerged from beneath the ground in the abandoned basement of the Intis embassy. End of chapter. Chapter 299, Plan and Speculation. The embassy's protective ritual also extended underground, so Ebner, in his bear form, spent a long time tunneling beneath the area with earth submersion until he discovered an abandoned dungeon that lay outside its reach. It was abandoned because the exit had been entirely sealed, cutting it off from the embassy and leaving it technically no longer a part of the grounds. Apparently, this estate belonged to a count before Intis purchased it for their embassy, and this private dungeon was likely used to hold guests the count wished to keep hidden. The count must not have wanted his personal dungeon discovered and probably had it sealed off just before the sale. And the Intis people? Either they never found it, or they didn't care. Either way, it's been left neglected, which works out perfectly for me. I was planning to dig out my own hideaway using earth spells. Ebner resumed human form and dressed. As he speculated on the dungeon's origins, he began carefully unpacking materials from his bag to assemble a ritual altar, one covered in symbols, mystical markings, complex patterns, and twisted numbers that exuded a distinct aura. After a night of intense analysis, Ebner had mapped out the guardian ritual of the embassy, identifying 3 altars within, each anchored by a level 2 sealed artifact or an equally potent item as its power core. Thus, this ritual granted the embassy 3 primary defensive capabilities. Detection and interdiction. It could passively sense the presence of unshielded entities associated with evil, chaos, or madness, issuing a timely alert. Upon activation, the ritual would escalate, forbidding such chaotic powers entirely. The ritual's detection power did have its limits, though Ebner wasn't certain how strong a psychology concealment it could penetrate. His own simulated version would clearly not pass. Barrier creation. Upon activation, the ritual generated barriers to trap intruders and protect ordinary people. These barriers were extremely sturdy, hard to break by anyone below high sequence, and equally resistant to various types of attacks. The detection and interdiction abilities are probably derived from a judgment-related item. The psychological detection function seems like the work of a scholar of year who specialized in vulnerability analysis of invisibility effects. Maybe one was involved in designing the ritual, or a mystic magister's targeted technique was utilized by the ritual's creator. And the barriers? Definitely an application of the Guardian Pathway's core powers. A ritual anchored by 3 mid-sequence artifacts. This is a grand investment indeed. In the original storyline, it's likely that Mr. A knew about this Guardian ritual in advance, which is why he managed to sneak in using a vessel, manipulate the ambassador's commands with the powers of a corrupt baron, and execute the assassination one-on-one. While pondering, Ebner completed a new altar. He placed a jet-black chainmail glove on it, the Hand of Wisdom, the only extraordinary item he'd obtained from Baron Conva's tomb. When your enemy loses their senses in arrogance, you become wisdom. Recalling the analysis report of the Hand of Wisdom, Ebner's mouth curled into a slight smile. Essentially, his plan to modify the embassy's ritual involved adding a 4th core altar that would neutralize and, if successful, even take control of the ritual's existing functions. To accomplish this, he needed to be a master of ritual magic, to have thoroughly analyzed the ritual's layout in the embassy, and, most critically, to link his new core altar to the other 3 cores. The first 2 requirements were manageable for Ebner, thanks to his pure white eye. Given enough time, he'd finish analyzing the ritual. But connecting his altar to the existing ones was a different story. It couldn't be rushed and was easy for the ritual's presider to detect. Naturally, Ebner knew the presider wouldn't always be present at the core altar, and given the extended period of peace, they might have become complacent. Still, he couldn't gamble on that. What if the presider happened to check the altar while he was tampering with it? It's best to wait until tomorrow morning when I have Zio's dossier. I'll pick a time when I know for sure they're absent to complete the final step. With this plan in mind, Ebner checked his pocket watch, noting that it was getting late. He packed up his clothes, resumed his bear form, and submerged underground, making his way to the underground safe house his teacher had excavated. In the process, he carefully avoided William Street, not wanting to risk a face-to-face encounter with a certain malicious spirit trio. Meanwhile, in the ancient hall above the grey fog, Klein was holding an eerie black ear and writing a divination statement. The origin of this item. Last time I was unlucky because I divined on divine blood, which drew the attention of the eternal blazing Sunday. This time, though, it's only an item left behind by a listener, so it shouldn't be as dangerous. With confidence in his own reasoning, Klein took a deep breath, leaned back, and silently recited the divination statement. After 7 repetitions, his eyes darkened as he slipped into a trance. Suddenly, with a bang, his blood vessels burst, veins erupted from his body and snaked out as slimy tendrils covered in sinister markings. The grey fog trembled slightly, and the giant palace-like hall showed faint signs of erosion. Unlike his experience with the eternal blazing sun, Klein retained his sanity this time and didn't thrash about uncontrollably. Instead, he clutched the armrest, enduring the ordeal. After a few seconds, the quivering grey fog settled, and the sinister voice echoing in his mind faded completely. The tendrils fell away from his body, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. This time, I encountered the true creator, and they seemed stronger than the eternal blazing sun. In the midst of this weakened state, Klein noticed the black ear in his hand suddenly disintegrate into tiny specks of faintly black light, which then coalesced into a pitch-black talisman. After a quick and admittedly risky divination of this talisman's function, Klein shook his head to rid himself of the residual screaming echoing in his ears and murmured, "I'll call this words of blasphemy." On Tuesday morning, after catching a few hours of rest, Ebner strolled into his dining room, leisurely reading the newspaper as he enjoyed the hearty breakfast Mrs. Scudder had prepared. As he turned the pages of the Daily Observer, his eye fell on a story on the second page. This morning, a fierce shootout erupted in White Lamb Street Park in the Bridge District. Police report it may have been a conflict between 2 gangs, one of which is the infamous Manger Gang. Isn't this the MI9 encounter with Intis intelligence agents from the original story? The task Zio mentioned yesterday must have been related to this. Musing to himself, Ebner placed a piece of bacon in his mouth. Just then, there was a knock at the dining room door, and Mrs. Scudder led Zio inside, holding a small bag. Ebner had expected her visit and prepared a portion of breakfast for her. Zio didn't hold back, she was likely genuinely hungry, and after devouring 3 flaky croissants and downing a cup of coffee, she finally wiped her mouth and said, "I've compiled the information you requested." "Thank you." Ebner smiled and nodded. Judging by her exhausted demeanor, it was clear she hadn't slept all night. Zio didn't mind. She was used to late nights from her days as an arbiter in the East End. Besides, Ebner had helped her with so many issues, and she felt deeply satisfied to be able to support him in return. Next, Zio recounted her mission from the previous night, particularly the ambiguous comments made by Lady Vera, before finally asking, "What do you think Her Highness meant by all that?" Ebner thought for a moment, piecing together what he knew of the Intis ambassador's schemes from the original novel, and came to a likely conclusion. "I think Princess Vera's intention is to entrap all of Intis's intelligence agents in one swoop." End of chapter. Chapter 300, Collaboration. You mean Her Highness let Ian go on purpose? She expected that all of Intis's agents would mobilize to pursue him. Yes, Ebner nodded. Her Highness even hinted last night that those who came after Ian were effectively walking into a trap of their own making. They aimed to lull us into thinking they too had lost Ian's trail, making it seem like both sides were starting from scratch again. Zio was perceptive by nature, though she lacked Ebner's advantage of knowing the original story and the factions at play, so she hadn't initially realized this. Now, with Ebner's insight, a new question emerged, but Ian really has disappeared again. Why are both the Intis agents and Her Highness so confident they'll find him? Because of spies, Ebner replied with a knowing smile. MI9 probably has a mole in Intis's intelligence department. And, as you mentioned, Ian sent a telegraph message recently. No matter who received it, there's a strong chance an Intis spy intercepted it. That's why they're confident. Ah, I see. Zio murmured, realizing that this was not too different from her experience planting informants among the gangs in the East End. Seeing that Zio had grasped the implications, Ebner added pointedly, "When you report last night's events and my analysis to Mr. Full later, keep in mind that his servant issued a mission to assassinate Bakerland, so he might have an interest in matters like this." Zio blinked in surprise but then nodded. With Furza's safety on her mind, she'd been contemplating ways to gain favor with that mysterious entity, even if it only piqued the interest of one of Mr. Fool's servants, it was worth trying. After seeing Zio off to get some rest, Ebner took the stack of documents she'd brought and began studying them carefully. The Intis embassy houses 13 publicly acknowledged beyonders besides Ambassador Bakerland, all of whom are officially sanctioned military officers by the Lone Kingdom. There's one Sequence 5, one Sequence 6, 3 Sequence 7s, and a total of 8 at Sequences 8 and 9. The Sequence 8s and 9s are of little concern. Among the Sequence 7s, 2 are arsonists, named Joe Philip and Harvey Osmond, both from former noble families in Intis. The third is a witch, Bianca, a woman in her 20s who was reportedly personally recruited by Ambassador Bakerland, though her background remains unclear. The Sequence 6 officer is a wind-blessed, rumored to have some connection with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Finally, the Sequence 5 chief military officer, Cotton Surrey, is a constellations master, and also a nominal professor in Backlund University's physics department. Reading this, Ebner felt he had a clear picture. The arsonist and wind-blessed sequences are oriented towards direct combat, meaning they're unlikely to be versed in ritual magic. This narrows the ritual presider down to either Bianca the Witch or Cotton Surrey the Constellation's Master. However, Bianca's obscure origins made her a less likely candidate, despite Bakerland's support. Without broader trust among the officers, it would be unlikely she'd be entrusted with a role as critical as presiding over the ritual, unless there was no other choice. The likeliest candidate, then, was Cotton Surrey himself. This older man's credentials were impeccable, outstripping even Bakerland's. His eldest son was a member of Intis's Parliament and an Constellation's Master, as well. If not for his excessively rigid personality, he might have been chosen as ambassador himself. So, by position, reputation, and capability, Cotton Surrey was the most qualified to oversee the embassy's guardian ritual. Considering that astrologer's progress from the craftsman sequence and recalling the embassy's 3 ritual-enhancing mystical items, Ebner even suspected that Cotton might have been directly involved in designing and perfecting the guardian ritual himself. Now, how to lure such a man out of the embassy? Since he's a professor at Backlund University, maybe I could arrange for him to give a lecture. No, that won't work. It would be difficult to avoid suspicion, and if anything happens to the ambassador, they'd likely trace it back to me. Not worth the risk. Maybe through social gatherings. There's a ball tonight hosted by Earl Wolf, and Justice was supposed to observe Bakerland at this event in the original story. I wonder if Cotton is on the guest list as well. If he is, then I'll use tonight's opportunity to complete the ritual modification. If he isn't, I'll have to find another chance. In any case, if I haven't managed to alter the ritual by Thursday, I'll have to ask Miss Justice to hire Mr. A. With his plan set, Ebner spiritually sealed the room, then sat on the edge of his bed, reciting softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I seek your aid. Please inform Miss Justice that I need to confirm whether Cotton Surrey, a military officer of the Intis Embassy, will be attending Earl Wolf's ball tonight. I am willing to offer compensation for this information. At 15 Minsk Street, Sherlock Moriarty, the new identity of Klein, was meeting with 2 women in his rented residence. One was Mrs. Stellan Summer, the landlady, dressed formally in morning attire. With her carefully applied makeup, she looked surprisingly charming for her age, which one wouldn't guess to be around 30. The other was Mrs. Mary, a client referred to him by Mrs. Summer. Individually, her features were fine, but together, they were oddly disappointing. Her high cheekbones also gave her a prematurely aged appearance. After the 2 women explained the situation, Klein received a rare, ordinary case in his detective career, a request to investigate infidelity. I've heard that for other private detectives, 4 out of every 10 cases are about extramarital affairs. Never thought I'd get one too, Klein muttered as he prepared to test the latest portable camera that Mrs. Mary had provided him. Just then, a faint chorus of overlapping ethereal prayers echoed in his ear. The voice was that of a woman. Klein paused mid-motion, put the camera aside, and stepped into the washroom. 10 seconds later, he appeared above the grey fog, noting the deep red star representing judgment, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Miss Judgment. Does she need help with something? Klein sat back in his seat, extending his spiritual perception. Instantly, Miss Judgment's voice grew clear. Through her, he learned of the fierce encounter at White Lamb Street Park the night before and Mr. Tower's analysis of the situation. So that's the case. I'd wondered why Zarier's body seemed to be hiding something of importance. Bakerland's men include a mid-sequence seer. There's no way he wouldn't have discovered such vital information through spirit channeling. Plus, the body was left in such an obscure location, too hard to find for it to be a deliberate trap. But now, with Mr. Tower's insight, the answer is obvious. Zarier was likely a spy for a foreign country, and someone close to his superior is likely on Intis's payroll as well. Finally, I understand why I got drawn into this mess so passively. What a classic clown moment, a 5-pound case that pulled me into a multinational spy game. While he still didn't know what important item these intelligence agencies were fighting over, Klein had a general understanding of the players involved and their motives, leaving him slightly dazed. Just then, the red star representing Mr. Tower also began to expand and contract. At the luxurious Holman's estate in Queensborough. Audrey was in her room, choosing her evening gown with her maid's help when there was a knock at the door. Shortly after, her personal maid, Annie, entered, holding a piece of paper with a smile. "Miss, your telegram, it's from the southern continent." The southern continent? Could it be Alfred? Audrey thought of her brother, eagerly taking the paper and scanning it. Sure enough, the telegram was from her second brother, Alfred Hall, sent from the east coast of the Brylon Empire in the southern continent. It read, "Found the 2 rainbow lizard dragons you wanted. Awaiting your acceptance. But I don't need them anymore." Audrey was momentarily taken aback. She blinked, then glanced at Susie. The golden retriever wagged her tail, looking baffled. It's much easier to have Susie handle such matters than to do it myself. Every great detective needs a good assistant, after all, Audrey thought with conviction, swiftly deciding. She'd had enough time to accept this matter as no longer important to her. Just as she was about to dismiss Annie and chat privately with Susie, a vision of boundless grey fog appeared, where she saw a vague figure seated in prayer. Then, she heard the message. Earl Wolf's Ball. Cotton, Surrey. Intis Embassy, compensation. Audrey filtered out the extraneous details and focused on the key points. So, Mr. Tower is ready to take action. Already? No, perhaps he's just in the preparatory stage, but who is this Cotton, Surrey? An obstacle to the assassination? Thoughts racing, Audrey decided to lend a hand. It wasn't the promise of a reward that swayed her but rather the desire to experience and be a part of a significant event firsthand. Meanwhile, after finishing his prayer, Ebner gathered his belongings and returned to the safe house his teacher had set up in the sewers. Just as he was about to undress and transform back into bear form, a whiff of blood caught his nose from nearby, along with the unmistakable sounds of low, animalistic growls. End of chapter.